Welcome, everyone, to the Apex Legends Global Series. I'm your host, We the People. Today starts a 4-day marathon for our 40 teams from around the world. I said it in Birmingham at Champs when TSM came back from 16th place to win it all and become world champions. I said it in LA earlier this year when Reject Winity became the 3rd ever team to win an Apex LAN, and I'll say it again. Right here in Mannheim, Germany, this is going to be the greatest LAN in Apex history. So you better get ready, because this is the ALGS. Rain Day, take it away.
Right down the road from the Rhine River, the SAP Arena is live and well in Mannheim, Germany for an ALGS takeover. That is right. We will be crowning a new champion for our Split 2 playoffs in just 4 days. But we have to start with the beginning of the story. As Peeps said, every single event seems to keep getting better and better. I believe this one is also going to make some marks in history. We'll begin our coverage here on the desk to kick things off. We've got some games about to play. I'm your host, Rain Day, and I'm joined by 3 amazing talents, 3 amazing friends here. It's going to be Jamerson, Graceful, and Snipe down with me. Jamerson, start with you. You joined us on the desk in LA. It was a great event, but so happy to have you here full time for this one, and what a moment we are experiencing here in Mannheim.
Yeah, it was a fun little moment, I would say, at Split 1 playoffs, and it's been getting better and better ever since. And, you know, with the huge system overchanges that we've had in Apex Legends since then, and with all the new LAN winners, you know that this is a new era of Apex Legends, competitive Apex Legends, and I'm so excited to be here to join, to, of course, experience it all with everyone here.
I mean, you know, EMEA, they just raised a LAN trophy. We had to have some EMEA representation, and Graceful coming down, man. Happy to have you with us on the desk again, my friend.
So happy to be here, happy to see all the global representation across the board. Skill ceilings are now getting raised in all regions. And yeah, as you said, EMEA, you know, super big fan, a little bit biased, but it is what it is.
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit, but you know, super happy to be here. So close, be with the crowd as well, it's great.
And of course, Eric Rona, Mr. Snipe Down. We watched you play for many years now. You get to be on the other side with us as well. We're glad you found a way to the ALGS, man. It's great to have you over these next 4 days.
Yeah, one way or another. You know, this is the real deal. I'm excited to be on the stage. You know, I'd much rather be up there playing. Of
course.
But if I can't be, I can't think of a better spot to watch some high-end Apex than up here with you guys and with this amazing crowd.
A LAN is a special moment. We don't get too many of them in Apex, and that's why this is something to pay attention to. If you're just joining us, maybe you missed Split 1, let's walk you through how the tournament format is going to work. Today kicks off our group stages. That means for the next 2 days, they're going to be battling it out in a round-robin style format. Bracket stages will take place on the weekend, and of course Sunday, our match point finals. For our groups, we've got 40 teams who have qualified to Mannheim. We split them up into 10 teams in 4 groups. They'll each play each other over these next 2 days and decide who are the top 20 overall in points. They'll go to the winner's bracket. Saturday, have a chance to get top 10 and then sit waiting for their competitors in match point finals. Those who get bottom 10 will go into Elimination 1, Elimination 2, and Elimination 1 will be our 20 teams who did not qualify for winners battling it out. Top 10 keeps making it out until we finally have our second 10 teams to join the 10 who have been waiting from winners on Sunday. And you know how that works. While they'll get some extra seeding, they'll also have to get 50 points and then win the game in order to turn the tournament off. That's right, to click power off for this tournament. You'd be surprised how long this thing can go if it gets to a special moment like we've seen in our Split 1 playoffs. But talk about why there's these special moments. We got players all around the world coming. Each one of these teams, as we get an overview of the groups and our participants, Graceful, has a major story behind them.
I wish we had enough screen time for every single team, but that's just not how it gets, right? We have to talk about the consistency across the teams. But with, you know, the new meta coming into this, also drafting being the first time on LAN as well, new meta, new legend, you know, the Akimbo coming out, we're going to see some big shakeups, and I'm all for it.
And that's just on your screen here a few of at least the name changes and org changes. Leave No Witness, now Icholos Laser, BR Demons. They're Olimpo. Trojan, Noctum Scan is how they'll be known, and New J is now Reject Winity JP. It's worth noting, Reject Winity, not the team that won Split 1 playoffs. They turned into Crazy Raccoon, essentially, mid-split, and did not qualify. So we will not have a back-to-back playoff winner for those tuning in, or maybe you caught some LA. All right, let's get started on what's happening today. You've just joined us. We are about to kick off with groups A and B at 10 a.m. CEST. Then we'll continue with C and D taking stage, and then we'll finish the evening with B and D rounding out our night. These are long days, they're fun days, Jamerson, but they're exciting days, and you get to really see a glimpse of which teams are going to start out strong.
Yeah, that's what's always so exciting when it comes to the group stages right now, because that's our first inkling about what the competitive level is going to be like amongst our teams so far. We haven't seen too much international competition outside of EWC, and that was, of course, in a completely different kind of setting, right? We didn't have the draft orders, and we have some roster shakeups leading into this event. So this is the big question mark. How do all the other regions match up when it comes to our heavy hitters in EMEA and NA?
Well, it's a great segue there because heavy hitters, indeed, we've got a plenty. From SSG to LG to NRG, let's say hello to our Group A.
What's happening with the hip fire shot? そして囲い込んでからのライト。
Perfect game to follow on play back from the high ground. Here's a big chance shoot.
Well, we hope you enjoyed meeting Group A. They will be on display here to start things off. And Snipe, I thought I'd throw it to you. There's a lot of teams in there to talk about, but you've singled your eye on one, and I think I know who it is.
Yeah, I can't think about finding another team to talk about other than SSG here for me. I mean, there's some history there, but this team, you know, when they were formed, they were really considered in that top category with the Falcons roster. People were putting them right under them in terms of raw talent, individual skill, and I think that, you know, people might have jumped the gun on that, but there's no denying how talented these three players actually are. And, you know, you saw they started with Pro League. They started off very strong. They were at the top of Pro League, and then they slowly started to wither their way down. And honestly, with this roster, I think a lot of it just comes down to the leadership. This is a young roster overall. You know, you have Koifel, who has shown talent with Strafing Flame. You know, he had a very successful tournament. Zainu won an event with 0. So they have had accomplishments, but as a trio, with that added pressure that was on them, I think the lack of that hard leadership, you know, you had Strafing Flame, and you had 0, who are at the top, and then you put them in with Phony, who's also a young leader. He's 22 years old. And I think that the adversity is the biggest obstacle for this team. They ended Pro League not in the best spot. I think they got 5th or 6th or somewhere along those lines. And then, you know, they had a lackluster split 1. I think they ended up in 17th place. And then that led them into a team change. Frex got replaced by Koifel, and then that went right over into EWC, where, you know, they struggled early on. They ended up actually getting knocked down into the lower bracket. And then you saw what happened when they got momentum in the semifinals that led them up to make it to the grand finals. They started off strong, worked their way all the way up, and they held that momentum all the way through, ended up in a top 2. They looked absolutely dominant, but that momentum didn't carry over into the next day. They started off slow, and once again, I think it is just a leadership thing with this roster, and I think this might be the event that makes the biggest impact on this team. You know, we have seen them make team changes, you know, Frex for Koifel, and then you have you had Frex for Koifel, and then Dan, the coach, actually got replaced before EWC, and then another coach got replaced. Now they have Don, who's the previous 07 coach. So a lot of rotations in and out. So there is room for roster changes after this event if another lackluster performance does happen. I personally have been talking to Phony a lot. We've, you know, mended some things in the past. I am a fan of him, and I respect that team a lot. So we'll see what happens. I think that they could win the event, or they could, you know, drop out early. They are specifically my wild card.
They are a team that clearly needs to start well if they're going to do well. It's a team that has the skills, the talent, but it's about can they do it on this stage right now, especially with all the contingencies that may come with not doing well or with doing well. It's a flip of the coin. That's competition. But at this point in time, that's Group A. Of course, it doesn't mean that we have other teams that aren't just as worth or more worth talking about, especially when you talk about previous LAN winners or the most recent LAN winner. Let's introduce you to Group B.
Is unstoppable. One punch coming in. No way! No way!
The Falcons! They look like they've done it! And they have!
It's hard not to talk about it. If you've been following Apex Legends over the last few weeks, we had a LAN, and it was Alliance who took that home, the first LAN that EMEA had won. But really the team that I want to talk about, just because it's hard not to, is Falcons coming into this. They have won Split 2 Pro League. They've won Split 2 Regional Finals. Essentially, if they do win Split 2 playoffs, that's kind of the trifecta. They've done it all. But they have yet to win a LAN, and that was the one that Alliance took from them. Jamerson, your idea on what Falcons need to do to get the job done this tournament specifically?
Yeah, right now I think it was more about other teams rising to the occasion because we didn't see really a dip in kind of performance from Falcons. We saw their usual kind of consistency when it comes to, of course, their Storm Point. Amazing. They have wonderful pop-off games when it comes to Storm Point. And where the only kind of criticism you can give to them is their World's Edge. And a lackluster World's Edge game for them is if they score maybe 2 or 3 points. That's a lackluster game. But usually they're, of course, averaging about 5 kill points. 5 kill points per game.
That's huge.
Regardless of whether it's Storm Point or World's Edge. And that kind of consistency is crazy when you consider how much talent that we have right now and that they're able to really put up those numbers almost every single week when it came to the split.
That kind of bubble, 6-point, 7-point game, even when you're not doing well, is so important. But to get 5 points off of the kills, regardless of the placements, that just means you're playing your own game. You're keeping things in your own hands. And that's always what is meant. I think for Falcons, their legacy has been defined by they take games over. They steal games away. If they don't do that, though, you're right. It leaves a space open for somebody else. But it feels like this is what they signed up for. Let's not forget that Split 2, with all the roster changes, it kind of kicked off with these guys. Hal leaving TSM, Zap filling that space. A lot of these teams going, what do we do to really be competitive on the global scene against what is many people calling the super team? Well, they found a way. We have had Alliance take a LAN. I think Falcons know that this is something, and Snipe, I'll go to you as well. They feel like they've got to win for this experiment to be successful.
Yeah, I mean, I think anything less than top 2, because they can still, have the most points and not get that final win. I think this meta specifically is going to be a true test to their roster. I mean, in terms of developing, it's going to be, they're the number 1 team that you would think would adapt to the meta the fastest, but this is also probably the toughest meta for them to play in. I personally think that another team is going to take the win, but I think that they could end up in that top 2 spot specifically because of the crypto-style gameplay. It is a lot of just 3 different crypto bombs all at once in pylons, and they're usually good at picking off teams around the map, and other teams can infiltrate those fights a lot more easily than they could in the past to open up. So obviously they're the number 1 team to look out for, but I think this is going to be a tough tournament for them.
It's a whole new Apex. The patch recently, before that last LAN, in between this one, after that last LAN, in between this one, has changed the game from aim assist all the way down to crypto as being a thing. But let's just go back a few weeks. Regardless of the patch, we had somebody who was on top of their game, and it was Alliance. It was finally EMEA taking home a LAN championship. Graceful, talk to me about what this team means, not just for the hopes of EMEA, but just means in terms of their presence in these lobbies today.
Yeah, I think that, Alliance has always been one of the teams that people have said they are one of the best, but they haven't really had that success because, group stage team, all of these other teams essentially. But now that they've shown, hey, we won a LAN convincingly, and, after picking up Unlucky as well, they are showing, super presence. And, people are now asking a little bit, Unlucky, can he hold his own now that Effect is missing? But we saw a little glimpse of it in the highlight right there, where he clutched, on mill, and that snowballed them straight into winning the whole tournament, right? And, Tyler here as well, filling the shoes of Effect. People have been, I would say, underestimating him. Being my former teammate for 4 months as well, he's incredibly good. And I think that we should look at it less as can he fill Effect's shoes, and more of like what can Tyler bring that Effect doesn't have, because all players are unique and individual, right? People forget that Unlucky and Tyler used to team for the longest periods of time. I promise you that synergy is not just gone. They will have things that they pick up on each other, like sound cues, comm cues, that will just help them pop off. And Hakis, as always, a phenomenal IGL, always has been. And I think he, honestly, no matter who he has, he's putting them into endgame. They're in a spot to win.
I mean, Jamerson, we talked a little bit about like Zero can almost get anybody into a finals. It feels like Hockey's is in the same way. And it's not like he's playing with slouches. I mean, Lucky and Tyler FPS, they're a dynamic duo.
No, that's the important thing, right? We talk about the effect when it comes to Alliance, right? And when they have a pop-off game, it is going to be off of some amazing performance from him. But how does he get into that position to succeed? We talk about it all the time when it comes to just real life, right? You need to get yourself into the position to find that success. And that's what Hakis does consistently for them. That's why we got to see them really pop off at EWC.
Such an exciting thing. It's always fun being in the crowd, seeing players and everybody have a chance to mingle and get ready and walk in. Well, we had a chance to catch up with a few players. In fact, one specifically from a great team, Liquid Alienware. Peeps sat down, or at least walked with Yanya. Peeps.
What up, everybody? I am here with the one, the only Yanya. How does it feel not only representing Team Liquid, who is one of the most prestigious orgs in the world, but also the country of Mexico?
It feels really, really great. I'm really grateful with Team Liquid Alienware to represent us, and to be able to represent Mexico at the same time. It's like the best feeling in the world, to be honest.
Viva Mexico, baby.
Viva Mexico.
Yeah. So as a controller player and as one of the best controller players in the world, so good that, by the way, when he was stepping into the scene, a lot of people thought he was cheating, including myself when you were clipping me in ranked. But how has the aim assist nerf sort of adjusted your game?
To be honest, I didn't feel it, but I just feel like everyone is hitting less shots to me. So, yeah, it's great for me.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing. And now, give me a top 5 prediction for the top 5 teams in the finals on Sunday.
On the finals, you mean, right? I think it's gonna be us in first, Moist in second, Falcons in third, maybe LG on fourth, maybe top 20, and Gaming Gladiators on 5. Yeah.
I like it. I like it. Well, thank you so much for the interview. Kill it, my dude. All right, and we'll see you later.
Yeah, thank you very much for it.
I guess they had changed everybody's aim assist except Yanya's. That's a good thing, Racel, for Liquid Alienware as well.
I think that, aim assist changed. This is one thing I've always said, like the good controller players, they will still dominate. Like they will roll absolutely everyone. And he just said it the way, himself. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm the same. Everybody else, though, they do less damage. That's because he's good.
That's what I also love about what he said. A lot of people are scared to say we will win. They'll be like, I think we'll do well. We'll see how we are on the day. He's like, we're first. And that there's a requirement of believing that you can get that in order to get it done. He was upset not getting that job done. He's going to see if he can do it this time around. Of course, if you're joining us in Split 2 and you haven't caught any of this, we've introduced the POI draft. No more early contests the way you might have been used to seeing them in Split 1 that changed the course of these teams' tournaments. Now we've got it done in a proper way, Jamerson. It was a little, when it was introduced, maybe a little contested in terms of the thought process of it, if it'll work, but it's been phenomenal for our league.
Yeah, to say there was some friction, some pushback on it from the pro scene or from a lot of the pro players when it was initially announced is a bit of an understatement. But after playing an entire split of it, everyone feels very comfortable on it. They're very happy with it. They want to see it spread across the ecosystem. We want it in CC. We want to see it in more tournaments. It's such a fun way to play the game. It adds another dimension. And overall, I think really for the best IGLs in the world, this is the system they needed to prove that they were the best IGLs in the world. That's why we got to see the consistency coming out of Hakis, coming out of Zero, coming out of Strafing Flame. Everybody knows that this system really did make those IGLs shine.
Snipe, taking a look at this, what's the thought process here? I know you And we were talking about not loving where Moist ended up, and that's the team that you've got your eye on for this group.
Yeah, so there's actually a couple teams in here that I think had some interesting picks. Moist actually had some high picks, and they ended up with a contest against Dreamfire up at Climatizer. So I think that they were hoping that they could maybe take one side and they weren't going to get contested, but it just seems like, you know, a couple other spots got left open. There's some spots, especially in the south side of the map, they got left open. And then with their contest, they move right down to Cenote Cave, which me personally, I've never been too much of a fan of. I think it's a slower loot route, which they're used to. They like to play edge a little bit. So I think if anything, depending on how the contest goes, I think Storm Point is where they're going to need to pick up majority of their points.
Graceful, your thoughts as well as we take a look at the top teams, our 20 teams here and their picks for today.
Yeah, I mean, I think all the, in quotes, strong team are getting the picks that they want to, you know, Alliance on Skyhook West, you know, Liquid on Harvester, Energy on Monument. People are playing a lot of more zone than edge on land specifically, because, and especially now with the crypto meta change, and you can get guaranteed UAV, you get, you know, objective points, you get armor, even if you rotate early. People are going to play even more zone than ever before. But the biggest thing here is that, you know, this drafting, different from when I played in Pro League, is you actually have good picks on both sides, you know.
Yeah.
And, you know, that will help them for sure.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how it all unfolds. We do have, however, a fun segment that I always like to talk about, get some Twitter reactions as well. It's our talent predictions, and we've got, you know, some friends included in this one. I got to say, Jamerson and I were on the same page. We went Team Falcons. We've talked about Falcons a lot. I think we kind of know why we're picking that. And another page as we move on to it as well, because games are getting close to starting, my friends, is FaZe. Graceful, you went for FaZe today. Small tidbit on why FaZe is a choice for you.
Outside of homies, no. For me, Arctic and Synetic has shown, like, in the beginning, people were like, oh, they came out of Challenger. Are they really that good? You know, Challenger is easy, etc. But they've shown and cemented themselves at the top as top MNK players, top, you know, IGL, and just overall adjusting to the meta and all lobbies, LAN included, which a lot of teams can't, you know, come from Pro League and do the same in LAN. And it's just so nice to see them pop off, and I'm happy for them.
Well, one of the things we also want to mention is our lovely subreddit, our competitive Reddit, also is going to be picking and trying to beat us on broadcast. It's not going to happen, at least not this one, because we both pick Falcons. So at least we'll be even at this point in time. We'll keep track with all the talent predictions and who is in the lead over the tournament. But if you are getting ready to watch Apex Legends at home, you're comfy, you might want a few more screens, a few more ways to dabble and enjoy some of the gameplay, your favorite players. Well, Face It Watch has got you covered. Make sure to check out Face It Watch if you want multiple POVs and you want the comms, you want the rotations, you want to see every team fight, maybe what goes well, and also hear when it doesn't go well. How do they solve the problems? What's the momentum feeling like? Or if you're like us as casters or on the desk, you want to see that map screen while you're also watching the POV of the gameplay, Face It Watch allows you to do it. Go to faceit.com/watch. Also, for those watching on Twitch, we got some Twitch drops for you, so you're already earning if you're watching now. As most of our tournaments occur, we'll have great goodies throughout each of the days that are a little bit different, so make sure to stay tuned and get those drops, showcase in-game that you were here when it mattered in Mannheim. Well, Jamerson, Graceful, Snipe, we'll be spending time together throughout these 6 games as we kick off our first block, A versus B. 4 days from now, history will be made. Someone will etch their name across that trophy and claim themselves as champions of Split 2. But it's time for the Battle of Mannheim to begin. So as we bring our casters into field, look at them looking great, ready to go. It's Tiff and Dia. Let's make some noise and get ready to go. You guys, let's hype it up. Here it is.
Oh, let's do it. I'm so excited, Dia. Anytime we get to be in the caster booth, we hear the crowd already. Like, look, early morning cheers for Na'Vi, a lot of Fnatic fans, Dia. This is going to be a good one.
It certainly is. Breathing heavy early in the morning, honestly. Knowing that we're going to start all of this off now, the avalanche that's going to occur over the next couple of days as we race towards finding a Split 2 playoffs champion. And the fact that it all begins here in group stages where everyone is still very much figuring things out. I know our desk talked about it, but with a recent patch, scrims only say so much. And now it's time to really nail down to it. See who we can find as our, I'll say, best team in Apex, at least Split 2.
From group stages, you're going to find the best team already?
A
little group stage warriors?
It's about the journey.
It's the journey.
This
it's all
is where
about
the journey
process.
begins.
Trust the process with us, okay?
That's what we got to look forward to, right? Is the process of group stages is an odd one because a lot of it is very fast-paced, and it's odd to say that about a LAN because typically when you start off the first couple of days of competition, you're expecting people to start playing more conservatively because there's money on the line. The difficulty when it comes with group stages is that we have so many teams who have been playing from all around the world, who've been scrimming each other for a very long time now, and because there's money on the line, you do get teams that actually want to play more aggressively now that they're not dealing with large amounts of paying in between them. Now that you're in the group stages, and you do only have a couple of matches to cement yourself in the top 20, move to winner's bracket, which is more important now than it ever has been, Tiff.
I love that you bring that up because most people are used to seeing those advanced starting points later down the line, but with the introduction of the POI draft, you want the places that you're going to feel most comfortable with, whether that's, you know, Siphon for Falcons that will be kicking things off on World's Edge. But as we kind of go through, we see the lay of the land. We got Alliance on the screen, right? Tyler FPS coming in as emergency sub alongside Unlucky. Plenty of history there between that duo. And, you know, I heard Hackus recently got engaged as well, so maybe we got an engagement buff coming in.
Yeah, at least we know he's been dealing with nerves recently, right?
Just a little bit. It's done and over with, right?
Exactly. I wonder which is more scary to him, you know, getting engaged or being on a playoff stage. It's kind of a toss-up, you know? But even then, like, there's got to be a lot of nerves here for Na'Vi as well. They are a team that notoriously performs super well regionally. It's a good thing we've stayed in EMEA because I do wonder, can they, you know, take that, we'll call it a home court buff, and turn it into what should be their best international performance so far?
I hope so. That is going to be one of my biggest questions with them because you look at it and you're just like, everyone kind of talks about it. They're like online warriors, but I'm just waiting for them. You know, Vexed, they played under them, and it's like they've already had all of those experiences. It's the first day. You kind of come in, you shake things off, and honestly, I have them as one of my teams to watch in general. I put out a tweet and I was like, these are the teams that I'm pretty excited about. Fnatic, Na'Vi, just a lot of different ones, but one more in particular, you wanted to talk about them, and while we've got a minute, FA Kids.
Yeah, FA Kids, so if you were prepping for Split 2 playoffs a while ago, you would have gone, oh, FA Kids, they're not going to be in attendance. But the fact that they are, because Passion UA was unable to make it, weren't able to secure visas, and as of now, FA Kids quite generously have come from EMEA to slot in for them. Now, they were just on the cutoff of not qualifying to Split 2 and have managed to make it in here. They're a team that, much like yours, I'm going to throw in here as a team to look out for. Like, do I expect them to come in, slay the whole event, and just
Zidane
win
might.
it?
Zidane might.
They might. I will say I'm not expecting it, but I am expecting them to form a highlight reel of sorts because that's what they became so well known for in the second split of EMEA. They picked up a lot of momentum towards the end of the split, and a lot of that came down to the way that they were working as a team and around Izadane, who was slaying. When I was looking at the damage graphs for EMEA, just thinking about who are going to be our top performers, I was seeing Alliance, Synetic, Izadane.
Hey, you know, I love that, honestly. Let's go ahead and look at Group A really quick here because I just want to see some things. You know, we had the desk break things down, and they already went through the drop spots, and we're talking about it. But when I look at it, I got SSG on this list. And did you watch the POI draft as it occurred, Dia? Because I was sitting there with a big question mark on my head, and I was just like, how did SSG walk away with Stacks, Mod, and then obviously no one picked Dome, and then it's Inherit. I've seen a lot of zones pull Dome actually recently, so that could be good for them. Of course, we have FA Kids here, Dreamfire, Enterforce 36, which honestly they've been heating up in scrims towards the end of it.
Yeah, they're a team that I think I'll put in the same boat as LG.
I like it.
Where I think that they could have a really good start to the tournament and just steamroll from there, but I think that if either of those teams sort of suffer through group stages, they'll have to make it back up through losers bracket. And I'll take that to sort of transfer into LG and discuss them because they have a very different style to Enterforce 36, but they are very heavily reliant on predicting the game accurately, something that they've become better at throughout the course of Split 2, but that was a strength of theirs way back when Sweet and Sykes were on completely different teams.
No, I love that. Look, we always hear a lot about different things, and for some reason, you know, really good people. And actually, I think it was Snipe mentioning it back in the green room. He's like, I think Sykes is actually so good for this Luminosity LG roster with Sweet because they kind of challenge each other. It's like a checks and balance system because Sweet plans so far in advance, but Sykes is not afraid to stand up to that. And it's almost like a level of respect with Sweet and Sykes. So I thoroughly enjoy that. We've got Group B up here, but before we kind of hop over, I just want to briefly mention NRG, right? They they have this comeback story about them. We know them, you know, a few years ago at the upper echelon, fighting, and I was convinced that it was a, you know, a matter of when, not if, they were going to be hoisting that trophy. And they kind of find themselves in this awkward situation, right? A couple roster changes, and now here with Reptar alongside Fun and Noct, and I'm like, you know what? Second year bang for Noct, he's going to do great. I have good things for that.
I look forward to it. I mean, talk about nerves for a team.
Yeah.
It's back at Split 2 playoffs last year, which was the first event that we got to do together. That was when I really saw this nervous face take over on NRG, and we saw Nocturnal especially really having a lot of doubts around that tournament. Then to be coming full circle almost a year from that event to have made it here again, I think is going to mean a lot to them, not just in terms of actually being able to come back full circle as a team, but now with the chance to do better, there's a lot of pressure there.
Yeah, that's true. We had Group B up there as well. We kind of touched on Alliance. They're going to be starting things off over there in Skyhook West, which was one of the most coveted draft spots, right? Everyone was like, we immediately want trials, but then you have all the recent changes that we got from the patch notes with the gold bin introduction that occur, you know, right at Circle 3 and such. That has kind of changed the game. Newcastle almost always has a gold knockdown, and I kind of feel like some of the vaults on rotation are even just like, I kind of a miss at this point.
Yeah, it's funny because there have always been legends, especially like Newcastle. Lifeline is really well known for that. I don't know, warming up.
A moment for the juggles here. Let's go. See, that's the chemistry our boys have together. Unlucky and Tyler, this goes way back, right?
Does this count as warming up your aim?
Have they missed yet?
Yes, I think so.
Confirmed. I think he just dropped it. That's unfortunate. Tyler, you're already throwing. No, I'm just kidding.
This is difficult. I do appreciate that at the very least, Hackers is locked in. This is just not...
He's the serious one of the two right here.
Yeah, not of the three, not encompassing at all what's going on. But the fact that, you know, Alliance is keeping themselves amused is an important skill. I mean, we were talking about this earlier. Speaking of things that Snipedown just says in the green room about how important it is in a game of Apex Legends to be able to chill for a little while, because there are moments, especially when you are sitting in zone, as Newcastle Crypto has really pushed in the meta, that you do have to wait for the game to come to you. Make the play, stick with it, and not overextend. That's something that, well, I'm hoping they're not tossing paper back and forth during the match itself. At least beforehand, being able to stay connected, stay with each other is going to be important during the game itself.
It really will. Now we can just kind of go through a lot of different things. And, you know, one of the teams we didn't even get to mention, Guild.
Yeah.
Right? MT, Winnie, the coach coming in here as well. And I got to do, someone's asking me questions for a content piece. You'll probably get it leaked later. I am so excited about MT on Guild. You know, most formerly had played with the Moist Boys over there in NA and just recently kind of returned back towards the region under Guild. So bringing that all together, I just want to know, what is that going to look like for them in the group stages? Because it's almost like a litmus test for you.
It's true, and group stages are a point where you can adapt pretty quickly as well. It tests a lot of teams and how well they're able to communicate. And speaking of communication, we do want to give you guys a quick update on what's going on. Some of our players very few of them are experiencing some audio issues. We want to make sure that they're able to be connected, talk to their team, as it is one of the most important parts of Apex. So it's going to be a small delay. We'll get into the games very shortly, I assure you.
Yo, but can we talk about Fnatic? You're usually in orange jerseys, right? And they're coming in swinging. That's sick.
I like the new Fnatic jersey. It gives me almost a papery feel because of not the actual fabric. I haven't touched the fabric. I don't just walk up to players and like caress their shoulders.
You could just go touch a jersey in a merch booth probably somewhere.
Maybe.
That would be a little better.
Yeah, but it's the design at the bottom, the sort of like light into dark colors that layer over each other that I really like. It gives it a light feeling, something that you don't get a lot of with jerseys that want to feel big and powerful. You remember the Alliance rebrand that happened?
Yeah, last
playoffs. That was the same thing, where they switched the color up, brought it into a lighter green, and I was like, oh, nice, relaxing.
You know, they did win a LAN, like, right after the brand. So, I mean, look, maybe it's a new jersey, new them, new buff, maybe a final win for Fnatic eventually. I don't know. We gotta wait till Sunday to see that, because right now, we're gonna talk about the map rotation. We're gonna be kicking things off. Matches 1 through 3, the coveted World's Edge, the tried, the true, we know it, we love it, and then we'll kick on over matches 4 through 6 with Storm Point. But, you know, we heard about Falcons earlier, having maybe not the best World's Edge. And I hope that they can start to figure things out here in the groups.
I think a lot of that comes down to trying to figure out what composition works best for you.
Exactly.
We mentioned Newcastle earlier. Newcastle is immensely powerful in this meta, and a lot of teams were trying out Newcastle. Some of them have stuck with it. A lot of teams have been looking for other answers, saying, hey, maybe this pick doesn't work for me, and Falcons are one of them. They've been defaulting towards things that are a little bit more aggressive, things like Fuse that, yes, has some popularity, Bangalore as well, and I think we've actually got some picks up on the screen in the stadium as our players go through their legend selection.
Well, I mean, you see it right there. Newcastle, Watson, Crypto, a lot of Catalyst in the mix, Bangalore kind of staying. Then we've got the Rogue Pathfinders coming in, and, you know, Furia made that really popular. We'll touch on them later because they're not going to be in A and B, but I just get so excited seeing, you know, the energized zipline just full sending a fight, because I love when things get very aggressive in that end game of Apex. It's just one of the most insane experiences, and for those of you at home, you just never know until you get into the LAN setting what it feels like to experience ALGS in person.
Yeah, this is really, I mean, the pressure is on for a lot of these teams, and just looking at the selections of their legends for now, I'm thinking a lot about how they're planning on synergizing with each other, looking at things like Watson and Newcastle that were paired together at the launch of Newcastle are interesting to see brought back now as something that I'd say is almost a little redundant. Watson, Newcastle, not nearly as important to put together since we changed Newcastle to be a little bit more powerful in the face of ordinances that would otherwise disrupt the castle wall.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Sometimes when I see Rogue Newcastles in ranked, you forget for a second that you cannot send ordinances directly at it because of the interception. And I'm just like watching the combination of that, trying to basically stave off a Crypto push, which, by the way, guys, most people don't just get EMP'd once. It's twice, it's 3. There's a very real possibility that we are actually going to be watching a full set of 18+ observers and their CCTV cams for World's Edge.
I was saying before the event, I think this patch is actually so big brain because if you think about it, got a lot of players on this stage, of course, all very good, but you take those IGLs, they've got amazing game knowledge, and now you make them play Crypto, and all of a sudden, you've got a whole generation of IGLs at the top of their game who are being trained as observers for the future of the ALGS.
Career longevity.
Exactly.
We just care about your future. Invest in your future, and you can also be an observer. But the boys, I mean, look, the Falcons, they're just locked in, and you see Gen, Zero. I ran into Papa Gen the other day, and I was hearing about their endeavors here in Germany, and the food. I got some good food recommendations as well. But, you know, now we know they're eating good. But
you know what has caught me off guard about being in Mannheim is that I haven't found a lot of German food. I found a lot of like Vietnamese food. Actually, a lot of Vietnamese food. I found some Thai food yesterday. When I look up the restaurants around us, things that I want to see, a lot of it not German food, which is interesting. It's a city that perhaps has shifted the restaurants that it'll prioritize.
So we need a conversation with Privacy. He'll get you hooked up, you know, because you got it, right? Privacy, he's an analyst for the Falcons. He lives here in Germany as well. We got the Guild Boys on the screen and then Winnie in the back. And honestly, so knowledgeable. Every time I hear more about Winnie, I just hear the compliments and just how well she works with this squad, everything that she brings to the team. And you get really excited about what they can do.
Yeah, this was a team that really impressed me even at Split 1 playoffs because of their macro game plan. And a lot of that, I think, well, it comes down to execution between the 3 players, also has to be accredited to their coach. And Winnie has certainly worked quite hard to get to the position where she is now at her 2nd international LAN, has looked very good with the team. And I think that the addition of MT here makes Guild a very compelling team to watch because you're seeing APAC South develop talent again. They've already been so successful internationally. They've given North America both what was Dark Zero, now has become Falcons, as well as Moist. It became not Moist for a little while.
Just a little bit.
And now we've got MT heading back home, hanging out with Guild, and again, developing more APAC South talent that has traditionally dominated the international stage.
Well, speaking of international stage, guys, we're going to have to hold off for just a moment. We're still getting some things teed up, so we're going to kick it back over to the analyst desk so we can hear what they're all about right now.
Thank you so much, Tiff, Dia. You guys did a great job right there. We just, you know, We're just testing. Are you ready? Are you available? Good job. You did the work there. Jamerson, Graceful, Snipe Down here, Rain Day on the desk with you as well while we take a little bit of time just getting things sorted out. We want to make sure everything's right for these players before they jump in to the broadcast and the coverage of the games. One thing, though, that I will say is that there's a mental element to this sometimes, starting early, getting ready to start, kind of slowing things down. Snipe, you've been in this position before. How do you keep your cool? How do you stay focused? How do you stay locked in? We saw, Hockeys and Tyler FPS and Unlucky throwing heat packs with each other. We saw some other people just locked in. What's the go-to for you?
I definitely think the biggest thing is just to keep some form of communication rolling, or honestly, throwing the Haggy Sack, or just doing something kind of like team-wise, so you're not just sitting there like head down on the desk. You really need to keep yourself awake, and the longer the break, the harder that is to do. I was actually in a very similar position at Split 2 playoffs in London last year. And I got upset. I even I've been doing this a long time, and sometimes things just bother you, and you're locked in, you're ready to go, and that game's about to start, and then one issue after another, and all of a sudden you're just sitting there. And I think it's just best to just keep conversation and friendships going on the stage.
Graceful, you mentioned your background in Muay Thai and the ability to keep a level head, how important that is. So many of these things, the backgrounds like hockey's military background, we look at that as they come into play in different ways at different times. It feels like somebody keeping a level head here, it's a very important thing for them to do, not just in game, but out of game in these little moments, or in between sets where you still have to stay focused, but you want to relax a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like personally that people have different ways of staying locked in. And as long as you stay locked in any shape or form, I think that's good. Staying disciplined, whether that be throwing, whether that be communicating with each other. Hey, we talked about this. What happens if we're here? This is our macro. It could just be strategizing. But I think, seeing both perspectives on it as well. Like as a player, yes, you could get frustrated, and from our perspective, we see 5 pieces is on fire, run! And then people are running for it, trying to save everything, and then the players are like, yeah, dude, what's happening? But yeah, I think if you can stay locked in, whether by any means, some people could be communicating, some people could just be disciplined, staying focused. Hey, talk to the coach, strategize. I think that's the most beneficial part of having a coach.
Yeah.
Because players sometimes can't do this. Like you mentioned me doing Muay Thai, yes, for several years as well, and hockey's being in the military. But people that don't have that, they need that coach to help them stay locked in. They can, hey guys, focus up, yeah.
Right.
Talk again about our strat. What were we doing? If the zone pulls north, what are we doing?
Right.
That's how they stay locked in.
Well, we had somebody who's always locked in, and whether you love it or hate it, he's gotten the results. One of the best IGLs in the game, Zero, had a chance to chat with our man Peeps. Let's find out what they had to say.
All right, what up, everybody? Speaking of one of the greatest IGLs, we got Zero right here from Team Falcons. Caw, my guy. So listen, how has the new meta affected the roles on the team?
I think it's really affected every game, really, because you had your aggressive Bengal IGL, just entry fragging, and now most of them switched to crypto, and then Newcastle Cat is also a very strong comp, like we're playing it ourselves on Stormpoint. Like Hal's had to transition a lot, play a lot of characters recently, but he's going well in the new role. Yeah. But yeah, it's definitely very different, this meta, compared to every other meta ever.
Absolutely. And do you guys see Hal playing Newcastle here in Mannheim, Germany?
Yeah, he's playing on Stormpoint. I know what map we're starting on first group, but he's playing on Stormpoint. Yeah. Getting them reses, jumping around, he's going to be good.
I mean, I've seen a couple clips, and it's been insane. But as an MK player, how do you feel about the aim assist nerf in Season 22?
Aim assist nerf definitely nice. No flinch is very clean as well. It just makes the game so much more enjoyable. It's pure aiming. But not enough. They're still cheating. Yeah.
Well, as a controller player myself, man, I'm hurting, bro. So here, Mannheim, Germany, Split 2 playoffs. Give me your top 5 prediction for the finals lobby on Sunday.
I think they've been frauds at LAN recently, but SSG really should be one of the best teams, and then us, LG, Alliance, not Moist.
All right, that's pretty good. Well, guys, you heard it here from Zero from Team Falcons. Wish you the best, man. Kill it today.
Thank you.
Peace.
Great showcase there of Zero and the confidence. Talking about the meta, Jamerson, your reaction to that said a lot about who he expects to do well. Also, the challenges and maybe some of the ease of rotating into this new meta with Hal playing all those different legends.
Yeah, I mean, I got to experience a little bit of the scrims and their journey through really trying to discover how to play that Newcastle, and it doesn't really quite feel right for Hal. It's never, he's never really played the big boys right.
Right.
Going all the way back to TSM, Alb was the one that was picking up Gibraltar and stuff like that. So this is going to be probably the biggest shift in his career overall. I mean, of course, we had a really big shift, him stepping down as IGL from TSM, now also taking, allowing someone else to take the reins, but this is a completely new type of role, right? Newcastle the way he plays, I think a lot of people are still trying to really understand it. There's a lot of misunderstanding of his kit overall, I think, especially around his tactical and how people actually play around it. I think right now teams are still getting used to that, but that's their storm point, right?
Yeah.
If they're going to change something up, I think storm point, it's not going to hurt them that much because it's all about getting them into the priority zones. And that's what Zero always does for them on Storm Point. When it goes back to when we get onto World's Edge, will they be able to be as consistent as they were? Even though it's not the amazing performances all the time on World's Edge, that's where they need to make sure they don't hit too many losses.
You know, I got to say, some people might look at Hal being on Newcastle and going, that's like putting a race car driver in a minivan, right? You know, it's not quite maxing out what they can do. But at the end of the day, this is what they've decided is best for the team. I cannot wait to see this. I can't wait to see the crypto, how it plays out, and how these teams jump out the gates, because we have heard it should be time to get things going yet again. So for the second time, I'm going to send it back over to our casters. We're throwing back and forth like Unlucky and Tyler FPS, Tiff and Dia. Take it away, guys.
Hey, guys, second time's a charm, right? I was ready to get locked in and just host an Apex podcast over here. You never really know what's going to happen, Dia. But this time, I'm understanding that it could be real.
At least you're adaptable. I like that you're willing to try anything. You're like, cast, I can do it. Host, I can do it. Podcast, I've got you.
Sure, let's full send.
It worked out. What I am hoping, though, is that the games do begin, because we spent so much time teasing what's been going on with these players, what we've got looking forward to, what the stakes are for this event, and to actually kick it off, that's what should be in our future in the next couple of seconds.
Couple of seconds? Do you have a start button game? Do you have one?
Yeah, that's every caster comes equipped with a start.
All right,
game
well,
button.
yeah, break it out, because I want to do it right now.
Yeah, it's just it's inbuilt. I was born with it.
You were born with it. It's also the hair, too. All right, guys, but enough chatting about that. Literally, we are about to jump into game here. Legends, they were selected. Everyone's hovering over their POI drafts. And Hal on Newcastle? What? This is a new realm. I watched a little bit of scrims, and I'm really excited to see just how he adapted into it. And we're finally getting a first look at it here, live from Mannheim, Germany.
I'm literally already looking at the mini-map, just trying to figure out where exactly our teams are going to be going, because drop strategies were a really big discussion coming into today's games, because Climatizer was such a focus, especially when looking at teams like GHS, who chose to drop over by Epicenter, and then looking at the fact that Climatizer got contested. We've got the south side that, as was mentioned on the desk, has SSG basically dominating the entire bottom half of the map for free, and that's going to be so much better with the gold loot bins as well.
Yeah, that's actually really true, guys. We brought it back to casters here. His start button was faulty, so we're going to go ahead and continue out here vibing. But I like the point here, especially when you talk about that southeastern side of World's Edge. SSG, the fact that you get Big Mod, you get stacks, you probably have 2 ring consoles, 3 survey beacons, a replicator for free, and one of the easiest rotations should it pull south. And how many zones since the most recent patch have we actually seen pull towards the south side? We've even had thermal zones again, which is honestly crazy.
Thank God. I've missed going to thermal.
Really? I was so excited to cast more Skyhook zones. What do you mean?
Yeah. I mean, at least you're well studied. That you could certainly say about Skyhook zones. Thinking about that whole south side of the map, though, and the rotational possibilities from there, there's honestly quite a bit that you can do when you've got things like Stacks, Mod, Dome, because of course, things like Launch Site open up. That tends to be a relatively early rotation POI. But you've also got a spot like Geyser that typically has been bullied by the teams around it. A team from Overlook often has priority over teams that come from Geyser should they go north. From south, it's a very similar story. And this discussion of what goes on, especially around Mod, should be interesting. But it's not the only group we've got to look forward to today. We've actually got, of course, a few more matches coming up after this. It's not going to be just this group. We'll be putting A and B together, then C and D, and everybody's going to get a chance to play today. So no matter who you're here to support, you'll get to see them on stage.
Yeah, it's going to be a super fun day of the group stages. I'm just super, I want to get in. I get so excited just being here in the group, in the land, and the group stages are always my most favorite. It's actually really hard for me when we do these talent predictions that they dropped earlier, which, by the way, I just want to let you know, my talent prediction is going to outperform yours. I just want to clarify that. But Rain,
that is a crazy take.
Mine might be better than y'all, so let me know. Let me know what you think, Rain.
No, there's no way. You know, we're with Reddit at this point. We're with Reddit.
Oh, wow.
I don't know.
Oh, wow.
At least we have that going on. Falcons is definitely at least who I think is going to jump out the gate. But welcome back again, guys. We don't want to keep you talking. We love the idea of a podcast just not on company time. Then we got to pay you double. You know what I mean? So, but we are just getting ready. Again, this happens at times. We appreciate you bearing with us. This is a part of live broadcast. And the crowd is being very nice and very patient. I will say they're doing a great job of being here. They got here very early in the morning on Thursday. Jamerson, but of course, we talked already about the mental element of this. I kind of wanted to focus on a team and a story we haven't mentioned too much of really briefly and just highlight LG because I think this is a team, you know, I saw a tweet earlier from Funk and he said, so disappointed we didn't win at the last LAN previously. That's the expectation of that team, that player. And of course, Sweet, you know, what about his legacy? He's been in talks as being one of the best IGLs. Still, many consider him to have the potential to do that. It's hard to put him in that conversation against Zero because of how much Zero has won. But what it would mean to win a trophy, to win a LAN championship for him and LG.
Yeah, it would be huge for them, but you have to look at the reality of what happened throughout Split 2, right? They had amazing days, but it was amazing days when they weren't facing off against teams like Falcons, right? When they were avoiding them in those group stage matches, that was when they performed best. And now here we are. It's the best teams in the world, and that does remain a creeping question. When you have so much talent still here, are you going to be able to rise to the occasion? And they haven't really quite done that for us yet. We, of course, from history, we want to give them the benefit of the doubt. And hopefully they do, especially with how much has been shaken up here, right? After Split 1 playoffs, after Riyadh, after everything's happened, we are seeing a huge shift in momentum and overall competition when it comes to the international lands. And so hopefully that could be the catalyst for LG to really step up this weekend.
I think there's a lot of teams in that conversation, whether it's LG, whether it's Fnatic, these kind of teams that have always hung around top fives, Liquid Alienware as well, that haven't gotten that win. Still, many of those storylines ready to be developed. For those of you who've been watching, we're so excited that you are here with us as well. We're going to take a very quick break. When we come back, hopefully the games will be beginning here in Mannheim as the SAP Arena is still live, ready to go, and the players can't wait to get this battle started. SAP Arena continues to be the place to be for Apex Legends in Germany. Mannheim has welcomed the ALGS and is about to kick off the first of 4 days of competition that will crown another champion, another winner, another piece of history. Yet who's going to be? We're going to find that out in just a moment. Of course, as we get started, A and B about to come up on your screens. Everybody's been paying attention to the day. We've had a few delays, so we appreciate you hanging out with us, but we promise once that's all settled and done, we're going to be jumping into game. Rain Day, Jamerson, Graceful, Snipe down here on the desk. Tiff and Dia going to be casting with us as well. Graceful, I kind of wanted to start highlighting a few of the teams. You know, normally we don't have enough time to really work with all the teams that maybe have a storyline there. And some coming in with a lot of confidence, a lot of expectation. But in EMEA, there's a team that kind of has always maybe had that moment of being maybe like Alliance, right? They haven't performed when it's come down to whether it's the group stage or whether it's getting to finals. They've been one step behind, but also maybe haven't realized their potential. That's Na'Vi. What do you expect from them, being from EMEA, having played with Matafe, in your region as a competitor? What's the expectation here in this tournament for them?
So the thing is, I even scrimmed with them very recently as well. And I think that Matafe, like anybody has, somehow without having the results, everybody still has a target on his back. Like, they're kind of, jumping on him a little bit.
That's a good way to put that. Why is that?
Yeah, so, I mean, it could be, it's always scuffles between players and teams
scuffles.
and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think that, he has potential for sure. Like, he doesn't just dominate the EU. Like, teams that have dominated in EU in general, like Aurora, like Alliance, they show up on LAN as well.
Right.
So the question is always, why does he dominate that hard in EU and then not show up on LAN? And I think that, people can say nerves, people can say a bunch of other things, but I think it mainly comes down to just having different play styles. And I always say this, playing online tournaments is different from Pro League. Playing Pro League is different from online tournaments. Playing LAN is vastly different because, like, your macro changes, the fights, like, the best way I can describe it is like as you go into lower tiers, like outside of S tier, like on LAN we are right now, the fighting window is drastically reduced. You go from being able to fight for 10, 15 seconds, on LAN 3 seconds, you're getting 3-peat.
Wow.
Like, people are in position at all times, and I think that he maybe doesn't account for how fast people are adapting on LAN and playing and how that affects his play style.
But they've been to so many LANs, I think a lot of people would go back at that and say, well, you've got the experience now. It's not like it's a surprise. Whether it's Vex, whether it's Na'Vi, you have been representing EMEA, and it's still something hasn't clicked. Jamerson, from the outside perspective, is it the pieces? Does Kinda bring a little bit of hope into there? He's got some of the most electric team comms I think I've heard. But what's the story with that squad? Can they get past the hump this time?
There are a lot of the things that, like Graceful had mentioned, that really do come into play here. But for me, overall, it's their lack of a diversity, I would say, in their play style. They're great when it comes to having priority on zone.
Yep.
They know how to convert off of that extremely well. But when it comes to having to play edge, that's where they suffer. The rotations are extremely hard. And like we had mentioned, when you are able to scrim, have the international scrims, it's different, right? Because we're not all here at the same time. We're not all here in Europe, in Mannheim at the same time. So you might still have people that are playing on 200 ping, and that does change up the way you play. So trying to really read and learn the macro throughout scrims is nearly impossible. So it's like relearning the game, relearning the groups when it comes to this. Right now, though, I want to see them really try to hammer down their edge playstyle when they are forced to do that. Luckily for them, in this draft, they are a central zone. Landslide for World's Edge for them is going to be extremely strong. I think, Matafe should be able to navigate them through a lot of end games. If they don't reach top 5 on Wedge, like multiple times throughout this match, I would be surprised.
Well, I mean, this is something we could talk about for so many different teams. We go to Na'Vi, we go back maybe to LG Snipe. You said you had a comment on that. We didn't get to hear your thoughts on just these teams who are big parts of our scene, whether it's EMEA or North America, but haven't found a way to get past it. This is the land that we're looking towards, but what's your expectation, or maybe just some of your analysis on teams who are in that position and what they need to do to get out of it?
I think so drastically that personalities, in the mix of personalities on teams, is what is going to propel you forward. You know, you're going to have some people who are very outspoken, and you're going to have other people that are very mild. So when it comes to disagreements on teams, it's kind of difficult to find that middle ground when one person, you know, they start getting, you know, hammered on the comms. They'll kind of step back a little bit. I think we saw that originally we saw that with Sweet and Guild.
Yeah.
And then you also saw that with like Hal and Verhulst at the beginning. I think there was a bit of a issue there with Evan coming in. He was young at the time and really getting hammered early on. And I dealt with the same thing with Hal, but I've been around for a long time, so like it was a little easier for me to kind of banter back, and you know that's where the whole TSM system came from. But I think personalities itself are a huge thing, and with this LG roster, I think with Sykes being more dominant, in this comms, that it works well with Sweet as a pair.
So many great stories. We're going to follow all of them, but this time not on desk. And yes, in the caster booth, but more importantly, in game. As the game is live, we are ready to begin our Split 2 playoffs. So let's go to it. I'm not lying this time. Let's kick off match number 1.
You're starting to give me trust issues, Rain Day. I'm getting trust issues, but have no fear. We are on the ground, SSG in stacks. Now, we talked a lot about how they managed to get SSG into stacks. Mod, Dome, they've got Evo caches, POI, survey beacons everywhere, and the Replicator, 2 support bins. It's just actually so juiced in that section of the map.
Observers, chef's kiss, literally everything you could ask for. You've got assault crates. The Evo Harvester is going to be right on the way as SSG group up again. And again, with the hot zone over at Stacks, there is an immense amount of loot in this area. No teams here, and a northern zone, which means no one's rotating to them either. Even Enterforce 36 from launch site are going to be way behind SSG on this play.
Yeah, and this is going to make things a little bit interesting, right? Lumen, LG is over there in survey. So notoriously, when a team locks in and picks Epicenter, you're like, oh no, I'm denied loot. Well, now it's going to make things a little more tough for them because survey camp doesn't really have the best loot. You usually have to supplement it with neighboring areas, but with the zone continuously pulling north, you have to focus on getting kitted up in that area.
Yeah, and think about how important it is when you're able to start in a spot like LG. Well, we're saying, yes, they're not going to have that much loot. They are going to have control over the north side of the map, something that Not Moist and Dreamfire are playing with as well, despite splitting a POI, despite having, relative to the rest of the map, terrible loot. You've got the chance to take position early, and Sweet gets chunked out for trying.
And they're not going to be able to afford to have this. Some teams are locking in the Watson, so we at least have the Jenny available to replenish those shields, but we are just going to be barricading into this room here. You got to throw the piercing spikes, the doors, but you're going to immediately start that influx of nades, and these are all the changes that we've seen with the Legend comps from the most recent patches, and already getting peppered from Epicenter. Just a lot of trouble for GHS just trying to find a spot.
Think about how crazy that is, though. Graceful was talking about this on the desk, how short the fight window was, the rotation window even tighter in a lobby like this. GHS Professional land Epicenter, not Survey Camp. They're closer to that building, and they lose it because they're second to the play, and they don't have a catalyst to contest these doors. Now, the fight isn't over for LG. There's still a lot of focus on this area. It's Not Moist that have come up to just check if the Macaroni building is unoccupied, because if it is, man, you've got so many more teams piling in as well.
I mean, EXL, hello, Icholos. They're already here wanting to find a location, but they've got the Pathfinder, so you can lock down the zips for easy rotations. But playing this bridge, it is not necessarily the best area that you are going to easily get chowed for this. It's relatively open, and trying to lock this down with just a Newcastle wall, you're going to have the Watson fences also, but still going to be not the most ideal situation.
I like it at the very least Icholos are considering the use of an ultimate here. It is a relatively short cooldown on Newcastle, but in the early game, a bad wall placement can mean your early demise, especially on this bridge. Outside of the zone, though, we do have a lot of other teams that are going to be scrambling for positioning, maybe not deep in zone, but perhaps more like Guild, for a good spot on edge where you can identify a rotational point for a lot of teams, say like this choke, and then capitalize to try and collect kills.
Yeah, you can already see here. Still rotating in there, looking for information, and well, a couple pokes there from the 30-30. And now, this is how late we are to this. There's so much about the recent changes is everyone is playing so heavy zone, those early rotates, and watching some teams now making their way over to survey camp, scanning, getting the information, and focusing on that forward. But Arctic, Cinetic, Nags, already. We didn't even talk about the Akimbo Mozambiques, and he's got hammer points on him. This is going to get crazy fast.
Straight up picked up a gold, like off drop. This is fantastic for FaZe. They don't have a spot in deep zone, something that FaZe were really good at during the EMEA Pro League regular season. However, they should still be in a pretty good position, given how far north they are, to gatekeep a lot of other teams and hopefully be able to move their way into the edge of zone. This is what we'd call like playing the slow side of the map.
I'm pretty sure Reptar went behind the scenes and like plugged his face cam to absolutely everyone, but we're on with Liquid Alienware and finally Noct. Okay, so I had some conversations with Noct early on and he was talking about what it was like just locking in Bangalore for an absolute second year. But then they're bringing in the Newcastle along with Catalyst.
Yeah, and NRG's position here, right up against Team Liquid, is going to mean that things like the Catalyst, the Newcastle, are pushed a little bit harder than they might otherwise be. Two Legends that are very good at sitting in buildings, at locking things down, are not nearly as good out in the open, especially with their ultimates being so critical to taking any of the wide open fights. Liquid Alienware taking a risk here as well. Same composition, are playing in a space with next to zero natural cover.
Ooh, speaking of natural cover, I mean, this is why Newcastle is so imperative to your success. The gold knocks are everywhere, and Yuka just getting that full reset. But another gold knock to gold knock res. Gotta get the Mastiff, gotta close it. But right now, we just have to focus on a little reset.
The fact that we're going gold knock to gold knock reset before Ring 1 even closes is peak Newcastle gameplay. Now, it does mean that Fnatic get to control this high ground outside of Epicenter. Typically a really good spot, especially when the zone goes a little further south. In this case, it's probably their third or fourth best position. Not a top pick for when a zone goes this far north, but it'll still give them a lot of priority over other teams that would like to rotate in from Fragment and anywhere further south.
Exactly. I mean, they start off in staging. They had a ring console. They immediately know they had to head northbound, but we've already lost our very first team of the entire Germany land, and that's just tough to be the first one to go out. But then we just kind of look at where SSG was, right? We talked about them having the entirety of the south side, but knowing that they have to keep on hiking all the way towards the north. And finally, our first look at Falcons, who have made it over towards that overlook area.
Now, it took Falcons a little while to get here. Ring scan is going to be nice for them as it's a little bit of extra information, but remember, you are right on the rotational path of SSG, who should be coming up from the south. I think that ring scan, actually, the survey beacon they were just able to hit has revealed it, and now Jen Burton, knowing that at least someone, but we know it's SSG, is behind them, should be pushing the team to continue their rotation. You do not want to get caught up in this fight and let another team move in ahead of you to the next zone.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about this, especially if it takes that too long, because then you're going to be late into an overly congested north circle. But I'm really not too worried about it, but SSG is still going to keep pushing forward, and you can see the Falcons have already focused on, let's get to the north, let's get our position, let's go fight for a better spot.
And SSG sort of inherit this, right? They've come in with Fuse, who now can hit ring consoles, so they're going to have all of the same information that Falcons did. They're just going to be that minute, 2 minutes behind them. And that can make all of the difference, especially as we've only got a couple more seconds until the next ring closes. What teams like SSG and Falcons are fighting for now is going to be a big position, but also hopefully not actually engaging with each other, because that is something you absolutely do not want to do, especially as you get close to the zone. There we go, though. Falcons have made a very large mistake moving into the zones as quickly as they did. They've got the chance to recover with Jen on Crypto. Let's see if they can do it.
I mean, look, here's what happened, guys. They popped an evac tower and made a Hail Mary play to land Climatizer and challenge for a location. But at least with Jen on Crypto, you can recover the banners, but people, they smell blood in the water, and Walsey wants to take the chow. Gets dropped by Jen. That Havoc does work, and now Timmy and Guild have to pick up the pieces.
This is terrifying. Oh, Lord.
Wow.
So rough for Falcons to be the second team eliminated in Mannheim. But with Walsey being picked back up, it's got to be a humbling moment. You go into a push on somebody you know is low, you've got an EMP on them, you've got a knuckle cluster on them, you know it's a solo, and you lose the fight in zone, and not Moist. Maybe getting checked a little bit early on.
Just a little heat check. Hey, you warm? And for real, though. But that just goes to show you how difficult it is if you don't get that priority rotation into that zone. Even with Ring 3 knowledge from Overlook on that console, SSG has the same information that they were able to acquire from Overlook, and they're just now kind of walking in towards where Liquid Alienware is.
And this is one of the differences between scrims, same lobby essentially, maybe a little higher ping, and LAN is how quickly those mistakes from Falcons are going to get punished. Moving into center zone, you might be able to get away with maybe 3-4 days ago. It's not going to happen anymore. At this point, teams are really dialed in. They're very physically close together, and a team like SSG moving through where we saw Liquid Alienware earlier are still going to be approaching from the south, still with a very fight-heavy composition. Looking at the round close, we are about to hit a loot bin reset. And with SSG on the edge of zone, they've actually got a fair bit of loot to collect that should upgrade them, maybe even land them a mythic bin.
That's a good point. Obviously, you usually have those sets of 3 bins that'll reset and turn gold. And then next thing you know, you get like the full Exodia. You're talking gold bag, gold knockdown, gold helmet, which is so good to throw on a fuse, especially for those cooldowns on the knuckle cluster and the mother load.
May just happen. We've got the countdown going, so I know that SSG are just waiting here patiently, but they don't roll much. That gold bin going to be super helpful, and a double gold helmet on top of that. This is not the only place on the map that this has happened, however, as all of Fragment should have reset as well. It's actually where we've got our mythic bin, and I cannot help but wonder, will Fnatic extend for the singular red weapon that nobody else has data on?
So what's really interesting here is the majority of cryptos, right? If maybe like we can use the drone, open it up, and just kind of see, hey, is it worth it to throw a negative rotate in the mix and delay everything even further? But what's even crazier is the circle starts to bounce back. We're actually chilling right on Epicenter. Na'Vi is holding that main area, which could be such a good change for them.
And this is a wild zone pull. Like, to move into deeper Epicenter makes this so much harder to play than if we committed further towards Climatizer. We're very used to seeing teams play for control of the hillside, the macaroni buildings, etc. But with now this pulling back into low ground, there are a lot of lines of sight here that teams are not very practiced on, and especially playing with the high ground of Na'Vi now available for the next couple of zones for the foreseeable future. This team has been given an incredible boon.
Well, speaking of that, right, we have Fnatic. They've been out kind of in the open areas on the outskirts of Epicenter. And now with all the teams that are on that western side, they're going to look to make rotations into this, especially when you got to go deep epi. But I love that at least Yuka here on the Newcastle is electing to run the charge rifle for help at the distance. And we're getting that information. And honestly, it's a little tough, especially when you got knuckle clusters getting thrown at you from afar. And see how that goes. X and Y there. There goes the first EMP. We need an EMP counter here, but can we make this
Here comes the Newcastle.
I love that you can wall to your teammates immediately. That was well timed. We're even expending the Dark Veil here for some additional cover. Start shakes things up, right? You get a lot of visual clutter when you throw in the bank smoke.
And now with the Catalyst wall in here as well, X and Y's fight has been stalled. Really tough to finish a fight, even with the amounters they were able to deal. Satsuki now is essentially fully healed up. Yes, has a little bit of flesh missing, but with high ground, they're so much better positioned. I will say, with this zone closing, they don't have that many cooldowns left. X and Y try and rotate by them, and 2 get knocked by Satsuki. X and Y, they go down!
This is gonna be a big one, Fnatic, especially if you're already sitting on 5 eliminations for the team at least. And now 17 squads. Look, if we can just clean up this side of things and then jockey for a position closer to Epicenter, because I think the next rotate for them, as they have to pull off this area with all the stalagmites and ice sculptures here, we're gonna have to go towards the low ground, and everyone is going to look at you. But Na'Vi is just absolutely chilling in Epicenter. But for the other squads that are making their way out of Clima and out towards that eastern side, it's going to be that congestion on the bridge that Echolos has been holding.
And very rare that this bridge becomes as important as it is in this game. The only team that can really contest is going to be LG, and that is for a power position. That is not to say these are the only 2 teams that can inherit this zone. However, they're the 2 that are in the best position to fight for it. You have to be aware of the other squads from Climatizer that can play low ground on the north side of the bridge. And already, we've got some cheeky folks trying to maneuver their way in there. Alliance have got a great spot, and cutting off this rotate for low ground outside of the bridge is actually a very good play from Alliance.
Not Moist have fallen. Looks like NRG went crazy off screen, but I love the energized Zip to kind of position themselves up here. Oftentimes, this is not the best situation to play. All you have to do is get pressure from the team that's going to be up above you with a couple rogue grenades, and it's easily taken advantage of. So we'll see how they navigate it. Hack is going to pop into the drone, a little CCTV for you guys. This is what we're talking about, training them for the observers.
And this is the IGL's dream, is when you're able to sit down, scout out, and hopefully identify what teams are your biggest threat, because a position like this this on low ground is very difficult to pull off. Alliance have to be worried about Icholos above them, about LG above them, and the teams rotating in from Climatizer, and not get griefed by anyone trying to give up on a fight. Alliance right now expend a few ordinances. They're doing well, but now moving up to the high ground, they've got LG looking down at them. Hackies is low, doesn't have a lot of maneuverability, and on 1 HP, Alliance appear to have survived.
See, this is what I'm telling you about. This position is so tough to navigate, especially when you have the squads rotating in around. We lose NRG, we lose Dreamfire, and 14 squads still trying to make sure they can get into that next area. Choices are going to be made. Striders doesn't get their rotation out, neither does GHS. LG has probably picked up so many eliminations for a round, but here comes the EMP. Let it rip the shields off, and now Unlucky's job is to get in there, aggressive with pass, take those Akimbo Mozambiques, and just fire.
Newcastle reset, no gold shield in front of us as Tyler cleaning up LG with Liquid Alien wear out. Alliance are at the top of the hill. They are the kings, and Guild are coming up to contest them for it.
You talk about information, right? Everyone's got the same, especially with those drones. They hear the shots. They know it's time, but MT gets dropped by Tyler. Tyler's a boon right now for Alliance, but this is absolutely crazy. He's on 5. He's the kill leader.
Icholos were on the bridge, and now they're looking at the fight. The timing just a little too late, but Icholos reset in the face of Alliance. It is a battle for the very top of the map.
We don't have hardly any ammo, though. Tyler's only got 30 rounds of light, so we need this fight, and we have to be efficient in order to resupply on that loot for endgame. But FaZe Clan falls elsewhere to E36, and we are burning.
There is so much damage that Icholos have done. They just haven't found the right time to send it in.
That'll do it.
Huge sky nade. Tyler and Hackies are down. Unlucky is swept away, and Icholos from South America come up and claim the ridge.
Hey, holding that bridge was so vital to their success. Not only that, but they have cleaned out the northern side of that zone. A lot of teams not wanting to jump deep into Epicenter just yet, but they're starting that rotation by cleaning out the eastern. Now, keep your eyes on Fnatic and SSG. That is going to be very interesting because Fnatic is the only team trying to come in from the south side, and you have 3 squads ahead of you on either side.
This drop down from the center is going to be really big as well, with Na'Vi and Shadow right next to each other. Only realistically one of them can survive. Fnatic and SSG will be pivotal in eliminating at least one of these teams, likely both. Fnatic set up on the outside. They're going to play with that Newcastle reset that we'll be seeing so often, but the gold knockdown makes it so much better than it was on the high ground moments ago.
And the fact that you could just drag and pull him behind the bin for a shred of cover as the influx of nades is just coming your way. Satsuki, you cannot fall here. Gets the bat off with impeccable time, but SSG is just putting so much pressure on them from this hillside. They can just dive back under cover, let the knuckle clusters rip, and if these Akimbos get too close, it's going to be tough.
SSG go low ground. SSG go low ground. They've given up all of height. They were the only team that could have contested Icholos. Think about everything that's happening on the low ground.
And here's
Look
the jump.
up top. It's just Icholos looking down at this. Fnatic go down. SSG go down. Shadow are out in the middle of nothing.
And they are just trying to use the remnants of that Newcastle wall, but we are still too open in the endgame. Na'Vi, a shred of cover, will have to leave the inside, look to pick up some eliminations, because sure, you've had a good spot in this zone, but you have nothing to show for it except placement points.
Na'Vi need loot as well. As you're talking about, they haven't gotten the chance to really juice themselves up, and Icholos, the kings of the high ground, are sitting right next to the last member of Enter Force 36. Shadow gonna go down here. That's the last 3 squads. It is one rat, one team on height, and Na'Vi have got a literal hill to climb. Icholos looking down on them. Know they've got this game in the bag. The 3 come down, giving up height to try and finish them off, and they get shot in the back. Enter Force 36, changing the game. Icholos are down to just Kurev. He cleans it up for the 2nd place. Can he manage to get the first? Sinep comes in to try and finish it off. Enter Force 36, the rat play of the century is sent back to the high ground.
You're trying to navigate around the pylon. The hammer points will do nothing. Icholos are the final bosses of this lobby and take map number 1.
God bless South America winning the first game here in Germany. What a fantastic team to do it as well. The fact that they were able to navigate this so well from the bridge of death. Yes, their third-party timing on high ground looked iffy, but the fact that they were able to make it work with a properly timed push and great Sky Nades to follow makes this game so much easier for Icholos to finish.
Do you remember back at the start of the game where I was like, I really don't love these open bridges, and then how pivotal it came to be that entire match, and they just evicted anyone that tried to come through that rotate. The third-party timing, going towards Alliance, having the nades ready available, they were just able to resupply. And even that, was that thing 16 kills? 16?
Yeah.
28 points?
I mean, like, this team has come such an incredible distance because we talked about, I don't know why we mentioned it so much, but last year's Split 2 playoff seems to be surprisingly pivotal for what's going on in this year's Split 2 playoffs. The last time that we saw Kuriv and Brutus, they were at the Split 2 playoff. They were playing under LNW, and while they had a different third, their focus was really on communicating well. They were having trouble prioritizing good comms, staying on the same page. You slot in Azazel, who is notoriously an extremely quiet player, and all of a sudden, this first game, it looks like they are here to stay.
That is everything that you need, especially as a region, kind of just coming in, taking that first win, getting it out of the way and saying, you know what, I deserve to be here. We are good. And we talk about scrims, right? You just never judge things off scrims. Everyone is on the same ping here. No ping diff. It's wild. But man, Dia, I'm like shaking from that.
Me too. Hey, like the whole end game scenario, even the pull down into Epicenter, I think caught a lot of teams off guard. And while that ring, yes, has been seen before, playing out of it is so different and so much harder to control than something like moving into Climatizer, where you're able to play for a lot of buildings, a lot of different sides of the ridge. It comes down to a lot of high ground and a lot of, as we're talking about, control of this bridge, this ridge that leads down into Epicenter, while you watch everybody else fight it out in the melting pot. This is what really caught my eye, though, is around that mid-late game where we saw Icholos be in charge of the high ground. That looked good. SSG commit onto the low ground. I think that was the most pivotal play of the game. Well, it makes sense for SSG. While they collected some kills and some good placements on top of it, it was also the moment where they decided, yeah, we're probably not winning this game.
Yeah, you have to think that. You're going to play for eliminations. You're not going to play for placement at that point, and you're leaving Icholos with all of that power position in the north for them to just kind of clean up the chaos underneath of Epicenter. I thought it was perfectly timed, but you have to think about the teams like LG that got into the Macaroni building early, and yes, that was quick. They go survey camp. They're going to have one of the easiest rotations for an end game like that. You saw how quickly they identified where they needed to play from, and it came at a cost because everyone wanted that building.
I mean, great macro out of Icholos. They were one of the folks who came up to contest it. They were right behind GHS and also Not Moist, and then Icholos came in, tried to take that building away, didn't work, and the fact that they were able to make this first game work in their favor as a Geyser team with great macro, I mean, I have too many good things to say about the squad.
We'll have to wait and see if you're going to have more when we come back, because we're going to get locked and ready after this break for match number 2 of Groups A and B.
Saliendo del low run. No tengo nade para eso.
Voy a buscar nice. Tengo nice ahí, te voy a tirar una nade acá perfecta. Miren.
Ya, looking that. Se está moviendo izquierda. Blue armor, crack.
Voy con la izquierda.
Voy contigo. Pica ahí, eso.
Ya. Miren. No, venga. Seteamos, último squad. Acá, mío.
Dropa, Estoy izquierda contigo.
Mucho daño.
Vale.
Piqueo. Behind. Ok, vení, setea eso. Setea.
Mata. Último, picárselo adelante.
Un flash.
Juega tu vida, lo estoy rociando. Juega tu vida.
Bueno. No tengo saco, paso tía.
Ya, chu. Voy derecha. Pueden venir derecha. Follow me.
3, 2, 1, go.
One. Dead.
Nice. Bien, amigo.
Well, guys, welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series live from Mannheim, Germany. We just saw Icholos take that massive victory in match number 1, and wow, even in that winning moment, I'm glad we get to hear the comms, and I just hear the 3, 2, 1, nice, because they just cleaned it all up, Dia.
It was really fantastic to turn that around, especially after you're going for a great play on the low ground, and the fact that you lose a member on the way down, getting shot in the back, they stay together, really shows the clear comms that they've been focusing on ever since we saw them almost an entire year ago at Split 2 playoffs under a totally different org. Icholos, they have really evolved, and the fact that they've kept it together and dominated in the first game here does still leave them with a long way to go, but it's a great way to start.
Look, that's what you're going to do on the stage, right? Get those nerves out, come in, win your first game, and then carry that momentum forward through the rest of your series, because we still do have 2 more matches on World's Edge, and if you've already got north of 20 points.
And thinking about this from a draft, how they expect to do perspective.
Yes.
They didn't get what they wanted.
They got Geyser.
And this was, I'll say, relatively intentional because, of course, you picked it, but also Icholos picked Stormpoint first, as so many teams did. I think it was only 4 or 5 teams that ended up prioritizing World's Edge as this is the POI that we want. And so looking at the way that you're able to make Geyser, a POI that you picked second, that you got to pick very late, work for you, is going to be really a great way to start the day, start the tournament for Icholos, and that is leaving aside all the personal growth that has led to this moment for them.
And it's paying off, right? Especially when you have those rotates that come out of the geyser towards the north. But who knows? We were talking about potentially going to the south side of World's Edge, getting refamiliarized with that area, because during scrims, a lot of our zones did tend to pull that way. But for some reason, anytime I stand in this booth and cast, I feel like it always goes north. I might be cursed, guys.
Maybe, there's just an element. I mean, we do rotate commentators, so maybe they know that you pull zones north, and they're going to bring in Genome Vicky that maybe pull zones a little south. There's a balance to be found in the universe. I like the idea, and balance is something that, while we were talking about the south side of the map just last game, I think we can bring to the north as well, because we didn't really break down in this game how impactful this GHS Dreamfire Not Moist trifecta is going to be. The whole north side of the map right now is populated, and specifically around that climatizer contest. This time we didn't really get to see it because the zone went there, because everyone was sending it up towards the north side of the map. But in a typical game of Apex Legends, where we're not getting this heavy north climatizer zone pull, we should see a really interesting dynamic develop between Dreamfire, Not Moist, and GHS, who are right next door to a POI that is suffering either split loot or an early fight.
Yeah, and a lot of people like to talk about it. They're like, oh, there's that climatizer contest. No, it usually isn't an actual contest. They'll kind of land and usually go their separate ways unless forced to stay over in that northern side. LG, we talked about them getting that denied loot, having only survey camp, which is what? 3 macaroni buildings, a couple bins, a replicator if you're lucky, and then you have to go and rotate north on just absolute empty backpacks, no Watson for the shield gens, and that makes yourself an easy target when everyone rotated on in. But if you go even over towards the west side of things, Alliance has Skyhook West. No one grabbed Skyhook East. People picked other POIs like Epicenter instead of Skyhook East.
This is where I'm really focusing on GHS, because They, I think, were the team that should have, on paper, gone Sky East if they wanted to play a standard game of Apex Legends. And the fact that they went Epicenter when Survey had already been picked, when both Climatizers had already been picked, means that this team in particular, GHS, want to be in the middle of that action. And whether it's a fight or no, whether it's just two teams rotating a little bit weaker from Climatizer, the fact that you're playing through this north side of the map and in the middle of all this chaos, instead of just moving over to Skyhook East, comes across to me as a very intentional choice.
Well, they're a very interesting team when you think about it, right? You've got Arufa, One Tappy, and Deep Learning. Now, Deep Learning used to be the coach for Naked as well. So a lot of these players have played together for a very long time, but just have had their different runs on organizations. So kind of coming together, locking it in from Epicenter. And I think it is a strong pick. I used to love Skyhook West in general that Alliance gets, not only just for the Trials loot, but when you get everything up there and how many zones notoriously had pulled to that Skyhook area, you want to get into Skyhook and find that building faster than everyone else. Plus, you get pretty decent rotates on out of it.
Now, after our first game with the Icholos win that, yes, we will continue talking about, we are still going to move into the second map where somebody else will have to have a chance to claim that title. We return to World's Edge and maybe a slightly different spot on the map. It is funny that we were just talking about Alliance, though, because Alliance were a really fascinating team that game that almost changed Icholo's game for the worse. Moving up onto the bridge, it was a difficult 3v3. Probably the most difficult fight that Icholos took that game was fighting for the ridge line up against an Alliance that had dominated on a third party with the whole guild mess over there. As we dive into the next game, though, we'll take a look at Icholos, our winners from Game 1 as they move from Geyser. Again, a notoriously weak POI, but we've seen what they can do with it last game.
Well, the one good thing about looting Geyser is once you get your loot path from your coach or whomever, it is so easy to loot and then just get on that rotate. Especially, I'm cursed. Yeah, I'm actually cursed.
You actually might be.
I think I am. Anyway, so guys, if you look at the zone right now, you can see that we are going back up to north. My first time on the ALGS cast ever, I had 3 Climatizer zones back to back, and it might happen again.
I'm real with you, Tiff. This is straight up unusual.
It's a little sus, okay, but for real now. But most of the teams, after their first initial rotation in map number 1, you're going to see them identify that very quickly. Keep your eyes on LG, who had formerly played that macaroni building on the north side of Epicenter, but you can see that they've spread out. We've invested 1 player into Skyhook East to go ahead and loot from there. You get the tunnel loot that is juiced, and they have the jump tower towards the end. But for Guild Esports, we got them towards the end. They've already picked up 1 elimination here, and we're just kind of looking around onto that train line. It's Leica from Fnatic.
Super weird to see Leica go down so early, but fortunately, they've got a replicator, so they get everyone back. I mean, Satsuki is going to be well and recovered as the rest of the rotation just sort of goes on. This isn't something where Guild are going to continue capitalizing on. They've still got a rotation into Landslide to worry about, so Fnatic's loot path does get stymied a bit as they'll have to revisit a lot of the surrounding area, but it doesn't affect their long-term game.
It's true. We'll have to stay with that because, I mean, we do have to work on getting towards that north, and you're already kind of investing in the Evo caches afar, especially when you're 50 away for Blue Shield there for Leica. It's pretty imperative that on your rotation and you go in with at least Blue Shields, knowing that the majority of our rosters have already set themselves up into that Climatizer state of area. But Piercing spikes into this, and here we go. Get on the blue. Necessary.
And you've got a survey beacon over here as well that, unfortunately for Fnatic, they won't be able to make use of, but being able to rotate through a spot like Mirage will be able to clean up at least some cursory loot and maybe deny this to other teams that would like to late rotate through the area. The Longbow Mastiff is a crazy loadout to go with early. I do wonder if we stick with Sniper Shotgun.
I'm sure they'll pop up it on late, but keep the shotty, but we'll get those over. I mean, Icholos, you can already see they've taken a bit of damage there. Not moist. We lose out on 1.
Okay. Now, no crypto here, so there's not really a great chance to recover without a replicator nearby or accessible in any case. Icholos are likely playing this out as a duo, so not looking great if they want to replicate their success from Game 1, but the position itself should be one that they can stick around in for a while. Watson's high cooldowns early game will be difficult to work around if they don't have the right amount of Voltic cells, if they're not using them at the right time, but you should be able to sustain.
Speaking of sustain, man, Knock gets picked off from Yanya. Kind of unfortunate. Yeah, that 1 to 2 second stun from an EMP is so detrimental. The drop down here, we're just trying to connect the dancing Newcastle, but we find another. That's going to be fun. And, well, we just have Reptar last standing for NRG.
That's so rough to lose 2 members of NRG and 1 off of a respawn as well. Liquid Alienware collect kills, and this is one of the reasons why I'm very excited about this team. Liquid Alienware, I think in group stages, has one of the highest pop-off potentials in this LAN, not just this lobby, this whole LAN, because of the way that they're able to capitalize on edge play. They caught NRG off guard there. 2 kills means 2 points for them that they'll be able to carry into the next couple circles.
That was one of my takes. When I think about Liquid Alienware, I'm just like, they're either going to win the entire thing on Sunday or they're going to be top 10. There's really no in between for them, but I know that on Final Sunday, they will be there. But FA Kids stepping in at the very last minute here to get a chance to play on LAN. We talked a bit about Zidane and just how well of a fragger they are, but I feel like you have to get kind of warmed up. You called it, constantly in the mix on the leaderboards in terms of stats, right under Alliance, but Revenant.
Yeah.
Is that why you went down right there? Yeah. Revenant.
Yeah, you guys can't see me, but I was just like fully sat into a crouch just watching what was happening. Because you're right, among the things that we've got to talk about with FA Kids, we've absolutely got to talk about the Revenant pick. This is something that Blacklist International has been playing with recently in a lot of online tournaments, and while Blacklist International aren't here, you can certainly look at this and say that it's a stylistically similar thing. In a meta where crypto is so often the thing that you are timing team fights around, having a Revenant in there on a fragger can do you a lot of good, especially when pairing that with Pathfinder. But this comp really is about EMP and then run at them.
Yeah, it's hyper aggressive, and we were wondering how with all these Newcastles and Watsons in the lobby, how teams were going to actually navigate the siege that they're looking to put off with that Newcastle for the resets. But you're right, hit that EMP, let that 1 to 2 second stun go into effect, and I believe that covers all of a 30-meter radius, even your teammates. So stay outside that, but use the mobility that Path and Revenant get you, and depending on the perks that you choose, you can reset the grapple and reset the leap really nicely after a knock.
There's a lot of mobility on those two, and FA Kids may very well have to make use of it as they are rotating right alongside Fnatic. They chose not to take a fight with Alliance and Skyhook, which I think is fair, but you are going to be opting into fights on other sides of the map, especially moving south through this choke point. We've also got X and Y who will need to rotate up. We're taking a look at the real core of this zone, however, where LG have played for the same exact building. You could take a snapshot of last game in their play. Same thing happened this game, and it is a much better position for them now.
But it's not the same for everyone. Cholos had that bridge where that assault bin is. They're currently down a member sitting in Climatizer. Na'Vi played in the center of Epicenter. They've actually elected to take that southern bridge. So teams are starting to move around. And one thing to note, Falcons made their rotation.
Oh yeah, that's right. They did. I did forget how quickly they bit the dust in last game. Hopefully they'll be able to make a few recoveries in this one, as their average points will otherwise suffer greatly. X and Y are rotating just behind FA Kids on your screens now, and this is exactly the mirror rotate that I think both teams would have anticipated, especially FA Kids, who did opt into a late move down through staging. It should give them priority on the survey beacon that should be just off to their north over by Grandma's house, and even further north, we've got a whole nother engagement brewing over by survey. Liquid Alienware take another fight.
And there goes the EMP. The mobile shield there from Newcastle gets basically sent away, but that has a quick cooldown. We've got to answer back with a drone for information of our own. But I love that we've got the boxes from cover, but you have to be aware of the sight lines from Survey and Epi proper. You're going to get poked at. Someone sees you fighting, they're going to be like, hey, if I can get a knock, great. So let's throw up the Dark Veil, isolate ourselves from at least one of the areas that we're getting prodded from.
Yeah, Yanya with good eyes on that. Does pull the whole team together, but it is a full send forward from Alliance, who know that Team Liquid Alienware are scrambling for an answer right now. Double swing through the wall as Yanya going down first, but Nazul instantly hits the reset. This is not a gold knockdown, and Hackis has a great angle on this knockdown shield. This is Alliance Clean sweeping with the Mozambique. Liquid Alienware get obliterated.
Can we just talk about the kill feed right now? It's all Tyler FPS. I mean, granted, Alliance does a lot of the differentiating damage, but he's getting in there. He's filling that void. They locked their emergency sub onto Bangalore, the fragger, to get him that double time if he starts getting peppered to get on out. He needs to do as much damage as possible. And honestly, we always talk about Tyler FPS on the LAN stage and how his mental is coming to it, but I think starting off with a performance like this is exactly what he needs.
Absolutely right. A very momentum-based player and is making good use of that right now. XNY move up onto the high ground. Last game, this was populated by Fnatic. This time, it was unfortunately populated by FaZe, who ate a good bit of aggression and have now lost members. XNY reset, eat the EMP as well, but have a good amount of cover here to still sustain through any coming engagements.
Yes, it's going to be tough. You got FA Kids over there on the left, and they seem to have two on one side, relatively split, but there's just not a lot of cover here. And you see the distance, there's at least 3 crypto drones over there. I just want to clarify. We've got a lot going on.
There's going to be more.
Diving back on down, there's an Evo cache here, and we're sitting on purple, but I really am so curious to see how they're going to use the movement here between Revenant and Path to kind of get out of here. But at least we're able to share resources, make sure you have plenty of bats for that endgame, because one of those things when you don't play Watson, you have to worry about that, because all of those EMPs just eat so many of your bats and cells.
We've got another, now with the second ring closed, chance to pick up some great loot as well. All of the 18 remaining teams are going to be able to likely put themselves in an endgame fighting scenario, especially teams like Fnatic, the singular member of FaZe, unfortunately probably not, and FA Kids, who have got all of the loot bins that reset in Fragment and Monument. I am noting that that Mythic, however, was right by X and Y and Enter Force 36, and I cannot help but wonder who got their hands on that Mythic bin.
And what they were holding, right? Don't you auto-populate a gold weapon of one of the ones you're holding, plus you get the care package weapon? I've seen a lot of R99s come through it, then it starts spitting loot out at you, but checking in here, Alliance. This is a big deal, and we're going to focus on kind of their rotation on the north. We've got a bit of cover here, so knowing that we're alone, the biggest threat to them, LG, in that macaroni building, similar to game number 1, are going to be staring directly at them. But Guild is also making that similar rotation where they had approached the macaroni building and inevitably fell by Icholos, but you have to watch out for all of them. And Alliance, they're on the move, so are Fnatic.
Fnatic's macro this game is so totally different, though, and that is in sharp contrast to SSG, who are right in front of them. SSG and Fnatic face off in this match in a way that they did not have to during the last game. Satsuki, controlling the high ground right now, is doing a great job for Fnatic, but it doesn't keep these teams from inevitably having to clash. They're going to meet in the next 2-3 minutes.
And you were talking about the sniper shotty, but this time we're bringing in the triple take with the shotty. And this team in particular, when they do their TDMs, they prep against other teams that are going to compete in LAN. They do a lot of those with the triple take in particular, from close range, from a distance, very comfortable on those style of weapons.
SSG really avoiding the sightlines of Fnatic right now, but it does mean they're putting themselves in a literal corner, not being able to control any of the surrounding area. If Fnatic want to take this fight, SSG don't have a lot of ability to fight back, and now that other teams from the center of Epi have taken notice of them, you're hemorrhaging meds as well and putting yourself in a weaker position overall. Fnatic know what's going on. They know SSG is a massive threat to them on the rotate, and I anticipate that these two teams will engage before too long.
Pop up to the high ground, overlook, start scouting, teams on the bridge, and man, you know, now I'm starting to regret that thing I said about the bridge, because it's really coming into play specifically for that end game. You can see multiple teams navigating that area, and that is exactly where Fnatic needs to go. Na'Vi, instead of holding Epicenter main, they held that lower bridge, and they are going to be the biggest threat to Fnatic on that rotation. Now, however, if they don't take it quickly enough, SSG, that's basically sat on top of each other, will likely invest a lot of time and effort into cleaning that up and then walking right into zone. And speaking of walking into it, Falcons?
Yeah, I mean, it's this whole south side of the map that wants to just move through Navi's area and eventually contest Falcons. And that's where, you're right, you've identified Falcons have this great position to pick up a lot of kill points. What's going to be most difficult for Falcons is navigating the multitude of angles that they can farm from, because they're looking at Na'Vi, they've identified this pile up, but they've also got Shadow and GHS right next to them. LG gonna rotate on the bridge, and Falcons simply don't have a lot of high ground, so they have to worry about what sidelines they're giving up and when. Alliance returning to the low ground, playing again to be out of the line of sight of a lot of other teams, have actually made what I think is a really fantastic play. I would not be fighting for this low ground, and in that, Alliance has a big advantage.
It really is. Speaking of SSG, we were talking about them. They get into it with Strider. Striders is eliminated, but Zainu has to hit the reset. And knowing how congested this area was, it's going to be difficult. X and Y flies by, but Enterforce 36 was so close to them that I wouldn't be surprised if they started to look for that damage. You see the smoke come through, and Phony and Zainu run separate ways, just trying to stay alive.
Heading for the hills, and Enterforce 36 aren't going to give up too much ground. It's a long way yet to go as they've got to fight into the next ring. Everyone moving towards the bridge that Na'Vi held in the south. Enterforce 36, no exception, get cut off by Fnatic in the Newcastle wall they set up and are left in the dead center of Epi, taking out SSG with the help of Na'Vi and desperately searching for the next rotate.
Well, Kaida's going hard with the bow, and we've got to get through towards the other side of the Dark Veil. People behind you, people everywhere, and now comes the Rolling Thunder, coupled with an EMP. The influx of abilities that are coming through, and now one member less of E36. Maybe we can get a finish, maybe we can get a shield swap, but right now we have to notice, keep your eyes on that player. Still looking for that bat, but that nade, man, just rips them apart.
Unfortunately, that's going to be it for how Guild go down as well. Top 12 teams, and a res off of a Bangalore isn't what you were looking for Moist, however. They almost get taken out themselves. LG are the ones that fall. Another clash of these two teams on high ground again results in an LG loss. Not Moist, really putting up great fights in their first couple of games.
Well, LG was kind of struggling, right? Because they were just on the northern side where Team Falcons took that bridge, and it was a lot of the space that they wanted. So then you have everyone collapsing around you, and you get pinched from too many areas. Fnatic, though, still on that south side of the area, as now we've kind of carved our path up to the west as opposed to going east. I love this for them, but you still have to get through Not Moist, and that's going to be a very gnarly fight.
Really challenging rotation. I do admire that Fnatic go for kills in Epicenter, clean up squads that they know are weak, but they are really far from the zone, and they've got a lot to go through. Fnatic do have to face off, like you said, against Not Moist. And on the other edge of the zone, we've got teams still, like Falcons, like Na'Vi, like GHS, that have set themselves up really well to be in a top 3-4 position.
Well, here it goes. Round 5 ring closing. The influx of nades and all of the abilities coming on in. Fnatic has this Dark Veil that they can just hide behind and make sure that they get reset. Yuka here toying with the Newcastle wall, the potential for it to come down. I think we're going to save it for now unless we're going to set up just underneath. Okay, we invested. Cholos, however, your map 1 winners have finally fallen.
Fnatic using the ultimate right now from Newcastle does mean that they are invested in not being sent on from above. Them sitting down here puts them in a dangerous position should anyone from the bridge try and capitalize. We lose Team Falcons, who are playing on the high ground, and Fnatic just underneath them are the big beneficiaries of this lack of pressure that now exists on the bridge.
Exactly, and we're just trying to hug the wall, right? And there's a player just dancing behind the stairs, and we're just like, can we connect this? We just need to find them. Honestly, there we go. Dreamfire, X and Y, both eliminated. 6 squads left, all 3 members up from every single team. Alliance alone in the north, GHS Professional over towards that eastern side of things, and Na'Vi from the south.
This Na'Vi team, they are the ones to watch. They've got a lot of pressure on them as to whether they can perform internationally. It is just the second game, but they've got a good spot to do it. One that necessitates a lot of managing, whether they take fights with teams from Climatizer, whether they prioritize those last 2 squads playing over by the bridge. Fnatic and Not Moist are a pivotal engagement in this game.
Wait, we have Hackis that was kind of separated out from Unlucky and Tyler, likely looking for information to kind of scout that. But now they come on in. Unlucky grabs a vital knock because we need to get Hackis back up on the feet. But another good thing about the gold knockdowns is they are such good cover to pop behind, hit that 5-second for a bat.
And now having lost 2 from Shadow, I don't anticipate that Shadow actually go to the low ground. What they can try and do is deny the res. You saw a couple arc stars flying in there. Unlucky, not feeling quite safe enough to get Hackies back in the game is joined by Tyler to do just that. We do have another zip line. Alliance have access to high ground, but they've got limited options on how to do it. Fnatic and Moist are fighting on high ground as well. This could be Alliance's time to reset, come up, and take that bridge away.
And exactly, so long as Shadow doesn't deny them that rotation, but there we go, the EMP detected onto Na'Vi. Behind the Newcastle wall we go, but the nades, they are shredding apart Na'Vi. What are we gonna do? We need a Jenny and we need a stat, but that's why Crypto is so crazy and Alliance just keeps ripping.
Mobile Shield really coming in clutch for Na'Vi, but it's not clutch enough. 4 squads left, and they are out of it. Shadow go down as well. GHS, Alliance, not Moist, and Fnatic still in this one. And Alliance, they're the ones coming up, taking that bridge away. GHS, see this rotation, try and deny it, and get gunned down.
Fnatic has fallen, and GHS is really close behind them at the hands of Alliance. Hackies towards the end. We just need to grab the last one, and, well, quick reload. Tyler has fallen, though, so this could be tough for them. Trying to clean these up with the quickness and get a reset for that endgame down to 2.
Not Moist. They had the high ground. They gave it up to chase that down Hackies, and GHS are still hiding in the corner. Alliance have got 2 up, but in a pivotal gunfight on the high ground, it's Hackies that comes up and takes out Timmy.
Hurry, we go into this, looking for things that we need for the end game, but with the Crypto on the low ground, there's just not much we can do, especially now Hackies. Here we go with the EMP, down players flying straight towards him, but not Moist on the high ground. It's inevitable that they take it.
Knuckle cluster disrespect. Guild shoots that down and goes, I don't even have to engage with you. I'm just gonna celebrate on top of this rock. Great play from Moist to manage the bridge, and it is now the second game in, I'll say, relatively similarly sided zones that control of a bridge leads to an ultimate endgame victory.
And it's kind of a shame that Cholos does lose one member off so early into that game, because this was a very similar style to what they would have played typically. Regardless, not Moist, they're going to be the ones that benefit off it. You got Guild, you got Waltzy, and Timmy. This is going to strike their momentum forward. And honestly, Draugr there, the coach in the back, these boys have got to be feeling good.
Draugr looks so chill, but I've never seen Draugr not look chilled out. It is a constant presence. But with this now being their second game, I think that's going to benefit them, because you can take this incredible momentum that I think Moist have done a very good job of building as this new 3-0 and move it into the next couple of matches where you do just have one more on World's Edge. Hopefully not acclimatized.
Don't say it.
I know.
Don't say it.
I know.
We're not even going to put that energy out there, Dia. We're going to completely ignore that. But so far, matches 1 and 2, we got Cholos and not Moist for a victory. And can I just go ahead and say something really quick?
Yeah.
I may or may not have picked them as my talent prediction. Did you remember that?
Yeah, you're right. So I got to be pulling for LG now. That's the move. And you know what? I'm not feeling too bad about it. LG have actually had a really good day so far. And while it hasn't been to the tune of those 3rd, 4th places with several kills, they have, from a macro perspective, actually done quite well. And it was really interesting to see how their macro did not change nearly as much, where other teams like Fnatic had a massive shift in their macro that impacted the entire lobby. Last time we saw Fnatic, not Moist, rotating in basically from the Epi side, but the fact that this time Not Moist took the high ground and Fnatic moved down through the south, cleaned up the rest of Epi, really heavily impacted how many teams were able to survive until that last zone, and crucially, what Fnatic was choosing to do. Because by moving down into the low ground of Epicenter, much like SSG in Game 1, they also gave up the idea of placing as a really high squad.
Well, let's go ahead and pull up the results from the match we've got to see. Okay, so match 2 results. Not Moist, 26 points. Alliance with a banger as well at 22.
Not bad. Not a bad start for Alliance. I do appreciate that while they have not won a game, Alliance still keep themselves inside the top 3, and they are not the only ones. Look a little further down, and I mean, with Cholos moving in after this game, picking up just 2 points, they are going to have a more difficult time maintaining, say, like a top 5 on the overall leaderboard, especially when we include the fact this is a 6-game series. Alliance still doing very well, though, are going to be moving a little further down when we think about the overall leaderboards, because right now, sitting at 32 points, again, despite their win, or despite their lack of win, they are still incredibly high up, and I'm anticipating them to hopefully pick up a win with how fantastically they've been playing. Icholos and Not Moist naturally following, and Fnatic right behind, I don't think is surprising a lot of people.
No, it's definitely not surprising me. But, you know, after a 28-point game in map number 1 for Icholos, just picking up those 2 points, we're just kind of getting through that initial first 2 games. If we don't correct that towards our middle series, then we'll start to worry a little bit more. But Alliance, pretty impressive that they've already put up 20 eliminations. We're averaging 10 per game. If you keep this pace up, that is just massive to look at. But Enter Force 36, Shadow, GHS Professional have been there in those end games. But with only one more map on World's Edge to go for our first group here of A and B, let's get to a break and then we'll get into it.
He's weak, he's weak, he's weak. Ami.
Help him.
Behind me. The path is 1 HP, the path is 1 HP. Path is 1 HP. You shut us up. Nice kill.
Last kill, you fucking win this. He's low ground, low ground.
Under you. Just straight underneath you. So last guy.
Yeah, you win this, motherfucker. Blow. Nice.
I have a stop on my body, I'm pretty sure.
Nice.
Let's go, baby.
Come on now.
Hey, come on.
Hey,
let's fucking go.
Hey,
You know me, I don't lose that.
Listen, when I say
Yo, those comms are epic. Let me just tell you, it's so good when you hear, you win this.
Yeah. For me, it does put a lot of pressure on, I'll be honest. But I know that on stage, it can mean the world to know that your teammates are behind you. And in this particular case, Not Moist, or Moist, however you want to refer to them, have had a lot of that over the past couple of weeks, as this is a team that relatively recently formed, as again, these 3 players in particular, with Timmy coming in, again, showing up at a LAN, we were wondering, are they going to have fantastic synergy? And they've really proven through scrims, through a lot of third-party tournaments, that yes, this is a team that really can work together quite well. Now doing it on LAN is even better for them, and to start things off with a win, it just keeps getting higher and higher.
It really does, but for Alliance, who's just been reaping the lobbies in terms of eliminations out of Skyhook West, the way they navigated the entire start to mid of match number 2 was really cool. We got to see them kind of move their way through Skyhook, which, by the way, FaZe from Lava Fissure decided to carve up through SkyWest and make their rotation that way. It was just kind of early. However, what Alliance did is they made their way into that tunnel, and that first initial fight against Liquid Alienware, which was being stared at from across the way from where they needed to go, there was a lot of investments on their side in terms of ultimates, and it just really couldn't even change the way of that.
And that is one thing that is really separating Alliance from the rest of the lobby, at least in terms of what we've seen during these first 2 games, is the way that they're able to take fights. It was graceful on the desk, and I'm going to toss to this again. that brought up this idea of fight windows at different levels of Apex Legends. And Alliance have this really critical understanding of how little time you really have to pick a fight and an ability to execute within that time frame. They are, of course, using EMPs, picking fights, but unlike other teams, this isn't a really staggered process. They are planning for an EMP, setting people up in a position so that as soon as that goes off, they've already got shots in the other team. They're not EMPing, then running at them, giving a chance to reset, and just these small differences between how Alliance is approaching fights and how everyone else is approaching fights, and moving that into the macro just stacks on these advantages that we're seeing pile up in the leaderboard.
I mean, you gotta cheese it up to the fans, right? I mean, Unlucky right there. They are locked in. And this squad, I had a really big question mark for them. And when I was excited about groups A and B, and I was just sitting there kind of prepped in the green room, I was like, this is my biggest question mark. And people were like, why didn't everyone just pick Alliance? Why was that not your talent prediction? And it was just because we just don't have effect. Yes, they just proved themselves on an international land stage. However, we need to see that here in ALGS because formerly they've been known as group stage warriors.
Yeah, I mean, we've called it out before, and I see no reason for this to not be something that still, at least in ALGS, it is following them into this land, and I think they know it as well. Being perhaps a little bit mitigated by recent competition, they're still going to be feeling the pressure on this stage, and I think right now what we're seeing is a fantastic way to rise up to that in group stages and at least continue what they know they've done in previous lands while hopefully building towards a better finals than we've seen.
And that's true, right? And a lot of it boils down to, it's not like Tyler is the first time ever playing with Unlucky. They have so much synergy together, and they know how to read each other. And then under the leadership of Hackis, to be able to see what these three are able to do together is pretty awesome.
It really is. And I'm going to say a very similar thing about Not Moist. The fact that they also have a lot of really great LAN experience and have been able to turn that into a really nice communicative environment. Yes, it's very different than the way that Alliance comms, but I think it is an equally valid way to approach things. Not Moist are a very collaborative team.
That is very necessary here, especially when you're not running kind of the typical Newcastle vibe that we've seen from a lot of our teams. We saw just how clutch that fuse can come in, especially when you revitalize everything and you have the Ringmaster perk that allows you to get that. Once you pop the blue shields, you lock that in as your perk, and then you can start getting access to those ring consoles.
And not running Newcastle is not an unplayable situation. We're not saying that by any means, but I want to bring attention to this idea because not running Newcastle is removing a layer of forgiveness that you're able to give your team at really any point during the game. You're in a bad spot, you've got wall, you've got shield. Somebody gets knocked, you can pick them back up. Somebody gets fully eliminated, you can craft them. There's so much forgiveness that Newcastle gives teams, and with the fact that he scales really hard with loot, we're seeing a lot of teams prioritize this pick over things that we've seen otherwise in the past. It's brought support legends really far into the meta, with Newcastle being the premier pick, where Lifeline typically held that spot in EMEA, but now the fact that gold knockdowns are essentially guaranteed later on into the game, Newcastle is incredibly forgiving, and when you're not playing Newcastle, like Not Moist are, you have so many less layers of forgiveness to work with. Your gameplay has to be all the more perfect.
It really does, and I mean, look, at this rate, Guild has got the highest average damage of everyone in the lobby thus far, north of 1,500, but you come on over here to Alliance, and, well, guess who is our kill leader so far? It's Tyler.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, those Mozambiques, I don't know why I think this, but the icon for them in the kill feed reminds me of a broom. I feel like a Roomba. And so, watching him sweep the lobby, this makes sense now, you understand why I've gotten here.
Kinda.
Has been really interesting because a lot of his job has been general AoE cleanup damage. Mozambiques don't really come out to start a fight more often than not. Alliance are a little deep into it, and then they go, all right, whip out the Mozambiques and get in there. Clean this up. And he's been doing so fantastically.
You can see they're starting to kind of get locked in and got the headphones all on. One change that came in that I also think is really interesting is when you talk to players, this is the first time they actually wear in-ears underneath the noise-canceling headphones. And I've heard a lot of differing opinions on it, but you've got to get used to it. And Phony, hey, look, it's so nice of him to take a break from Prison Break to come here and hang out with us on stage.
It is. And honestly, SSG, a lot to look forward to during their specifically World's Edge performances. Maybe needed to be watching a few more VODs during their stay in the hotel.
No, that's really what he was watching. Let's be real.
True,
That's what we saw. We saw that.
Who's to say you can't multitask?
All of them, they can do it. I have faith. But here, guys, we're going to get into that Legend Select here shortly and see kind of a lot of off-kilter picks. But I want to kind of jump back to that Revenant. Do you think that they're going to lock it in again? Because I feel like they're just trying to pull something together that is that hyper-aggro moment to allow them to infiltrate.
I don't suspect that FA Kids are going to change their approach to the draft. I also don't think that approach to the draft is really going to impact the lobby that much. And I say that with absolutely no shade. Like, FA Kids, they're playing fine, but they are certainly not playing in the way that the rest of the lobby has been. And part of that is going to come down to a lack of scrims over the recent weeks, months. They haven't really gotten the chance to dial in on exactly how a LAN lobby likes to play. And FA Kids doing the best that they can right now with their recent substitution. I think a Revenant is a fine pick for them. It's not something that I anticipate will carry them to victory.
Well, let's go ahead and get our feet on the ground here. Start things off over in that Climatizer area. Dreamfire here, the one that is landing in Climatizer on the opposing side of Not Moist. Now, as you can see, we don't see a zone anywhere near around them. So good news here, we might not be going to Climatizer.
We might not be going to Climatizer. You heard it here first. The possibilities are endless. What I am wondering is, with the theoretically infinite circles we could have, what's going to end up going on with Not Moist and Dreamfire, given that Dreamfire did have priority on Ring Console. Will Not Moist move up towards Survey Camp, try and take that instead, or will they wait for Dreamfire to leave and then sweep down, mirroring them through Climatizer?
Yeah, that's a good point, honestly, as we kind of get a look at this. Let's pull up the zone because, of course, maybe those in the crowd, maybe those of you at home, if you're watching the map stream, would have seen what I saw. Epicenter, right? But this is different.
We're not going to Climatizer. But that's not to say we're not trying to go to Climatize. We're giving it our best shot.
Okay, so now we'll start to see some changes here. This way, for NRG, that have not been really having the best of starts here on these northern rotates, even though they are locked into that monument area, so many of the other teams initially start moving to vie for it. So this could go so many different ways. I've seen it pull train tracks. I've also seen it pull just to the north of Fragment East, up towards that cliffside. But it's for them, where do you want to go initially for Godspot?
This I haven't seen before. GHS moving into Survey Camp. Typically, Epi Survey are grouped together as POIs. They share a lot of loot, but maybe disrespecting exactly how late these teams would stay around. LG and GHS have found themselves in an engagement, and with Wabu fully thirsted and a Newcastle wall now in front of them, Arupa doesn't have a lot of options to continue this engagement. It's in the hands of Tappy to continue the fight forward, where LG are turning around, resetting, and likely thinking about taking out the last two members of GHS.
Well, I think this is good for them, right? But it's going to delay their rotation from where they want to go. In the first two games, they've set up shop pretty quickly towards that Macaroni building. Now, with that information, they may be able to just stay here for a little bit longer, but GHS, once they realize what has occurred, it's time for us to say maybe we shouldn't chow this right now.
And GHS do exactly that. They back away. They should be able to recover a banner, and hey, maybe we rotated a little bit too fast, and that's going to be all right. FaZe moving up with ring information, however, are going to be the ones that now have the chance to show us what made them so powerful in EMEA. It was great ring predictions and fantastic fighting. Looking at how they're positioned right now, FaZe are not looking towards a center zone playstyle. They are not following what made them so successful in EMEA and are instead moving through the edge of the map, making use of the survey beacons and picking fights.
Oh, but here we go. Icholos, your winners of map number 1, Kirev. first down, first fold, and you start to find yourself in a rather difficult situation over here at Epicenter. You do have Not Moist in the future just above them, but also Na'Vi is electing to play on the northern side of things as opposed to the south.
The second time that we're seeing this happen, though, Cholos, after game 1, has had their rotations picked apart, and it doesn't mean massive blunders that have them going down as a whole team, but these small blunders that have them losing one person at a time has made it really difficult for them to have an actual impact on the game. And now, playing off of high ground and Epicenter, you just don't have a lot of ways to rectify that. As forgiving as Newcastle is, once you're locked into high ground, there's not a lot of ways out.
There really isn't. Fnatic has decided to go on that western side of things as well, setting up just on the outskirts here by the train tracks. And with the G7 Scout, albeit minimal ammo here because they focused on getting out of their POI so quickly to get up here again, you have to be able to kind of keep all that pressure on. But from the distance, when you see a Dark Veil, that should open your sight lines to say, hey, there's likelihood of fight that's about to go down over here, but because you don't have the crypto in play, you can't send a drone over there to keep that information on check.
And Fnatic are taking a very different approach than they did in game 1. It's actually much more similar to how they played this out in game 2. A little bit of a slower rotate, but prioritizing that same spot from game 1 that is the high ground outside of Epicenter. Really great to be able to take that spot away early. And the fact that Fnatic are playing this a little slower does throw back to how much success they were able to find on the edge of ring last time. Not Moist inheriting the kills from GHS Professional, a team that was unable to recover after they picked a fight with LG in Survey.
And LG just kind of kept on moving forward, and now you've got to keep your eyes on Not Moist. What they're going to basically do here is just kind of rotate on in. You're so close towards where those next few rings intersect, but you've got to clear this out or else it could be detrimental to your rotate later. You do not want to get mirrored here, and well, EMP, drones giving all that information, but a well-timed Watson to have that Jenny unlocked for post-EMP to get that dropped.
No reason not to take this 3v3 if I'm honest. Not Moist and Shadow relatively isolated. Not Moist did with the EMP get a nice cooldown out with the Watson gen. They've got ring priority, and Not Moist send it into the building. Finally fight for Climatizer. It may not be against the team that dropped here, but Not Moist are not giving up their POI.
All right, Timmy, though, focusing on healing the white heals for now. We do have the Motherload in the pocket here for Guild if we need to, but it almost seems as quickly as they started to take that engagement, we're just going to kind of hedge our bets and go elsewhere.
You don't take, you go in for the fight, the other team doesn't want to take it. You leave them alone for a little while, you get priority on zone. This is still a winning situation for Not Moist, in a very similar situation to Falcons, actually. Being pressured in by the ring at the same time. This time it was Falcons that were rotating just in behind each Cholos, who I believe got a reset off.
And they've been having such a tough time on this eastern side of World's Edge. The first map, they have the evac tower that goes wrong. The second time, they get up in there. They find a couple eliminations, but we're still still looking for that northern side. And honestly, Hal on Fuse, I think that's quite interesting. I know we were talking a lot about his time kind of testing out Newcastle, but one of the things that playing on Team Falcons for Hal has been is to relinquish that IGL to 0. But not only that, he's starting to flex and adapt to legends that we typically didn't see him play with his prior roster.
And Fuse, super flexible pick. Being able to scan rings, both get aggressive with the ultimate and defensive. Same thing with the tactical. Fuse has got a lot of potential on any team. The fact that Falcons have chosen to pick this up in a Watson-Newcastle heavy meta is still going to be challenging for them, but it is by no means the end of the world. Still a lot of options, especially in the mid-game. Now that they're positioned just north of SSG, same macro, which is not surprising anyone. SSG play through the very far south side of the map. Don't have a lot of options when it comes to these rings, but now are going to be playing a very different game as they attempt to make their way from the position that they hold outside of Epicenter into a good finish in Monument.
Well, now that we have the bounce back, like you mentioned, going over towards Monument, Na'Vi did go for that game 1 strategy to the center of Epi, but they're going to have to rotate on out of it. So for Fnatic to be around these train tracks here, you're going to have all the teams like Alliance coming out of Skyhook West, likely very kitted, looking for that first engagement. Tyler's still trying to boost those numbers on up because they haven't really gotten to do much yet. So this will be that first interaction with another squad, but it could turn into one of these elongated poke battles across the way unless we fully send and have that opening.
That's why Tyler's height matters so much here, and I like that he's checking out all of the different choke points. From Grandma's house, where they're currently sat, you can fend off a lot of engagements quite early on, something that you do not have the luxury of doing as Shadow. Getting sent on by SSG. We're likely going out. They do lose 2, and SSG will claim the KP, not bothering to chase too much further. Still have priority on the rotate. Still can make their way into Fragment and Monument, and now have so much more loot to do so.
Well, it forced Shadow out there kind of into the ring to make sure that they can go for a reset. But you know who gets really hungry on the eastern side of things? It's going to be Falcons. And the way they typically like to do it is you'll have one that's kind of anchored back, and they'll send some people out to place those feelers. Can we get a knock? Is this going to be smart? And with the nades, with the knuckle clusters, you see in the distance Zero and Hal, the dynamic duo, looking for info.
Super clean disengage from SSG, recognizing that having given up high ground, they're really not going to be able to get it back. Getting it back, however, we've got Shadow recovering not 1, but 2 banners, and no!
It giveth, it taketh, and sometimes our soul hurts. They will fall from the lobby, and we'll see them again in Stormpoint. But turn your attention back on over to Mannheim newcomers, FA Kids on the rev. There's the massive leap straight towards high ground. They want tower control. Necessarily not in the next zone, but this is fun. If you can lock down these chokes, which can be oftentimes very difficult to do because everyone stares at you from that monument side. But how many times have we seen the zone actually pull back to that area? However, not a lot of playable space in those next zones, so I don't necessarily think that's endgame for them.
And it's interesting to see FA Kids be the ones to inherit this slightly southern choke outside of Landslide, Grandma's House, Monument, because they don't really have the ability to hold on to it compositionally.
Yeah.
They don't have Watson, they don't have Newcastle, they don't even have Catalyst to control any space. They're just sort of here. And their ability to win the game from a position like this would mean that they need something that gives them a little bit more staying power. Enter Force 36 ahead of them, and Alliance just to the north are both teams that they're going to have to contend with. And while the composition from FA Kids is incredibly aggressive, it's not the kind of comp that's going to be able to survive a third party.
Well, speaking of that, I mean, I just see Not Moist kind of on their trajectory moving south, and even Hackis makes the call back to Unlucky and Tyler, get here quick, because the team is rolling up. The EMP comes through, and now we're just kind of getting into this building, looking for a reset on our 50 shield that we lost, but knowing that Alliance, just how much firepower they've had, we're kind of testing that guild firefly, but
Oh, God.
just as quickly as they got in, they just already left.
Oh, God. I did not like that one bit. Moving on the zip line straight through the sight lines of Not Moist. And now having lost 1, Alliance are weak. Not Moist could capitalize. FA Kids smell blood in the water as well. We are going to get that 3-way battle.
Oh, and Waltzy's already picked off 1. They are feeling it. Now just looking for those angles. But you talk about it, there were already so many teams around here, and Alliance gets picked up from the remnants of Zedon, starting to kind of wake up here. Maybe that choke point and being able to look to control both for them is what they needed to get the action moving. Calling in that evac tower. You still have the drone for some information on the nearby area, but this gave Fnatic the chance to kind of start crossing on over and look for maybe some early knocks as well, instead of focusing on going south into Monument.
And Fnatic now controls so much of the north side of zone. With Satsuki and Laika sitting on Grandma's house, they've got a bunch of presence on the other side as well. And with Falcons rotating in from the eastern side of the map, we'll see what sort of high ground they can grab, because this Kraber can make great use of it.
I mean, it really can. We've seen it go both ways when it comes to land with Zero and a Kraber in his hands, but throughout scrims, I've seen some of the nastiest shots come on out, so hopefully we're connecting.
Whoa!
And we're connecting.
Oh, good Lord. Now that is just a singular knock, and through the Watson fence, they weren't quite able to make the push happen. Falcons are getting held out even after a one-shot with a Kraber. Really speaking to the quality of the lobby, as being able to send off that push is impressive. Falcons still want to take this fight, though. And it's not just because you got the early Kraber kill. It's because you do not want to share space with Guild.
Well, they already went ahead and picked them back up. So Guild is getting that reset. But what Falcons is doing is they're walking across, and Zero is still creeping, looking for any kind of angles that he can maybe thread the needle with, because he knows exactly where he wants to be. And this pressure on Guild that Hal and Zero both are able to do is kind of annoying, because you've already isolated Jen back up in the top of Monument to keep those eyes out. And, well, we're full sending Mozambique Kraber in hand.
The rest of the team just making so much room for Zero. They've got good pressure. I think it was Hal sending out knuckle clusters, sending out some nice shots as well. Falcons take another angle, and while this Kraber shot doesn't connect, Zero's got back up on the way. Cracks one, makes it two, as Jesco and Legacy both fall. And it's Hal that comes in, constantly supporting Zero on this push. Great team fighting from Falcons.
Yeah, they're looking exceptional. And I'm not going to lie, this forced MT from Guild outside of this. Because if you think about it, this is where Guild was positioned, right? And the way Falcons were able to infiltrate this portion of Monument, bully Guild towards the outside, and then just kind of swarm on them, it's looking crazy. But now you've got to keep your eyes on Striders, because not only that, they are exactly where Falcons were originally looking for that information. You let the Mozambique rip and throw those knuckle clusters off cooldown to try and fend that off so you can focus on getting reset.
I would not be messing with this fight, especially after how quickly Guild were slain. Na'Vi have shown up here as well, and Striders may soon be leaving us. Falcons don't care who it is. They're just going to clean up the kills on the edge of the map. Na'Vi find at least another knock. Striders, one member left somewhere on the map.
Your eyes, though, Na'Vi have already made their move. They're still bullying their way in. And Falcons, another EMP. We just have to check every single area. Elsewhere, a lot of teams still trying to fight into that western Monument side of things, where NRG will be in one of those buildings closest towards that next circle. But job's not done. Guild gets some players back. MT looking to make a final stand, but we lose FA Kids and Striders in the process.
Striders' last member going down, and Team Falcons retaining high ground. Even within the smoke, they've got a lot of room to work with. These nades not quite connecting onto them. The Team Falcons do have to be careful, because the next rotate brings them much further to the north. There's a lot less cover to play there, and they better collect these kills while they can. Zero goes down. It's Dreamfire's Bolin that picks him up.
We get the banner, though, and Jen's got a standoff that he needs to make, but knowing there's multiple players on the other side, and we do see that come through. This is going to be so tough for them. The standoff of Monument that has gone on for so long. But Jesco's here. Underneath, Dreamfire just ahead of them, but they have that Watson. They've really kind of set themselves into that main area.
Can't believe the Guild have been able to reset so effectively. And I mean, while they are, yes, missing two again, the fact that they're still alive on low ground, nothing short of a miracle, and they're going to need another one to survive into the next zone. A place where FaZe actually have fantastic position. Taking a look at the Falcons reset, they still don't have Zero. I don't anticipate that they'll be able to solve that problem too soon, but they do have a way through and into the zone. They have high ground and still the mother load to work with.
I was curious if either of them had a mobile respawn. Of course, that's going to take so much attention and would be very difficult to get them in the end game, but we pop on up, and Jen just finds so much damage there.
Will he be able to survive? In comes the mother load. Falcons send it onto the low ground, and just like that, they go down. Dreamfire, keep them honest, and unfortunately as a duo, honestly, you can't do much. Falcons have come down from the north as well, or rather, Fnatic have come down from the north, and now that they've got a spot like this, they've transitioned into a much weaker position in the lobby. Will they be able to hold on to this side of the building? They avoid playing the bunkers. Fnatic, risk-averse at the moment, do not want to give up this game.
Oh, I love when you just start reinforcing the doors and having to force them out another way. And now Laika kind of wraps around where Yuka is picking up Satsuki to get him back into the fray. We lose out on Hal. We lose out on Enter Force 36. And the chaos in the north is erupting. The big fight here is between NRG and Fnatic, but SSG still has Team Liquid Alienware to deal with.
And just like that, they get cleaned up. Nice slide in from Koifel. Very confident on the fuse. Picks up the kills, and now the loot that comes with it. SSG resetting before the next fight. 7 squads left and an incredible spot in zone. Take a look at the top left of your screens. The zone is landing right on SSG.
It is such well planned out, and they had to fight for this, right? We saw 8 eliminations alone for Koifel, so it's going to be a big one. Cholos, winners of map number 1, finally getting all 3 members into this end game so they can try and run it back. But FaZe, the way that they've kind of navigated these Watson fences can be really annoying for a team that looks to pop on over that fence and try to fight.
And FaZe, kings of zone in EMEA, have they finally found a time to make that work? 3 games deep at LAN, SSG are not giving up any time, constantly picking up kills. They pick a fight with Dreamfire, they take out a few more, Fnatic go down on the opposite end of zone, and SSG get to reset in this building that they can stay in until the end of the game.
Yeah, but if this fight decides to break out just ahead of them, which it is, you have to deal with this and then go forward. FaZe and Cholos are still kind of congesting alongside Guild. We lose out on FaZe, we lose out on Dreamfire, and now NRG that wipes Fnatic is looking to clean out that north side.
It's the perfect time for a third party. SSG, they have been wanting to pick a fight. Now is their time. They slide on in as Cholos go down, have still got high ground on NRG, who are in shambles low ground. They're out. It's the solo from Guild that's last to fall in the face of SSG.
Impressively done, fighting tooth and nail to rack up those eliminations and end it with a bow on World's Edge.
Very nicely. And SSG, we were talking about it. Same macro, same macro, same macro. 3 games in a row. They move up through Geyser side, play the high ground outside of Epicenter, and pick where to go from there. And this time it finally works in their favor, as moving down into the low ground was evidently the best choice for them. They were the kings of Monument.
They really were, and it was so impressive. I can't wait to look into the stats of that performance from Koifel, and it was so exceptional how they just, if at first it doesn't succeed, just keep on trying, because inevitably it will work out for them. And calling them the kings of the Monument is pretty nice, considering when you look at it, NRG kicks things off in Monument. They had taken one of those buildings in the north and had sat there. So you think about eliminations and some of the first big fights that they were able to take despite going out in third after that third party, but getting Fnatic and winning that is so solid to at least get some points on the board for them.
Fascinating to be characterizing SSG as a faithful squad as well.
Yeah.
Back on the desk at the start of the day, there were questions raised about whether SSG's mental would be up to the task of a LAN in Germany with an extraordinarily young squad, people that are difficult to wrangle, and the fact that they run that same macro, they do not panic, they do not change the game plan, but they do the same thing again and again and again, and they find a way to make it work, is really fascinating. When at the start, we were wondering whether they would keep faith in each other. It looks like they certainly can.
But also not having to hike all the way up to Climatizer was probably pretty nice for them, considering we talked so much about how they owned that entire southeastern side. Monument is going to be an easier rotate for them. I know we've got a lot to break it down, so let's go ahead and kick it over to the guys at the desk. Rain Day, let's hear it.
Oh, thank you so much, Tiff and Dia. Great cast and way to start off Split 2 here in Mannheim. Welcome back to the desk. Rain Day, graceful. I almost said graceful right here, but you are graceful. But Jamerson, graceful, sniped down on the desk with you. Man, scintillating games to kick things off. It took a while to get into the action, but it was awesome once we did. Akimbo Legends full out in display. We've seen that become the crucial decider in most of these fights, but everyone's going at it, and it started off like people have shown up to play.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic, especially with the spread that we've had so far amongst our winners, right, in the first 3 games here on World's Edge. And honestly, we talked about it at the top of the show. We don't have enough time typically at the top of the show to talk about everyone. And of course, we missed out on talking about Cholo's lasers.
Yeah,
and they definitely showed up today.
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact that we get a little glimpse at all these regions more and more. And South America is one of those regions that they just have not had as much time. And whether we talk about this one game and it leads into a bigger picture around them, they are passionate. They are effective at Apex. And really, to me, one of the things that stood out is that I feel like they've brought a lot of Newcastle into their play when they've shown up at our regional finals, at our LANs beforehand. It finally is a meta that actually makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see it, of course, in play, right? All the changes that came in for Newcastle to really be really effective so far.
Yeah, and it's definitely put them in a good position overall. After 3 on World's Edge, SSG will be taking this final game, and Icholos Laser, even though with the fourth, will be adding to their tally, hopefully keeping them within the top 5 here. Guild, though, and NRG bounce back with a couple of good points here with some placement and some kills. FaZe Clan also getting into the mix as well to round out our top 5 there. GHS, Shadow, XNY all had good game 1s, but struggled there in game 3 alongside Alliance, who did very well on that kind of bridge rotate up onto the north that we saw earlier, which leads us to our standings. After 3, SSG in the lead with 39 points. Icholos Laser, 38. Not Moist right behind them, just 3 points behind in 35. Alliance there, and then Nodus, Vincier, Snipe. Expectations pretty much gone the way you would have seen, especially after you saw that draft?
Yeah, honestly, I think early on, after we saw the draft, SSG was a favorite for a lot of the talent when you see the whole southeast side of the map wide open. You know, you had the first 2 games that were a bit of a struggle going all the way up north, trying to battle their way in. They tried to do the same rotation twice and kind of got stuck in the same situation, pinched between a bunch of teams. Then you get the Monument Zone, and we had seen that side of the map was really open for them. They were able to loot up. They got the purple armors on their way in, and you saw Zainu and Koifel absolutely popping off. I think both of them had 8+ kills apiece. Phony doing his work with Crypto, and we actually saw them switch up their comp from game 1 into game 2, and then that led into, I think, a different type of playstyle.
Well, we're going to talk a little bit about that as well. Let's run you through our final circles just to recap games 1 and game 3. I want to start with you, Graceful. Game 1, what'd you see?
Yeah, the biggest thing about game 1 is to understand that how it led up to this point, right? They took control of the northeast side towards the bridge very early and just kept poking people off of it so that in the end, they could end up from uphill going downwards. That means they have absolute high ground. The zone ends on their bin. Like, they don't even have to move, and they will mop everyone. And that's the biggest thing. If you play your spot properly, you force other teams to rotate away, and you get to just free shoot, easy dub.
Also playing with the Watson, really good synergy with that Newcastle as well. Not everyone picking it up, opting for fuses, catalysts, Bangalore's, different things to assert it, but this seems to be working for Icholos.
Yeah, I mean, we already know Newcastle is really strong, and Walton has always been strong, right? And I think that, like I said, when they play a spot and they get to actually set up their fences, set up their gen, set up their wall, they're almost unstoppable. And now with everybody running, you know, Akimbo as well, everybody has that, you know, pressure to just insta-push somebody. When you have that, you know, Newcastle queue where they can walk up with, it's terrifying walking into triple Akimbo.
It really shuts it down. You can see Brutus doing his best there and finds the kill with the relic in hand as Icholos Laser would take game number 1, representing South America, putting them into a good start. But, of course, it's time for game 2 in Snipe. That would be a pretty similar zone.
Yeah, so Moist actually in game 1, since it was a similar zone, they ended up getting wrapped by NRG on the gondola, so they made sure to watch their back this time around. Their whole plan was to wrap up top of the hill to go towards Grandma's house, and they ended up wiping all these teams on the bridge. There were a lot of teams that ended up pushing up, and they ended up having the back of all these teams. They were able to third party, and then they were able to take this height right above Alliance, who played that same spot down low by the lava, and it just ended up being an amazing end game fight, honestly. I think this was as close as it could have gotten. You had one team on top that ended up dropping down, and then Moist ended up wrapping back up, taking height, and then I think it was Guild versus Hawkins in the final. Hawkins tried to get that EMP off, but unfortunately he kind of slowed himself at the same time. And you just have, I mean, Guild's one of the best 1v1 players in the game, so if he's going to have height on you, I'd give him that every day.
Not Moist, obviously, you know, a team that has so much potential, and they weren't satisfied with how they performed at the EWC. Temi actually changed the sensitivity heading into this tournament for the first time in a long time, knowing it. We're just so close. I want to find my way to do it, thinking maybe it's a little too twitchy. We'll slow it down. You see the pop-off afterwards. They're happy. That's a good start for a team that could be one of our favorites. But game 3, we just saw it. Jamerson, SSG went to town.
Yeah, and they absolutely laid waste here in the end game. It was absolutely absurd to see them basically, you know, just erupting a blossom of death all across Monument over here.
I like that.
With 17 kill points at the end. But really what transpired here was that it was a slow evolution, right? We saw those pulls up to the northeast. When we got a more centralized zone, we were talking about their path to victory coming out from the stack side, right? It was a much easier rotation. Like Snipedown had said, they'll have Falcons taking a lot of attention away on that initial priority when they rotate in. We saw that. Falcons went down, what, around 17th, 15th round in game number 3, and then from there, they opened things up for SSG to walk in behind them. Guild was down to 2 people. Falcons got knocked out. And then from there, you saw SSG slowly picking apart the rest of the lobby. And so this is why once we got to actually visualize the draft on the printout, we were like, wait, this could be a really good half on World's Edge for them.
It has been, and they've shown it. It's exactly what you were talking about, Snipe, beforehand. It's just they need that momentum to kick it off early. They've certainly done that. This is the SSG I think we all would have expected to show up at any moment in time, especially from the rest of the Split 2, where they started so strong but kind of petered off. Graceful, this is kind of them getting back into form, I think.
Yeah, I think they've always been a team that people have been, talking about being a top contender. Not only are they making finals, there's a high probability they could win the finals, right? And seeing them here now, playing to their strength is that they are playing late. They came in late into Monument and they're just mopping everyone. Once they get to have a 3v3, they're winning every fight.
Yeah.
But the real question is, can you keep that up because people are adapting, macros are changing. Like you said, Falcons now help them, but when they don't help them, are they able to fight as freely or not, right? But so far, good adaptive behavior.
So much of the confidence was seeing the draft and where they were in World's Edge. Well, let's take a look now as we switch maps to Storm Point and see where the draft is going to lead SSG and the rest of this lobby with Group A and Group B sitting. Hopefully it's pretty, but you never know. It's always a lot to battle for here, guys. And Fnatic jumping in first with the Pylon. Falcons coming in at Mill, where they like to land as well on the western side of that map. Snipe, after taking a look as well at Storm Point, anything changed for you? Still feeling good about SSG and continuing to stay in first here?
Yeah, I think SSG has a really good chance here to stay in first place. They're in a POI that has been consistent for them all throughout Pro League. Phony's been playing Launchpad since last year when I was teaming with him. And so I think that they're in a really good spot. I don't think Launchpad is as strong of a POI as some of these other spots. I am really confident with Moist picking up as many points as they did on World's Edge with so many teams around them. They actually got out, got a win, and got a big head start. So now that they are more of an Edge POI, getting Cenote Cave to themselves could put them in a good spot to take the first place. I think it's going to be a really close ending.
I think one of the biggest things we're looking at for drafting as well is that people are picking POIs that are not only central most of the time where they end up playing zone, but when you're picking, Launchpad here, it's also which zones are active currently. I think a pick into that POI is super solid with the current active zones. You're pretty much almost guaranteed to have Prio regardless of where the zones are currently, because a lot of the zones have been pulling southeast, some have been pulling north, but they have Prio to both of them. So you just, you pick a POI not only depending on how you want to play, but also current active zones. I think they're in a good spot for either or. Less RNG, more consistency.
And for what maybe you may not know if you're just watching casually or joining us here, those active zones, every zone in Apex is available, but not all are kind of in the same run of being used at the same time. And so there's going to be certain more priority zones that'll occur in any given split or patch. The active zones currently right now obviously favoring South and North. Jamerson, after the draft, taking a look at Storm Point, any big changes or still sticking with your Falcons pick? You and me, we're stuck with the Falcons here.
I want to, but unfortunately their performance on World's Edge was very lackluster.
Yeah.
You're expecting them to walk away off of World's Edge with about 15 to 20 points, and they didn't really hit that here.
No, they didn't.
And so usually what happens when you see it on match day, they have one big game on Storm Point, two consistent games on Storm Point, and then enough points off of World's Edge to really give them the lead, and they don't have that right now. This is a point where they need two big pop-off games, otherwise I don't see them taking the day.
It's going to be a very, very important game 4, I think, just to set the tone on this new map. Find a way to build up momentum if you don't have it yet. And hopefully if you're SSG, if you're Icholos Laser too, and I'm going to switch it more to Icholos, this is a big opportunity as well. You've put yourself in a great position. This is group stage, maybe one of the hardest groups, Snipe, that we've been talking about. So if you can perform here, feels like you have a good shot at being in that winner scenario.
Yeah, if you're going to come out in this lobby that I think is going to be the show match of the entire group stage, and you're going to be a team that people have overlooked heavily. I think I saw a lot of people putting them really low at on their tier list.
Yeah.
And to come out and get a big performance, and if they were to continue that and push in, your day one and your round one performance is how you carry that into the rest of the tournament. And if you don't want to be clawing your way back, you want to have a little bit of a buffer so you kind of know, how many points do we need, how many points can we consistently get, and don't let that get to your head. You don't want to play the point system. You want to keep playing that same game, but it's always nice to not have that pressure to have to get the points and make a mistake.
It's always fun when you start off strong in a big moment like this. And, you know, it's always fun if you're here in person with us as well. We actually have our man on the scene, We the People, who took a look at some of the experiential opportunities you could have if you join us here at Mannheim for our Split 2 playoffs. Peeps, what'd you find?
What up, everybody? I am here at the SAP Arena in front of the Nessie Hunt, all right? So there are 5 Nessies hidden throughout the first floor of the SAP Arena here in Mannheim, Germany. If you find all 5, you take a selfie with them, you could win a free Nessie plushie, you get a coin for the claw machine, which, by the way, takes a lot of skill to win, and you get some Apex coins after all 4 days of the Split 2 playoffs here in Mannheim, Germany. But that's not all. We got a merch booth in the back with a bunch of Nessie hoodies, T-shirts, org merch, so you got to get fresh, you got to get dripped out in your Apex swag, but that's not all. So right here we have the Looking for a Squad wall, all right? So you get a sticker, you put it up on the wall. You want to put it up on the wall right now? Show us how to do it. And it's easy as that, all right? You put your name on it. Oh, we got an Apex pred here. We got an Apex pred. So listen, if you guys are Diamond, Masters, you know Apex is a team game. You need a squad. Come write your name on a sticker, put it on the wall, find some players to play with, and we'll see if you could hit Apex pred. I'll see you guys from Mannheim, Germany.
Welcome back, everybody watching from home, everybody here in the arena. We are here with more Apex Legends action as we transition onto Stormpoint. We already have seen such close, knit, tight competition here in the overall standings, Gino.
Damn, it has been a hype start to this series, Vicky. I mean, it's just so crazy watching this new meta play out on LAN. I mean, you can watch some scrims to kind of get prepared for this stuff, but nothing ever plays out like it does at LAN when everybody, all of a sudden, there's tension, there's excitement, there's fear, all these emotions are coming out that the players have to deal with, and they have to get the best out of themselves because now is when it matters.
You're on stage, you're feeling the pressure. We have the crowd here in Germany. Are you guys ready? I like to see the stands being filled up here as our players are also getting warmed up on stage. I can't wait, especially after seeing the action, the entourage that Space Station Gaming had basically put up on that last game.
I mean, look, talking about entourages, I'm seeing a lot of headbands up there. Is that some Na'Vi fans we've got? Chant goes out. All right. Yeah, look, great to see. You know, it's been such a long time since we've been to mainland Europe. Of course, we were in London and Birmingham last year, but it's so great to share some of that love around and have the fans from the different regions be able to come to the LAN themselves and support those teams.
And you mentioned some changes going into the meta that we've been able to be exposed to between EWC to now and being able to see how some of these teams have been able to play to their strengths. We're seeing the Fuse coming out on one map, obviously. Then we get to see how those changes really get to play into part for Stormpoint. I mean, Gino, what do you expect to see here for the teams playing into those strengths as they do have to play a little differently going into the different map?
Yeah, we will see some teams change up their compositions. You know, teams who might have been picking up Fuse, perhaps we'll see them swap over to the Newcastle here, going onto World's Edge. I mean, in previous times, Bang was really seen as the legend that you'd play more on Stormpoint, but I've actually even heard some whispers of teams who were switching off her going into Stormpoint, which just shows you how different this meta is.
Get to take a look at LG. I don't like to base things too much off of scrims, but LG was definitely one of those teams that have been on my radar where you talk about the different legend compositions coming into play, a new season, a new look at Apex, and LG being one of those teams to usually come out on top when we reintroduce the crypto, the Newcastle, like you mentioned, and then of course, with the teams that do like to play a lot more aggressively into those strengths, we have been seeing the using for the Fuse like we just saw from Space Station.
Yeah, I mean, Fuse at the moment is a bit of an outlier of the, you know, outside the meta because there's just so much counterplay, right? I think as someone on the desk mentioned before, it's like if you want to play the Fuse, you almost have to play the crypto to try and take down the Watson interceptor pylons, to take down the castle wall, or at least that first part of it where it's got the electricity and it's stopping any of the ordnance going through to it. So, I mean, yeah, sure, if you can get a knuckle cluster behind that wall, bam, it's going to hit all 3 of the members, but you do have to get it in there.
And now as we do transition onto Storm Point for our next 3 games, of course, the first 3 games on World's Edge, done and dusted. As you take a look at the series results after seeing our teams play on those first 3 games, Space Station up ahead, but not by much though, Genome, by literally 1 point difference between themselves and South America showing up with Cholos.
It's been a very big start from them. I mean, their last LAN performance was phenomenal, and it is so good to see, South America, even with they've got the 2 slots this year. It's so much harder for them, but they've got, this whole region on their back right now, trying to say, please do well, show up for us. And my lord, if they're not doing that so far this series. That first win was phenomenal. What was it, like 16 kills?
Oh, yeah.
Like, that was a massive game.
It was crazy. And it's even crazier to see how Alliance was still contending them to hold that overall first place standing without winning a game, because they consistently were dropping banger kills for those first 2 games. I think it was like 10 apiece. But now falling down to that 4th place spot, again, not by much. It's a very high in competition here. If you take a look at these teams within this top 4, even not Moist with a clutch win after we saw that action in game number 2.
And now, as we move over to Storm Point, Vicky, you remember World's Edge done for now. And I think something to point out here is that 15 of the 20 teams here used their first pick in the draft to go for Storm Point. So only 5 went for World's Edge first. So that means Alliance, who used their 3rd pick to take out Skyhook West, they've picked up quite a few points on World's Edge. Job done. But some other teams who did very well and then have have their first pick on Storm Point, now can look to capitalize on that.
You talk about finding your strengths at least on one map and then being able to have a lot more flexibility as we take a look at this beautiful stage and the different legend selects coming in as we highlight. I don't know if I'm being teaser. Sometimes I see the Rev potentially, but you know what? Then they end up picking something else. I'm not going to put too much highlight on that, but even seeing Strides with Acoustic and Valkyrie, I mean, not too sure what's cooking there. Maybe a lot more passive where you want to sit down and stay settled. But if this is really what we're going to be seeing, I'm excited, and it looks like it is. All right, getting into game number 4. That, you know what you saw right there, the Rev, it wasn't a joke. It may actually be coming through for FA Kids.
Well, with 5 points in the bank so far, I don't see why you wouldn't try and change things up at this point. And of course, as we change maps, it's a good time to go into it. Change your legend picks up and say, hey, okay, we can give ourselves a new lease on life here. It's a bit of a mental reset going into that new map, and playing Rev can give you a lot of confidence going into fights with the Forged Shadows ultimate.
Talk about confidence and momentum. A team definitely rolling up from that is going to be Space Station. Zainu and Koifo have been going absolutely crazy. Phony kind of giving them the lead and freedom that they need to really pop off. I mean, Zainu with 11 kills so far after those 3 games, 3.7k damage, and Koifo right behind him with 10 kills and 3.5k damage.
And yeah, Graceful was talking about where the ring is, likely to pull here on Storm Point. And as you can see, it's not too far away from SSG. We get a pretty Cascade Falls looking end circle here, and they're going to be fine to rotate to that. And, talking about the draft and who won out of that, absolutely, it was SSG, right? Because this is their first pick. They took Launchpad with number 5, and you've got to remember, with their second pick, they somehow managed to grab Stacks, Maud, and Dome. They were essentially looting 3 POIs in one, and that was one of the reasons why, A, they took so long to get to the ring across all of World's Edge, and B, how they came in there and just dominated everyone when they did finally start running across the other teams.
It worked perfectly into the way that they play and their composition here too, seeing how that's going to carry over onto Storm Point now, and seeing how this may end up pulling not only to Cascade Falls, but maybe even slightly over to the north side. We're going to have to see, with GHS already being a command center, going to be able to get that information, as well as FA Kids. Over by Cascade here, they have that Evo Harvester, but taking a look at Dreamfire, Genome, APAC really showing up for this event.
And for Dreamfire here, they made a big change. They'd had a core of 3 for a very, very long time. 3MZ, Pete, and also they had Roy. Now, when Roy stepped away, the star player, many would say, of that team, they replaced him with No Name. Unfortunately, No Name doesn't get to make it to this event, and so they go for the super sub Bolan, who has previously played for Dreamfire at LAN. So at least they do have, that synergy and that practice
they've had on the big stage before. And we've seen it from Bolin that he absolutely can turn up at these events regardless of whether he's been playing with them during the regular season.
It always impresses me to see the adaptability, especially on a high-stakes situation like this when you're playing in LAN as eCholos. And looking at Na'Vi on the other side, playing by the roof. They felt the pressure here, but they take the evac tower so that way they could reposition on the other side. They also had the Evo Shield difference here, too. They had already gotten blue, and even after that scan, you saw the purple Evo Shield for one of the team members before they find some landing on the other side of that building. So Na'Vi's not going to be able to gatekeep them here.
Such a fantastic start here for eCholos. Castle wall goes up. When you start getting the pylon behind that, some fences to cut off this space. Fantastic spot for the gen there. You can see it's covered from so many sides. No one's really going to come in there unless they, what is it, Strider's slamming a Valcult or something. Unlikely. I just love that setup. It looks extremely hard to penetrate.
Playing a lot more safe and playing by the edge, but somebody not playing safe. X and Y now. Losing out on Yuchen, looking to see if they could get the res with the crypto drone actually flying around them just to give information before seeing what's going to happen here on the other side of that vault door.
JR was one of the standout players for XNY through the APAC South Pro League. These guys, this is their first shot at LAN, and they are so excited to be here. He carried them somewhat during the Pro League. Can he do it on LAN?
Especially here right around the corner with the massive finding their shots. Gets the crack. He's trying to push in even through that cat spike, though. He loses out on two. He gets another knock onto LG. It's going to be a 1v1 and X and Y can't get this up fast enough because look who's around the corner. It is Moist now.
LG go down in that exchange. Well, most of them do, of course. X and Y unfortunately paying the price there, which is a little bit sad because the Mastiff shots coming through from JR were just right. But unfortunately, they get a little too greedy. Their eyes light up and they bite off more than they can chew, going down in 20th.
Expect this here too. When you're in Jurassic and you're getting information on where everybody is stationed up here with these crypto drones now, not Moist. Seeing where that next team is right nearby before they start rotating too. One of the changes that we get to see going into this season. Not going to be able to get the scan on the whole map on where everybody's positioned, just a certain distance away from where you are, and not Moist after they find their landing. We're seeing somebody right ahead of them.
And it feels like they are rolling on momentum, right? After that amazing start, I think it was game 2 where they really popped off there. They have just continued on strength after strength here.
He waited. He waited. Can't run from me, LG. Timmy was waiting. Violence Fleet sending them back to the lobby for rejoining with the rest of Moist, who are just by that north choke.
An interesting, I think we can point out about Moist here is, what I did hear from some of the IGLs was that this crypto meta favors people who have recently become IGLs, people with less experience, because the drone gives you so much information. So someone like Waltzy, who's only just taken over these duties, potentially has an advantage over, the more experienced IGLs like Sweet that they just took down. He doesn't have to infer anything. He can refer to Timmy and refer to the information that is coming through that drone to be able to help them make all these decisions.
Also being able to know where that last straggler was, right? Before they decided to really commit to a rotate and maybe even prevent other squads that take their time to get into that next circle to maybe also highlight that beacon. I'm thinking Space Station, although they are in Pylon, so they have a ring console of their own there. Maybe even a survey beacon, as we've seen sometimes there too. But looking at where this circle's pulling, Falcons just chilling under the bridge, taking their time.
I mean, this is a tough spot. You see a lot of teams try and play this, and obviously they've got the castle wall up here. Oh, it's tough though, and a Watson would probably help out a little bit more here. It can be hard to find a spot for a gen under that bridge. It just depends which angles they're taking against you. But you never feel like you're safe under that bridge, I'll say that.
Especially early on here too, but this fighting has not stopped from Moist, because on the other side, Space Station, your winners from our previous game, now holding the high ground, looking at not Moist, but they do have to start moving eventually in the next minute and 20 seconds.
Gonna pick up the survey beacon there. Only 3 enemies scanned, of course. with the changes to that coming into this season. It's been one of the precipitating factors for why crypto has been picked up so much for these teams. You can get that information. It's just they spawn at every single POI now. I guess that's maybe one of the differences that, if you're wondering why there's so much crypto, so much recon compared to what there used to be, it was more so the edge teams that would be looking for that information before, but now you can guarantee it, and it just changes the way you're able to play around that information.
Also changes the way some of these teams try to prioritize their POIs, like you had mentioned earlier on. So huge here as now we look at Liquid Alienware. Taking a look at somebody who may be coming in from the edge of the circle, flying right above their heads, though. Yanya already sends out the smoke. The EMP unleashes. It is Alliance trying to take this fight around the corner, trying to fight for the edge of this north side of the zone, knowing exactly where it's going to pull as Tyler sends out 2 Arc Stars.
Well, no Bloodhounds anymore, so they've got to try and rely on that EMP scan. That's also why we're not seeing a lot of Seer in the meta, because as soon as that EMP got popped, you saw Tyler knew where they were through the smoke and tried to get the Arc Star follow-up.
But how do you hold this right now when you are pinched? If you are Alliance, you have Liquid right in front of you. You have eTotals wrapping up on the other side. You are stuck in a sandwich. And FaZe is also gatekeeping Liquid, but Alliance, unlucky, lets it blast. They get 2 knocks from 2 separate squads. They are fighting, looking like chameleons, looking in every direction.
Kurev gets away on literally 1, and the difference between that and being able to get the kill, being able to get the pop-off here, means Alliance may not be able to get the reset. Let's see if Liquid pull up and recognize this as a spot that they can get some KP from.
Lions coming out of their EWC win with some adjustments here to the roster before going in, guns blazing into the tournament. Hogwarts has managed to survive and now is trying to rotate into the circle because, again, it was FaZe that was looking to gatekeep them here. If Alliance could pull this off, this could be absolutely huge, and they are going to be able to get the res right in front of Hogwarts' face.
Yeah, do they even know Hogwarts is behind them at the moment is my question, because yes, it looks like Liquid got crunched in between Alliance and FaZe, and FaZe now, are going to be the gatekeepers, but there's 4 people ahead of them. I'm very worried for Alliance if they start taking some shots in the back here from Liquid as they try and go up against FaZe.
Oh, and you take a look at it on paper in a 1v1 situation between Alliance and FaZe. Even though FaZe has the positional advantage, Alliance don't want to try to take this here. They feel the pressure, looking to see if they can wrap around instead. And they also are trying to call out Hogwarts, who is still hiding between the rocks. You know with those pings that they are out for blood for any KP that they can pick up.
Yeah, I mean, they're sacrificing a lot of health meds right now just to try and grab that kill, but you can see FaZe have the beam on them. They do finally pick up Jaguares, but now they have to come out of the zone while FaZe Clan are hard staring them. This is an ugly situation. If they try and wrap around to the other choke, by the way, Moist sitting right there.
And that's why they're forced to call in the evac tower instead. And as we've already seen, using up all their meds, and it doesn't look like that Deathbox had any meds left for Unlucky here too.
Look at that, 17 cells, 1 bat. They may not even be able to recover this health after the fly in.
It's going to be desperate here. The EMP here on top of it to meet them on their landing. They won't really be able to reset with Tyler really being the only one. He's got the 4 syringes, 1 med kit, but he loses out on Hockey Son Unlucky.
Doomed. Straight up doomed. There was no way out of this for Alliance. You can see Moist trying to mop them up right now. I'd be very surprised if they don't push even further. There's not actually that many teams. FaZe Clan is sort of looking down. I think they've realized that Alliance are no longer in the zone. They've made that rotation around, so they've shifted their focus as well. Moist perhaps having to be a little bit careful of that.
FaZe also feeling that pressure, though, as Tyler comes up as a solo from Alliance, getting a little bit of revenge after feeling gate kept. And now he's going to be able to get ahead, but Moist are right behind his tail.
They're doing so well at picking up the third parties here in Game 4. Moist pushing themselves now into first spot. 42 points, Vicky.
They are looking amazing here. They were in 3rd before starting off on this game, but it was incredibly close. And now they are looking like they are on fire. Timmy getting information inside the drone. You can see the bang ult being unleashed here too. Here comes the EMP. It's the Wombo combo instead to slow them down. But the EMP to meet them on the other side as a defensive EMP to force not Moist not to push. And after now, Guild gets taken down. Arctic could capitalize.
Walty's trying to put out as much damage as he can here, but the ring is closing. They're very close to the edge of it. Can they play within it and give themselves time to reset? Can Walty do enough damage to make that possible?
He's giving Suppress Fire at the moment, just until they could try to reset, because they were getting griefed by Shadow, who were right behind him, but not trying to fully extend as Zero pops his shield back behind the knockdown shield. Can he clutch it out? Massive in hand, hanging out right behind the wall. He cannot. Guild takes out the last member of Falcon. Zero gets taken out, and they get sent back to the lobby.
So Falcons do make that switch over to the Newcastle Cat Bang composition. It's been a tough series for them so far. We keep saying it, they're the best players, but in this meta, are they the best team?
It's just not a meta. That really plays into their individual strengths here, and they're absolutely feeling it, even on Storm Point, where we've highlighted so many times, where they usually have those shiny moments. How as well? Following up, Shadow get eliminated in your feed. It's the fact that Moist have now been able to not only recover after feeling the pressure over to the north side, they finally get taken out, but it's FaZe here who are trying to now recover, looking at not Moist here too.
How very much on the outside. It looks like Dreamfire is heading in towards them. Okay, nice wall there from Watagashi, and Dreamfire, they have to guess. Trying to use the drone here. They're actually going to push through. They're that confident. They will take the blinding just to try and grab these kills, but How seems to have run circles around them.
I mean, let's be real. When Bolin's out here and he gets that Kraber shot, he gets that knock, you know guns are going to be blazing for Dreamfire. They wanted to get the loot off of the death boxes that they saw ahead of them, and now they're going to have to let them get away. Play around the back here because in the next 25 seconds, they are going to have to start inching closer to that circle.
FA Kids have been, they were in the center of this circle, as you can see, for quite a while, which is, you know, quite ironic seeing as they've played the Revenant composition, the least zone-heavy comp you could possibly go for, and they've been forced to sit still for quite some time.
I have a feeling when you're stuck in Cascade and not Moist, another head on a stake here for them. FaZe finally gets called out. They were trying to recover for so long and not Moist, looking at both sides. Now FA Kids, who are desperate for a fight after being so patient, are now looking to try to continuously put on this gatekeep, but then the turnaround immediately afterwards. I mean, these teams, they already know they're gonna die if they try to fight inside the zone at this moment here. And Jay Savage is trying to keep the dream alive for FK Kids.
As his two teammates goes down, he tries to salvage something, but it's going to be Moist who make them pay. Unfortunately, they've lost Guild, and I don't think it's going to be a very hard recovery from Moist to this point. They also finish off House, so picking up further KP and placement points here. Walty is making the most of it, but that was a tough situation for Moist.
Oh, he could have gotten the jump off the zip line, but in the line of sight of another team or to his right, literally one shot, he can't get away, but Tafe picks that up with the 30-30. Nonetheless, amazing looks here for Not Moist. Even Walty surviving extra long after he was able to get away off that evac before FA Kids had pushed on to them.
The game hasn't even finished and Moist picked up 17 points.
Actually crazy, but Space Station, your winners of our last game with Phony being the last one alive, cannot clutch. They get stuck on the other side of those vault doors as GHS, even with the Blue Evil shield for Forufa, gets to stay alive in this game for now.
They'll go down to Leica, though, the APAC North showdown for them. Now, they get control of Command Center up the top here. You can see NRG situated in the middle of the map. They are running Newcastle, of course, so places like that become all of a sudden a lot more playable. But as this overhead perfectly shows, with 4 squads left alive, all of them the full 3 players, they could potentially get crushed in from all sides. I mean, look, a castle wall will prevent one side, the mobile shield maybe another, but if you've got people on 3 sides of you, Vicky, how are NRG going to be able to withstand this?
It's going to be so much, and then when you include the EMPs ringing out here as well, Navi, you highlight the fans up in the crowd, giving them their energy here. Feeling the chance, but they have 2 Blue Evos on top of it, trying to play very safe behind the other side of this Newcastle wall. They're not only focusing on Fnatic, who are going to force their way from the edge of the circle, but it is NRG that has been in the middle of this zone wall. Enter Force 36 on the other side of the edge.
Okay, Fnatic leapfrog forward here with Castle Wall. They've got a catwall here to try and isolate this fight, and as they've broken the segment of Na'Vi ahead of them, they are looking to not let them into this zone. It continues to close Na'Vi. They know they have to move within the next 10 seconds, but Fnatic are using all of their very much available ammo here to keep them at bay.
And their resources here too, even making sure that that wall on the other side blocks them out in case they do get a knock, and they do want to make sure that this entire east side of the zone is cleared out, because the one focus I need to look at is going to be Na'Vi.
Into Force 36 though, they push up on NRG. The EMP goes off, the catwalk comes out to try and isolate the other two teams, but the Rolling Thunder will take two of them.
This is absolutely crazy here now. Synapse going to try to clutch it out with the Mozems, and just a blue choke. NRG get eliminated after looking over to that left side. Now, meanwhile, the fight has not stopped uphill. It is Fnatic now slowly inching forward with the Newcastle deployable barrier.
And E36, they're trying to come up around. There's a big wall in front of them, but they need to try and grab up on the high ground and take out Fnatic and Na'Vi while they can.
But Fnatic are way too split up. They gave up way too much split space, because now Enter Force 36, who did try to look around, see a straggler. Fnatic may be in trouble and may be left out as a duo on the other side of Na'Vi.
Na'Vi just playing keep away at the moment. They try not to get involved in this fight as much as possible with all of this utility around them. The castle wall, the fences, they're trying not to get involved in this fight for as long as possible.
That was so difficult for Leica. Even you wrapped around the other side of the tree, you were still in the line of sight of Na'Vi and Devo in hand, but with no ammo to work with from Natafe.
I mean, that's the Devo pretty much spent. He's got one clip left on the Mozambique. You can take out two members with that, but it's the pull-up by Chinap on the backside.
Your Newcastle cannot be the first to go down in a situation like this. It is up to henchmen from Na'Vi to play around the knock. Fnatic get eliminated. Enter Force 36 as a full trio. Clean up Na'Vi and take game number 4.
Onto NRG in the center of that zone, but they did it early enough and with enough confidence that they did have time to pull up on both Fnatic and Na'Vi after that. I mean, you saw why Na'Vi were trying so desperately not to get involved in a fight. Out of the 3 weapons I think we saw, none of them had a reserve magazine.
Literally on the sticks. That's why we even saw them with the blue Evo shields at the very end right there too. And even looking at Fnatic, the reason why we saw that wall being put up originally, knowing that there was an inevitable fight happening over to their left side, they knew that they had to time, if they did wanted to approach Na'Vi, they had to time that fight very appropriately depending on how the fight to their left was going to go down. With Enter Force coming out, taking out NRG before then wrapping around slowly, finding an opportunity, saw that they were able to get a knock onto one of the members of Na'Vi before looking at Fnatic. It was just clean up shop at that point for them.
And I think the other thing to note there about Na'Vi's play was the earlier you get into a position in this meta, the better you the better off you are going to be, because you can have time to reset those ultimates. And that means even though Fnatic were bursting down all of those shields, all of those walls that were getting put up, when the zone close came in, Na'Vi had the utility to put another wall up, another gen up, and keep the defense going.
Love the sportsmanship from Noct on the other side too. Little shoulder tap to let them know, all right, we see you. Enter Force come out with the dub, 7K peak here. And something that you highlighted and what we all saw Genome in the game, not Moist, with 14 kills, not getting the placement points that they wanted. But when you were already in that top 3, you were gunning for that first place spot, you saw Waltzy and company just absolutely guns blazing.
Dude, I cannot remember the last time I saw a team who placed 7th pick up 17 points in a game. That is a truly phenomenal performance from Moist.
This is definitely one of those teams where we get to see the series results now. Sitting in first place, starting to bridge up that gap between themselves and the rest of this lobby. 52 points, with Space Station being right behind them with 42 points. But you mentioned the teams that really excel in a composition like this, and Not Moist has absolutely been performing.
On the other side, you've got Team Falcons down there on 11 points. Now, they got the second pick on Storm Point, and it has not been working out. Let's see if Mill maybe will do better in the game 5 and 6.
We're going to have to see here on the other side of this break. We got game number 5 coming to you soon.
나 뺀. 야, 나 빼시 없다.
나 울티 먹을게.
나 먹었어. 2대 3이야, 이 새끼들.
왼쪽으로 와봐.
왼쪽.
야, 앞에. 이거 스피. 자, 내려.
치료.
박았다.
확인.
오른쪽에 느꼈어. 야, 내 앞에.
왼쪽이 먹어.
야, 느꼈어, 스피. 하나 더 간다.
나스. 씨발 새끼야.
나이스.
Not Moist top the overall standings of the day thus far, going absolutely crazy with 52 total points. Walksy himself with 5.6 thousand damage dealt over the course of these last 4 games alone.
That is a lot of damage. That's almost an average of 1,500 a game versus the world's best players. It's still nuts to me how this guy continues to lead from the front, not only picking up the IGL duties, but like consistently top fragging, top damage, and it's not like he's just poking, Vicky. This guy is getting the kills. This guy is making the important plays. He's just such a clutch player.
His reward and his risk and reward decision making is incredible. Definitely shining through, especially when he's IGLing and actually able to keep up while also being a top level fragger is impeccable. But now that they lead the board and there's a bit of a gap between themselves and Space Station, we're gonna have to see how game number 5 on Storm Point treats them. As we already know, they do land in Sinote. They were able to make that trek over to the north side of Storm Point, but cleaning up so many KP while they were at it.
Yeah, it was a long journey, but they really made the most of it, didn't they? And yeah, look, Cenote Caves, I think as far as it goes in the POI draft, I mean, Moist picked it up in 10th spot. So this was their first pick this game. But it's interesting, it definitely feels like a POI to me that has picked up steam over time. And I think it was helped out a little bit by the POI draft system. It meant that, you could get the armor cave to yourself. No one's landing at Bean anymore. So there was a little bit more, presence in that area of the map. People taking away some of the important pieces of loot, sometimes stealing the Trident from you down at Cenote Caves as well. So the POI draft has really elevated it as one of the better POIs on Stormpoint, and you can see how much it's enabling Not Moist here.
And with their composition, right, with the Bangalore, Crypto, and Fuse looking to try to take those fights is something that you could expect from this team. They're definitely going to duke it out on their way to the zone when they're in no rush here. Excited to see how this is going to play out. As we had highlighted, Falcons not really performing on a map that we were expecting to favor them.
Well, it's also fascinating when you think about the fact that Falcons were playing that similar kind of composition with Fuse over on World's Edge, and they weren't able to get it work. But Not Moist can? What does that say, Vicky?
It says here that these teams definitely are able to play into their strengths in a different look of Apex Legends. New season, new changes, new metas to expect from our teams. Between scrims and previous tournaments, being able to see how they've been able to really lean into this has been interesting. I mean, we've had a different winner within the last 4 games here, and like you said, with Not Moist having their priority pick being on Stormpoint, yet still finding a dub, game number 2 on World's Edge, should highlight the ceiling that we've been seeing, not only from them here too, but even teams like Space Station, who very similarly with the same composition likes to take those fights.
Yeah, they do. Very much leaning into the Edge playstyle at the moment. They've got the Crypto on that team. 14 teams in this lobby picking up Crypto right now. Thinking back to the heaviest Crypto meta I've ever seen in the Pro League of APAC North back in 2022, Vicky, I think we got up to... I do need to go to the VODs and check this, but I reckon it was about 17 Crypto teams. Might have been the highest we ever saw. I'll be fascinated to see if maybe as we shuffle and play through these groups, AVC, BVD, if we go there, do we get more than 14 at some point? Does the Crypto get push even higher in those pick rates? Or is this the most EMP heavy lobby that we'll see this weekend?
Definitely. Different look of the observers, flying around, getting the UAV look that they need, all the information as we get started for game number 5. Everyone seeing where this circle is going to bring us. And also nice to highlight the 3 teams that don't have a Bangalore. FA Kids strides out here too, as well as looking on the other side with Echolos, but Echolos being the only one to really stand out amongst the pack with no Bang and still being in 4th overall.
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, Bang was at 100% for a very long time, so even going down to 85% honestly feels like a big change.
And as E36 are going to be able to loot over by Down Beast. We saw them with a Quake rotate before here, and seeing where this circle is pulling completely on the opposite side of them here. Actually benefiting the likes of Space Station, NRG, over by maybe that south side of one of the pillars of Launchpad.
I mean, fascinated to see how SSG play this. We've just talked about how well they were playing Edge. They've got no Watson, no Newcastle, no Catalyst, none of the characters that are good at setting up and sitting still. They want to be running around, doing damage, grabbing kills, and then leveraging that armor advantage. Fascinated to see how they play out Game 5.
And they have a Ring console there too, so they probably already have that information. The Evil Harvester on top of it all, with teams like NRG eyeing to see if they could get any poke.
Their ring scan is through Fuse though, right? And this is the problem sometimes when you play a Fuse ring console composition, where you, depending on where the Evo Harvester spawns, it can take a little while to get that ring scan and get that knowledge. So what if teams start pulling up and taking away Launchpad's positions before they get the chance? Sometimes you see them flying in and you just have to make a gamble and go, okay, I think it might be Launchpad. We're going to have to stay here and pick a position.
That's an amazing point, and that would have to rely on not just one Evo Harvester, but maybe an Assault Bin, which they actually do have over by Launchpad here too. So any little crumbs that they could have to be able to get that ring scan before now seeing Fnatic on the other side, climbing up around the bridge. They had called up a catwall already, and when you highlight some strong rotates here with Fnatic having full blue Evos here, Yuka's going to be able to run right in front of them here. Leica does have the purple, which shows right in front of them, despite what it shows on the bottom left here, but they know that there's so many different teams around them. You see the 2 crypto drones flying around the vicinity, and now may have to just station up here.
As far as the Newcastle upgrades go, Mostly we're seeing the shield upgrades try and make him even tankier with his abilities. So it's thick shield to improve that mobile shield on level 2. And then you also want to add the HP to the castle wall when you get up to purple armor as well. It's all about bunkering down and sitting tight in this meta.
Playing way stronger into where you know where that final circle is going to be pulling. Meanwhile, LG, Sykes following up from Sweet here too. They get 2 knocks, but from 2 different teams. Space Station looking to see if they can get some safety inside this building. They will be able to successfully rest. I'm not expecting teams to just drop down from the high ground here to try to greet them. So Space Station do have to use up on some meds here just to get that reset on that low ground.
Yeah, nice little spot here to make that happen. It looked like maybe they were trying to go for the high building, but yeah, as you can see, X and Y already set up there. I mean, they've rotated over from coastal camp, so well, grats to them to getting for getting an amazing position early on. And we saw up in the minimap, SSG did get the ring information eventually, but apparently it was just that little bit too late. And that's the difference between going, say, Watson and Fuse sometimes.
Seeing if you could get ahead of the rotate with so many other teams that are quick with it here too. Liquid approaching from Echo HQ, also going to be able to get a scan of their own, but look how congested this spot is already. Falcons have now slowly started approaching from the south side, right next to Space Station, probably holding Pride Rock that overlooks the bridge where we saw Dreamfire and Fnatic on originally here too. Now looking at Na'Vi though, after a top 2 finish in that previous game, playing much more by the edge and actually utilizing the Prowlers for maybe extra charge.
Damn, like an onion, they got layers here. Na'Vi set up the fences, and they got the castle wall behind it. I mean, you know, you breach one position, and they've still got something to play behind here. This is a very nice spot for Na'Vi, and you know, come that next ring, there will be no one on their back. The way this ring pulls, they'll be completely cut off, and then they will be, if it continues to pull south, which I would expect it to, towards that position that SSG were holding, I think Na'Vi will easily just be able to roll down the hill, and we might see another good late game from Na'Vi.
And talking about their position specifically, and let's say that the circle does end up keep pulling towards Launchpad site, they're in a good spot where it's like a 50-50 decision making if they want to commit to either going to the south if it does continuously pull north of Devastated Coast, or if they can wrap around by the edge and play on the north side by Launchpad, even taking a bit of circle damage where FaZe and Shadow are currently located at.
Yeah, they're center zone at the moment, but center zone for how long is the question, Vicky. Outside the zone, however, we've got Liquid versus Not Moist.
You get a spike here too, while Liquid try to reposition, utilizing the evac tower. Oh, where'd he go? Right in front of him. The alley-oop right now. Nizul seeing the knuckle clusters and getting hit with an EMP. Yanya manages to get right in front of his line of sight, feeling so much pressure because Gil now on the other side is able to clean up the last bits of Liquid.
Hammer point, headshot for the finish there for Guild. You know what's crazy is the hammer points, like, Mozams are so good right now, you don't even need the hammer points. They make the damage go up, I think it's 45 to 54. Like, genuinely, regardless of what else, you should be picking up a Mozam if you see it on the ground.
But even when I hear those hammies, though, I am absolutely running. My tears in my eyes.
I take it back. It's the fear response. Yeah, you need the hammer points just to instill fear in your enemies.
It's about sending a message at the end of the day, and that's definitely one that Not Moist has been doing throughout the course of the series here. Seeing now where the circle, though, is going to be pulling more so by that bridge side that we had seen Fnatic on at the very beginning, with Space Station playing on that south side when they were forced on the low ground of those buildings.
Yeah, as expected, continues to go into that southeast corner, but as you were mentioning the bridge there, and I feel like we've casted quite a few games where it does end up on that bridge, but I don't know, this one, so close to the edge, I wouldn't also be surprised to see it actually finish somewhere around where X and Y are in this vicinity, further into Devastated Coast.
We've seen a variation of that here too, as X and Y are going to get the information. They already know that Space Station is right behind them, but seeing who's on the other side in case they do want to reposition once they do get the information. Look how many crypto drones in the mini-map of their screens are flying around simultaneously.
Someone get the fly swatter out. Mosquitoes everywhere here in Mannheim.
Everyone patiently waiting within their respective buildings too. Nobody's gonna overcommit here. Why would you? You know, when you already have information on where everybody's positioned, you're just trying to plan out your next pathing, which is also why we see the crypto so strong. What's also more interesting to note, Not Moist, after winning that fight, have now been able to continuously stay on that south side of the zone, specifically where we saw by Echo HQ to get even more information, maybe see where that next ring pool is going to be, or even clean up more KP, because that is what their goal has been thus far throughout the course of these lobbies.
Yeah, it's a big split hold right now. They are very far apart from each other, Moist, but there's no one really coming that way, so unless, say, Falcons or FA Kids decide to swing one way or the other, I think Moist will just have to start making their way in and start worrying about teams further in towards Devastated Coast. Meanwhile, Alliance trying to lock it down over here in North Pad. Is this part of the plan? Are they hoping for a pullback, or is this just, you know, probably the spot they could get, considering they've had to come all the way over from North Pad? I mean, you know, don't let the POI draft deceive you. They do pick Trident, but that's because you get a better distribution of loot for your team if you're trying to pick up both the North Pad and the Trident POIs. And I'm using POIs in quotes there because, you know, Trident is barely one.
I was going to say, don't they chow anybody who tries to take North Pad there too? So it's also a statement out here of respect for Alliance after making their own trek right through Launchpad now as we tune into Not Moist and their journey still over by that south side. It is Falcons who are meeting them up, though, on the other side. Once they show their face and they actually see them, you can see Waltzy making note of that, sliding down the hill, being able to pick up the Evil Harvester, because any little bit counts here for all of them.
Rocking some of the sickest jerseys I have ever seen in the ALGS land by the... Do you know that Timmy actually designed them himself?
Really?
Yeah.
I did not. He's an artist.
Yeah. Damn. What a champ.
Very fresh here. Way that he's also trying to scout ahead, trying to put in the pressure onto Falcons who are playing on that hilltop. But if Falcons try to overextend, noting where everybody is behind him, I'm wondering, how are they going to split that attention? Do they want to prioritize this fight, or can maybe a team even evac on top of them? Because FA Kids is still in Pylon and not looking good in the overall standings. They are playing in 16th at the moment with a Rev in their comp, so not too much to lose here if they want to do a Hail Mary evac.
Oh, how... tries to shoot down the drone here as the EMP comes in, but it doesn't look like Moist is necessarily going to move in off the back of that. Falcons, they're on a bit of a timer though, because eventually I think teams might start evacing, as you said, pulling up behind them, and if that happens, all of a sudden, Moist can come in and create havoc and put them in a really bad spot. But if Falcons start getting aggressive, they might be able to remove this problem before it becomes an even bigger one.
And forget the evac. If the teams around them with the crypto drones already know that they're trying to engage on a fight like this, they can also get griefed by a probable EMP from a third party here. So Not Moist taking their time, slowly forcing their way forward, but also making a lot of attention known for Falcons who are inching to also try to gatekeep them. The fight has gone longer, though. Over on the other side, Space Station are looking to get involved. This is what we were worried about, and Falcons may find themselves pinched. This is what they wanted to avoid now. Sliding down after Hal loses out on his shield to the safety of Gen and Zero. This is just free real estate for Not Moist to walk up.
And there you go. It's that as simple as that. SSG pulling up onto the bins just behind them, and Falcons miss their timing.
The fact that took so long and now Not Moist just takes Falcons' spot for free here. Falcons have now slid down and essentially have swapped with the situation that Not Moist was in originally. Instead, they're trying to take this fight versus Space Station. See an opportunity considering that Space Station are still full blue Evos.
And I think part of that is because Falcons don't have the crypto. It's such an important part of both defending and attacking, and it means it's very hard for Falcons to actually move in on Moist in that situation.
No. And you can see Waltzy on the other side pinching Falcons. They're feeling the pressure, and the zone is going to start closing. Only one member left here onto Falcons unless that res could come through, but the rest of these teams have their priorities straight, playing by the edge and playing gatekeepers.
Newcastle and Catalyst, they can keep the other team away from you, but they just don't allow Falcons to get in on that timing. So now they get completely removed, and dare say there's going to be some talk about their compositions with them and their coach yet again after this series.
And the cheers going through the crowd here too as Falcons get eliminated in the lobby. 18 squads left, and round 3 is starting to close now. Alliance making their next move, but not Moist, just continuing on their domination of cleaning up even more KP.
Alliance playing under the sewers here. Quite a few teams around them still up in Launchpad. The zone has actually pulled back a little bit. Not to the bridge where we were expecting there, Vicky. Not even down to X and Y, but actually over to Na'Vi, over on the gravity cannon on top of the hill. Na'Vi's position even better than we were expecting.
And LG utilizing the fact that they land over by Echo HQ to reposition themselves in the middle of this circle. Absolutely huge here too, as Striders just waiting patiently. Again, we talked about the Cossack, the Valkyrie here, but this is a composition that you're absolutely going to be playing not only very slow, but very safe with until they're going to be starting to move soon.
I mean, can they rip a Valkyrie in this situation? I mean, it's a little bit easier than ripping an evac tower. That's one of the benefits of playing Valk, but unless they can get it out here and move up towards Na'Vi, because, you know, an interesting, an unexpected zone pull is where Valk can come in very handy and slam a spot, but you need to be in a position to get that off.
And they don't really have a Newcastle to work off open ground, right? It's like they want to be able to rely on a building with the Cossack composition. Definitely a very difficult look to see what their next move is going to be, with X and Y hanging out right above them. Meanwhile, Alliance just looking patiently here.
So 5 teams sitting around in Launchpad right now. They will all have to make a mad dash across the fingers of Launchpad. Dreamfire and Hal are going down. We're going to go to an Alliance listen-in and see how they deal with all of these teams in the next 30 seconds as they try and make the crossing.
Finger and everyone else is walking up as well. They have a lot of things to work on. Okay, I'm going to play from me. Look, you see where I am, yeah? I'm going to play with them. Yeah, kind of. They're like hard looking now. Yeah, you don't have to burn the smoke now. I think you do it now. There's nobody on the rock. Yeah, you're burning now. Just do it deep. Fuck it. Fine. No, it's fine. I'm good. No. Look back. You're fucking chilling here. Just look back. I'm going to follow. Yeah, right behind us. Where? Blue, cracked. Yeah, down. I'm getting fucked. Yeah, I need to gen. I'm bang it behind. We're fine. Yeah, I'm good. Smoking 7 just chill. I'm gonna smoke up. We'll play the tree. Yep. You understand? Yeah. Still a team behind us. Yes. Heal this. Yep. Heal for it. You just hit 1 tick. Yep. I smoked. Look fine. Yeah. Walk over here. I'm going to the front team. I'm going to train Jenny right now. Okay. They got bang ulted. Good on me. Can you walk up? Hard walk up. Yeah. I'm EMPing them. They're in the corner. Okay. Yeah. I'm good. Look right side. Just take space right side. They're stuck in the corner. They're fighting right. Yeah. Look left side. They might climb on us. On left. Shots at me. Wait. Yep. Get a peek from left. Push. Just peek. Hold it. Left. Chill. Hold. You have to chill. They're close. I can't peek over.
Zipline Zen almost gets Alliance through that, but unfortunately other teams collapse on them afterwards, and now I believe it was just Hackers left alive to carry the banner for Alliance.
Living on a prayer or living off a zipline there, but left them only one as a straggler. While NRG were also lighting up that feed earlier, playing extremely patient. And also, I'd highlighted LG before. NRG, this is exactly where they land. This is what they've been holding on to as Enter 436. Feel that pressure now playing outside of NRG's building.
NRG, they're trying to get a little bit aggressive here. You can see slightly low on ammo, but you only need a few shots in the Mastiff to do some serious damage. The gun has received, I'd say, a change. It wasn't really billed as a buff in terms of changing the spread pattern of the Mastiff, but it has definitely turned out to be a buff.
You know, with the changes into this meta here, too, that's also why you're seeing so much Newcastle, right? Shotguns are so strong on their own accord here, too. You're going to be able to play a lot more close quarters, and NRG going to be able to completely stave off the pressure from their backs here. 8 squads left now, but they do have to start moving soon.
And shotguns were always billed as an M&K weapon, right? Something that was better for the people on mouse and keyboard. And hey, NRG certainly using that to their advantage, being the M&K demons themselves.
Feeling the EMP though, as Not Moist, who have been out for blood, full red Evos by the way. The health difference between themselves and NRG, who have patiently been inside this building from the very beginning of the game, are now forced to exit from the other side, even utilizing that catwall earlier, but losing out on Noct and Fun before Reptar meets them back to the lobby. NRG gets successfully gatekept, and now Not Moist wrapping up on the other side.
Stellar rotation here from Not Moist, and was that a knock onto LG at the same time?
Oh, Echolos are farming, and they have the red R9 on top of it here. The Mozam with the gold bolt. Absolutely insane here, as they're going to be able to get that free res, not only behind the Newcastle knockdown there, but also the deployable barrier.
Yeah, it can feel a little underwhelming at mid-range with that damage drop-off, but once you get up close and personal, the R9 will chew through you. Na'Vi.
Love those loop-in resets, don't you here, Gino?
Oh yeah, gold for everyone. It's like a gold rush here. Na'Vi, though, on the top, they've got so much space to play with. Look at this, they push up even further. LG inside the building. Echolos and Not Moist just have a skerrick of the map to themselves. And Na'Vi have turned that, that north side of the map completely into their own domain.
And they wanted a time of fight versus Not Moist. That's why you saw them wrap around originally, but they are controlling so much space in this position. Kinda gets a knock onto Echolos. Only one left, with Matafi taking a different angle.
Runs out of ammo again. Na'Vi playing these positions where it's really, it kind of feels like they're fully relying on the defensive abilities. But all right, let's see if he can crack through that shield. It's going to be tough with the Mastiff at that range. Hoping for one of the other teams to help them out a little bit. But hey, overall, Na'Vi have had a fantastic series so far, currently sitting in 4th place.
The fact that they have gone all the way from the north side of Storm Point and then held that spot over to the side of Launchpad for this exact moment, working off the stakes in terms of ammo and loot here too. Echolos get eliminated. Another top 3 situation for Na'Vi, with LG inside the building and Not Moist on the other side.
Yeah, another top 3 for Moist as well. And this time, they've got the placement points to back up some of those KP. Waltzy has picked up 5 kills this game, by the way, just in case you were wondering if he was still keeping that leading from the front storyline going. Well, it's 8 kills for the team and 5 for the big man himself.
That's 18 total kills that he's already accumulated, and you can add 2 more. The whole LG squad getting taken down with some help from Timmy. Matafi on the other side, though, does find Waltzy. Na'Vi now move in to try to claim this dub, and they have the number advantage. They get the 1 punch, they get it 2 times, and Na'Vi win game number 5.
But Tafe is tired of the disrespect. He's dishing it out this time. The melee to finish. They don't need ammo, Vicky.
Full confidence in what they had to do to clear that entire east side of the zone. The side that they were holding and preventing so many other teams that were desperate from Launchpad to try to rotate outside the zone. It wasn't gonna work when you were met with Na'Vi.
Is this it? Is this finally the land that Na'Vi beat the allegations with one of the biggest crowd contingents I think we have seen for them at any live LAN? They have so much support and energy in this arena to help them on that journey.
The smiles. They hear it, they feel it. Making the crowd proud here. And what a banger game 5 that was too, Genome. We're looking again, we keep highlighting them, but it's very difficult not to when you look at the progress that Not Moist has made in this lobby, a lobby that I was eyeing to be so scary and stacked.
And I mean, overkill matters here. It's something that hasn't actually mattered so much in previous group stages at the ALGS, Vicky, but now that we're moving into a POI draft system, I just want to quickly remind everybody that where you end up in that top 20 as we move on to the elimination bracket, and the winners bracket will actually determine your seed going into the POI draft. So not Moist or Na'Vi here pull out banger games and a banger series, that has a big impact on them going forward.
That is such a good point there, too, because then you highlight momentum being incredibly important, and this isn't the only series that Not Moist is playing in, by the way. They do play in our third series of the day, so even with a little break in between, feeling yourself and knowing what you're capable of doing, and then absolutely popping off in a lobby like this, I mean, look at this. 72 total points to lead first place with eCholos, and after that dub and the performance, Na'Vi finding themselves in third place with 52 points.
Yeah, we know it's somewhere usually around 100 points that I think you try and check out when you're grabbing, you're trying to grab that top 20 berth in the winners stage here, in the group stage here, and Not Moist are almost on their way to that after 5 games. Killer performance from them, and also from Na'Vi backing it up with an insane zone read there and just really playing this meta well. I mean, the usage of the defensive abilities of Watson and Newcastle seems to be second to none in this lobby.
And their positioning too, with planning out their rotations, right? And knowing what they're giving up in a case where they're forced to hang out by the edge, not really have access to either a ring beacon until they already made that initial rotation, and even with lackluster loot to work with here. We still have one game left to go though, Genome. I'm excited to see how this is gonna play out, especially for the likes of Na'Vi. Don't go anywhere, because on the other side of this break, we got some more ALGS action.
I'm punching him, bro. I'm punching him. Punch! Nice! Good shit! Good shit!
Right here in Mannheim, Germany.
Feeling the pressure, the pop-off comes in for Na'Vi, and we are down to one more game for groups A and B. What a way to start this ALGS playoffs.
It's been a fun series so far. That was a very fun moment there from Matafe. Finished. I'm punching him, bro. Comes out swinging. Oh, Na'Vi. They're putting a smile on my face and definitely on all of their supporters around the world at the moment. Still got a bit of work to do if they want to overtake Moist and Space Station Gaming, Luminosity Gaming ahead of them at the moment. But yeah, honestly, still one of the best starts to a LAN they've ever had.
You know, we've been giving so much of a highlight to Not Moist for all the right reasons, right? I mean, Waltzy now has 20 total kills in the last 5 games, 7.5k damage, but you know, Guild is like right behind him with 7.4k damage. Despite them absolutely frying these lobbies, I also want to highlight South American team E Cholos, who have been putting on an amazing performance, sitting in second place with 53 total points. A team that has absolutely have proven themselves to definitely maintain their spot out here in lobbies like this, because this is no easy lobby. I mean, then right behind them, you have Na'Vi, who just won that game, climbing up the overall standings, and then Alliance sitting in 4th place with 46 points.
Awesome to see Alliance, with that.
Yeah, look, Lucky.
I don't think he's the only one. I'm not going to lie. And Unlucky, of course, joined by Tyler, his ex-teammate, and now teammate again, when they were playing on Vexed together in the past. I mean, imagine that. Imagine losing a player as good as Effect. Of course, not permanently, just for the tournament, and then trying to fill those shoes. At his best, Effect can be the best player on that stage. We have seen that happen in live Apex experiences before. He's that good. So for the Alliance to come in here and still be putting up big numbers is very impressive. Hopefully they run with that and get even better towards the end of the tournament.
It helps, when you have that top 3 IGL to really guide the squad, right? Hockey's an absolute monster on his own. As we see the flyby locked in and ready to go. It's going to be a great tournament to see how internationally, how all these teams have been able to figure out how these compositions work into their favor. And with 5 games already down within this first series, Genome, now we already have kind of seen the changes when we do enter from World's Edge into Stormpoint.
Some teams are willing to change it up. Free agent kids being one of them, but fortunately for them, the Rev hasn't paid the dividends just yet. I mean, we saw them jumping into a battle with Moist, and even with that advantage, even with the circle advantage, even with ultimates up, they still couldn't make it work. So, look, as a late entrant into the LAN, honestly, they're happy to be here, but they need a top 10 placement here if they want to be on the path to making it through to that winner's bracket.
Look, last thing I want to do is, if I'm Rev jumping, is jump into Waltzy's open arms. That is an absolutely terrifying sight to see, especially in your lobbies out here. But
that's a bear hug you don't want.
That is scary. As we take a look at Na'Vi, and this is what I meant, landing all the way up here in Zoo Station and the quick rotate that they made in that previous game, wrapping all the way down through that Eastern choke from Launchpad. Impressive, but that's also why they had to quickly rotate it beyond E-Cholos, who went through a different location. I believe they had rotated earlier from Stormcatcher, allowing themselves to completely clear that right side of the map.
All right, looks like we might have a little bit of a pause here. And yeah, as you mentioned, Na'Vi being able to rotate all the way around the east side last time, considering they start all the way up here in Zoo Station, that's a nuts call to get Godspot from, essentially the other side of the map.
And we still wait patiently here to see what's going on. We get to take a look at the crowd waiting for us. Winter Express!
Yeah,
yes!
I agree.
Yes, that is one of my favorite game modes, especially when you get to take advantage of like the Cossack and you actually end up crushing somebody from the train. Anyways.
That's what I want for Christmas.
Let's get Moist. I mean, not Moist, definitely making it feel a little humid here in this lobby. Absolutely with their performance. Love seeing all the love from Mannheim, Germany. It's been a fantastic time here in the SEP Arena, but even better to see how our players have been able to kind of situate themselves. When you're playing on a stage like this, you could feel the pressure. You don't hear the crowd necessarily, but you could feel the bass, whether it be from the game itself or the crowd cheering, and that could put a lot of pressure onto individual players that may not have that LAN experience.
Dreamfire, they missed out on one of the only lands I think they have at the start of this year in LA, but they're back qualifying just barely through that 7th spot in APAC South. And as always, lots of their fans in the crowd cheering them on.
And then Na'Vi, of course, right here with a whole entourage, making sure that everybody is feeling not only that support, but also confident enough to keep up that performance. We do take a little wait here. I'm wondering if we're going to stay with a circle like this, because we've gotten the sneak peek, everyone, but I want to make sure you guys get to see what we're seeing here, because if it's going to be a similar circle to what we had seen from game number 4, Genome, we saw what FA Kids had done at the very beginning after making that composition swap that we highlighted earlier with the Revenant.
Does it go a bit more mid-map? Perhaps it could go a little bit north, honestly. I mean, you know, Na'Vi made that massive rotation last time. It could be even a shorter walk for them. They can rest their boots a little bit and maybe have a little bit more time to grab some ammo this time so that they don't have to punch their way to a victory.
Something that they're willing to take the risk for. See Fnatic, see some chance here with the signs. Goes Kinetic, we got Go FaZe. You are here again. It's great to see how everybody has been able to make their way out to Mannheim, show their love to their respective players.
MT, he's made it back to APAC South and he's back on the LAN stage here.
To MT's family, I love that. Being able to sit in the crowd. Nice and patient though, because this is the last game of groups A and B with Papa Jen, of course, Mama Jen right there here. Team Falcons, they gotta wake up though, sitting in 17th overall. They have to absolutely go guns blazing for a game like this, at least for KP, you know? Obviously, not finals. You don't have to worry about match point getting that dub, but you do want to be able to make a statement when it comes to being an aggressive team and playing into your strengths, something that we know the individual players that make up Falcons can do.
Yeah, I mean, they are landing at mill at the moment. It's been some ugly circles for them as far as that goes. This one, don't know if it's actually going to be that much better. The Trident rotates from mill. If you have to go towards the sort of the north or the northeast of the map, all of a sudden you're trying to work your way through Cascade Falls, and there's often traps lying around there. Teams will sometimes just say, hey, we're going to change it up this time. Usually we rotate for a spot, but I don't know, I kind of feel like killing a car this time. And they'll sit around a corner, around one of those palm trees, sitting in the middle of Cascade Falls, and they'll just start shooting you. All of a sudden you got to pop out, grab a bat, you know, smokes are going down, and then another team comes in from the other direction and just takes you out. We've seen it happen to Falcons quite a few times, and it just depends on if you want to really play for that early spot or try and play edge a little bit more. And, you know, considering they've gone for Cat Newcastle this time, you would expect them to try and pick up those early god spots.
As we take a look at the draft again, you highlight Falcons over by Mill and where our teams wanted to prioritize going on to Stormpoint. Jen locked in, ready to go, and Gino, you were highlighting this quite a bit. You know, we were able to see the strengths and rotations from the squads that we saw take the last 2 games.
Yeah, so zone pulling somewhere north-ish. We haven't got the second zone info just yet, but a team like Striders, who is sitting very much on the bottom of our standings right now, might be given a Hail Mary here if it does pull up further towards, say, Wall, and they can sit in there with the Caustic. I mean, Caustic, not too bad if you're thinking about the crypto meta, right? Because unlike Watson, all of her utility immediately implodes with an EMP. With Caustic, however, if you've got those barrels set up, they'll just be set off. So they're still providing you with some amount of cover, some amount of defensive pressure when you are getting assailed by drones from every direction.
Interesting. Seeing how that's going to play out here and the way that so many cryptos are literally in the lobby. The only ones that you don't see as a crypto, E-Cholos. What's crazy for E-Cholos is the only composition that they have been running, the only legend that a lot of these other teams have been leaning onto that they have on their roster is going to be the Watson. Meanwhile, they don't have a Bangalore. They don't have a crypto out here. So it's with the Newcastle and Pathfinder to find that success and to be able to take a lot of these fights has really shown how strong of a squad this team is.
Okay, looks like we might be getting the game underway, and it's pulled central again, Vicky. Well, okay, look, we had 1 second of of unpause there, which at least has given us a little bit more indication of where this game is heading. It is, in fact, not towards Striders up the top, but it will be very central. Could go Cascade, potentially could go towards Shadow in Jurassic.
Oh, where a lot of teams like to rotate through. Specifically, we saw earlier from Not Moist that's a priority rotate for them in a circle like this. Liquid Alienware too, as they exit their POI from Barometer. Very congested side, exiting out of Pylon too, where Fnatic usually go for those quicker rotations after getting that information.
Yeah, I mean, I think I kind of like Watson when you're pulling into a Jurassic end zone, because you can sit in those buildings and you do have a little bit of time, because look, if you do get a good position in Jurassic, absolutely, you just get EMP after EMP. Sometimes I've seen like 2, 3, 4 EMPs in the same fight, because as soon as another team sees 2 teams together, they were like, wait, that's just 300 damage. I'm gonna just pop it immediately. And as soon as you get your bat off, like bam, they're coming in again. It's very tough for your shield med and your med economy, and that's what Watson helps so much with. Especially, you know, she's got the new upgrade perk where, you know, you can think about getting the regen on the generator there. But because of how often they get destroyed, generally players have been going for the double capacity and the double speed on that.
Which has been huge here too, and then we see the answer back with the EMPs when it comes to having that Newcastle ult really try to find space first. That's all about the timing on the queue. As we get to see the Na'Vi fans, where can I get one of those bandanas? Actually being able to rep that here while looking at what Na'Vi's gonna do for this final game in this series. NRG also being one of those teams to be within the top 10, I believe 8th overall after their performance in that last game.
Yep, they are sitting up there at the moment. Not a bad performance from them. But look, NRG, it's been an interesting roller coaster over the years from them. I'm sure that was some very OG fans of Apex, because certainly, you know, Nock and Fun, who have been together for such a long time. They've had a few teammates over the years now. Reptar, of course, being the newest one, but I think they really won a lot of fans. You know, at times they placed no lower than 2nd, I think, in the ALGS Pro League, and it's been a little bit more of a struggle for them over the last 12 to 18 months, Vicky, but you know that they have that incredible skill cap.
Oh, Noct is absolutely insane. I mean, we've seen him perform in the past, especially after his last performance at EWC, but I want to see that confidence, because that is a team that I always like to highlight as a very mentally momentum-based team. If the vibes are high, you already know that they are absolutely going to fry out some of these lobbies, but it's about building that up in the first place, and I didn't like the look of Noct's face right there, too, just waiting to get started here, maybe feeling a little bit of that pressure with Hot in the back, looking like he's plotting here. It is going to be a lobby restart, by the way, everyone. That's why I was wondering, you know, looking at a circle, wondering if that's what we're going to be sticking to. It doesn't look like it is with this lobby restart, everyone, making sure that all these players are loaded into the game.
All right, well, forget everything I just said about the circle. We'll we'll re-roll it, put the dice back in the shaker. We'll have another tilt at it. Certainly the central teams be a little bit sad about that one. Though I don't know, FA Kids, again, playing Revenant from a very much a zone POI like Cascade is an interesting choice for them. We saw how that sort of worked out in, what was that, game 4? And maybe they'll get a better chance to take fights en route to an end zone here as we get that lobby restarted.
I like that bucket jersey. I'm looking at everybody here in the crowd, going to be able to show their support here for our squads as they also go through a reset here, making sure everything is all good. But just to highlight the stakes real quick, for everybody watching at home, thank you so much for your patience. But Not Moist, still obviously sitting in first place overall with a huge gap between themselves and the rest of this lobby.
That's 3MZ having some words to Pete there. Teammates for the longest time. And usually on top of the Chinese region as well, as far as those players have been supported. I mean, we've got quite a few teams here joining them. I mean, X and Y for the very first time have made it to LAN. They were very close in split one. It's been an interesting come up from them.
I'll zoom in on the Lions jerseys after they went through their rebranding out here too. Love the new colors. Different shade of green out here too. And I am getting word now that we will be moving on to a break as we get this lobby restarted. Everyone, thank you again so much for your patience. Hopefully, when we're on the backside of this break, we'll have the game ready to go and fired away for you. Everyone, thank you again so much for your patience. Don't you know, Gino, casters have the button to start the game? No, I'm joking.
Oh, sorry, I'll just go find that.
Yeah, let me go find
My
it.
bad.
I ended up losing out on the button. Sorry, guys. That's why we haven't been able to jump into these lobbies. Anyways, though, before we get everything started here, making sure all our players are ready to go, it's the last game. You know, you have to add onto the suspense, make everybody sit at the edge of their seat to see what the results are going to be for the teams that may be struggling like we were unexpecting.
Yeah, if you're moist, you're chilling right now.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
you're just sitting pretty up there at the top. No worries in the world. And for everyone else down the bottom there, you are very much sweating bullets right now. Thinking, hey, this is the end of one series. We've got 3 to play. Of course, you play every other group, or with every other group. If you're A, you'll play 1 against B, C, and D. And together, that group stage score determines whether you go into the winner's bracket with the top 20 or into the elimination bracket with the bottom 20.
And being able to feel that momentum too on top of it on a day like group stages today, and I talked about it with Not Moist, you have another series to play at the end of the day today to conclude our day 1 here in Mannheim. But it's the fact that you could carry some of that success into those future games here. We have to see how it plays it out though as we go into game number 6. I'm seeing that we may be ready to go here.
Oh, I'm certainly crossing my fingers for this one, Vicky. That's Gilda Esports. Haven't seen a lot of them in Storm Points so far, actually. Maybe they'll get a little bit more involved. Come here in Game 6 just to finish things off. But look, they've been quietly coasting through up to number 9 so far.
I believe at one point we did see them take some shots at Falcons, actually able to eliminate some of those members in the feed. It's a few games ago here. Looks like everybody is loaded in, though, and ready to go. Looking at their screens here and making sure that everything is a reset. Because, you know, what we do have to talk about is with breaks like that in between games, that also could give a mental reset to the players who may not have been feeling it going from that Game 5 into that Game 6.
True. Pure Striders trying to Valko it out from underneath X and Y down there at Devastated Coast and not making it very far. Perhaps this was the time to work out, hey, we're playing the only team playing Caustic, Valkyrie, and Crypto. What do we do with it? How do we make this work in a lobby where we're the Mavericks?
All right. Good news, everyone. I'm getting word that the lobby is good to go. Let's get this started, everyone, with some more Apex Legends action. Game number 6. Ooh. And I'm already getting to see a little sneak peek of this circle because it is a different look compared to what you were highlighting before, Genome. It isn't gonna be that northern zone that we were expecting as we see all of our teams land in their respective POIs, but this is gonna be interesting and will absolutely favor some of the teams that we were talking about before, talking about Liquid Alienware coming out of Barometer, even NRG with another blessed zone when it comes to the way that they wanna rotate.
Looks like we're going to be flipping it around upside down as we wait for that next circle to come through. You can see Na'Vi here, one of the teams that don't necessarily have to wait for that ring console. We were talking about the differences between, say, a Fuse team or a Pathfinder team and a team who runs Watson. So Henchman hasn't popped it just yet, I believe, but when he does, they're going to say, hey, maybe we should go find our way down to that gravity cannon again because we're running it back.
We actually are running it back, like directly right back to where we were at before with the circle pulling on that gravity cannon, exiting out of launch pad. And actually, this will benefit the likes of teams like Alliance who, when they go for a slower rotate, playing more by the edge there after they have to rotate from north pad, obviously they have that survey beacon that every POI has and now a ring console. They'll be able to maybe situate themselves in a better spot, noting where it could similarly pull over to the south side.
Yep. Do we get that exact same one, or is it one of those small variations that you've just outlined? And do teams decide to play it a little bit differently this time? You know, if we get in a situation where Falcons are trying to gatekeep again, will they be more aggro? I'm honestly surprised we haven't seen them change up the comp at this point, considering how far they've been lagging behind and, you know, maybe playing into their strengths rather than trying to play into the meta.
Which is why when I saw the Fuse on World's Edge, it makes sense. I know Zero mentioned it in an interview with Peeps earlier on what they want to do differently, looking at World's Edge and Storm Point. But you know, when I think of the fragger that Howl is, I can't picture the Newcastle and the positioning that you want to be with the Newcastle in a situation like this. But seeing maybe how that could work after the practice that they've put in with that composition.
Yeah, I mean, he's had almost no experience on this Legend, right? I mean, in previous teams, obviously TSM, he just never would have been playing that. You would have given that to Reps or maybe Verhulst, but definitely not a Howl. So the fact that he's in a different role in Team Falcons means that he has had to widen his Legend pool.
And you would think, you know, maybe Jen, because Jen is just a professional Ditto out here, could play any Legend out under the sun, but, you know, rocking the Catalyst, still playing that defensive comp that you're forced to play in a meta like this with all these cryptos, it makes sense. And you could see the rustiness here as more squads have already rotated right here by the bridge south of Launchpad.
And yeah, I think if they had, you know, a DBZ like hyperbolic time chamber to train in and really get anyone up on any Legend, they'd probably like to try and get Jen over to Crypto, but that's one of the few Legends that Jen is not so comfortable on.
Meanwhile, Dreamfire with the zipline, something that we've been able to see utilized earlier on between Alliance with their trying zipline play, even Echolos with the zipline into Newcastle wall that they've been trying to work in, allowing a lot of these teams to get to high ground spots very easily.
Yeah, they are in Launchpad though, Vicky, and what I think is, thinking about last game, right? The mid-game of that, where you had 5 teams locked into Launchpad, and they were just in no man's land, as like almost all of them got obliterated trying to pull out of there. And so, will teams try and take those positions again, or will they just full send it for something a bit better along the bridge, down near Devastated Coast, where they know there's actually a chance that they can pick up some points? Because down there in Launchpad, it was like, you can't even just take a 3 and be like, hey, we're going to grab 1 or 2 teams, take them down and be happy with 3 or 6 points. You just walk into a firing squad of everyone sitting up on the hill on top of Devastated Coast.
And a lot of these teams haven't tried to take in those chances either. They're already all the way by the south side of Launchpad. We even saw Na'Vi earlier in the feed take one out from LG, but don't want to give up their spot because E36 are also right behind them. And then F8 kids now finally going through the armory. We're looking at Striders before, taking their time to rotate right with Guild, who are already in Jurassic.
Oh, X and Y getting right into it with Liquid Alienware down here. The Mozams will not hit. An X and Y getting naded right now, and will they survive? It looks like JR the only one to try and make it out here.
I'm telling you, the south side is just so congested. Shadow clean up the last straggler for JR, and X and Y get eliminated alongside Liquid in that initial fight.
I mean, it's cool to see Jackie 1 at LAN. AGL, one of my favorite teams from APAC South. He's had some Pro League experience on them before. Now coming in with the Shadow roster, it is cool to see if Shadow can really make a dent here in their first tilt and a live Apex event.
Definitely a way to start it off here, especially in this final game of the series. Sitting here right alongside E36 while we look at Alliance, who have made that rotate from Cenote. And like you mentioned too, Genome, being with the Trident and hanging out in Bean where no other squad lands on top of here. They have a survey so that way they can see which of the squads are within their area of their rotate. You can actually see them doing that right now as they approach Barometer, where Not Moist and Free Agent Kids are currently fighting.
Alliance obviously going to hear those shots, and depending on how fast and hot they come in, potentially the car will also be heard by those other two teams. EMP goes out, and of course causes Moist to pause for a little bit. Let's see if Waltzy has enough smokes to get them out of this situation. Nice!
Wow.
Smashing down that drone there. Good work from Timmy.
I mean, when you have a Nemesis in hand here too, personally, when I see the option to choose a Hemlock or Nemesis, I'm going with the Nemesis all the way, and also being able to get that fast track on that crypto drone from Timmy. As they now put down the zip line. This is the Alliance special when they Hail Mary up on top, but this is a better spot for them to do it versus that last game that we saw by Launchpad, because now they have the high ground over Not Moist, the positional advantage, while also not putting them in a sandwich position versus FA Kids, and you know where they're all standing right now with the scan on the survey beacon.
Perfect spot for Alliance to be sitting, and as you said, with the survey beacon knowledge now, they know that FA Kids are lurking, so if they take a fight, that is a threat to them, but why would they? They're right on top of Not Moist, and they're really the ones who have to sit in this ugly position and try and make their way out of it.
What's even more farming is that Alliance going from survey beacon to survey beacon, going to be able to see where everybody is standing, but also get Evo Shield charge on top of it all here too. So it works into the way that they rotate into these zones and still are able to take these fights like we're currently seeing with Alliance being on the high ground versus Not Moist. But FA Kids, as you could certainly see here too, have decided to back out and instead are going to just take advantage of these two teams fighting and rotate through Jurassic, because the rest of this lobby is already in that next zone.
It's good news for Not Moist here. If FA Kids had stuck around, it would have been almost over for them. And if Alliance take this evac, well, looks like that's a very, very good thing for Moist. Look, they fire some parting shots and say, thanks for being involved, but yeah, look, they've got to come in off the back of them now. 30 seconds until the zone even starts closing. This is fantastic. They get to wait, they get to see the next ring with this. So much information and knowledge being picked up by Not Moist there, and they could potentially go towards Pylon and pick up even more, but Alliance might beat them there.
And that's why Not Moist was lingering in Barometer for so long, even with the Lions being on top of them, right? They wanted to be able to scan where that next ring was pulling, and with the Lions being ahead of them, they could look to see if they could take the high ground approach when trying to take a fight versus Not Moist on their next rotate here too. Believe they are actually being able to fly in here too, or maybe take a Trident that was left behind, but they've already gone for the quick rotate out of Barometer while each Cholos are lingering about in the middle of this zone by that same gravity cannon.
Yeah, good hedge of the bets here by Icholos. This zone a little bit more north than the last one, I believe. And that means, you know, maybe there is more of a chance Launchpad is in, but we see less teams around there, situated pretty much in a band across Icholos there, out towards the east and the west with JHS Professional, I believe in the houses. How and Falcons, I think, are sitting down there on the bridge. But it looks like those teams that we saw come across each other in Barometer are probably going to be the first ones to be running into some trouble. Guild actually holding a choke just in front of Not Moist here. So will they choose to take this fight, or do they maybe think about evacing over the top?
While we take a look at Moist right now, let's jump into a listening to see how they plan out while avoiding this EMP.
Shit on him, 100. They're not playing for it. They're playing here. Reset. We have some bins, not much though. Actually, no, we have a lot. Wait, they're getting fucked. Exotic is getting fucked here. Oh, I'm not. We actually just have to save heal. If we just have heals this game, we win. There's 2 bins here you can loot for free. Yeah, 25 hit points though. Yeah, no, but no, I'm saying is they're not looted. Nah, fuck it, bro. Come and loot. I think we should definitely loot that, bro. Dropping nades. It's literally right here. You're full safe. This team is looking. The cross is gone. There's a 2x here. I can carry if you need. No, we don't.
All right, I think we were here. It might have been Nags there. It was definitely one of the UK players.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that much, but not Moist. Going to get into it with Guild here, and teammate against the ex-teammate. Waltzy against MT. Let's see who gets the better of it. It's actually going to be the 1v1, and Waltzy, well, you back him to win that one, don't you?
You didn't even get the chance. MT, he looked in one direction and immediately found himself on the floor here. And now Not Moist controlling this low ground with the rest of Guild, the duo that is on that high ground, sharing some of this space with Alliance.
Yeah, Alliance creeping in the background here. What do they do with this? Are they going to pop an EMP and roll in over the back of that? Or does Guild actually get a chance to reset here? Maybe Moist got scared off by the fact that there was a 3rd team in the area.
And actually not overcommitting, that'd be crazy because Guild is now forced to play in the ring at the moment over by Echo HQ. Not Moist now seeing the other team though over to the right side and knowing, is this Alliance here in this case? And now they're gonna try to engage on a fight. They get the first knock here from Timmy. The second one on Spawn Lucky, only leaving hockeys from Alliance.
Guild, they've all moved down into the zone in Echo HQ, so they're not a part of this fight right now. Moist should be able to clean up the remaining Alliance members. No, actually one has escaped outside and is going to be rotating through Pylon if they can even get the meds off in time. Moist have cleared their back, and now they have to move forward, potentially through Shadow or Guild, who sit ahead of them towards Devastated Coast.
Thank you very much. Zipline for them to go right down the middle. Hockey's now literally solo with the zone closing in. It's going to be quite a trek.
Okay, so we move up to Launchpad and see FA Kids here sitting underneath Dreamfire. Remember, they grabbed that spot up on the catwalk with the zipline much earlier. These guys don't have to move to the next zone. It's teams down the southern side who are currently getting into it. And Shadow, they were quite split. So it looks like Moist have actually been able to rout them. They were split 1 and 2, very far apart. If they had been together, watching their back there, they actually may have been able to deal with Moist.
They could have actually gotten picked apart here too. Now, as we look at the other side, without Moist now approaching from right behind them, see the EMP out. Waltzy's gonna send out that nade, trying to get enough information with the double energy weapons that he's rocking now. Now taking even more time to pop the shield back, but they're playing at least on the edge of the zone, away from the teams that are going to be engaging by the bridge.
Waltzy takes huge damage to try and get a swing through the zone. Does it pay off? It doesn't! Shadow will be the end of them here in Game 6, but there's still a chance that they take out the #1 spot in this series.
It's not about the bridge, it's about what is happening up above. NRG also looking at that fight, snipers in hand, because look at where the zone is pulling to. Genome, you highlighted a possible zone to this in our last game when it pulled towards the gravity cannons instead, and NRG had tried to bank on this originally when they were hanging out by the building north of the zipline.
Yeah, I ain't lying. It's possible, and you can see it right here. Na'Vi, however, have played it correctly again. Last zone looks almost identical. They call it and play near the gravity cannon. This one pulls south, and that's where Na'Vi are yet again. They've got the low ground. It looks like they're set up in a house down there, and they're going to have a lot of utility here to try and keep teams like Fnatic and LG at bay.
Actually crazy to see how much open spots there are to the zone right now.
And having a look at NRG, they seem to be in the high house. The house up the zip line, extremely strong in this circle, almost impossible to push. There are a couple of Pathfinders that helps potentially if you're, say, Icholos, but they're very much looking to gatekeep teams out at Launchpad at the moment. FA Kids are up here. I think they dealt with Dreamfire eventually. Striders, they're just sitting by themselves on the outskirts of the circle here. They are... They don't like to seem like they don't like getting involved that often.
No, they are literally flying off that balcony. I mean, that's what you could expect with a composition like this. And now NRG seeing the flying Striders right in front of them, making sure that they're not going to get immediately evicted here, and now paying attention to the teams that are going to force their rotate off that low ground. Nice shots from Nocturnal with that longbow. Is going to be able to oppress Shadows, but they can't fully collapse. They're going to have to hold this spot. Hope that maybe Space Station on the low ground to clear them out here.
Yeah, just the crypto player left alive for Striders. Maybe they should have tried to keep away there, but unfortunately not much of a choice. The ring pulls in. FA Kids and Icholos now move in from the north. GHS Professionals haven't had much of an impact so far on this series, but now they'll try and push into FaZe Clan, the EU team, who's set up. Are they underneath or on top? It's hard to tell on the map here.
It's the fact that Icholo's still alive out here, still cleaning up though. Not only putting on that damage, but putting in the KP, sitting in second place with 58 points, but with no energy ammo in that Nemesis.
Smoke's hiding the enemies from Icholos just for the moment. Falcons, this could be the first endgame they play all series. They need some points here, Vicky. You know they can pop off and get 100 points in a single group stage series. They've done it before, but you don't want to have to rely on that kind of performance. So let's see if they can bring it back and get, you know, the average you need, somewhere around 30 to 35 points to move you up into the winner's bracket.
That's why they've prioritized their rotates from the very beginning, right? We saw them playing by the bridge originally, have now made their way still from the low ground. You saw the pings as well from Jen, making sure that the rest of Falcons know that Hal is on the outside of that high ground point, so they would be forced to rotate into Falcons' point of view. Whereas all the other squads above them, though, Fnatic, FaZe, Icholos, LG, they will all be approaching from that north side. If Falcons can maybe go up those stairs, take some poke in here too, and they could absolutely oppress these teams that are going to get gate kept.
Icholos were doing the gatekeeping in the last round. Round 5 doesn't last that long, though, and now that role switches over to Falcons. They're trying. It's hard to do it from the low ground, though. People are going to be pushing up on top of them. LG fail to make that transition, but Icholos now, Fnatic is right on top of them, and they look to actually take the spot away from Na'Vi.
The immediate turnaround, though, from Crib after noticing that Falcons was holding that bottom side of the stairwell, noticing that there's a player right alongside them that they could get even more KP, but they are being oppressed by the squads that have height. Fnatic that specifically has been pressuring them.
Yeah, NRG also taking some shots from the height, though. That will make it even harder for Icholos to play that rock. Fnatic swing around now. It's exactly the right time, and they crunch them in between Na'Vi.
Icholos got so desperate there, though, and in the moment, Na'Vi getting absolutely beamed by the boat check from Sasuke.
Okay, Watson has to go for the res, hasn't taken the extra health. Why would you? But in this situation, it may have actually come in handy. As you said before, you'd rather have the Newcastle there to get those revives off safely, but it looks like Na'Vi aren't under quite enough pressure. The castle wall does give them just a little bit of space to work with and get the reset.
Look how desperate they are. Off the one wall left of the
that
Newcastle.
is down bad.
I mean, you got to work with what you got out here, and that's exactly what Na'Vi's able to do. Even with Henchmen still having Blue Evo, it's not just the Newcastle wall they're playing off, but also the Watson gen.
Zero meds! Look at this! I mean, they've got 8 cells in the backpack, but they've got a gen as well. We were talking in that other game how they had the ultimates ready to leapfrog forward. This game, it's not the case. They've taken far more pressure, and they're in a much weaker position.
And they can't force this fight here, too. It's just too much open ground unless FaZe gets third-partied by Falcons looking to go for a flank. FaZe now look right behind him. There's a catwalk from Falcons up from the top here too. With FaZe now having to look around, Falcons will be forced to drop down eventually. There's that wall that I was mentioning here from Jen, so that way they can approach, isolate this fight. It's now Falcons right on top of FaZe. Zero gets lost out here too, and Hal and Jen clean up this fight.
The Dark Veil comes in at the perfect time for Falcons to take down FaZe Clan, but NRG, they still command the high ground, not for much longer. Ring 6 is closing, and NRG have to move off it within seconds. Falcons now playing for that top 3 spot.
Gotta wait, dance around the shield a little bit, do the salsa as now Hal gets another knock. Janna give him the backup. Here comes the shield swap. They're playing off the Newcastle wall on the other side. Na'Vi get eliminated. Last 3 squads left in this lobby. NRG, Falcons and Space Station.
Trying to take space with the Mozams. You can do so much damage in such a short period of time, but NRG are on the fat side of the land here. They're going to get Falcons here despite the gold knock res from Imperial Hal.
Oh, can the clutch happen though? He gets the gold knock res, but he cannot clutch. It is NRG. Clean up on aisle 3. They got their head in the game. We saw knocked as a sneak peek before diving into game number 6, and they close out the series.
It's a big finish for Fun, for Nocturnal, and for Reptar as they move up into 5th spot overall in this series. 50 points from them. The job is about half done if they want to be making their way into the group, out of the group stage, into the winners bracket.
Definitely possible here with the way that they were able to play that so patiently. Let's not forget, they have the POI advantage over a zone like that, like we saw in the last game number 4 here, when we had seen them in a very similar situation. But NRG getting the dub, they were, I believe, in 8th place before that win, and now sitting in 5th place, really highlighting how close the competition was at the top end of the leaderboard.
It's a bit of a gamble, right? You can play that high building, but as we saw in, was it game 4 or game 5?
In the Gravity Cannon, game 5.
Game 5, if you don't get that position, if it does pull further, it's a rough rotate. You've got to come up the stairs, go through all those teams that are holding buildings and have sight lines on you that don't have to worry about teams behind them.
Actually insane here to see the action play out for groups A and B. That's going to conclude groups A and B, and I want to hear the thoughts from you guys over at the desk.
All right, thank you so much. Vicky, what a moment that was. Exciting in-game, and it was a lot of teams who were fighting for between those 10th to 5th spots. Falcons jumping up from, I think, 18th or 16th all the way to 9th. NRG getting that 5th place. A lot of teams showing up well. Jamerson, graceful here to start off the, well, I guess to finish off our Group A versus B action. And, you know, that's a good sign, especially knowing a lot of these teams, most of these teams will be playing later this afternoon.
Honestly, that's a great way for NRG to finish because they have been basically sticking to their MO where they're very silently successful, right? They're putting down points every single game, essentially, which really kept them in the running. And that's basically how they've operated throughout Split 2 so far. And so I'm glad that they were able to at least cap off our first set of matches with that victory.
That is kind of how they like to operate as well. For you, Graceful, is it a little bit too late for some of the teams we were mentioning, NRG, Falcons, or is this boding well for just getting things right a little bit earlier in their next set and doing it with some more consistency and obviously trying to top those groups?
I mean, I like to be critical of a lot of teams, but you also have to look at the strengths, right? Being able to adapt from having a poor start to then converting to having like a great finish shows mental fortitude and that they're still in the game locked in, right? They haven't given up. So that's a good thing.
I agree with you on that. I think the mental fortitude there, especially for a Group A versus B, only our first set of 3 of the day. It's taken quite a while, but they battled through all of those moments. So great stuff to NRG, who'll be looking to hopefully get a win here in Split 2 playoffs. You can see the win came in game number 6. Falcons second place. Didn't quite get it done, but SSG, not a sincere, FaZe Clan right behind them. Graceful almost was just shaking seeing EU fight EU in that final zone. He couldn't believe it. So many good NA teams to shoot, guys. What are we doing? Fnatic, Icholos Laser. That's a great story from them as we will eventually transition here into our overall results for A versus B. To start it off, first series of the day. Not Moist. Take the W, but a major performance and a congratulations to Icholos Laser from South America grabbing that second place. Not a sincere as well. We had hyped this up. We talked about this. Graceful. They pushed on through third place. They're going to be happy with that.
I'm so happy to see, success coming out of Matafa and the squad as well, because people have always been wondering, can they do it this LAN? Can they do it that LAN? And now, they're showing up really strong early on. I think I hope it's a good snowball effect, because they are popping off. Even though I saw them on, I think, blue every game because they early rotated, it ended up working with the consistency in placement. As you can see, it's a good balance between placements and also kills a little bit there.
Maybe some teams we didn't expect. FaZe Clan, who we kind of talked about having some good moments into this. 17th, not great. Liquid Alienware as well, 19th. That is not what they would expect. We talked to Yanya earlier. A man we get to talk to right now, we've talked to earlier, we've seen stand up after a couple wins earlier. It's Timmy on Not Moist. It's not It's Timmy. It is It's Timmy here joining us. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Doing fantastic, man. Congratulations on the win. I mean, first off, just reactions. Taking A versus B was a long set, but you guys found a way to get it done, and this is probably the best way to start a LAN.
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, we were coming into this, feeling really great. Our scrims, we were getting like top threes, like almost like every single scrim block, and I feel like the scrim quality compared to like tournaments are always never the same, but people are like, oh yeah, they'll never be able to do it on LAN, or like it's always because of the scrim qualities, and we're never going to be aping teams. But we continued that momentum and our play style into LAN, and you can obviously see that we got like 50 kills this block. I mean, we're just rolling and we're going, just keep doing the same thing over and over and just not really worrying about anything else.
So the sensitivity change worked, is what you're telling me there. Did you stick with that? I know we were talking about you adjusting a little bit and trying to find the right moment.
Yeah, so I was on 1.1, and then I finally gave in. Obviously been playing Apex for like 5 years and playing on that high sense, but yeah, like from the previous LANs, I could just tell, based on like how cold it is and how nervous and jittery I can get sometimes, that high sense is just not consistent. So I did drop it down 0.3, so now I'm at 0.8.
Wow. Great story as well. This is just a few weeks ago you were telling me about that. Seems like it has worked out quite well for you and the boys. I want you to walk us through, and I'll leave room for you guys to ask Timmy some questions or maybe guide him through Jamerson. Maybe you can set him up here as we talk final circles going into this, just to get your thoughts on how these games wrapped up in your eyes.
I mean, here in match number 4, you guys are riding some momentum coming off of World's Edge, and you got into a lot of fights, but this end game, Fnatic versus Enterforce. I want to say one thing about Enterforce, right? That is another team that we weren't really able to highlight throughout the day. It's a simple fact that we've seen them now in a very strong group, you would have to admit, right? Being able to take a second place and a first place. And now that does kind of harken back to Split 1 playoffs from Reject. Winity was a team that was finding consistency throughout the group stages and the bracket stages. So this does really set up that kind of similar storyline for this team.
What's it like with Fnatic, Timmy? You've played against them now a couple of times. Obviously a really solid team. High hopes for them. Are they a real threat to win this thing?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I think Fnatic is just full of insanely mechanical players, and what I really like is not playing the game by the books always, everyone's always been like zoned for like the past years, and I was always like the edge type of player, and watching Fnatic and seeing that the type of things that they do are very like unorthodox type of plays, and it works out a lot, and I really do think they have like a shot to win this as well.
Graceful, you wanted to talk about Game 5, I know, as well, and maybe get into that. So why don't we run through your thoughts here as we look at this one?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always happy to watch Na'Vi succeed here, but the biggest thing is they had 3 opportunities here that they could throw the game potentially. They decided to come in from the cannon side. I don't know if they stayed there, they might get pinched. They went to the head glitch, they could have gotten pinched once again. Decided to go more up towards the house to clean up, push the teams away from them so they don't get pinched, and end up closing the game really easily here. It's actually super solid micro and macro placement from Matafe, and then the boys will be shooting. That's how they do it.
We had a lot of conversation, Timmy, I'll fill you in, up here on the desk about Not As Sincere. Few teams like that, maybe you could even throw in, LG there, though they've been performing really well. Alliance before they won a LAN. Kind of group stage teams. Good enough to win, but haven't shown up at the big moment. Could this be the moment for Na'Vi in your eyes?
Honestly, I mean, like Navi, in the previous lands haven't, been doing that well. But seeing how strong they are right now, they're getting to end games. They're, playing out the fights really well. I do think that we'll probably see them in finals, and this could be their opportunity in their land as well.
Sniped Out was saying something as we watch, Game 6 now, and obviously this was what cemented those great finish between, Falcons and NRG. The personalities clashing, finding that right mix. You've been on different teams which have big personalities in both ways. What's your thought on that and how important that is to really finding success?
Oh, definitely. I mean, so I'm obviously like, I want to say that the vibes for my team, we've had a lot of conversations where, we don't do well, or, like the vibes are kind of off, someone's being a little bit passive aggressive. And I do think vibes do play in a very like big part of, the games. Like if you're just obviously playing well, you guys are feeling confident. You're not going to feel scared whenever someone swings you. But like just in general, even if you're not playing well, you can keep that those emotions up by having like good talks and just kind of like boosting each other's up before the matches and being like, you're the best player in the game. You got this. And you're going to play like that if you hear that.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like it's better to create a little bit of like artificial hype and like love just so that the vibes are there and that they're good. Because of course, anything can happen, but feeling good with your teammates got to be the biggest boon taking into a matchup that you can have, man. Fantastic. Thank you so much for hanging with us, Timmy. It's been phenomenal. I know Peeps is hanging out with not our winners. That's not Moist for this one, but Cholos. They've had a second place finish, and I can't wait to see what he's got to say with them.
What up, everybody? I am here with Azazel from Cholos Laser. Absolutely phenomenal first game performance, 16 kills and the dub. All right, what do you guys have to do to reproduce that success?
Vocês mais o que estão fazendo para reproduzir esse sucesso? Acredito que a gente tem que jogar mais junto, né? Tem que ter uma boa comunicação. A gente está jogando com uma comp fora do meta, que a gente está sem cripto. A gente está jogando de Newcastle, Watson e Pathfinder. Então é uma comp muito exótica. Então a gente sempre está junto, segurando a mão. E com certeza a gente vai conseguir reproduzir isso mais vezes. Play together, have good communication. We're certainly going to have to reproduce this success.
All right. And I speak Portuguese, so I totally understand. That's why my head's nodding. But so South America, historically, has not always done well, right, at Apex Lands. What would it mean to you to be the first ever South American team to win an Apex LAN?
Seria muito bom, né? Porque nossa região também não é muito boa. A gente não tem muito suporte. E acredito que a gente tem total capacidade de vencer, sim. E a gente mostrou isso hoje, pegando o segundo lugar. E a gente está ansioso, né, para os próximos grupos. Acredito que a gente vai pegar winners aí e com certeza a final. Yeah, we're very excited. We mean a lot. We don't have a lot of support, but we're certain that we're gonna make everyone proud.
All right, well, you heard it here from Azazel from Cholos Laser. Brasil, vamos aí. Rain Day, back to you.
Vamos Brazil, toca la bola. That's all I was saying because I was playing soccer there when I went back. I mean, it was 14 last time I was in Brazil. But amazing to see the South American support there. Congratulations to them. Cholos Laser, take a look out. They are representing SA the right way. Jamerson, Graceful, it's been great to talk to you guys. What a start. We've had our first set of the day, and we've got so much more to get through for the rest of this afternoon. Coming up right after this, we are going to go into our next matchup. I don't know if we're going to bring this schedule on for you guys, but it is going to be C versus D that take the stage. The timing is a little bit off because we're past that right now, so we're going to take, most likely around an hour or so, get set up, get ready, and be ready to rock in. And you can hear the crowd. I don't know who they're cheering for, but it looks like maybe Lions, something like that. I don't know. B&D as well, coming up 6:30 p.m. It's live. It's fun, man. We're in Mannheim. We are kicking butt. I'm having so much fun, and obviously, guys, it's been great to get these conversations with the players. Love talking to Timmy as well. More of that upcoming, more Apex Legends action, more Split 2 coming at you right after this break. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see you very, very shortly as we continue the day. back to the desk. It was a short break between A versus B, but now it's C and D, and you can already hear it. They're going crazy in here. It wasn't Alliance, it was ExoClan who is actually making that noise in the building right now. But you could tell we're ready for some more Apex. Non-stop action coming at you for the next 6-7 hours. Welcome back. My name is Rene. Of course, we got a new face here, Lauren Laraquente, Glitter Explosion. We got the alliteration there. Of course, Snipe Down and Graceful joining us as well. Lauren, the energy is real. I mean, we could talk A-B. I know you're watching backstage as well, but C and D, it's a star-studded lineup too. I think we're going to give them a lot of credit as we focus on these teams now who have yet to play.
Oh, absolutely. I think we had a lot of our heavy hitters to start off the day in that first lobby. We saw some of them reaching those expectations that we had set for them to kick off the weekend. But like you said, this I'm actually really excited for when it comes to this lobby because we have lots of what a lot of people are considering to be dark horses or potential other teams that could actually snatch that trophy away.
And that's, always to expect the unexpected. It's a bit of a trope. But as the music in Mannheim, oh, it's sweet to my ears, sings with the crowd. Let's go ahead and meet our Group C.
On his head as well. Kashira does damage, stays on his feet as well, and oh my kind!
So much talent there from Go Next Esports to Gaming Gladiators, members of EMEA, members of North America that look to make a point here in this tournament, and they've been waiting to make that point. I know, Grace, we were talking earlier, you've got your eyes on the people we just saw sitting there, Go Next Esports. What can Kashira get done today?
Yeah, Go Next Esports is obviously one of the teams I like to talk about, non-biased EU team again. The thing
yeah,
is,
you're so biased. Wait a second. Is anyone seeing a pattern?
Yeah, no, I mean, it is
kidding.
what it is. Got to cheer for the
kidding.
home squad. And the thing is that Kashira, a lot of the times, he's gone through waves of like ups and downs. Like, we've been playing together for like almost 5 years now. And he's gone from people saying, oh, dude, this guy's Pepega, to now he is owning everyone. And then he almost won a LAN. People still forget, he almost won a LAN. That's not many teams in the world that can say that.
One fight away.
Yeah, exactly. One fight away from winning LAN, and now having, the consistency of practicing and stuff. And by the way, Crypto, I think people forgot Kashira was one of the faves on Crypto back in the day as well. I think that they can definitely make something happen, and they have always been consistent. And Kashira is a huge, role in leading that.
Yeah, I mean, Eric, he's been consistent for so long. Kashira, obviously a leader, yet to have his big moment, though.
Yeah, I mean, Kashira has definitely been someone that's been at the top of the EU scene for a while. I think they've dominated a lot of the pro leagues and then came out and kind of been a little lackluster. So overall, I mean, he's been one of my favorite people. I actually hung out with him at the X Games. That's how long he's been around.
Wow.
And I became close with him there. So I've always been a secret fan of him in the background for sure.
Well, so many big names to talk about as well. Let's go ahead and introduce you to their competition, though. some phenomenal teams in there as well. Even just looking at Legends Gaming and how well they've been playing. We saw them a few weeks ago at DWC. Now a chance to see them yet again. But there's one team that is essentially synonymous with Apex Legends LAN events. It's crazy we haven't said their name up until now. But Snipe, can you do us the pleasure of talking about that 3-letter org?
Yeah, so I'm unironically rocking the same colors as the team I'm going to be talking about, and it's going to be a heart favorite, TSM. So you can't really pass up on this roster. This roster has insane potential, and I don't think we've seen that yet. I think they're still kind of finding themselves, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the positives, the negatives, and this is a tough team. They have a bounce-back tournament. You have Reps and Verhulst. I know they took that last event at EWC really rough. This is the first finals that they missed, and it not being without Hal, like him being there and then him succeeding. There's like a little bit of a rivalry there. They still have a lot of love for each other. And just the EWC format was tough. They did perform really well in the semifinals, but it only being the top two teams, they got knocked out in third place. And this is just one of those events where leading up to it, I think a lot of the stuff that they worked on is they were a little too antsy in situations where they had zone early and felt like they had to extend to get some KP because the game was just unfolding, and it's easy for that to happen. I feel like after third party something, you don't want to just get placement points, you want to get KP, but that comes to you, and you just need to be able to sit on your hands, and I think that was something that Hal brought. And then they're a little too passive on edge. It takes too long to maybe take that one fight that you really need to take to get them in zone before the zone gets on their back, and all of a sudden, it's like, we have to move zone 3, it hurts too much. I think if they get comfortable in that middle area, this is a team that could honestly win this whole event. I think I'm excited to see their growth. They've been absolutely killing it when it comes to the lead-up scrims into this. And once they find themselves, I'll put them right there in the top 5 with any other team to take this tournament.
Lauren, it's hard not to think of TSM as potential favorites. We know Hal isn't there, but that dynamic created some tension in a way, and that was maybe what got their engines going. Zap feels like he fits in really well, and also they've been putting the work in and building something maybe a little bit less controversial internally, but it seems like it might just be picking up steam at the right time. Certainly if they're going to want to win and get a win, this is the moment to prove it.
Absolutely, and we were talking about this before we went live again. Maybe having that one slower tournament for them was at the perfect moment. You're talking about timing, getting that out of the way, coming to Split 2 playoffs now, getting all those negative vibes out, and also kind of teaching themselves how to deal with it mentally. How do you recover after something like that? Because know internally they have set a very high bar for themselves. They are two of the most legendary players in the entire scene, and they expect great things from themselves in the same way that their fans do. So now coming here, we know what they're capable of, and I like what you were both saying. They definitely feel like they're kind of settling into their trio, looking really strong, and I think they can do big things here at playoffs.
Yeah, being confident sometimes is not doing anything, right? Sitting down, sitting back, letting the game come to you. So we'll see if they're able to seize those moments or let them wash over them. It'll be an interesting one to see because there's still so many great teams here. It's difficult to pick one specifically. But sometimes the POI draft can give us an indication on who's going to succeed. We saw with SSG, Group A versus B, you guys were, picking different teams, not Moist, and they did well. They ended up pulling it out, the not Moist picks. But you said, man, if I had seen SSG's landing spot, might have changed the difference on whether I would have gone for them. Snipe, I'm going to give you a chance now. Are you changing your pick after looking at some of these, or no? You still feeling confident?
I picked Moist to win, and I thought I would change to SSG. I'm glad I didn't because they ended up coming out on top.
That's right.
I picked Furia actually in this to win, and they have a good POI and thermal station. I do still like how TSM has been performing and getting Skyhook West right off the bat, and they also have a good launch pad when it comes to Storm Point. I think those are incredibly strong POIs, especially for the way that these maps have been unfolding. So I'm happy with the Furia pick. I think that they've really been building up a lot of potential leading up to this LAN and a lot of hype, and I would love to see them perform and make a finals because they missed it barely last time. So I will still pull for that team.
Grace, we saw Stay Naughty on there as well. I mean, we're seeing shots of the crowd. I love this eyebrow raise going on as well. MK is going to be a team to be threatened with. Cloud9, kind of an under-discussed team, but so much potential there.
Yeah, definitely potential. I've played with Cloud9 in the past, with Naughty specifically, and I know that the potential is definitely there.
Right.
The real question is, can you bring it out not only at this in this phase of the tournament, but throughout the whole tournament? I know their peak is high, but can they keep that average across the board is the real question.
Now, one big thing I want to talk about as we look at this Climatizer East, that's where Gaming Gladiators are going. We're going to start transitioning into that, Lauren. I know you and I are kind of on the same wavelength. What's your thought on them? Big name for me in terms of a top-performing team coming into this.
Absolutely. I mean, third online for Split 2, 4th at EWC. They have been wildly consistent. I mean, shout out to Jayhawk as well, because I saw his tier list online, and he did put Gaming Gladiators up there as one of those teams that can absolutely win this event. I mean, when you consider Blasts, Lufka, and Light, that is a scary trio.
Yeah, and talking to Jamie, he took the car with us as well. You know, I love just the family affairs. Got Sister Charlotte here again, 2 events in a row. You know, I just think that sometimes there's some energy there when you've got family in the building, you've got good vibes going on. They did incredibly well over these last few weeks. So Gaming Gladiators, you and me, we've got them taking the hit on this one. 29 points. I can't be looking at this. We got to go to the next page, guys. This is not fun for me to look at. Snipe, you're doing okay. You talked to us about it. You're going with Furia, a really strong team. Obviously, people are saying Vaxilon is just playing out of his mind right now, and I think this is an opportunity for Madness's journey to have this other part of the arc that people really, are happy to see.
Yeah, I've been hyping up Madness for a while now. I think his redemption arc has been incredible to watch, and as well as Vexlon. Vexlon has been like in and out of Pro League a couple different times. He was almost not even in this last Pro League, and then Watson stepped down. He took the spot, and then that team has been, consistently getting a lot better. So I'm proud of them, and another team that I think is a big highlight for this tournament is going to be Complexity. I think this meta fits perfectly for them. They've been killing it. Lou has been looking like a top player in the game, and I would love to see that team pop off.
They were close. In LA, they were playing a lot of Rampart. They were getting top 5s. They weren't winning. Maybe this is just that little bit more stability, a little more people on that same page of stability and kind of control Legends that allows them to shine. All of that to be found out soon. And if you want to watch, whether it's Complexity, follow along with, your favorite personalities, Gaming Gladiators, maybe you just want to check in on TSM, go to Face It Watch. That'll help you select the types of teams that you want to look at, hear their audio, see their rotations, really watch the ALGS your way. One of my favorite things is just bringing up the map, giving yourself a little bit of that overview so you can see what the casters see or the commentators see as we're discussing the potentials of what a zone could bring. All of that and more by checking out Face It Watch. Go to faceit.com/watch. Also, remember, Twitch drops. That's right, just watching is earning. Twitch.tv/playapex. Over the course of these next 4 days, we'll grant you all of these goodies, from skins to gun and charms, to show off in-game and say, yeah, I was there watching Mannheim. Were you? All right. Well, at the end of the day, we're here. The crowd is here. Our casters are here. And the games are here. It is C versus D. So, guys, as we get ready to hand it over, are we ready to go?
Of course we're ready to go. We've been waiting all day to get going here, Rain Day. Who do you think we are? We've been waiting in the back patiently. I rearranged all the chocolates in the back as a kind of like crazy thing that I did because I was just very excited. I had too much energy, Dan. It was a bit weird, but here we are.
He's had a good night's sleep, and that is good news because that means we're going to have some good games. That's how it always works. It's just a trend here at the ALGS, excuse me. And I can't wait. I mean, we've already heard about the groups and what the analysts have been saying about these groups. There's a few underdogs featuring here, and it's hard to try and predict where this group is going to go.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think coming into this tournament, I was looking at it, kind of the overarching story for me is I just feel there's an element of unpredictability about it. Just looking at teams' performances, looking back at EWC, looking at the fact that we have a new meta that's come through as well, a new season, all of these things kind of culminate together in not quite knowing what's going to happen here. And I think we saw that in our first set of games today. Now we head into our second set of games, and like you say, we've got C&D in the lobby, and you're looking at some of these teams as potential underdogs, not just maybe for the group to do well, but I think looking forward to the end of the tournament as well. There's a few names I look at in this lobby as being potential names we'll be talking about come Sunday.
Yeah, I think that there is not an clear and evident winner at this tournament yet. Even from the games that we've just seen, some of the big favorites maybe didn't perform as well as we would expect. So now we need to see who can kind of raise the bar and who can match those point totals as well. We always talk about the average points. You want to get around 30 or so in every single group game. But if you can have like a 70-point series like we just saw from Moist, that propels you up those leaderboards and gives you a fantastic chance to get into the good side of the bracket.
Well, there's an interesting thing to talk about, of course. Like you say, there's a lot of unpredictability. A big game can be absolutely massive. I think just while we wait for the games to get underway, we're going to bring Rain Day back in here to have a little bit of a discussion.
Yeah.
Rain, what are we talking about, brother? Do you know what? We always talk about predictions. We see predictions, but I want the reasoning behind your predictions on the desk. I want to know why you're going where you're going.
That's a great one. I'm not going to take the spotlight here. Lauren, I'm going to throw to you. Reasoning. Gaming Gladiators, we've been talking about them.
Listen, I feel like, Mark, you didn't hear all the facts, okay? Because it's the placements alone for Gaming Gladiators, the consistency alone for this trio.
Tell 'em.
There's someone that I am keeping my eyes on. Also, the zones from the first series, if they end up even remotely close to where GG is, that's pulling in their favor. They have lots of positives in their column right now.
That's true. I mean, Snipe, get in on this as well, because they were talking about, they feel like it's unpredictable. Dan had mentioned that also. Do you feel like we've already set a tone for a bit of an unpredictable tournament here?
I think the changes in the meta are going to make this whole event as unpredictable as you can imagine. I already predicted I think we're going to have a tournament winner that has not won a tournament. We're now back-to-back events now with 2 different teams that we have not seen win. I think it's just that type of year, and I'm excited to see that final outcome. I think, like we talked about with Fury, I think there's a lot of teams that can take that spot. So.
Also, guys, are we seeing, I mean, just the rise of South America? I mean, Cholos Major, Laser, we were looking at that a few weeks ago and going, wow, this is unbelievable. South America showing up. You know, I feel like, Dan, it's now become something that's more consistent than ever. This type of performance starting out the gate. This bodes well, and we got a lot of South American teams here also represented.
Every region can perform well at this tournament. I think that's why it is such an unpredictable one. We don't have the dominant regions that we used to have back in the day, Mark, and I think that's why we're going to see just everyone try and put their best foot forward and try and dominate in these early stages, because then they start to become the favorites. Then people start to fear them. They don't want to rotate near them. They don't want to cross them in their path when they're trying to move through this map.
We always talk about teams who end up demanding respect and demanding to be talked about. They become too good to ignore, right? And South America have been quietly going about their business over the last few events as well, and I am expecting them to certainly have 1 or 2 teams who can progress and make it into those latter rounds here. So I'm excited to see what they can do. We had an EMEA winner now on LAN. We've had North America. We've had APAC North, APAC South. Just saying.
We're waiting. We're trying to fill that one out. You know, EMEA, we've got the resident kind of like, you know, the two of you and Graceful together, that's almost too much EMEA action going on for me. I mean, the bias is just so crazy here. But, you know, one team we haven't really talked about a lot is ExoClan. And I think they come in with a great story in K-Swinny and Slayers, one of the longest standing duos who have made pretty much every LAN. You could hear the crowd there. I know you guys like a little bit of noise. They've been representing and singing. I mean, are we at an Arsenal game, Mark? Or are we at Split 2 playoffs? Because it's kind of feeling like the same.
I will say the ALGS is more reasonably priced than getting to an Arsenal game these days. But it's amazing to see, right? One thing we could always guarantee is as the games go on, as the days goes on, the crowd gets louder and louder. But the hardcore fans who are here today, by the way, shout out to everyone who got here early.
That's right.
These are the ones who I respect the most, and especially when they're making noise like ExoClan. And I think that ExoClan's a great story, right? We look back at EWC, last minute call-up. They do incredibly well. They get to that final. So they're another team who we're talking about as a potential underdog, a dark horse in this tournament. So it almost feels like you can pick any team at the moment and go, hey, they could do something. So it's an exciting time to watch them Apex.
Grace, Strafing Flame, Player K, Easy Flash. These guys show up. We don't know if they're getting here. They figure out a way to do it. Is this a team that needs to be a little bit more on watch? Like, hey, this could be their tournament, because they had some of the most incredible moments coming back in the last moments of a game, changing things in match point. They've got the potential. They've got the confidence. Now it's just a matter of doing it.
I think the biggest thing is that they've always had, you know, they played Watts and Cat back in the day. They've always played ahead of everybody's playing the meta, and they're always very adaptable. And when you say, could this be their tournament? I'm not going to lie, every tournament felt like it could have been theirs. So I think that they could definitely pull through if they wanted to.
It is a little bit of that clutch factor coming in.
It is.
And of course, guys, as we've had this great discussion, it's set up some more stories that we didn't get to cover too top of the show, but it seems like it might be getting closer to the games kicking off for C&D. So I'm going to hand it back to you to enjoy, and let's get it going.
That was fun, wasn't it? It was. Chat with the desk. We don't usually get to do that. We're not allowed near the desk normally for obvious reasons. But it is time almost to get into our first game here. World's Edge is where we're going to be heading. And I want to talk a little bit about a team who has 3 letters in their name, who historically we get told off for talking about too much. But I'm going to talk about TSM, right? Because what a story this has been for the new lineup, right? EWC, not good. Whereas now they come into this group, now they come into this event, now they come into this day with a fresh look on things. And the best thing for them is they have a great POI here on World's Edge to play from.
Great seed, which means they got a great place in the POI draft, and they're going to be playing from Skyhook West because Reject Winity decided not to go for Skyhook West. They actually went for Pylon on Stormpoint, leaving Skyhook open. So that is going to be a fantastic opportunity for TSM, who not only have it in these groups, but also later on when they compete in the next stage of groups as well, they have it over Falcons. So holding this POI throughout the entire day, this is a great chance to practice in Group C and D and then carry what they learn from these groups into the next. It's an obvious opportunity to pick up big points.
I also think it's a really good opportunity for them to play from a POI, like you say, they're going to play from all day, but from a POI that gives you a clear game plan on how you want to approach things, right? You're going to take your time looting over at SkyWest. There's a lot of loot to gather, and you're going to usually be playing Edge from there with a strong loot pool behind you. So TSM are going to have to fight their way into zones, and I think just making the macro a little bit more simple can be very, very positive for them as getting on the same page, winning some of those team fights, and looking good going into the games a little bit later on as well. But as you can see here, it looks like we're getting ready to get into this game here in Mannheim. We've got C&D on the stage right now. Match 1 on World's Edge is about to get underway.
And already, Bleed Esports are going to be up at Skyhook East, so there is a chance for them to have a little scrap with maybe a couple of TSM members. As we look across and just see what could be happening elsewhere on the map, you can see GG and SSE X-Ray are over towards Climatizer and Epicenter. They're not going to be contesting, of course, but they are close enough that individuals were having a little look at one another, but no fight happening here.
Interesting to talk about GG, right? I mentioned how certain teams in the ALGS all of a sudden are too good to ignore, and I think this is the perfect example of it, right? GG, they made a big change about halfway through the split, and now with this team, they've come together and there seems to be a chemistry and an ability to pull points out of every game and every situation. It's very rare we will go into the top 10 of a game, especially when we're watching the EMEA Pro League, getting towards that end game, and GG would not be in one of those prio positions. They proved at the EWC that they are a team who can really perform on the biggest stage as well. So keep your eyes on GG this tournament as we take our first look at where we're going to be heading.
Yeah, heading up towards between Landslide, between Monument is where we're going to be going. So I wouldn't be surprised if people take control of the tower. Maybe there'll be a few people taking control of like Grandma's house and that kind of area, the Survey Beacon house, just with a chance to have the ability to move between the two, depending on where this circle actually ends up pulling. So VK Gaming already moving very fast, and a couple of teams are starting to run across one another here with their rotations.
By the way, Legends Gaming, you can see there's a couple of faces you might recognize filling in today. Nasky being one of those players, he's made the, I would say, a fairly short trip over to Germany to make sure that he's in position to help out his two teammates, or should I say temporary teammates, while he's waiting for the other players to get over on those planes, getting those visas nice and late, certainly getting them locked down, but a little bit of an early engagement going down here, but it's a little bit of a poke and a prod, and nothing too getting out of hand here. No real aggression as we see. Remix Powers looking for his teammate to drop him off a little bit of loot. Going to be a ult excel for him to pop a little bit early here as they try and push through the tunnel.
And you can stay in this tunnel if you want as well. Obviously, Watson fences will go down behind you here just to make sure that no one's going to be able to follow. But there is the opportunity with where this circle's going right now that they are happily holding this area, especially if they're worried that anyone's going to be into Landslide. And we can see on the map there are teams in Landslide. Of course, you'll be able to use that crypto to gain the information before you exit.
Vault always a tasty thing to find your way past if you've got that vault key, and then we are going to see Legends Gaming having a little bit of a fight. We mentioned how Nasky and Amphi have filled it in alongside Player K here. Well, there were some conversations on Twitter saying if you get over 100 points, maybe we'll let you play the rest of the tournaments as well. So they've got their target to certainly hit, but inside a Landslide right now, they're going to be securing this truck, and they do have the Watson as well. So that gen's going to go up. That means they're going to be able to avoid those grenades being thrown in. It's going to be much more difficult to push them in this position.
A lot of teams committing to Monument here as well. It's starting to get a little bit congested over there, so if you haven't arrived early, you're going to struggle to find any sort of area in that POI. As now, over towards Landslide. This is what happens when you exit through the vault. There's going to be teams there waiting for you.
How are going to be picked up here by Kings. As Olimpo try and disengage from this, it looks like at the moment. They see that there's maybe too many teams inside a Landslide early on here to really want to take that fight, and instead, they're going to be rotating away and letting Noctumscan get a little reset here. Interesting to note with this zone, though, Dan, this is the kind of zone I look at, and I'm like, Zone 3 info is going to be so important, because we've seen some pretty funky pulls on World's Edge in recent times, right? It could pull, like you say, over to Grandma's side, over to outside of Monument, where we see that zone just to the west side of it, but we also see that, of course, the zone that pulls back towards the drill tower on the other side of those mountains. So even though it is looking like it's going to go to the east side of the zone at the moment, towards the Monument side, again, Zone 3 information just gives you the guarantee, right?
We've even seen it end down to where Cloud9 are currently, just by the tunnel as well. It pulls to the southwest of Monument. There is a lot of different areas it can move to. So even though there's a heavy commitment to the buildings because they are going to be safe for now, if you take that gamble, if you take that risk, you can definitely be rewarded if you get one of those funky shifts that you're talking about.
As we move our attention over to Furia, Olimpo were the team who rotated away a few moments ago, and now they're finding themselves in the line of sight of Keon. Now Furia, wow, what a performance it was towards the back end of the season in the North American Pro League for these three gentlemen. Madness went through a lot. You remember he had a severe injury he had to overcome to get back playing with his team and managed to do so, and now he's looking to lead them forward here. He's going to be playing on the Crypto here, and Vaxlon, man who I love watching play Apex Legends, I have to say, he's going to get himself up to purple. He's going to be on the Newcastle.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what Furia can do at this event. I think they've been performing pretty well in scrims, and there is a lot of belief behind them coming into it as well. They just need to have a good start. I feel like momentum is going to be massive for them. Otherwise, they may start to get down on themselves a little bit. But we'll have to wait and see how match one goes for them. At the moment, everyone trying to move into this next zone. The majority of teams have found themselves within Zone 2 already, or within Zone 1 already, excuse me. Still TSM, Olimpo, Furia, and Pioneers are the only 4 teams haven't moved in yet.
Bleed Esports playing up on the high grounds here, just tinkering around and tiptoeing around these icicles up on the height of Epicenter. Another team who have been dangerously consistent. But the one thing that's been missing for Bleed Esports is that big pop-off week throughout the Pro League. It was always 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, always in and around those numbers, but not that #1 that they were so desperate for, just to prove that they could take one of those game weeks and really cement themselves as a potential tournament winner. But here on LAN, things are always different, of course, and Drops is looking to lead the troops forward and put some big points on the board.
Complexity at the moment just surrounding Furia here. They've got eyes on them, and they are just trying to stop the exit. Furia will be relatively happy with this position for now, but they already know they need to move. They have that ring console information to work with. But there you go. There's Complexity just waiting in the wings, waiting on that bridge and trying to get shots. But it will force Furia to make the tunnel rotation here. And we already saw how congested the tunnel area had been coming out from Landslide. So it might not be a fun move for Furia.
Yeah, it's going to be Noctem, who are still in Landslide. Legends Gaming just outside of it as well. And Fenway to their north, in and around that drill tower we were talking about. We'll take a look at the outsides of the zone for now, as we can see Artin and crew trying to work their way back into safety. That's going to be over by Lava Fisher. TSM putting some shots down on them from Countdown. As this is your map overhead right now, we can see we are going to pull over to the east side. So a little bit more of a predictable zone pull here, which is good news for everyone, including ourselves. It makes us look like we know what we're talking about. And we can see that Reject Winity, Noise inside of Fragment. You've got Cloud9 just to the north. ExoClan just trying to creep up alongside North Epsion as well. They're going to be sharing a little bit of real estate soon as well. But you're looking at the rotate here from Furia, and I like this. You mentioned how you might be thinking they're going through the Vault Tunnel towards Landslide. Well, if they take a little bit of time here, go through Harvester, hit the ring console, hit the survey beacon, not only going to get the Evo, the information, but they have a clear rotate in as well from that southern side of zone. So Furia, with Complexity at their back, a team to watch it.
Yeah, Furia still moving at the moment. They're actually firing shots back at Complexity. Complexity are chasing them, and you can even see that on the map feed. But Furia will have the speed to get away from it. Just constantly, Complexity have the height over them. So Furia really can't take this fight, and that's why they keep retreating. They're almost hoping that all this noise encourages someone else to get involved.
I'm going to start playing a charge rifle. I think this is a cooler gun. And he's hitting some big damage already with it. Of course, Monsoon known for hitting big damage from long distance, and he's already showing it here. Can't quite connect this time, but one thing we got to note here about Complexity is I think they're trying to either force Furia away and maybe rotate behind them, which is going to cause Furia some problems, or they're going to go towards that Vault Tunnel. But we're going to get that question answered straight in front of us, right? It looks like they are going to be trying to mirror exactly the rotate we're seeing from Furia.
Yeah, so Furia moving fast. You can see they've just taken a balloon to make sure they can move up towards Fragment. And Complexity saw that happening in the sky. But now Complexity just means they can shadow them here. This is going to be a comfortable rotation for them. I think this is clever from Complexity, right? Force Furia away, then it gives you the pathing, then it gives you the idea of what is playable and what isn't playable. And you've then got the crypto drone as well to give you extra information. So Complexity in a good spot.
Interesting to see that Furia actually took a spot inside of Fragment. So maybe they thought that this isn't as playable as an area as they would have wanted for as early as they have to play it, so they're going to try and play a little bit of a longer game. GG, though, they're going to be up towards the north. They're being held out by VK Gaming, who are inside of that tunnel, as we do see, of course, where Furia land. Now, we've just lost our first team, and it was Bleed Esports inside of the building, and it's 3KP going to the gentleman on your screen. Furia get their first points of the day.
And the first kills there on the board in this game as well. I mean, the fact that this has been pretty slow, no one has been engaging that much. I mean, sometimes that happens with this meta. It is very difficult to try and finish off kills with the likes of Newcastle being involved. Very quick to get those res, very demure, very graceful. But now you need to see other teams getting involved in some of these third parties, because there has been engagements happening, but no one's necessarily been able to pick up the KP.
You really need to get off of TikTok.
I try.
I love you, dude, but you've got to.
I try.
GG then, still trying to work their way through the tunnel. You see they will be safe for this next zone, but their options are pretty limited, so they are committing to this fight by the looks of things. It's still VK Gaming, who are the team who are holding them on the other side, and you can see the Watson fences is down as well, which is going to make the push even more difficult. Now, no EMP to work with here for GG. It's the Catalyst, Bangalore, and Newcastle, which makes this push a little bit more difficult for them.
Just a little bit. It's actually maybe a fight you don't even want to take, to be honest, but it's one of those situations where you may have to. The circle's beginning to close. They do have the room to stay there for now, and we are going to be heading away. When you see that circle coming up on this map, we're going to be heading away from Monument and back to those rock formations that I was talking about right at the very start between Landslide and Monument.
There
here.
it is.
And no one is currently there. And that's what I was talking about earlier, by taking a risk and holding a position. But it's a very difficult position to hold.
Yeah.
We've sometimes seen Watson teams hold it, but very rarely can you hold a position like this.
Yeah, getting into this zone early is very, very difficult, just because of the amount of angles that you can get angled out from. So it's about timing the rotate, right? It's about taking the priority position ahead of everyone else when there's an opportunity to do so as the zone starts to close. You'll see teams try and risk it and maybe think about taking a spot a little bit earlier. Sometimes that can work out extremely well for you if you can hold it down, but it also means with 19 squads still alive in this lobby, if you make that play and it doesn't go well, points are almost impossible to find. So that's why you're seeing teams showing a little bit of trepidation here as TSM now start to work their way towards zone as well. 30 seconds until this zone close, and you can see that Zap is looking for some bodies.
And if they are forced down into this kind of tunnel area, Noctum Scan are already waiting. And actually, I like the position from Noctum Scan because they have the option of being outside of Monument right now and moving into that zone that we previously saw. Another team that's in a good position is Cloud9. Now, elsewhere, there is damage happening. You can see there could be more kills on the board as SSE X-Ray are eliminated from the game.
Very impressive, by the way. SSE X-Ray is not easy to say, and I am going to mess that up more than once. Olimpo also going to be eliminated here, and it will be Lou who finds the final member. So Complexity, we mentioned this southern position. They now control it as we see GG involved in a fight here, and it's going to be against Go Next. It's EU on EU action.
Yeah, nice damage initially. Blast just puts down the ultimate to make sure it's not going to be easy for them to escape if they do try and push towards them. And instead now, GG need to try and actually capitalize on this early damage, but they've gone to play defensively here, and I like it.
Managed to reinforce that door, which means that they will control it. Means that Go Next won't be able to push this res, but Go Next also inside of the building now with the zone closing are going to find themselves taking some damage. GG down to 2 still. Light has gone down. Blast and Lufka are last alive, but now you can see the trouble they have. So many teams inside of this zone looking in to out, and GG will be eliminated.
The ring is doing more damage than some of the players right now. It's so difficult to get into these zones because people are holding such aggressive positions as now TSM look to try and move through. They didn't go down towards the tunnel. Instead, they're going north. It's Fennel holding them out.
Monsoon's doing things in the kill feed again. He's just taking down player K from Legends with that charge rifle. Not only knocks, but gets the finish as well as TSM now try and step their way forward. Let's jump into the comms with TSM and see how they take this fight.
I'm flat challenge.
You trying that? I can't help.
Swing by me. Swing by me. Swing by me. Catch it, Rock. Play knock. Oh my god, the drone.
TSM will fall in their first 3v3 of the day, and it will be a pretty low point game for them. Noctum now trying to move in behind. Crypto trying to go out to get some information. They can see there's some knocks down as well, so this is going to be a lot of loot for them to pick up on their way forward. And it's been interesting to see them re-wrap through the tunnel towards this fight that they heard going on. It's a pretty smart rotate, I would say, just playing off of information, playing off of damage, and playing off of audio.
They were also almost forced to be there because Complexity actually started to pressure them a little bit from the other side of tunnel. So Noctum said, well, this is an opportunity for some KP. But now what they do is put themselves in a difficult situation. If anyone is waiting for them on this choke as they make their rotation east, they could struggle a little bit. Legends Gaming are pretty bang center of this next zone and could potentially disrupt Noctum's rotation here.
We just saw Fennel being eliminated as well as we go back over to the point of view of Complexity and Monsoon. He's got the laser beam. He's going to put the evac down as well. It might be time to make a play for this zone as they will now take to the skies. Now, where do they try and play from here? Kimchi and Lu following Monsoon. Monsoon has his shields almost broken, but they find a sneaky little spot. But they're going to have to take this fight, and there's already a team here. It's going to be Legend Gaming, I think, who are in this position. Nafki finds one onto Lu. SWQ eliminated in the meantime, and Monsoon is left all on his own.
He's left on his own, but he does have the smokes. He does have the ability to just charge his shields back up here and maybe be a nuisance to Legends Gaming. What he needs here is for Noctum to get involved in this fight, and he is going to be able to get potential KP.
This is a 1v1, but he's not hitting any shots. Oh, no. It's windy out here. It's windy out here, Mon. It is windy out here, Mon. Complexity will be eliminated. Exo Clan will fall as well.
That's a tough one, and you know full well Monsoon's only going to blame himself for that. Now reject Winity as they move in. Pioneer's eliminated. Maker's eliminated as well. 7 squads remain, but there is a lot of teams on this northern side. VK, Cloud9, Noctum, Legends, all on the north, and all have to fight.
VK gone. On the southern side of this zone, though, Furia, we mentioned this position. That is going to be prime real estate towards the end of this game. Furia control the zone. Reject Winity, a name that you might know very well from the last land. Well, it's a new lineup this time, but they are inside of this top 6. C9 taking a huge amount of damage themselves as Chaotic will be taken down.
Yeah, Cloud9 just trying to stay alive at this point, hoping that maybe Chaotic can crawl back. They should be able to get the res here. I don't think anyone's going to pressure them, and they're going to get back up to a full 3. So this is great news and a great opportunity for Cloud9 to reposition, start to head towards this zone because it's pulling south. You already see Reject Winity are there, but suddenly there's shots coming in.
It's going to be a jet to save him in front of him. That's going to keep him alive for just long enough, and it was a very important piece of timing for them to get round that corner before those wayward shots came in from those Mozambiques that almost managed to get that knock and send C9 back down to 2. 5 squads now remaining.
Legends Gaming also just got a respawn as well, by the way. It's Noctum Scan are now going to fight against Legends Gaming, and Legends, after getting the respawn, probably win this fight and will. They're still alive.
Let's take ourselves back a few minutes, right? Monsoon in that crazy situation. Will Legends Gaming make it into the top 4 now? They should fall in the next few moments as C9 will be able to take out the final member, which is going to be Amphi. But as we head into our top 3, it's a 3v3v3. C9, Reject Winity, and Furia.
Furia are sat dead center of this zone, by the way. Reject Winity are probably going to shoot at Cloud9. And look at the shields on Furia, and the castle wall is down. Surely Furia have a great position to win this.
Madness is going to get the first knock onto Sorcerer as well without having to overextend. A second one now comes into Vac from Vaxon as he goes pew 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 with those Mozambiques. Furia taking their time to reset here, taking their time to bat as C9 will be eliminated. It's Reject Winity. The org that won the Split 1 playoffs going up against Furia in our final 3v3. The EMP will go down.
Look at the shield difference though. Blues on the side of RC. Surely Furia can push.
Surely Furia should win this. Madness. He's just going to start blasting. He gets his first knock. Keon will get the second, and Furia will back up the hype in game number 1. They will be your champions.
And there's a reason why they've been some people's favorites coming into these groups. They've looked excellent coming into this tournament. And they say it wasn't just a fluke during scrims. They are going to be here to play when it comes to LAN. And once they had that position with Newcastle, that is why Newcastle is in this meta and why he is so successful. Not only do you get the castle wall, but you have that fallback plan. If your highest DPS player does go down, you just get them back up again with the gold shield. Sadly for Reject Winity, they had a massive shield disadvantage, but they were able to get into that final circle and pick up a second place.
I will say that is some beautiful artwork. With all due respect, on the right-hand side, the left one's good. It's not bad, but the right-hand side, the precision on that coloring in, I'll go over the lines, man. I don't know about you, I'll go over the lines.
I failed my art class in school, so I'm very impressed, but also impressed with Furia. I think that was a difficult circle to play. As soon as it pulled away from Monument, as we said it could, they did very well to not move straight away and become the most vulnerable team. They kind of played it at the right speed where a few teams had fallen first, and then they took the primary position right dead center.
Interesting to see, go back to our stories at the start of this, right? Furia, all eyes on you. Great finish to the Pro League split. They come into game number 1 here and they win it. They get some good KP alongside it as well. We'll take a look at our match results as well to back that fact up. And it's a 25-point game, 13 kills in game number 1 here for Furia. A fantastic result for them. But you look at the other end. This is what I'm interested in, right? This is the teams we were talking about. GG. It's only game one. Let's not get carried away here. Bleed Esports, TSM. All teams will have question marks for different reasons, right? GG, I'll maybe take out that conversation a little bit because they've been fantastic recently, but it's still the same thing, right? You want to get out to a hot start in game one. You want to just dispel some of the worries, some of the hangover from previous tournaments. They haven't managed to do that as yet. Of course, a lot of games in front of us. Let's not get carried away with ourselves, but also shout out to the boys filling in on Legends Gaming. 11 points for them, game number one.
I think one of the good things for all the teams that are down at the bottom of the leaderboard is Furia took a lot of those points, right? So it is going to be pretty evenly spread from like 6th downward, and it's not going to be hard to catch up. It's just trying to catch up to first place is what's going to be difficult here.
Yeah, I love the rotate from Furia, by the way. There was a couple of moments I was watching it, I was like, if they get into the southern side of this zone, they can own it for themselves. But I like the fact that they played it a little bit later, because you saw, initially I was thinking they were going to try and do what Complexity did. Complexity then are forced to make a play towards zone a little bit later, and it doesn't work. And unfortunately, I'm sure we're all going to see the clip a few more times. But we'll go to a break right now before we get back for match number 2. Match number 1 was beautiful. Let's see what match number 2 has for us.
The entire 6, that is a missed opportunity, right? You need to carry on the momentum here, try and find more points on the board, because we saw some teams in the previous groups only get about 25 points. This is a great chance to try and surpass them in the leaderboards and put yourself in a really good position when it gets to those brackets.
Yeah, there's a couple of things you look at from that game number 1 from Furia that you really like, right? Firstly, the rotation we mentioned towards the southern side of that zone. Secondly, the fact that when they evac into Fragment and Monument, they win the 3v3 without even being knocked. Bleed get absolutely obliterated by them, and then the way they commanded that zone in the end game as well. You can hear from the comms as well, they're like, one thing that's so important is the communication of abilities, right? And you could hear from Madness is saying EMP in 1 second, EMP in 1%. Waiting to engage off the back of that EMP is valuable, so valuable in that final fight. Not only is it giving you information on where players are, but the damage, the stun, all of those things makes that final moment so much easier. So congratulations to Furia. Very, very well played endgame for sure.
Yeah, I think also listening to the comms of who to focus is something that's very underrated when playing as a 3, because if you're all looking at different targets, you can very easily get wiped out by a team focusing better on an individual. But clearly they were focusing on left, then they focused on center, then they focused on right. It was just a clean sweep. And I think as soon as they saw those blue shields, it was just like, it was a dub. Like, they already knew they were going to win that one. Such a shield advantage, and they'll be delighted with that victory.
So Fury get that game 1 victory, like we say. Now we head into match number 2, though. World's Edge going to still be our battleground before we head over to Storm Point a little bit later on. We'll have to see if anyone is going to contest Furia in this game number 2, or if it is going to be a little bit of a Furia party, like I mentioned here on World's Edge. The way they navigate the traffic in that one was absolutely superb. Always interested to see where this zone goes, though, because that was one that was played from Thermal Station by Furia. Pretty good rotate for them, even though it's a pretty central zone. I feel like coming from the south, that zone in general, just knowing that everyone else is going to be stacked up inside a monument, it's probably a clearer way to path your way to that zone. So Fury having a pretty good access, I would say, to where they wanted to play, but having access is one thing. It's all about execution. We always talk about that.
You got to remember, Furia were kind of being hovered around by Complexity for quite a while. They were being chased, it felt like, but they didn't get intimidated by that. They didn't take a stupid rotation. They didn't just run through tunnel because they panicked. They fired shots back towards them and said, no, actually, we think that we can hold you off here, and we will continue with our genuine rotation that we have planned.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that's going to be the same story, like I mentioned now. Who do you want to watch in this next game, though? Because C9 had a really interesting end game there. You can see they had to fight their way from the northern side of that zone through 3 or 4 different teams, but didn't really have much of an involvement in that end game when it was the 3v3v3. Usually you see a call of let's play for second if we think we can't win this one, but Cloud9 didn't really do much, right? It was both teams they just got focused by both. They didn't commit to either fight. That left them in a bit of a vulnerable position.
Honestly, I'm excited to see what Legends Gaming do in this next game, because they positioned themselves quite successfully in that circle. If it wasn't for the full send that came from Complexity, they might have had a better chance going into that last circle as well. So they'll be moving from landslide. Of course, it was one of their priority positions, and if the zone isn't as good for them, they're going to have to move a little bit quicker, perhaps, to the next.
Furia, you have earned yourself a loot POV. It's a copyright, that. Winners of game number 1, obviously we're going to be watching them first. A great start for them, and I think when you're coming into a tournament, right, with a lot of hype behind you, some expectation, people start talking about you, there's murmurs of maybe this is Furia's time, maybe in North America is going to be represented by someone holding that trophy up once again. A game number 1 like that, just all of the nerves, all the expectation just falls off your shoulders a little bit, right? It just kind of proves to yourself, like, people can talk, and they should be talking because we're going to perform at the level you expect.
I also love the composition that they're running as well. They're not running a controller legend, so they're not necessarily going to have that ring console information immediately, but then as soon as Pathfinder gets the ability to choose, then you get ring console information, and then you can start to use Pathfinder's aggression at certain times as well.
Wow.
And well, there's a reward for winning your first game, as Furia will be in prime position down at Thermal Station.
I mean, in Thermal, the one issue with Thermal is sometimes a big POI to loot, and a couple of teams who rotate very, very quickly, like Noctum are right now, Reject Winity are right now, could take away a few positions that you might want, but if you can get up to that height nice and quickly, you almost guarantee yourself a top 5, it feels like, with this Thermal Station zone. So it'll be interesting to see if it does go towards Thermal, if we go back towards staging with a funky pull, but one team who has always red zones well over in APAC North is Reject Winity. They are as hard a zone team as you could possibly imagine in the ALGS, and they think it's going down towards Thermal.
And that's one of the reasons why they had blue armors, or 2 of them had blue armors going into that final fight, because they moved very quickly to Monument in the previous game. Now, Furia don't have a ring console, as far as I'm aware. They did get the survey beacon scan, so they would have seen Reject Winity moving towards them, so they should have a good idea, and they should have seen Noctum as well arriving at Thermal Station. So Furia aren't going to be surprised by this pull, but they certainly won't have as much info as perhaps they would like.
It's one thing I've learned through my career in esports is when a man puts a bandana on, it means he means business. And you can see that Onmu certainly does mean business today, and certainly will at this tournament. Pioneers making their way through Siphon at the moment. You saw Exo Clan were just ahead of them as they were looting their way forward. They only had blue armors. Excuse me, they only had white armors, whereas Pioneers have the blue. It looks like they're going to be playing towards the choke tunnel here. Should be safe. Looks like there's no one here at the moment. SWQ are inside of the train tunnel as they move down towards bar. So it's kind of a point A to B here for them. as they try and plan what their next move is going to be.
So an interesting thing since the newest patch with the Controller Legends getting the extra 25 HP on their shields is now some of the Wattson players, or your controller player in general, may lead the rotation because they have the most shields available, right? It's going to deter other people from engaging because you are going to have more health, and also you can have a better chance if you run into a 1v1. So it is interesting that's changed that kind of support role we've seen in Wattson's previous to actually now we can play it a little bit more aggressively in some scenarios.
Yeah, certainly can. Just overextend a little bit more. You're not, as you say, relied to be the anchor, which has traditionally been the role of a Wattson, for example. Inside of the zone, though, you can see Nose Fox. We're going to be inside and around the train station buildings. 4 points to their name after game number 1. North Epson having a little poke at Legends Gaming, who are inside of this tunnel themselves, and this looks like a fight that could break out here. Now, when you're looking at shields, North Epson certainly at the disadvantage, and the EMP is going to force them away, as Yuka is going to have to be very careful that he doesn't go from Yuko Peradata to Yuko Peradead. And that's exactly where he finds himself. Gets inside the building, though, and they will be out of res.
So still 20 squads. No one's gone down just yet. Everyone being a little bit hesitant to engage yet again in this game. As we already see, about 15 of our teams are within zone, but now North Epson are getting pushed.
I mean, this is a strong push coming in for VKG. They saw a knock come in. And now Yuko Peradata, who was Yuko Peradead, is now Yuko Pera running. It wasn't very good, okay? I know that. I accept it. But VK Gaming will come in and manage to clean the pieces up, but they have lost one player. And remember that Legends Gaming were having a look from the tunnel at this. They might be thinking about third-partying themselves for these KP.
Yeah, definitely a possibility for other teams to engage if they would like to here. There are 2 teams in the area. KCP are also in the vicinity and maybe could do some damage to this one as well. The Wraith portal has actually been a big influence here. Allows you to move very quickly into this fight.
However, Donut has gone down, and now Youngling goes down as well, and Crazy Kong is going to be left on his own. We're going to have a pause. We're going to have a pause. Just as things got exciting, just as things got interesting. See a lot of sad faces in the crowd, but don't worry, we'll get back into it. Oh, look, I'm back in camera. Hey, everyone. How you doing?
Being told it was an audio issue, so we're just sorting that one out for the players, but it does allow us to have a little chin wag. But certainly one of those scenarios when Wraith comes into the equation, right? The portal looks great. You get involved, and you say, I will follow you to my death. Sadly, they did follow to their death.
You don't mean it literally.
No, usually
figuratively.
not.
It's a very discernible difference between the two things. But again, interesting to see some of the compositions and legend picks we've already seen here on day 1 kind of surprising us. The Wraith already in there. We've seen a few different picks that have come in. We saw a Revenant a little bit earlier as well. I was like, are we in ranked? No, we're not. But it's going to be interesting to see how those picks kind of separate themselves, maybe in some of the plays that we see a little bit earlier on. Smart decision to show these gentlemen on your screen, because I'm going to lay out for a minute and let the Exo Clan crowd do what they do best. Bit quiet. Oh, no, they're getting louder. They're getting louder. It's okay.
They'll
warm up.
Gently ramping up. I think they went in hard right at the start of this series.
It's true. They went pretty hard early.
And they probably just need to have a little bit of a reset before they get back in. But as the game is paused, the players, of course, will just be waiting and have a little chat between themselves, and we can look at some of the beautiful signs of this wonderful audience that is joining us here in Mannheim. I always appreciate those who come down on a Thursday.
I thought you were going to say, I always appreciate a good sign, which I know you do.
Does your boss know you're here? That's what I usually say.
True.
Were you meant to be working today?
True.
Are you still working in the stands?
True. Maybe all of these people, what are known as remote workers nowadays.
They've got their mouse at home.
I'm interested to see. I'm interested to see if some laptops come out around 3 p.m. Actually, it's gone 4 already. Goodness me. Yeah, we'll have to see if a couple of emails do get sent out just to make sure that the bosses are happy. But we do say thank you, of course, for being down here early on a Thursday. The tournament, as we know, ramps up day after day as the stakes get higher and higher. And I'm looking forward to getting back into this one because I feel like we've got a really good end zone. It's a very similar pattern to what we saw from the first game. A lot of hard early rotates. We've seen a couple of scrappy fights that have gone down in and around the Hill House building between Harvester and, of course, where this zone is going to be pulling towards the train station side. But we're also going to see some fluffy friends in the crowd here, Dan.
Yeah, I'm always reluctant to talk.
Are you a sign guy or a fluffy friends guy?
I am a fluffy sign guy. And if anyone creates one, then you'll be my best friend. I'm always reluctant to talk too heavily about zones during a pause. Even if I whisper, I'm worried that maybe a player could have a earphone off.
I would.
But it is interesting that we head down towards this area because, I mean, if you think back to Pro League, there were times where this area of the map was very rarely seen, right? We didn't actually end here very often, and it was great news when you looked at Furia and where they saw the zone start to pull. So they were able to set up accordingly, and we should be able to get back into this game very shortly here.
3, 2, 1. We're back in the game. I felt like I was slightly off on my seconds there. It didn't quite line up. Anyway, we're back into the game, everyone. Pioneers on your screen. Onmu's bandana still looking as glorious as it did a few moments ago.
Oh, so they went through the portal, and as they came back, sadly, KCP were already waiting. Actually, no, Crazy Kong's been able to get away. I think the portal was taken from the other player.
Yeah, it was. It was ExoClan who was taken down in that fight. So ExoClan fans, now we understand maybe why you weren't as loud as we thought you would be. Complexity, though, probably trying to shake off the moments of that previous game. Inside of where Zone is going to be going, though, you can see that on your top of your screen. You can also see that they have console information themselves. Now they're going to try and take up towards the high ground here, having playing around the barricades at the back, by using this evac tower to get back towards where Kimchi finds himself. However, Monsoon taking some damage on his way up. Lou is going to be safe for now, but might have to retreat back to Monsoon just to help him stay alive.
Elsewhere, we're back to the building of death as the portal still being used elsewhere. Legends Gaming now going to be able to take that one out, and of course, Legends are also running the Wraith. Nasty on a Wraith is not something that I thought I would see in this day and age, but I'm here to live and breathe it. They're now going to have control of this tunnel as well, which actually isn't the worst position, and I think they'll be able to hold it for quite some time.
Certainly will. TSM then once again involved in a fight in and around the edge of Zone. This time it's going to be Bleed Esports in front of them. Certainly some history between the 6 players involved in this little scuffle that's going down. 10 seconds until the Zone does close behind them. SWQ will be eliminated as well, as all of a sudden we're seeing KCP find a few more KP, as we have 3 squads now eliminated from this lobby.
And I am curious to see how TSM do from Skyhook, right? Because there was a reason why Falcons decided not to be picking Skyhook in their group stages. They felt like they maybe had some really rough zones back at EWC, and they wanted to move to a more central POI, and that has opened it up for TSM to play it instead, but they are now going to suffer some of the same problems we saw Falcons did, where you arrive late and really have to fight tooth and nail to get into these zones.
Well, that's where the Zone is going to be going, pulling up towards the north side of Thermal Station, as it traditionally will do. Interesting just to note as well, Reps, very sharp looking haircut.
Really good.
We'll say it looks great. Shout out to the barbers all around the world, especially Reps' barber, doing a great job.
So circle-wise now, you can see that Thermal Station is still going to be the priority position here. There's going to be 2 teams, one on height, one down low. Cloud9 are going to be in a great spot on the southwest. Complexity, if they hold this area and eventually get to that southern side near the barrels, they should be okay to hold there as well. So those 4 teams in a really good spot for where the circle seems to be pulling.
GG taking a little bit of damage here from Legends Gaming. You can see that they have to get the mobile shield down for Lufka to hold that angle. He's going to push it out a little bit, see if he can create a little bit of an angle. Instead, he's going to put the big shield out. Castle wall will go down for them to essentially let anybody know who comes up this, that they're going to have to fight their way through a team. No points on the board. We just see GG go down early in that game number 1. I mentioned how it is only game number 1, though. Remember, we've got 6 games to get through here before we really start to talk about teams' performances. But they've got a little bit of work to do here. You can see 2 teams down on the southern side they're going to have to hold out.
And they were excellent pre-patch. Gaming Gladiators were one of the up-and-coming teams, right? And they performed so well at the previous LAN, but now with the shift in patch, how does it affect playstyle? That's always going to be the question, because there are going to be teams that will struggle a little bit, and we'll probably learn more about that as the day goes on. But right now, this spot isn't the worst one. They are going to be able to play this eastern side. They've got the castle wall down just in case anyone pushes them, but it's about where they go from there. They're probably waiting for a little bit more ring information before they move, but if they get pushed, where does that decision lie? Do they get aggressive? Do they try and take that fight, or do they try and retreat as we get another pause here for the players to get everything sorted and before we get this one back underway?
That's 2 already. Racking them up.
Can we set a record for pauses?
Let's hope not. That's not something we want to do here, everybody. Trust me. We want to get these games flowing in the way that everybody enjoys, including ourselves. But it's interesting to talk about GG's position a little bit, isn't it? Because I think their job, their role right now is just to hold out everybody who's moving in from the north and the east side of the map. We mentioned how, in front of them, they can see what's going to be happening, where they have to try and rotate to next. I think they want to try and hold the idea is that I want to hold that choke down for as long as possible and then kind of just step onto zone and hope that it pulls towards the north a little bit, where we see some of those finishes around the bottom side of that ridge. But Furia, just if you didn't know, by the way, still right on top of where they should be, top of Thermal Station. They're chilling. More furry friends.
Yeah, I mentioned the 5 teams that had kind of got past that choke point as well. And if you've got past the choke point, you're in a good position to get to the late game. Those who have not got past the choke point, it's fight or flight, quite literally. Do you go over the top? Do you try and find a position in Thermal? But you're going into it knowing that a lot of those priority positions would have been taken, and Thermal is taken up by a lot of lava as well. There's not as much playable positions as you might think when you are diving in. So either you need to be going in prepared for a fight when you land, and perhaps like a position on the south could be taken next to the bins.
Good to see the Nessies out in force, by the way. We love a Nessie. The Nessie gets everywhere, by the way. I told you, they get everywhere. It's a C9 one.
Wow, self-made Nessies and Bangalore. That's what we love.
Is that crochet?
Maybe.
I thought you'd know that because you like TikTok, and I imagine that came up on your feed at some point. No?
Not hit that algorithm
There's
yet.
the EXO fans. One of them has a chicken on his head.
That's the closest thing to a furry sign that I've seen so far.
That is a furry friend.
But I love the support that we're seeing here in Mannheim. Of course, European support, very different to North American support that we've seen at previous events.
Sounds like what does that mean?
European crowds just a little bit louder, you know?
You think European crowds are better?
I think they're a little bit louder.
I agree. 3, 2, 1. We're back in the game, everybody. As we continue match number 2 here as we head down once again towards Thermal Station.
So Complexity have been holding this position down on the south for quite a while. They are almost in a similar spot that Gaming Gladiators are, where they just have to hold out anyone from arriving from the south. Right, they just need to make sure Makers do not approach them, Makers do not take their position, because then they will have a more comfortable move into the south side of thermal rotation. I think what's difficult for them is the shields, because I think Makers actually have a little bit of a shield advantage here, but Complexity do have the height.
Rolling Thunder's going to be coming in as well. And as it does, it's time for us to jump into the comms of Complexity. They have to force their way into zone.
I need your crossfire. They're gonna push this game. They're gonna fucking push us.
Pushing you.
Kill him one.
Nice. Burning.
Pump the bat.
He's almost cracked on you. He's right here. He's cracked. He's cracked. One's pushing your right. On my back. They're both doing you.
Yeah, we need to stack on them. How are we taking so much damage?
Bro. Okay. Do we not have EMP there? No, I EMP'd them right away, but then they fucking...
Why?
Well, frustration there from Complexity. You can understand why as well. Just not being able to win these 3v3s, all the clutch moments at the early part of this tournament. However, a lot of games to go for them. Makers now pushing their way through the southern side of the zone.
Frustrating for Complexity. It was NoseFox who got involved with the third party, and that bullet into the back of Lou was enough to really put them into the ground. And sadly, that's 2 games they'll want to forget here, as now GoNext Esports getting involved. It's KCP on the receiving end of this.
Kashira going to get that first knock as well, and Slab is going to get the finish with those nasty-looking Mozambique. If you played Apex recently, you'll know exactly what I mean by that. A little bit of loot going to be grabbed here, but a long way still to go. 1 minute 20 or so left on this zone close for GoNext to make their next move and make their decision. A couple of gold bins is going to help them on their way forward, though. There's a bag. There's a couple of hop-ups as well. So all of a sudden, GoNext feel a little bit stronger than they did a few moments ago. They just added 10 pounds to their bench.
Also, bad news in terms of where the circle's going to be pulling. Bad news for Furia fans, because it is going to move up a little bit further north to where actually Reject Winity are currently holding. The kind of buildings just north of Thermal Station is going to be one of the best areas to be in. And actually, as I say that, Reject Winity are currently moving away from that position. This opens up pretty much prime position for TSM if they notice it.
This is a massive moment. Like you say, Reject Winity were chilling. They didn't have that zone info, though. They may have seen an opening in and around Thermal Station where they thought the zone was going to be pulling, so they think, hey, there's something for us to play here. Let's try and play it. And like you say, TSM now walk into zone. They have the opportunity maybe to drone ahead and see if this is free, but it looks like at the moment they've let this slip away. Makers now in that building.
They might have been beaten to the punch. Remember, there is 2 buildings here. They could share it. TSM also might say, actually, we quite like holding this side because they don't necessarily know where the zone is going yet, right? Only ring console information would have provided this extra little bit of info, so they might not want to commit so heavily for said building. As now you can see on the minimap, Makers have taken over both buildings here, but that is heartbreaking for Reject Winity, who moved south away from this spot.
You can see the TSM actually using the drone to watch behind them as well, so that's why they're not scouting forward. They want to make sure they don't get zone wrapped themselves, which is obviously a smart thing to try and do. Bleed Esports now trying to chase down a few kills themselves as Northeption. Well, they're finding GoNext. Couple of kills going to be exchanged here. Should be able to get one of these finishes, but no, Northeption will be eliminated. It's Kashira who clutches up. Kashira now left on his own, though, on the Crypto. Northeption eliminated 15 squads. Now find themselves in this lobby as we have 5 teams eliminated.
And he's gone. And he's invisible. Where is he? Can Bleed find him? That's the real question.
Don't crawl back to him and give it away.
He can get the banners, and he can just stay invisible. And that is one of the benefits and pretty much the prime reason why Crypto has become a meta character is the ability to go invisible when you are within the drone. And he's back in the room.
Kashira with his best John Cena impression. As Bleed Esports give up and decide that it's not worth trying to find him to get that extra KP. Elsewhere, as we turn our attention back towards the thermal side of things. Couple of shots being exchanged. It's going to be KCP who made their rotate in, but you can see they're being peppered from all angles at the moment. SSE X-Ray trying to be one of those teams who can commit to some of these kills. A couple of breaks coming in as we also see Fennel in the kill feed as well. Reject Winity, a heartbreaking moment for them. They will be eliminated as we're down to 14.
Yeah, so much talk about them being a zone team, and they really committed heavily to the middle of Thermal Station. They were convinced it was going to be pulling that way. However, has pulled away from them, and now Furia from that Thermal Tower are going to have to try and move north here, whereas Makers, Gaming Gladiators, and Fennel are all in some of the best positions, but Bleed might try and contest GG over on that northeast side.
14 squads still remaining. Interesting to see SSE X-Ray. Not done a huge amount of damage as a team at the moment, but slowly kind of creeping their way in towards zone. They've still got a long way to go from the south to the north. They are down right on that southern side. There's a beautiful overhead shot of what we can expect from where teams are finding themselves positioned. Remember, you've got TSM, which you can't quite see on screen at the moment, just to the southern side. Inside of those two buildings, we have Makers and we have GG as well. Fennel are pretty close to it. And Makers actually split holding the buildings at the moment as GG now get that catwall down as they try and force their way in. But look at Bleed Esports. All dressed in red at the moment. Full red evos for them. They are in a fighting position here.
Well, GG actually using the catwall to hold off Bleed and stop this push, but now here come Legends Gaming over the top of Bleed, and where are they going to land?
Everyone's flying in right now. You've got SSE landing, you've got Legends Gaming, they're landing as well. And here come Go Next Esports. Kashira's still alive, by the way. He still wants to have a part of this endgame. And it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, everyone should be pretty safe for now. Go Next don't make it, though, unfortunately. They will be eliminated. Kashira couldn't come up with the magic that he needed. Legends Gaming eliminated as well, as all of a sudden the lobby starts to heat up here in Manheim.
Even though you have deployable cover through Newcastle, it is not going to protect you from every angle. You're very vulnerable when you land, and just try and commit to it. As now SSE X-Ray are struggling here. A lot of damage they've been taken.
Luo and Tree Cleaner trying to hold off the push coming in from C9. C9 down to 1. Fennel eliminated. Pioneers eliminated in the meantime. As TSM are having a little go at this as well. They see an opportunity for some KP. Verholz overextending. Can't quite get the knock though. Thinking about using the bang ult to clean up. SSE X-Ray will be eliminated as that now goes in to try and get the final kill. C9 will fall as TSM will stand tall.
One of the benefits of TSM staying on the outer side here is maybe as everyone arrived, as everyone flew in, that's when TSM could take advantage and get some KP. As now Nose Fox will be eliminated. Bleed Esports also about to fall, it would seem, drop the last remaining player.
GG have gone as well, so now it's all up to Drop to try and force his way forward, but he won't be able to as well. It will be Dexter who swings in for Makers to get that knock and that elimination. Bleeder out. Knocked and Scan are eliminated as well. We are down to 4 squads now. It has been a bloodbath in the last 60 seconds.
And Makers have been incredible. They find this position, they find this building, and not only one, they have controlled both of these buildings and kept everyone away. As now Furia on the southern side, they need to start moving. They need to get out of this zone, but they did get top 5, as you predicted.
I also don't know if they know that someone's pretty close to them from Olimpo.
They're going to know now.
They're going to know pretty soon. It's actually the res that's coming in from Kings, and they certainly will know. Vaxlon won't be able to take part in this endgame, though. He has fallen. Back to the battle of the buildings. As we're going to see TSM trying to force their way in, but once again, we're seeing people just blasting, and it's going to be Makers with those Mozambiques who get the knock on the reps.
TSM desperate for someone to join in this fight, but they don't realize maybe that it is as isolated as expected, and Makers should be able to clean this one up. Maybe TSM will just try and bank on trying to survive, but now Furia arrived. This is what TSM needed. They needed someone else to get involved.
And they got the reds as well. Vaxlon has gone down, but here comes Madness with the Eva 8. This time he can't make it work. Keon is left on his own on the Pathfinder, as TSM will pick up some of those kills onto his teammates. Keon has found a place to play, though, as TSM will fall as well. Down on that low ground. Makers are going to find Olimpo.
Oh, my God.
TSM have been eliminated also. You can see that Valto, he's gone down as well. Beautiful shots coming in from Ziki.
Well, Olimpo now need to come from down below, and it's going to be Makers waiting for them as they arrive, but they arrive with a lot of damage. Oh, it was a lot of damage. Possible damage, but not hit by the Hemlock.
Should be a Makers game. Only team is a full 3 right here. Olimpo might have got a res off, though, down on that low ground. We'll have to wait and see if they manage to do. Yes, indeed, they have managed to get Plato back up. So Keon as a solo, but How'd you climb from here without taking damage?
I mean, the only shot here for a Limbo is that Keon distracts Makers enough to allow them to arrive, but it's going to be so difficult for them.
They're also burning. Do they have an evac tower? Is this something they can use to get up? Because they don't have a Pathfinder in their composition.
I mean, Makers are just laughing at this point. I think they know that this one is potentially just in the bag. It might just fall right into their hands, but a very deserved win if they do get it here, purely from their move early on to take these buildings as soon as they saw that zone shifting north.
I will say, it's seen funny situations sometimes in Apex Legends
Here
where
we go.
all of a sudden when you think you got the guaranteed win, it doesn't become quite as simple as you thought it was. Olimpo now making their climb up. Asia's trying to look over this at the moment. It should be able to do a huge amount of damage, and damage he does get indeed. He's got a shield swat to play with as well. Can't quite connect this time, but will with these shots. Damage, damage, damage. They is all that he wants to hear right now. As Makers will hold off this push.
I mean, still a chance for Keon. You've got to remember that. Furious still alive on the eastern side. Hey, if they do enough damage here, I mean, I've seen crazier things. Okay, Keon, he went down south. Okay, maybe he could just survive to top 2.
Finally, the kills are going to come in here. Makers will feel like almost they're putting us out of our misery, just waiting for that championship banner to come up, that champion's banner that will solidify the fact that they are first in this game. Olimpo eliminated. Keon on the path, he'll fall as well, and Makers will finally be crowned your champion.
Such an impressive hold of those 2 buildings as soon as they were able to take them. Remember, there was an open opportunity for TSM to have that building. But TSM kind of waited, they were hovering, and they did get KP because of it. It wasn't a bad decision by all means, and remember, they didn't have ring console information either. But Makers, it was their dominance and how they would just spread themselves out and deal so much damage to anyone who arrived. I mean, 15 kills to go alongside first place here. That really puts them in contention to win this entire lobby. They are going to be one of the teams we have to be watching out for.
It was a fantastic demonstration of how of how strong split holding can be if you're good enough to do it, right? A lot of teams you will see maybe retreat away to just play the one building as the swarm of teams start to arise, but Makers just did such a good job of making sure that every single team who came into the vicinity of those 2 hill buildings took damage. They got one knock that forced them away again, and they could keep controlling the entirety of that little compound. So a very, very impressive game coming in from Makers. Like I say, a masterclass in split holding those buildings.
Yeah, brilliant from them. I think it's going to be frustrating for Reject Winity in particular. They had the buildings prior to that, and then they started moving south because they thought it was going to continue heading towards Thermal Station. Furia, I think they'll be pretty happy with the top 3, considering it is coming down towards their POI, but of course it did pull away from them as well.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the results here. You can see them on your screen. 27 points in total for Makers in that game. We mentioned the 15 KP they managed to pick up. That's why you're seeing that monster total at the backside of it. But I mean, you're looking at Furia right now. First place game number 1. You can see the points they've got in game number 2 as well. They will take your second place with 12 points overall. Olimpo, though, big game for them as well. Third place overall. TSM, though, 12 points on the board, Dan. Not too bad for the TSM boys.
Yeah, I think that was a better game from TSM. Of course, we were able to see their POV quite a bit as they made their rotation all the way from Skyhook, and it does put them up into the top 10 at the very least, so they can now start to compete for some of these higher positions. And look, they are tied with Legends, tied with Noctum, tied with Reject Winity, so there is definitely breathing room you ignore the numbers.
My brain just exploded trying to read that. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 6, 5. Essentially, they're all tied.
They are all tied.
I worked that out myself.
Well done.
I worked that out myself. My goodness.
Well, Furia 37 points, and they'll be ahead, but second place, it now opens things up for everyone because people are starting to catch up a little bit here, Mark.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's looking like a much closer lobby now, but Furia certainly establishing themselves in these first 2 matches as the team to watch, I think, not just in this group, but maybe a little bit later on today as we take a look at the beautiful SAP Arena, and we see some of the beautiful people out there. And speaking of beautiful people, I want to send it down to Peeps because he is a beautiful man with a similar haircut to myself. So Peeps, take it away.
My bald brother, I am here with some of the craziest fans at the SAP Arena in Mannheim, Germany. Dude, I gotta ask, where are you from, all right? And
I need to reply.
Hey, I gotta ask,
yeah,
but,
sure.
You know, what do you want to say to the EXO clan, the boys at K20 and everybody?
We believe in you. We are all here for you, whatever the results, and I know it will be a win. We believe in that, and we still believe in you till the end. So keep going.
All right, full belief here. And dude, I gotta ask you, right? how does it feel being in Mannheim, Germany here with a bunch of your friends all supporting EXO?
This is fucking insane. This is one of the most... Yeah, okay. Not insane, not fucking insane, but this is fucking insane, yeah. Let's go!
All right, well, Des, you heard it here from some of the craziest fans at Mannheim. You will take it away right now.
I usually say, excuse my French, but it's kind of more applicable than I thought it would be, right? It's impressive.
Pardon
also,
their French.
double down on it. Love that.
Triple down. But yeah, great to see the EXO Ultras out in full force to support their boys. But can EXO take that energy and put a W on the board? Because they're going to need it to start catching up as the lobby now starting to create a little bit of gap at the top.
It certainly is indeed. I'm enjoying the chance at the moment for a number of reasons. One, the energy in the room is amazing.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, it's reverberating around here what the EXO clan, the EXO Ultras are doing, but also it's making Twinny move a little bit. You see the shoulders are going there?
Twinny's got those moves.
Vibing, man.
I've seen him on the
Twinny's
dance
got the
floor.
moves.
I haven't really. But I imagine he'd move on the dance floor.
Twinny's got the wiggles in-game. Out of game, still to be confirmed. But it's fantastic to see the support coming in from all over the world. Like we mentioned, it feels like wherever Swinny goes, wherever EXO Clan go, there is always support behind him. And we're seeing exactly that right now here in Mannheim on the first day as well. That's the thing I love about it, right? Imagine what they're going to be like on Sunday. Exhausted, I imagine.
The EXO Ultras also recruit as well throughout the tournament, so I expect them to grow and just try and fill more of those seats to support EXO even more as we get into the remaining days. Now, match 3 is coming up shortly. Has been an interesting first 2 matches as well, because there has been some zone shifts that have maybe caught a couple of teams off guard. Rejectability, of course, clearly in that match too, we saw that, but everyone was expecting Monument in map 1, but then it pulled away from Monument. And it's almost one of those scenarios where you kind of follow the crowd, right? You become a sheep a little bit. Everyone's in the Monument building, so you okay, oh, well, maybe we're going Monument as well. Maybe you've hit a survey beacon, been able to get that information as you are approaching Monument, so you join them. As soon as that zone shifts, it's about who actually takes the initiative to move either early or be patient enough and brave enough to wait until those final moments, because I feel like it has to be one or the other. If you get caught in between, you just get shot by everyone.
Yeah, it's like the worst thing to do is not make a decision, right? And then before you know it, opportunities slip through your fingers, and opportunities certainly not slipping through the fingers of these fingers? Thumbs and fingers?
Fingers.
I don't know what's going on right now. Anyway, these 3 gentlemen on your screen right now, because Furia have started as expected, I think. If you're looking at a lot of people online, people on social media, people on the desk, people in the building, I'm sure, coming into this event. Fury was a name that was on the top of a lot of people's list of teams to watch, who I think could perform, could be there on Sunday, make it to the finals, and make a real good run of it. And game number 1 and number 2, yes, they get a great zone. Game number 2, Thermal Station Zone, is always going to be one where they collect points, but getting the win and that second place, and even little things, right? Keon managing to find his way into a second place position as a solo in those final moments. And remember, when he ended up on that high ground, there were still about 6, 7, 8 teams left, if I wasn't mistaken. So to get even more points out of the situation that you're in, squeeze every bit of juice out, so to speak, of that game, it's looking good for Fury right now.
Makers also able to win that game all the way from the stacks. They picked essentially 3rd when it came to World's Edge. TSM had 1st pick, Fury had 2nd, and Makers had 3rd in the end. Of course, other teams would have picked ahead of them, but that would have been on Storm Point instead. But they are 3 teams that I've just named, all performing pretty well at the moment. I think the POI draft is going to become more and more relevant as this tournament goes on. If you aren't aware of it, your performance in group stages will affect your POI draft position as you get into the bracket, and then on their 4th as we go further forward into winners bracket finals, and then of course into grand finals as well. So if you are performing the best throughout the tournament, you are rewarded in the grand finals for picking 1st and 21st, which is different throughout Pro League. It was 1st and 40th. It's far better now, and you can get such a commanding POIs being in that spot.
You certainly can indeed. A lot to look forward to when it comes to that POI draft as we get through the tournament. But for now, we're going to a quick break. We've done 2 games. Game number 3 will be coming up right after this. For us to head towards match number 3. Welcome back, everybody. Of course, if you're just joining us or if you were just waiting for that break to be over, it is, of course, the Split 2 playoffs here in the ALGS. We're in here in Mannheim, Germany. And let me tell you, Dan, game 1 and 2 have got me excited for game number 3. I've just realized we're on the big screen. I'm giving you a hug. So everyone can actually now know that I love you. So there you go.
You're just lucky it was on camera. There's a lot of things that happens off camera.
That's the first time
right?
I was going to say, oh, I'm quite happy I was on camera because there's some weird stuff I do off of it.
It is amazing here in Mannheim, Germany. Actually, quite surprised how beautiful the city of Mannheim is because I didn't know when it was announced. I was like, I have never heard of Mannheim, and we arrive, and it is incredible around here. Already seen some beautiful sights.
As well.
The weather has been amazing. Of course, we're inside now playing some Apex Legends, but we were able to enjoy it yesterday before things got going. Speaking of getting going, the game 3 is locked and it is loaded, and the players are now getting loaded into said dropship. Now, this is going to be an interesting one because we're starting to learn how this lobby plays out a little bit. There has been a lot of patience from teams not engaging in certain areas. And what that does to the lobby is people maybe feel a little bit more free to make rotations, but that actually can create more fights because people start to feel a little bit more safe. They don't think those fights are going to come through. And then suddenly there is going to be a team waiting around the corner that maybe they wouldn't expect.
Well, we're seeing a lot, and not surprisingly with the compositions in the current meta, a lot of teams who are just trying to get into zone early, right? I mean, if you get into zone early and you've got Watson, Newcastle, Catalyst, combination of which most of these teams do, it's so easy to just bunker down and hold that position for a long, long time. So that's why you're seeing a lot of teams playing for that hard early rotate here in this meta, and I think it's not really going to be something that changes too much as this tournament does go on. Well, as the tournament does go on, it's time for us to get into match number 3, the final one here on World's Edge. Before we flip the script, we flip the map, and we go over to Storm Point. Let's see what it's got in store for us.
And I want to touch upon that point you were talking about with the legends that can kind of bunker down. We saw Gaming Gladiators in the previous game really heavily commit all of the defenses towards the northern side, and they were able to hold off Bleed, but it meant that Makers then had the ability to push them, and they had no resources left to stop Makers doing that. So you really have to think about where you're going to put all your resources. Do you want to put all your eggs in one castle wall?
Got me off guard with that one. Very good. Good stuff from you, especially day 1. Match number 3, already hitting bringing the hits out.
Pumping them out.
Well, the winners of our game number 2 on your screen right now, 29 points on the board for them. And you can see a little bit of a split for them on their loot rotation path. They've got Stacks, and also you can see they're over at Dome as well. And a lot of the time that you'll see people over at Dome who are dropping over at Stacks is because, of course, you have potential access to a ring console and a survey beacon, and that's exactly what Makers do have. Now, speaking of zones, I don't know if you heard of Thermal Station, Dan, but
look, respawn beacon there.
Well, we didn't see it enough in Pro League. So
we didn't see it enough in the last game. I want to see more of it.
We get to see a little bit more of it.
Only Thermal Station zones for the entirety of the ALGS forever.
Now, there is...
and I will be POO drafting myself Thermal Station.
There is a lot more coverage over towards Tree, though. So actually, the buildings on the south side of Thermal Station, where actually Cloud9's survey beacon being hit currently is, and where that drone was, could be one of the best positions to play, because we have seen it pull all the way south, and we might see a few teams try and commit to that kind of area.
Yeah, it's going to be probably those hill houses, like you say, or the ground in and around them just to the north of where C9 find themselves. You can see they're rotating at the moment, and when they get that zone information, it's going to be really, really big for them. Look at Reject Winity, by the way. We mentioned how they are like the super duper, like mega hard zone team. Already, they are in the bar building. Already from staging, they have almost beaten C9 to this rotate, and they are inside of zone once more. So whoever's reading the zones for this team, they know these zones so well, and they very rarely get it wrong.
And Reject Winity came into this POI draft as the #1 pick, by the way. So they had a great opportunity to get some of the priority POIs, and they actually opted to choose the #1 pick as Pylon on Storm Point, which meant they didn't get as an ideal position here on World's Edge, but of course, because they have 21st as well, it is still going to be a good POI. And they proved that no matter where they are on the map, they can still find some of these positions very quickly. Now, I do think that because we have so much coverage on the zone of Thermal Station, it is probably going to trend towards the southern side or maybe Thermal side. It's very unlikely to pull towards Tree here.
It's the kind of sentence that sets us up to fail a little bit later on, but I would agree with you, I have to say.
I mean, hey, if it does pull towards Tree, it's not going to just catch us off guard. It's going to catch a lot of these teams off guard. There may be a few who have to bank on Tree because you don't get to play Thermal because all these positions are going to be taken, and maybe they could be rewarded with a little bit of luck.
Well, Pioneers inside of the top 10 at the moment, only 11 points to their name, but they're moving their way A little bit closer to zone at the moment between Launch Site and Lava Siphon. I wonder if they're going to maybe head in towards Siphon and play for a little bit of zone information. There is a ring console there as well as a survey beacon, or if they're just going to, they already have, excuse me, you can see that ring console information, so they're going to want to, they're going to, excuse me, know what their plan is going to be. I put my teeth back in. Complexity now. They're going to win their first fight. Good news for Complexity. Noxum Scanner going to go down. It looks a lot cleaner this time round.
Yeah, I think Complexity could do with gaining a little bit of confidence here. I think that a lot of their momentum would have been sucked out of them in that first match. And even the second match, we heard a little bit in the aftermath of the listening, just small amounts of frustration coming in, questions being asked, and that kind of needs to be forgotten as you move forward and progress. And suddenly just winning a team fight, getting some KP on the board, it can really change your mood.
Just got to warm up. That's all it is, you know, just got to warm up. You get warmed up, those shots get hit a little bit later in the tournament, and certainly later into the matches where we find ourselves right now. On our map overhead, by the way, it's a very similar story. So many teams already inside of the zone. One team who isn't, who's going to have to play a very different game, is the team on your screen right now. Makers are going to have to play hard edge here. They're going to be pathing their way towards some Evo, and whatever way they can get it, they want to be approaching this zone with purples and reds if possible, as we see Complexity now maybe looking to make a little bit of a push, but they're going to get EMP'd, and they're going to have to be forced to heal here.
It was both the EMPs went off there, but now there's going to be a chance to heal for both teams. There's now grenades going to come out as well. Neither team really wants to push this aggressively. As I say that, they're all committing to the building now, and this fight is going to happen here.
Exoclan are on the other side of this. Monsoon, 45 damage this time. He might have a flank. If he can find an angle, he can find the pick, as Case Winnie will go down, and Monsoon with a swing will create the opening for Complexity.
Yeah, that's a great flank from Monsoon. It just allowed them to force them through that gap where he can get the damage in Case Winnie's gone down. But it is still Exo alive. They have been able to escape the remaining two players, so Complexity do not clean them up, but they are still in the area.
Love that brave play from Monsoon as well. There's still going to be teams rotating in, so to wide swing around a building like that, it's almost as if you expect that maybe you're going to take a bit of damage, but you do the calculations in your head and you're like, ooh, I think I can make it and I can get this knock first. And that's exactly how it worked out for Complexity. You can see the last two remaining members, players, and go inside of this building, and Feuda's going to go down as well. Exoclan eliminated. The final two members will be taken down as Complexity start to look like the Complexity we expect to see.
Pioneers are here though, and Pioneers got a big nade, but I think Complexity were just able to reset. You heard the call, or you saw the call from Monsoon of third party could be here. Make sure we swap those shields, and KCP will back off. They weren't quick enough to get involved, and they very intelligently do not engage, otherwise that could have got a little bit dicey for them.
Only teams outside of zone at the moment, as we take a look at where zone is more likely to be going, or certainly where teams are going to have to work their way through. Bleed Esports, they're over by Mirage Etoile and staging at the moment. You've got Countdown, which is being occupied by TSM at the moment, as they had to head down to the south once more. GG had to move their way all the way over from the northern side of the map, and SSE X-Ray are going to be getting some info over at Lava Siphon as well. So Makers still working their way around launch site. Everyone else, though, is in zone.
This is a big zone shift, though. This will tell us a lot of really where this final circle is going to be going. If it even slightly transitions towards tree, it's going to be the best news. But no, that's what we were expecting. A thermal zone, and it could still pull a little bit further south where the likes of Cloud9, Reject Winity, and Furia currently reside. What it does mean is Complexity and Pioneers are going to have to force their way through a choke point. And you mentioned Makers earlier. Look, they're down towards launch site, and actually Nose Fox are going to be down there competing with them. So it's not going to be the same rotation for Makers that they had previously, where it was a little bit more comfortable to get into zone.
Well, that zone pull as well, it almost, I feel like the fight that was just taken by Complexity benefits them even more, right? Because it's not just points they get from that, it's the Evo, it's the loot that they pick up, which makes their next fight a little bit more comfortable for them, especially if it's fighting their way into zone, where it's more than likely a lot of teams won't have the same kind of shields and won't have the same kind of Evo advantage that they do. So it makes it a little bit more comfortable for them to try and force their way in. For Makers, though, just looking at what their rotate's going to be ahead of them, doesn't look like there's a huge opportunity to really pick up any more Evo unless it comes in from Nox, Reses, and more the standard way of just dealing damage for them. So to get up to purple is going to be pretty tricky for them.
I mean, if they take the fight against Fox, there is a real chance that they can find that Evo damage, but I'm wondering whether they actually want to, because they can move south through and past launch site over towards tree and almost ignore Fox entirely, and that's what we're going to see from them here. They do need to worry about potentially having a fight over towards tree. Complexity Pioneers were there earlier, remember, but it looks like they're also starting to move and think about how they want to get into the next zone.
Yeah, interesting one here for Makers. You have to wonder if there's an evac in the back pocket for one of them to try and get a little bit closer to the zone, but we know how busy it already is. Bleed Esports will be safe inside of that next zone, and they will be inside of the buildings, which Makers called home in the previous game, where they, of course, managed to take home that first place. But a little bit of a slow start here in the game 1 and 2 from Bleed Esports. Only the 5 points on the board for them at the moment, down in 15th.
Even with Zone 3 information here, though, yes, it's Thermal, but where do Bleed even think this is going to go? I considered this was going to be pulling south, which it may still well, but Bleed could say, well, it could actually transition to the center of Lava Siphon here. Thermal Station, excuse me, and that's where we already see Legends Gaming currently holding this position, and it is going to be a very strong one if it does move to the middle. As Gaming Gladiators, we saw this position from them earlier where they started to transition towards the southwest side and then they had to hold out teams, but now it looks like they're going to go for a bit more of a wrap and move in from the east.
Yeah, really tough zones for GG at the start of this day, you have to say. You know, moving their way down to the south for 2 of these games is a tough rotate for them, dropping over at the northern side of World's Edge here, so not surprising to see them, especially with how many teams are already in zone, struggling to find consistent points, but they do have 1 Red Evo and 2 purples to play with here, so if they want to try and pick up some KP through fighting, they certainly will have an opportunity to do so on move. Probably thinking the same kind of path here for Pioneers if they want some points.
Points are definitely up for grabs in this game. There is a lot of KP that is going to be shared between this lobby with how this zone is going. It's going to be very difficult for one team to just bank on getting a lot of kills as Fox get eliminated in 18th. GG picking up that final elimination just to send them packing. And of course, this is going to be the last game on World's Edge before we move over to Storm Point, so perhaps there's going to be a better chance for some teams who've got a better POI draft.
Well, GG just dealt with Fox, like you say. Now they have to deal with KCP, who are taking some damage. Both teams being shot at from a distance. Nobody really under too much fire. Speaking of fire, one team who showed some signs of it in their last game with a couple of good KP to their name was TSM. They're going to be playing down on the bottom ground, the low ground, excuse me, that central structure inside the thermal station, so they're going to be safe for quite some time. As KCP decide they don't want any of GG, they're going to wrap back round into zone and try and take a different path.
Well, Zone 4 about to pull, and if it does go towards the center of Thermal, it's great news for Thermal, but it is still holding towards a little bit of the southeast, where Furia currently reside. Remember, Furia dropping down towards Thermal here, so they had one of the better positions to actually move very fast and get into the spot that maybe they thought it was going to end. Cloud9 moved very quickly. Reject Winity also moved fast to that far south side. That was where I was considering it was going to pull as well. But just a little bit further north now opens things up for the teams that arrived a little bit later, like Legends, like TSM, who are still in the main thermal area.
Yeah, I love this position from Furia, by the way. It's kind of controlling the platforms, right? Anyone who has to rotate in from thermal station and leave, it's a KP opportunity for them to pick up as well, as everyone is stacked up and has to essentially fight their way out. Fury going to be overlooking all of that. GG find themselves a couple of gold bins, which is going to make their progress a little bit more comfortable. Certainly, if they find a gold knock, which can be, of course, thrown onto Lufka on the Newcastle, is going to make any reses that come in a little bit more comfortable and resets. Let's see what their plan is now. Let's jump into the comms of GG.
If that drone came out from top?
I don't know. I'm coming over to you.
Take the thing.
Coming over to you. 20 seconds.
Look at me, okay? They went bottom left. They might wrap us.
Where are you? I'm looking.
Don't see them.
I'm looking under.
Are they fighting top?
Maybe. There is EMP.
Yeah.
Give me side.
We should evac Illy, maybe.
Okay, okay. It's earlier than I don't have evac. This spot's really good. This spot's really good if we can find it.
Yeah, I know. Call everything, okay?
Okay.
Evacing. Come. Go this side.
Okay. You can west, far west as well on the zone. I don't know if we reach, like on the platform.
Okay, the skull spots.
Jungle Gym's west platform, the platform that we pinned already.
What about like here?
I don't know.
This bottom,
maybe option. That line here first, because they could be on that.
I'm going greens. Here.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Showing on me.
Yeah, nice. You can all here. Maybe
we like clear everything. We have a lot of space. Spare everything.
I don't know where to ult here. Holy fuck. Nice turning. I'm gonna spike the other side.
Look behind, guys. Look behind. They might just randomly drop on our backs.
I'm gonna spike the other side.
Yeah, we need to play both. Like
Well, it's a great listening to learn the emotions you go through on a blind evac tower, right? They don't quite know where they're going to land. They have some pings, they have some plans in their mind, but as you heard from the comms, it's like, I don't know. We want to play for this. They land, and it's like, we have all of this. This is wonderful. We're bang center of zone, and we've got more than we thought.
Almost too much space. They didn't really know where to play. As elsewhere, you can see there's a little bit of a potential fight happening. It's going to be Makers involved in this one again. On the southeast, they're trying to move in. You've got Northeption and SWQ, and even Go Next just north of it. So 4 teams in a very close proximity here, and there could be a lot of KP available for one.
One team we're feeling confident is the winners of our game number 2 on your screen right now. They won't be afraid to fight, and they're going to have to do so as well. Also on the Mosey, you got the gold bolt, and you've got All the hop-ups you could want as well to do even more damage, to shatter those shields as you walk through. So Makers have got the armory, is essentially what's in the backpack on the guns to take this fight. They also have an armor advantage here, but here comes the EMP. This might be the time for them to push. They're going to wrap zone here.
Oh, it's a great wrap, and they do so much damage, catches them off guard, but it's a great reply of damage on the other side as well.
Only one alive here for SWQ, though. Zicky's going to have to fly in. Actually, it becomes a 1v1 very quickly. There's the shield crack. There's the kills. And that's going to be Makers surviving. No one else is close enough to third party this, but here comes the EMP, and maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, Go Next actually saw this happening from a distance, and they'll get involved elsewhere. You will see Reject Winity and Cloud9 as we go back to Go Next, trying to finish off the pieces here, which they do. The winners from game number 2 will be eliminated, and Go Next, that is great recognition from them of where kills were available, and they moved away, they found it to get the KP.
Yeah, you knew Kashira was in that drone somewhere looking over all of that, and I thought for a second they were going to be safe to reset, but no. Kashira sees the information, sees the opportunity, and seizes it for Go Next as well. Now they have to go through North Epson. That's the next challenge for Go Next to try and face.
But with the push from Go Next, they have given up Train Station, and it's allowed North Epson to actually get ahead of them and now hold them out. But now Bleed Esports also arriving from above as Furia still alive. Reject Winity will get eliminated, and now Furia is starting to get involved in some scraps.
Fury here will do a lot of damage onto them as well. Now you're seeing them do more damage onto Bleed. Noct will go down. And Furia, look at the position they're playing at the moment. They're going to have to move as we are going to be pulling back towards the platform just to the south side of Thermal Station, where Legends Gaming currently find themselves, and this is the battle for the south side. So many teams here, but only one will be able to prevail. Pioneer is eliminated in the meantime.
Bleed, North Epson, and Go Next all scrapping, and Fury are so close to all this as Bleed get eliminated. They were the last of the party, and they got stuck between Go Next and North Epson, and now maybe this fight can continue, but now SSE X-Ray also getting involved.
Fury is still alive here. Vaxlon's going to have to take a few moments to get that battery off, though, on the Newcastle. Couple of KP also already in the bag here for Keon. You can see that Olimpo were challenging the position of Legends, who I mentioned were in the priority position. They've just won that fight. Olimpo will be eliminated, so Legends hold their ground. But what is next here for Furia? A big moment for them.
Sorcerer, the last remaining below Fennel. I don't know if they know he's there. Well, now they do. And it might just be cleanup crew here for Fennel, but they don't want to commit too much to this. As I say that, lucky you're a Pathfinder.
North Epson eliminated in the meantime. And C9 look like they might be going down soon as well. 2 certainly will fall. Kurahara's got to be careful here. Shots coming in from a distance. Gets the mobile shield down, but it's not good enough. There's a little bit of an opening. And Chaotic is still alive here, causing problems. Momon's going to have to fly away here on the Pathfinder just to try and survive. That was a messy fight.
I mean, it shows the damage of what one rat can do, right? The focus goes away from real enemies, real damage, real threats. And because they committed so heavily to trying to clean up that rat, they got pushed. As now Naski, you can see, comes out of the portal as Legends are trying to find a spot over towards the bins. But Complexity are also here. The remaining of Fennel is going to be underneath them, whilst Furia are going to watch over from this southern side.
Yeah, Furia have got a castle wall down there as well, so they're going to be safe on that side of zone. Legends Gaming, we mentioned the prio position they want, and they have been holding for so long. Well, now they're going to have to watch teams come in and try and take it away from them. Complexity. It's essentially in a mirror position of them just on the next platform, just above them. You can see VK Gaming have just taken that height. In the kill feed, though, you see SS X-Ray. They'll be eliminated as GG will take them down.
9 squads left. Still teams have to move towards this side of the zone here. Thermal Station south side is going to be hotly contested. Gaming Gladiators will hold the northeast. Legends Gaming going to be far west. TSM still have to move from the north a little bit here. But they're very reluctant to do so. Smokes will go down to give them some coverage, and they may just be able to do some damage to teams that are actually trying to escape as Cloud9 get eliminated.
A lot of damage coming in from Skynades and a combination of Rolling Thunder. Zap will get the knock onto Kashira with that Skynade. Now we look at Verholst with the bow in his hands, and Reps alongside him trying to hold their backs. Go Next Esports will be eliminated. We're down to 7.
Gaming Gladiators actually might push up towards TSM here. They're kind of forced away from some of these other fights. The cat wall will allow them coverage to engage if they would like to. You can see they're reluctant to do it right now as well. There's a lot of bullets that are just coming through these cat walls randomly as people just firing pop shots hoping to get some damage.
Go Next is trying to hold as much, GG trying to hold as much space as they can around the position that they do have. Of course, they're going to have to move as the zone will force them together. Complexity still in a great spot. Bang in the center of zone with VK Gaming above them. Essentially working together is going to be important for both of these teams to hold out everybody who's going to be trying to collapse in around them in these final moments.
Gaming Gladiators, if they play this one right, if they can actually get some of these ultimates back before this zone fully closes, they're in a really good spot to push up to this, get a castle wall down in one of the priority positions at the moment, as now we're going to see transition from one side to the other. Everyone gets involved as Fennel get eliminated.
Fennel eliminated. It's Fury who made that zip across to try and take the high ground, and you can see in the kill feed that means everything is about to kick off now. One team landing on another means there's only so many spaces, so many levels that can be played on this tower as Furia. They've managed to reset. They've managed to hold on to this height.
But 4 teams are here. 4 teams have to fight. And then elsewhere, TSM and Gaming Gladiators watching over this can do damage from a distance. Who survives this mess on the southern side? That's my question. Because you've got TSM down below. You've got the chance to really get some good damage.
BK Gaming eliminated as we find ourselves with 5. Amphi manages to get one knock. It was Fury who now have to hold off the push. As Vaxalon can't clutch. Fury will be eliminated, but it's another great game for them. It's Legends Gaming with that climb up from the back who managed to take them down. Now they look for the reset. As the EMP will come in as well. Player K still with a decent amount of health to hold off and certainly look to get his teammates back onto their feet. But Gaming Gladiators, we mentioned how they've been quiet so far. How the zones have been a bit rough. Well, they're making this one work.
TSM were actually able to wrap from the west, by the way, and they're still alive. They do have reds, but there's a lot of damage just been taken onto Zap's side. It's GG really in one of the best spots, but there is maybe too many players alive right now. They could all turn and look at GG. They have to be careful. Legends reset a little bit up top. There's still Lou alive for complexity as well.
Lou's looking for the climb up here. You can see as well, he's just trying to play behind that bin on the high ground, trying to just survive as long as he can. GG have got to wait for the game to come for them. Like, no Rolling Thunder, no ultimate for him. But they do have a little bit of cover in the form of the mobile res beacon. The shield is going to be good enough to keep them alive for now. Complexity eliminated as the nades now come in. GG get the castle wall down. They hold on to it to the final moment to give themselves the cover. It's a beautiful play. Beautiful use of the ultimate. Now they turn their attention towards the skies. The mobile shield is still here. TSM in front of them. Naski going to be taken down as well. GG looking for KP, looking for the win, and should be able to get it if they can clutch up in these final moments. Slime will do it! And Gaming Gladiators will take game number 3.
And we said that Gaming Gladiators, they looked fantastic pre-patch. How were they going to look after the latest update? Well, there's your answer. Game 3, they find a victory here. And as soon as they took that amount of space, it was the way that they just commanded that area as well. They didn't full send it onto a team. They weren't even phased by the amount of grenades that started to arrive at them. They used all the utility that was available via Newcastle as well to protect them. They were patient. They trusted in other teams doing damage. And they are rewarded with a first place and 14 kills on the board.
We mentioned how there's been some great examples of specific scenarios in our game 1 and 2. I think we just saw a great example of why Newcastle's kit is so valuable, right? We see the mobile shield goes down. It protects them from a little bit of nade damage. They get a little bit of a reset, a couple of shield cells off, and then the timing of the castle wall, holding it off until that final moment. Maybe it was just a case of holding off until it became available for them. But as soon as that went down, it was the cover they needed to watch everybody else in front of them have to fight. So just creating that cover, such an important moment for GG to be able to essentially dominate and control the pace of those final moments. And then it's all about sometimes you need to hit your shots. Light with the clutch in those final moments. He hits his shots, and that's put GG on top.
I think one of the most valuable things that GG did as well was force TSM to make the rotation onto that western side, because TSM could have gone across that bridge in theory, or even just committed across the lava had GG not had so much commanding space. But because the damage that was being outputted by GG, TSM were forced to rotate on the western side, and that meant they joined the 4 other teams that were already in that area, and GG just kind of had to sit, wait, be patient, and they're rewarded with it.
Yeah, patience is a virtue. It was a famous saying by someone. Maybe it's just a phrase. I don't know. I don't have the exact answer for that. But it's so true in those final moments, right? And when we see it in end games, especially when you're the team who controls the most space of zone, it's very tempting sometimes to try and think, oh, there's extra kill I could get here. There's a couple of kills if I just pick this corner a little bit more. But you have to be patient. You have to show a little bit of resolve and just pick the right moments. And that's exactly what those gentlemen on your screen leaving the stage right now for a well-earned break did do in those final moments. A fantastic first 3 games of our set here on World's Edge. We're heading over to Storm Point next, but before we get there, we're going to head back to the desk. Rainday, take it away.
Thank you so much, Mark and Dan, Onset and Gaskin on the call there to start off C versus D. The pace of the day has certainly increased, and the stakes are even higher as well as we go back on the desk. My name is Rain. I'm joined by Lauren, and of course, Snipe Down and Graceful here to talk strats, talk impact, talk results. After 3, it's looking really good. I mean, I don't want to, toot old horn here, but Gaming Gladiators, we did talk about them. They show up pretty big in that last game. It's just a good sign to come. Mostly, too, the impact of Newcastle is unbelievable in these lobbies. I think we've been seeing it in scrims. If you've been paying attention and you're a big Apex fan, sure, you know. But if you're just like tuning in from Split 1 and now you're checking it out Split 2, this is a wild difference.
I mean, between the Newcastle with the new changes, those gold bins making everything that much scarier, we're seeing, like you had mentioned quite a few times earlier on in the day, Snipe, it's a much more diverse meta. It's so much more chaotic. You can make a lot of things work here, though, and our teams are really figuring out what those strategies are.
Yeah, and I think that is really where the unpredictable nature of this tournament is coming from. What are the strategies? We're seeing them work really well, and let's just walk through how they worked in each of these games, because it was Furious, Snipe, who would start out in a dominant fashion, taking game 1. Walk me through how this began.
Yeah, and I hyped them up before this. I had them as my pick. This whole game, honestly, they had some rotates in from Thermal Station. Complexity was in front of them for a lot of this game, and they ended up wrapping up behind them as Complexity tried to push Legends on the hill. And once Furia made that rotate back towards the tracks and around, they put themselves at the height, and this spot from where they're at almost always wins this zone. And they were able to watch, you guys saw it, all the teams that thought this was going to go Monument, they got stuck at the bridge, they got stuck pushing up, and they're just holding this Newcastle wall on height. There really is no way for teams to push them once they get the tunnel control. And so they're just raining fire down on every one of these teams, and they were able to pick up, I think, a solid double-digit kill game here, which put them in a great position for the rest of the series to come out with the win.
Yeah, Madness as well on the Crypto. I questioned how people who don't typically IGL on more, passive players like Crypto would do, how they would transition. Seems like there's no problem there for Madness picking up that role perfectly as well. I mean, let's head over into game 2 and also switch gears, because Makers would stand out big time. Huge kill game, huge win. Graceful to kick off match 2 for them.
Makers, MNKers. No, this win at the end was pretty easy, since they ended, the zone ended up pulling towards high ground, and they just need to hold the climb. Almost got spooked, by the way, because they actually managed a 3-man climb, almost wipe it for real, but it was fun. But before the whole fantastic part of this game was before this happened. What we see right now is the way they held these two houses. Like, this zone is very old. Been playing it for like 3-4 years, and the fact that they held the west side first and then made them passive due to the fact that they were like killing 2 teams, I believe. And then they swapped to the east side where, where the zip lines and the little high ground is, and they wiped, I believe, Bleed in the blue container. They just kept clearing sides. Eventually, only one team came in. They wiped them, I believe it was TSM. After that, they just looked down and they just hold out the game. Really, I would say, like, super solid fundamentals, textbook gameplay.
Interesting, too, to see like the differences of the lineups here going up with the Watson instead of the Newcastle, but still having success in these moments. Some we're seeing the Newcastle and the Watson paired together. Some we're seeing that split on just with the Bangalore and the Crypto for the EMP pressure. But game 3, GG. It was GG for GG here in this one.
Yeah, and I know Snipe got the Furia win in the first game for his prediction. Then we got our GG win here in match number 3. And this is especially impressive when you consider where they're dropping. That east of Climatizer up there, super far north. They had to make their way all the way down to Thermal as it continued to be on the southern side of the map. And they just had the perfect positioning. That final ring shrink down was just barely enough in their favor, with literally everybody else on that 2-story flat. You had Legends over there, you had Complexity over there, you had everyone fighting just for those last few placement points, or KP if they could get it, knowing that with this Newcastle wall, the blocking of the vision with the smoke, I mean, GG just really had to wait for everything to come to them patiently to clean this one up.
They have Catalyst as well. You see that Catalyst wall playing in, another kind of iteration on this, but you're right, it was Lufka who got that first shot, and it was Light who would clean it up. They're so excited for that young star here on GG, and it would earn them the 26 points and first place that they had been desiring. Notably, TSM right behind them as well. Legends Gaming, Complexity, and Furia rounding out our top 5. Furia's with a nice second place as well. Keon doing his thing now with a 5 and a win. They're certainly looking to be touching the top of this leaderboard here. As we look at the total score, there it is. Furia, 46 points after 3 games. MKers, Gaming Gladiators, Legends Gaming, and TSM right behind. It's a good showing for actually TSM there. Legends Gaming, we did mention that. It's great too. And I'll go to you, Grace. We'll see Amphi and Nasky picking that up. We know they'll be probably swapping out tomorrow, but still, that's a great start if you're Legends Gaming.
Yeah, it's a great start, and we also have to mind, the current zones that we've seen. We've seen kind of repetitive zones twice in a set. It's a 2-1 set all of the time. So when we see, Fura done phenomenally, and they've had good placements and good kills, but also 2 zones on top of them. So we have to keep that in mind, that teams that aren't like, there are, from second to maybe 8th place, that don't have zones close to them, they're working really hard, and they're showing up. So they get one zone in their favor, it could sway the entire leaderboard, which I'm all for. We're here for some good Apex.
We're all for it, baby. Well, one of the interesting things is we're at LAN, so we get a chance to sit down with some of the people we may not be able to talk to, maybe just because they're on the other side of the world. In fact, it was Wig and Greek who had some chances to speak with Reject Winity JP earlier. So let's hear what they had to say. Tasteful, any final thoughts, any predictions? We going the same way, or you see somebody else making a surge in these last 3 games?
Well, I'm hoping for not as much south zones. I'm hoping for, either Thunderwatch or even north pad side ended zones or the north zones, so we can spice things up a little bit. I like spicy.
You want a little spice going on.
Spiciness.
Okay, all right. Hey, I didn't notice you throwing spice at lunch when we were eating. You were just pretty plain, had some salad. That's okay. All right, guys, we're having fun over here. It's time to get back in the game. Their casters are ready to go, so let's kick it off. Storm Point for the last 3 in C&D.
Thank you so much, Randy. Getting a little spicy on the desk. I'm Vicky Kitty, and for the first time, help me in welcoming Jamerson on the mic. It's going to be a great time as we take you guys through the next 3 games on Storm Point. Jamerson, welcome. I mean, especially with all this action.
I mean, it feels like, Split 2 online was all warm-up leading up to this, and I'm so excited to be able to cast all the action with you, Vicky.
You know what? I'm getting a little hint of nostalgia out here, like the old ESA days, but it's even better to see some familiar names going into this lobby. And, of course, I just got to say my pick, Furia, holding on to that number 1. You're right, our pick. A lot of people picked Furia.
A lot of
Snipe thinks everyone copied him. I'm like, okay, I didn't even know that you even put your vote in there yet. But Furia leading the pack in first place thus far. Although, even though, of course, they did work hard to get to that first zone on World's Edge, the 2 southern zones over by their POI.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a lot of double feature today, right? We got the double climatizer, we had the double monument, and then, of course, double thermal at the end of the day. So we'll see. Hopefully we get some variety here because, again, that's what we want to see here in Apex Legends. We want to see our teams tested and really push to the limit.
Love having the flyby. After our winners from game number 3, Diamond Gladiators. Seeing double-digit wins, by the way, too. They had one with 14 KP before them. Makers had gotten 15 KP, and Fury, like we mentioned before, in game 1 with 13 KP. It's just been high-octane action from the get-go.
Yeah, and with their overall performance throughout, Split 2, this is what we're expecting out of them. So I'm really excited to see what Gaming Gladiators can pull out for us here. And we're not really seeing much of a change-up in terms of composition. They're going to go ahead and ride that comfort, bringing that Catalyst in. We saw how extremely useful she was, but Lufka on that new castle was so strong for them.
It was huge. And it really does. I was talking to Privacy in the back, actually, kind of theory crafting. When you get to highlight, having the Catalyst versus the Crypto and what it does for the specifics of your team and what you want to go for a lot of the times, being able to isolate these fights when you do want to get aggressive with the catwall really comes in clutch. And seeing where this circle is going to be pulling, actually, Gaming Gladiators may not have to move too far.
Yeah, not too far at all whatsoever. And honestly, that's what their draft take here on Storm Point really does favor, right? Being able to move down on the eastern side of the map. We're not quite at Command Center. It is going over more towards Stormcatcher. And so teams like Fennel are going to try and hunker down early on. Bleed Esports, they're going to know how to play this zone extremely well as I think the big question mark here in terms of rotations and teams coming in, that north side, Olimpo, what is their game plan here? They are moving their way up north, and so there might be a small contest in just a few minutes.
Hear the fighting going on here, too, with more of these squads starting to make their rotate in. Olympio is already going to be calling in the evac tower as well to get on the top of the high ground. But it's the action happening over to the south side of Storm Point, over by Coastal Camp. We got Complexity actually slowly trying to approach Fox.
Yeah, they've already gotten a knock. It looks like No Easy Fox onto Monsoon. Lou's trying to get Kimchi on over so that they can possibly recover him, and does look like there's enough cover for that. No Easy Fox, pretty far away. They're not going to try and chase this one over. They do have to be careful about rotations in and out from maybe SWQ, TSM, and so they're not getting overly aggressive here.
Ooh, but I like this position from Lou. He can't expose himself too far yet because he's still out of position with the rest of Complexity, but he's taking an off angle as he knows exactly where they're trying to approach, trying to prevent Complexity from fully resetting after getting Kimchi up.
The timing might be a little bit late. He needs to get in there. There we go. The back shots does get the crack, but not the knock. And now, No Easy Fox does have to be careful. They are wary of that threat, but Lou does enough to at least dissuade them, allowing Kimchi and Monsoon to go for that full reset for the crack. Woo!
That was a little scary. Even though he's holding a split angle to give the insurance that the rest of Complexity needs to reset with Monsoon and Kimchi, he's still a little out of position, and Nosefox actually catching on, making sure that they aren't going to be the ones caught with their backs here. And they're still in a way better spot because they're still closer to the circle to try to at least circle keep them here and keep up the pressure.
Yeah, they used a lot of utility here, though. I think they're going to just go ahead and back away from this one. They can possibly wait out one more ultimate, but both teams look like they are ready to just go ahead and call it. This was taking way too long. You never know who's going to try and counter-rotate into you at this point. So Fox will just go ahead and back away. Echo HQ, there's scans there for them. There's still bins to pick up and Crafter. So they'll be fine now, especially after that skirmish to basically re-up on medication. So not too much was really accomplished here, but not much was lost either.
Yeah, but literally you just swap places real quick to make sure that they get the scan on each side. Of course, with that crypto scan, you are able to get even extra Evo shield charge. And it's even better to see where the circle is going to be pulling.
Yeah, a lot of teams have already made their way on over, basically over to Stormcatcher. We did have Knocked Him Scan being able to get a res onto one of their players. That we had a small engagement there on North Pad and Trident area between them and North Efton. I believe they should be safe overall on board with Cloud9, who have been able to lock down a position here with this Watson. I love the trap placements for them.
And with the Trident there too, acting as some makeshift cover after they were able to get here quickly, but making sure that they hold this side of the wall, while also looking downhill. Any squads that may be taking their time to rotate in, maybe even SWQ, will be coming in from the southeastern side. There is also a survey beacon over to that south side, but a lot of teams not wanting to approach from that direction because you would be in that low to high ground disparity.
Yeah. It's kind of awkward watching Cloud9 being in zone when other teams, right, like Complexity and Fox, who were basically right next to them coming up from Barometer, they're actually already in zone. And so Cloud9 might be a little bit confused. Why aren't we seeing more teams basically backfilling behind us? But they're going to get eyes on teams like Legends Gaming and others right behind them. And so right now, not too much action. It's first ring, and I feel like, you know, as we make the swap on over here to Storm Point, teams are really trying to feel out the other squads.
And also getting a scan on that survey beacon has allowed Furia to have Keon with the purple Evo, that second perk here. Rather, the first perk for the Pathfinder, so that way they could get the scan on the ring console too on top of it, so they could just wait here by wall as long as they want before planning where they want to rotate into where that circle is going to be pulling closer to that south side of command center here. And now seeing with KCP hanging out in the middle, looking at the spots that may be taking their time to rotate.
Yeah, I think for Furia, they might be feeling a little bit of stir fever, right? Cabin fever after playing 2 thermal zones. When you land on thermal station, they didn't get too much action until the later end, right? So they're a little AFK for about the first 15 minutes for a lot of the game, right? So now they're running around. They're going to get themselves reds before they even go into the second zone, and I'm pretty sure they want to pick up some extra KP. They feel very confident right now. Coming out of the first 3 games, 46 points, averaging more than 15 points per game on World's Edge. That is absolutely insane.
After seeing how the way that they were able to perform Dax, especially, right, on Newcastle, finally being able to play on Newcastle and also claiming, you know, I am the best Newcastle, and he's always wanted to play this legend, and now being able to really showcase it has elevated Furia. But specifically, I do want to say that Madness has been popping off thus far within the last few games. He has 11 KP alone with 3.6k damage to his name right before we got into this game, and now seeing that the circle is completely shifting over to the east side, they're going to be coming in from the north.
Yeah, this is great. They're getting so much information, right? They're up there at Zeus right now. They got both scans to work off of, and you can see that if they continue to rotate to the south side through that choke going into command center, they're going to have additional scans to hit along the way. There we go. We got some action. It's going to be Fox up against TSM right now. Trade's going in favor of Fox. It's a 1v2. Verhulst, can you save the day?
Oh, but Verhulst, he cannot clutch. He had literally to cover other than that rock and the tree next to him. And in a 2v1, it was too hard. Verhulst goes down, and so does the rest of TSM, the first squad out of this lobby.
That's going to be a nice victory for Fox. Remember, they had a small engagement up against Complexity not too long ago. TSM were hovering around for a long time, slow on the rotate, and so they get punished for that.
Love it. We get to see that Legends Gaming is going for the respawn here too, while other squads are coming in from the skies, probably from an evac tower as well. and having to be careful with how congested it already is. Even looking at Kasher and company hanging out on that low ground there, you see EXO over to the left side, holding the other archway of the tunnel here. But if this circle does continuously pull over to the north, you have to imagine how Bleed Esports is feeling after coming in from the east side of that choke.
Yeah, Furia taking the rotation path that we were definitely expecting, hitting up every juicer along the way, but they're still pretty far off from the Reds, excuse me. But honestly, at this point, they haven't really used up much at all. They haven't been fighting. They still have plenty of throwables. So walking their way on in with that information, having that survey beacon is going to be so crucial in how they approach this one.
So many other squads still playing on the edge here. You talk about the North Eption, Makers being another team. Now is slowly starting to approach Eption, making note that they're going to start moving here soon. I hear a zip line over to the side. Of course, that is Furia with their rotate right in front of their faces and being able to do so almost unscathed.
I love that. I love it. I love it. I mean, we talked about it for years, right? We need a buff for Pathfinder. As a Pathfinder main, I am loving life right now. And you can see why. When you can just make rotates like that, you're not even worried. I mean, at some point, it looked like they took their hands off of, their controllers and their keyboards, because it was like, this is tickling. You're just tickling me here.
It's the alley-oop too now, because they're going to be able to look right behind them. They know that there's two squads waiting for them on the other side, but actually North Epson has opted to take ring damage and then wrap around by Cliffside, where we had just highlighted where Bleed Esports is located.
This is ring 2. They're not going to be taking that much damage, right? So this is not too much of an investment for them. They can always turn around. At this point, you can see it's barely ticking them here. It's once it closes that, you do need to worry a little bit more, but I'm not sure if they were actually able to hit up a scan before they made this play, and Bleed already seemed to have eyes on them. Yeah, you can see Shuby taking his first shots.
And now, on the other side, North Epson know that they have the Crypto Drone out. They're going to be able to scan that survey to see just how many teams are still on this east side, because if they do want to take this fight versus Bleed, you have to imagine C9 being to their south, closer to that dome that you could expect on the north side of the zip line, could be eyeing this potential fight here, because they are going to be uncontested from the south side for now.
And they were able to actually get pretty far in with that Newcastle and the Trident.
Hasta la vista. They complete, and into the wall as well. It was in the middle of losing out on Reezy here, and now Taida gonna be able to pop that shield back. No gold knockdown here, and unfortunately lose out on one completely, but are able to get the res.
Yeah. I mean, that's how it needs to happen, but oh no, he ends up going down as he tries to finish off that reset. Yuka will be able to heal up at least, but it looks like Cloud9 want to try and pounce on this, but that looming threat of Bleed is going to stop them completely.
Bleed and even Fennel, who are going to be inside of the cart that has that slight high ground that's been poking out North Eption, and as you can see, what is left of their bodies right there on the ground. The death boxes creating a graveyard here before even more teams. VKG now flying in from above. The double boot Evo. We got the red Evo here too, but we saw what happened to North Epson in the same spot.
Oh boy, VK Gaming are gonna have to hold back the horde here because we had a hard shift of the ring going over towards that eastern side, and currently there are only two teams in it. Cloud9, VK Gaming. Over here for Fox, this is gonna be their second fight. It's gonna be Noctem Scan on the other side, as Mosin ends up getting thirsted here, trade for trades.
So I started shooting out here, doing their best Danny DeVito impression instead, and Remix having to move back just a little bit though, as it's just down to a duo for them to clutch on top. But you know who that is with the charge rifle in the distance, by the way. We know that's Monsoon. Complexity looking to maybe grief, but Remix still ends up clutching. They take out No Spots, and he cannot change in time. The charge rifle from a distance is just enough to be the nail in the coffin.
I'm getting flashbacks myself. Right now, Complexity securing just a little bit more here in terms of the PvE, but now this is a huge issue. We've got a huge bottleneck of team Complexity in one of the best spots to completely avoid this. You can see the Pioneers are roaming on that southern side, and so they do have the option if they want to try and cut off Complexity to avoid that northwest pileup and maybe go around through that choke. Cloud9, though, keeping all their bases covered. As you can see, they have two people playing anchor basically back inside the zone and just one watching that choke for now. Complexity is eyeing it.
See if they can force their way through with KCP playing very split up. Meanwhile, though, Furia have also inched down from the hill with the circle closing in behind them. They're already on the edge of the circle, but it's going to be hard when a team has high ground over them.
And we just hit placement points as well as GG ended up taking out SSE. And, well, everything's about to hit the fan. When the next zone closes, I really don't know how you approach this one. Again, VK Gaming were able to stabilize off of that drop and really solidify their position, but this is where it's honestly just a coin flip for every single team walking in from that northwest side.
Let's just see C9, who have predicted the circle from the very beginning, holding this spot inside the exact dome on where that circle is going to be pulling.
Cloud9, Complexity, being able to force back that one Cloud9 member, I believe, that was watching that choke again. This is a very awkward situation for Cloud9 because they do want to try and clear this one out. Reject Winnie, though, making their move on in as we join on board with Legends Gaming. Nasky and Amphi coming in, last-minute subs, have been doing a standout job so far in the groups.
It's been fantastic here, and it looked like Reject Winity in that moment were trying to fly through and maybe see if they could find a spot, seeing already C9 obviously already being in that dome and uncontested. And now we get to see Furia struggle here where the ring starts closing in the next 30 seconds because they are in the line of sight of 4 to 5 different squads before they're going to be out in the open. But with the zip line, let's jump into a listening with Furia as they make their desperate rotate.
Hi, just farming us.
I'm dead. Dude, holy fuck.
Where's taking?
Desperate as possible in that moment. I mean, you have no other choice, unfortunately, but that's what I mean. There was everybody looking at them from the outskirts of Stormcatcher.
Yeah, they got a little bit overconfident on that one. Honestly, SWQ had so much space. Go Next wasn't going to go for the peak. Legends able to take out 2 from KCP now. Again, these subs, Amphi, along with Nasky, really helping out, coming in clutch in this situation for day number 1. Nasky backing away from this fight as they get the reset and Pioneers are finished off.
Full faith in Amphi and Player K in that moment, but you also just need to move as quickly as possible. You won't be able to loop because look at the circle. They may not be able to make this actually. Trying to get right to the evac by a tick. Nasky makes it through. He cannot be joined with Amphi and Player K, but where can you land in a moment like this?
They've got at least 3 KP, but in terms of placement points, we still have 12 squads alive. EMP on top of Olimpo and Makers here who have lost out on 2. It's all up to Ziki. He's got the Mozambiques out. But you can see that other teams look for the third party. He's trying his best to survive. We're down to 6-1. Make that 5.
Oh, Go Next, SWQ, Makers, and Gaming Gladiators behind 2 mobile respawns. Playing around the wall, all that makes you cover to work with, but everybody got burned as that circle closed.
Yeah, we still have Complexity, Gaming Gladiators, along with VK Gaming, Bleed, and of course, Cloud9, who staked their position in the center of that zone so early on. VKG says bye-bye to Blast. And now, VKG want to try and finish it off. They're coming in for the pincer from either side.
My favorite weapons with that Rampage on top of it. VKG, though, now moving in after that desperate fly-in. They have not only been able to reset, and now they have taken this spot where GG was originally now. Being able to have all the loot that they need to, because it looked like they were lacking on a lot of ammunition at first.
Yeah, you can see 2 teams now coexisting. Cloud9 forced into the shuttle. Bleed Esports taking the top of it. They got that Newcastle wall down. And this is gonna be a moment of truce, I believe, for a lot of our squads. Now that we are down to 5 squads, we'll see, though, how much longer that one lone GG member can survive. I mean, we got to see Keon rat it out to some very important points in game number 2. We'll see if they can recreate it here.
Living on a prayer here. Let's see if they can make that magic happen. And on this point, it's a Bangalore, not a crypto, so no invisibility cloak for you in this case. Instead, you're gonna have to watch these teams share this one building between C9 and Bleed and VK Gaming. Looking to see if they can get on the opposite side of the northern part of the edge, but they will be able to know that there's still that member of Gaming Gladiators on the other side with that crypto drone.
Yeah, they can't overextend for this. They do have to be careful. EMP gonna get used, but it's Monsoon.
Wow.
Of course, with the charge rifle to finish him off. Complexity now getting us to our top 4. They've got all of the South to themselves. VK Gaming to the north. Bleed Esports and Cloud9 stacked on top of each other here. But they are basically last to move for this next zone.
No way VK Gaming used the EMP just for Monsoon to steal the kill with the charge rifle. That is just cinema. Chef's kiss. All right, VK Gaming now behind the rock, understanding that Complexity fully has them in their sights. Look at this angle that Monsoon is on currently, but still having to reposition. Got burned the moment he just poked out his head to shoot out the charge rifle twice there.
Yeah, I believe that was VK Gaming from the other side, all the way on the northern edge. Really, for Bleed and Cloud9, it's a tricky proposition, right? Because at any point, Bleed is just looking to drop onto Cloud9 if they can. Complexity moving underneath now. It's going to stack 3 teams on top. VK Gaming have made the move as well. And this is going to come down to the final seconds now.
Look at this. One stacked on top of the other, and VKG have found their approach now. Forced to drop down in an instant with the EMP ringing out. They tried even from 2 different angles. A for effort, but Bleed are not giving up King of the Hill yet.
Yeah, Noct is able to survive up top. Still need to heal up, but they might actually be low on meds. You can see that they haven't healed up their health quite yet. So now they're fighting at that disadvantage. Luckily for them, they've got reds across the board. VK Gaming haven't got the reds for themselves, but I mean, they're healthy. They're healthy, and they just ran out of meds, or still have cells.
They slowly start approaching, though. No, they're right there next to them, sharing that building. Complexity, who have forced their way in. And this EMP is going to be so important. Once he gets it online, it looked like it was at 87% or so, especially with all the Watson fences that we have. As I said, that Monsoon noting this, making sure it's not a problem to control space at the very end. VKG, they'll try to fully swing. Monsoon is forced to move back. VK Gaming barely took any damage in that interaction, but worse for Complexity now as the final circle starting to close.
Oh my goodness. We've got the Bangalore Ultimate along with that EMP online for VK Gaming. Of course, in this small circle, it's going to hit everybody. First EMP on out. It doesn't look like it does much. There's still time here for teams to go for the reset. So it might come a little bit early for them, but it does at least clear out some traps, makes it a little bit easier for them to try and control this exit point.
I'm really worried about, looking at VKG specifically, is the fact that they don't have a Watson gen in this case too. So with the plethora of arc stars feeling the pressure, that is what I was worried about. Complexity funneling VKG out into the open. Now Catwall on the other side. Kimchi could go for a shield swap here with VK Gaming going out, going around the other side of the Catwall. It is C9 with the high ground, looking like gargoyles to feast as they drop down, jump off the building, jump off the heads of their victims. Complexity get eliminated, and C9 lose out to Bleed. The patience paying off before inching out of the building to clean up what was left in the lobby.
Yeah, Bleed Esports gave up that roof early on. That catwall gave them plenty of space, forcing the final 3 teams basically on top of each other. And after that mad scramble, it was an easy finish for them to clean things up. But we are seeing some great teams great things out of so many teams today. Bleed Esports really showing up in game number 4.
Raven cooking up behind them. A little change up here. And that was what dropped, getting knocked in that moment too, right? So they had to still work around that wall to be able to close up what was left of C9 once they were forced to drop down. They saw all the action happening below them.
Yeah, but again, we're seeing the strength of having that catalyst wall for that final circle, the strength of it once again, not just the Newcastle, but being able to just throw down that cover. You saw how quickly how everyone was avoiding getting slowed down by it, forcing that fight on top of each other. Complexity did a great job of really punishing VKG, as well on that push out. And you can see why the timing of the EMP from VG was a little suboptimal, right?
Yeah.
They needed to wait maybe 10 more seconds, and it could have been a lot more competitive of a fight.
Utility was absolutely huge there. When you have so many other teams sharing a space with you, whether it be having the Watson gen so that way you could at least keep your corner before you're forced to inch forward, that was something that Complexity absolutely took advantage of. They noted that they didn't have a Watson gen when they had already initially threw the arc stars to force them into their their line of sight. And once that circle was closing in, then you had the team right above you, Bleed, who had given that up just a little early, and then C9 thinking that they could climb up and hold on to the high ground, except that high ground was barely in that final circle, minus just a crumb of the ledge before they were forced to drop down. And it was just a cleanup from the action that was already happening before their eyes.
Yeah, Cloud9 tried to hold on to that for as long as they can. I mean, we've been here since zone number 1. You aren't going to take this away from us that easily, but ultimately, at the end of the day, I mean, I was surprised by that zone call. They made it early on. This is what really impresses me by the IGLs, having that deep understanding of the ring, being able to stay on top of how the ring has been behaving. It's been something that, honestly, I haven't been able to keep track of over the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, having to keep track of where a lot of our teams are also going to be rotating from their respective POIs benefited the likes of Bleed in that case, even holding that northern choke that we saw the DBZ building that C9 was holding in from the very beginning, granted Bleed to get so much KP in the process, putting them up into overall 8th place.
Yeah, unfortunately here in game number 4, Furio, despite having really good rotation on the north side, slow coming in, wasn't able to do much at all, right? It was Game and Gladiators who had taken that win in game number 3 and kind of was able to transition here when we made it over to Storm Point of getting some additional points on the board. They cut that lead now down to 7 points, so 47 to the 40 of Game and Gladiators. Makers here in top 3 as well with 37, and Cloud9 with that performance right underneath them.
It's crazy. The triple bagel allowing the competition to get a lot more tighter. And that was just game number 4 on Storm Point. Don't go anywhere, because on the other side of this break, we got game 5 action coming to you soon.
Everyone's laying down, you know. We have some early mornings, so we've got some really good napping couches.
That's true.
Yeah.
But it's really hard to do that when the action is just nonstop for all these series thus far, including a great game for Bleed to put him in that 8th place overall. But also to highlight what we saw from the end game right there, how important it is as we were highlighting the Crypto v Catalyst, looking at, you know, the different styles that we're seeing a lot of these teams try to take as an approach, how important the catwall was at the very end there, because it also created so much chaos with the Watson fences that were preemptively there left behind by the other team.
Yeah, this is 2 games in a row, right, where the Catalyst wall was crucial, I would say, in the victory, and less their tactical overall. And ooh, I love the crowd getting excited for this one.
The EXO chants. This is the energy I'm looking for here in Germany, especially when it's day one. You know that if the crowd is rowdy on day one, you can only expect how it's going to ramp up as we go on through the tournament.
See, they were warmed up, right? They just came. They just came from France, right? They had the Olympics. They're ready. They're ready for this.
I love just basking in the cheering. The basking in the cheering. He just wants more. He wants more. EXO, do you feel the energy? They need it because right now they are sitting in 17th overall. Still 2 more games to go as we approach game number 5. At this point, though, I always like to highlight, this is also one of my favorite games when it comes to an entire match series, but it's specifically at this point where a lot of our squads know where they're stationed up in the overall standings, what they need to do differently depending on how they want to approach either aggressively or if they're going to try to play for more of that positioning.
Yeah, honestly, when it comes to that last game, you can't really fault too many of our teams, right? You see that first ring pull, Stormcatcher, yeah, sure. Who's expecting it to pull on over to the shuttles to the eastern side of it? Very few. Only 2 teams really kind of considered that one, but who knows if it was maybe, oh, we don't have a spot at Stormcatcher, let's just play here for now, wait for Zone 3, and then make our play. Oh, Zone 3, it fell right on top of us? All right, I ain't going anywhere.
That's why so many teams, we saw what, like 8 teams or so, 7 teams, just completely get annihilated once that circle shift started to close the circle in that moment. And it was because there's such little cover when you are forced to rotate out of Stormcatcher in that point. You're out in the open, and a lot of the teams that were either on the other side of the gondola or just looking down at you, and it's just easy shooting at that point when they have that slight high ground advantage when you're approaching from low ground with no other building to give you the opportunity to get out of the line of sight of other teams.
Yeah, you do have to really consider all of the options around you, and seeing that one rotation out, right, from Furia, everything was going great until they, tried to take that second zip line and just got absolutely destroyed by 2, maybe 3 teams focusing them down. Usually, one team's firing at you, you can eat that, but 2 or 3, that's where it's getting a little bit much.
Makes me think what would have happened if they ended up going on the other side of Lightning Rod in that case. All these what ifs, but even looking at the guarantees here of the circle instead, maybe pulling towards Cascade Falls, maybe a little north. We're going to have to see if it ends up continuously pulling down that middle side where you could expect a lot of teams like EXO feeling the chance in the crowd, going to be able to have a ring console, and of course that survey beacon that's at every POI.
Another, one of those teams that fell into that trap of Stormcatcher in game number 4, right? EXO Clan having very high priorities to make it over there. And so I can understand why. But here we are on that quick move. This is what I love about coming out of Jurassic. You get to move out so fast. You can see why a lot of teams want to go for it. And we do have a look at our first ring right now on screen from Swinny, as that ring is pulling up to the northwest side. We got a lot of checkpoint in on this one. But Trident, we know how much of a pull and how much it affects the rings here.
Especially looking at those buildings that are going to get congested over to the north side of that mountain by checkpoint here. Actually, where we currently see Nocturne in the middle of rotating by that survey beacon, with Norception being right over to their north. So a lot of teams here, Furia obviously having their POI advantage. Again, though, in this case, it's the Storm Point edition. Almost like the last 2 games is what really looks at Furia and says, you know what can we do to cater towards that POI advantage?
Yeah, we have to remember for Furia, though, this checkpoint pick came basically, it was the 14th, I think, Storm Point map pick overall. So they did sacrifice a lot going that first round thermal station, but we saw that pay off dividends. Now this is where they can get punished a little bit. Checkpoint isn't the worst, but it's definitely not the best whatsoever. We're seeing a lot of movement now to try and get into that Trident area. We did see early on in game number 4, Northwestern taking some early fights, and it sounds like that might be the case again.
Yeah, with Noctum instead actually here, but maybe Northwestern looking at them from the other side, because it is GN actually getting involved here first. With Noctum having this slight high ground though, and them taking their time to take this fight, you can expect teams like even EXO maybe getting a whip of this fight. But I love the trade-off here with Kashira being the first one to get knocked, and now Kaishi being the next one in this situation, leaving only one alive from GN before Go Next get caught off by VKG in the distance.
Oh man, Go Next have been having issues. Noctem Scan have issues coming their way as the third party comes in. VKG. We're quick on that one. We saw them creeping up, but now we can see how quickly other teams are moving in here. It's the fourth party.
This is what I was worried about. I knew with the amount of squads in the vicinity, so many quick rotating teams, it's one after the other as a domino falls, and VKG get eliminated. EXO meet them back in the lobby the moment that we tune out to look at all the action. But good timing on Northeption's spot here as third. They were by the north side looking to get involved in this fight.
Yeah, and this is huge for Northeption, by the way, right? Because they try to fast rotate here with priority, and now they get here. They sacrifice the loot to get here so quickly, but they have, what, 6, maybe 9 loot boxes for them to be able to pull from here. So the rest of this game is set up for them.
It's a good point, actually, especially with the bin reset that you can work with right at the end of that round 2 to look out for, but it's also knowing where this circle is going to be pooling in a situation like this. A lot of areas to coexist after we now see Furia taking up the real estate in the other side of the building. And also looking at the teams that may be wanting to approach from that choke after they just exited the checkpoint side. Legends already on their rotate on top of checkpoint, as well as Reject Winity.
Yeah, for Fury here, this is just going to be holding pattern. Not much had really happened, especially with how much early action we had, right? Already getting down to 16, 17 teams here. We do have some poking and prodding with that EMP, and it's GG to be the beneficiaries of that one. Thanks, guys, for EMPing us for no reason whatsoever.
Hey, it's all about extra damage, putting into that Evo shield, and also making them use those shields as much as possible before they get collapsed on by so many other teams.
A triple coming out from Kimchi there onto an SWQ member. We'll see if they can chase after this one. Complexity have been slow rotating through the zone. I mean, they haven't really had priority on a lot of these, and so, of course, they're going to go ahead and play Edge. They secure that thirst onto Yu Ling. With Complexity, you can see how safely they're trying to play this one. They had a solid game number 4. They want to continue that momentum here.
Wondering if they had triple shotgun, triple sniper for Complexity. I don't have to see the weapon composition out here. Well, Crazy Kong is still alive, just for now, outside of the zone, while Complexity are trying to look for him within the drone, but very split up, allowing SWQ to still completely rotate over to the south side, at least leaving one of their members outside from Complexity.
They might have been able to grab that banner and get out, and they'll eat zone possibly. Oh, there he is. All right, their movement is based on, or excuse me, their vision is based on movement, right? But also cloaking helps. There we go.
I love that. Seeing the Crypto invisible here, not a crazy play other than helping out your survivability, because now he's going to be able to get out of free. Hopefully he's got some meds to work with, because Complexity are still lingering about. While Bleed, after taking that dub in the previous game, playing off the rooftops, doesn't look like they may have that circle info just yet. Oh, they do actually. It's on the mini-map here, but waiting patiently over to the north side, looking at Olimpo, who are actually looking to also get a ring console of their own.
Yeah, this is going to be the next big fight, I would say, here. Don't really see much else happening on the northern side in the center of the zone because, well, everyone's holed up inside of a building. So Cloud9 is possibly the only team that can try and shake things up. Thenno playing Godrock over there, over by the Spider Hills. And, well, yeah, that's the pull that everyone was expecting. This is why every team moved into Trident so quickly. Reject Winity are in a very curious spot there. They do have SSE playing behind them. So they need to clear that one out because otherwise they're going to be forced to basically play off that choke. And we know what happens to a lot of those teams coming out from checkpoint to try to get into Trident.
Especially when you're out in the open like that and you're coming from uphill before sliding down into the opening of the building that we saw Furia posted up in here. There's a standoff that you were mentioning over on the other side, but it's also making sure that there's no other squads within the vicinity in case they are looking to be aware of a third party.
Oh, I forgot that they are rocking that Valkyrie, so they'll have the extra height to actually clear these rocks, clear these mountains. But, of course, we've seen time and again for a lot of teams trying to take off on that Valk with that skyward dive puts you pretty vulnerable. They've got plenty of time. Honestly, they should try and force SSE back.
Just get some poking done when they have blue Evo shields here too. Want to be able to charge that up to purple onto SSE. More of these other teams take up the different space here over to the north side before they will eventually have to move forward. Because even though this armory is safe for now, we see Bleed on the other side of the armory by the DBZ buildings, we know that there's a lot of space for other squads to coexist here, but the circle is still pulling to Bleed south, so they still have to inch into that corner.
Yeah, Bleed basically just hermit crabs, right?
Yeah.
Trading in one shuttle for another one here. But they're basically the same size, so I don't know if that's much of an upgrade. So I think they are, yeah, definitely eyeing up that armory, but it's going to be difficult to really move in on that Watson who is hunkered down. And honestly, Bleed aren't really forced to do much. They can play outside that armory. We don't have too much in the way of threats on the northern side, here on the slow side. So they can honestly just play this one slow. They had a great number. They got the win in game number 4. Now for game number 5 and 6, you got to just make sure you put on points.
You have to win that team fight if they do want to take that fight versus Makers, because Dexter's been absolutely popping off. He's just got 12 KP alone, although he's been absolutely able to give some suppressed fire to allow Asia's to actually pop off and deal enough of that damage. But you can see with Bleed now ending up rotating over to the other side, not wanting to take that fight here. They're in the line of sight of 3 different other teams.
Bleed Esports making that move early, and they honestly did not need to. Dropped will fall, but honestly, no team really in position to try and punish this one. It's going to be all utility here. Throwables, nades coming in from every single angle. They did have Fennel and the God Rocks to their south, keeping an eye on them, but Noct is going to buy space for them, push out just a little bit. You can see that the wall from the Newcastle was set up to really deal with the major threat of Fennel.
And that was when they had got an EMP, so we saw them put down the drops all in that moment just as defensively to prevent any other squad from maybe trying to collapse in this case, because at the moment there is no team going through the choke that's behind Fennel, but we could expect either Olympia or Cloud9 to maybe decide on that rotate, because both chokes nonetheless are going to be very difficult.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried because we're seeing some like funnel vision coming out from Fennel. Funnel vision coming out from Fennel onto Bleed Esports. But just as I said that, I was watching the head swerve and check the back. And they're doing what you need to do. When you're playing the God Rock, your biggest threat is going to be the Spider Hill there. So they're keeping an eye on that, or at least one person to check that at all times. SWQ still on the rotates through this ring right now, and they are pretty far from safety. In terms of meds, though, look at Don't. He's already, he has 3 med kits, so this is their game plan that we're going to try and slow rotate all the way to the north side, but we've got other teams that have a very similar game plan.
What's absolutely huge for SWQ is that after all what Complexity did to them, after getting that knock, they were able to get that res, and now are actually ahead of the rotate versus Complexity after coming out of the zone right there. So they had the meds to work with, taking their time to loot, and then now are currently in that northeastern side, whereas Complexity still playing off the south side, actually approaching TSM who are in Cascade.
Yeah, TSM over here at the boathouse were able to just push them basically over to the west side. Complexity was looking to avoid that one, but they got to be a little bit wary, because it looks like Fox might be setting up a lurk trap there. And remember, we're not running Bloodhounds anymore. We don't have someone running ahead of you with the scans to check every single corner. So the lurk play here might actually get something. But for TSM currently, they've got eyes on SWQ. They know there's another team in the area. And that's going to be Olimpo playing at the bottom of the lifts there.
Yes, TSM not worried when they have reps being able to scan up ahead with that crypto drone, seeing C9 already posted up by those bins before TSM decide where they want to approach that next zone, because C9 are going to be able to gatekeep at least 2 other teams, but it also depends on how Olimpo want to contest them over by the north side once they start moving from the Evil Harvester building that we know is on the south side of the zipline exiting out of wall, because they haven't moved from that spot yet. They've been waiting to see if C9 is going to continuously try to engage with the squad still outside the zone, or are they going to be able to get right behind C9 and then get a free fight from that?
Yeah, for Cloud9, it's a little bit of being on the outside looking in when they were the gatekeepers there. Let's go ahead and go on over to a Cloud9. Listen in as the zone closes in.
Haircut.
Above him right now. Going above his team.
No, they're right here.
Naughty, come back. You guys are split right now. Come back. I'm running back. Go to Spider Choke, everyone.
I'm batting.
I'm cracked right here. I might die.
I'm batting. Come here. Come to me.
Go to the Spider Choke.
Yes.
Go to the fucking Spider Choke. Go over here behind this rock. Okay.
Smoke again if you can. No smoke. Just run.
I'm playing here.
I'm I'm popping a med kit on Sauce.
Watch this, watch this. Look at this, look at this. I can't right now. I can't right now.
I'm not kidding, I'm not kidding.
Come, Jen, whenever you can. There's a team on our right. Listen, everyone shut up so I can talk. This team is walking on the right to the left, going to fight. Everyone's gonna pile up here. We want to 3P all of it. We have an evac to get height. Okay. I've got Jen and 2. Do you want me Jen still? Yes.
Is there anyone on the right still?
They stopped fighting. I don't know what's happening.
Are you certain no one's on the right now, Sauce? They already crossed?
Yes, they crossed. No, Crypto Invis on the right somewhere.
Okay.
Wait, we might be able to... Yeah, kill this guy across right now, right now.
I'm looking. I'm gonna play
ping him. You guys kill this fucking dumbass. I'm running for him.
Okay, I'm coming.
Shut up and let me talk. He's cooking out here as C9 are able to reposition, force their way out of a difficult situation where they could have actually gotten pinched and now have wrapped up behind Complexity instead. They catch Kimchi completely off guard.
That was beautiful. They spotted the isolated player in the back. That was Kimchi trying to play anchor for his squad. Complexity, Monsoon, and Lou tried to push up to go for that third party up against TSM. But we've got another fight taking place. Reject Winity versus Fox here at checkpoint right now. The reset coming in as Hammer Drill will get his his Bangalore back on up.
It was the fight that was teased from the very beginning, finally unfolding now, and it is Hammer Drill currently alive with Meltera, who is able to fully reset his shields here, but having to play off of only a white knockdown. Not so much to work with. He swings together, but Reject Winity have so much more health to work with. Can they do it in that 2v2 situation? It's a trade-off after they were able to get that knock onto Ian.
I'm not sure, but I think Reject Winity might have had high ground there, didn't have to commit to that low ground push, and now they put themselves in a really difficult spot. SSE, one member still alive, are going to try and look to gatekeep, and now here comes the Valkyrie, but this is way too late. They're taking so much damage, and this is a blind rotate for them.
The fact that SSE still Green Fox as a solo, can he clutch in a 1v1? Nose goes down, and after SSE were forced to play that out as a rep for quite a bit, they are going to be able to inch forward. Now the fighting has not stopped with TSM on the other side.
TSM pushing straight on top of Fennel, who was playing off of God Rock. Cloud9 and Bleed Esports both coming in from either side, looking for the third party. One team has spotted out that it is going to be multiple teams involved. It was Bleed. They said slow it down, play it safe, secure the kills, and back away. Beautiful play coming up from Bleed Esports.
And TSM meeting their demise in that case here too, when they were pinched, not only with Complexity being part of the fray, but when Bleed was on the other side as C9, both teams disengaging in this point and looking at where that circle is pulling so much out in the open, while C9 desperately look at Saucer surviving with 1 HP.
Now Cloud9 giving some time here to reset. Chaotic able to get off that bat, but he still needs to hit up that med kit. Bangalore ult going down here. Might have to just eat this one, but you can see that Bleed have stopped their push. Bleed did need to top off. They needed to loot up more than anything else. As much as they might have wanted the kill points, they needed to get some extra meds. They needed to find some throwables because both teams committed a lot into that third party up against TSM.
And look who forced putting down an eviction notice on Safira's building. It was KCP now. As Anu on the other side gets the crack, Furia get eliminated. No, that's to meet them back in the lobby. C9, which is naughty, cannot survive. Feeling the pressure after 3 other teams collapse on them, and Legends Gaming go out as well. KCP with all the resets right in front of them.
Now it's leaving us with our top 4. It's Bleed Esports, Makers once again, Gaming Gladiators, and of course, Pioneers, who had just won a big fight. But it's Gaming Gladiators in the center of the zone, and it's Makers now looking to try and take out Bleed Esports.
Can we see it again? Can we see it again? I go blasting here with not just the gold shotgun barrel, but the hammies on top of it. Dexter, as I highlighted before, has been finding so much success. No KP this time around. He's forced to back out. Ace is on the other side, and with the Mozam, gets 2 knocked already, leaving only 1 from Bleed before taking them all out.
Pioneers were looking to get involved. They are jumping forward now, and that's going to allow Gaming Gladiators to come in from behind. GG come in with 2 kills onto KCP. GG, will they be able to do it once again?
When Blast has the red R9 in his hands, very possible, but they lost out on Light. KCP get eliminated. It is now Gaming Gladiators versus Makers. and they have the gold knock. They have the reset here. And on the other side, preventing the same type of reset, you see Asia. Low, though, on the other side, getting some help. Gaming Gladiators looking away healthy to try to take 2 dubs in their pocket. Game number 5 with Gaming Gladiators coming out.
Man, that was huge. And that's what experience really buys you. Being able to read the tempo of the fights, being able to read the tempo of the lobby, understanding that Pioneers were just overextended at that point, being able to poke out at the right time, get 2 knocks instantly as soon as they came out of that building, and of course leverage that into the overall win. It was a little bit slow in the beginning for them, but taking that is going to be huge. That's 2 dubs now in this group for Gaming Gladiators. 1 on, of course, World's Edge, and now here on Storm Point. That is a great sign here for Gaming Gladiators for the overall tournament.
Shows you about consistency. Taking game 3, now game 5 on top of it. Coming in from the north side of the zone, making it a little bit easier when it came to that rotate, but we saw how early that they were able to hold on to that north side here too. Gaming Gladiators, fantastic timing too on rotating, whether they could get the res, but would also help them the fact that they had that Newcastle gold knockdown to go in for a reset, whereas on the other side, you didn't really have that same luxury when your Newcastle was knocked instead.
Yeah, I mean, without it, right, it would have virtually just been a 2v2. But having that, making basically a 3v2 at the end, Makers, we've seen how strong they are, how good they are at the team fights. What I do want to note, though, is how impressed I was by every single fight that I saw there. They weren't the cleanest fights, but they were timed extremely well, right? When TSM made that push out onto Fennel, they did it extremely quickly, and it was just Bleed and I forget who the other third party was, that were just already ready, right? Their usual third-party timings is not what you would expect at that point. TSM made the right call there. It was just that the third party came so much sooner than you would normally expect.
It was C9 from one choke, and then we saw Bleed move in from the other side in that moment, and it was Complexity and TSM that were just stuck in that southern left point choke sandwich. It was very difficult to come back from, but even better to see the timing on how some of these teams wanted to trickle in when there's so much open space, other than that God Rock position that you mentioned, Jamerson, to really hold from, especially when you have teams inside the buildings over to your left, looking at what you were doing as Gaming Gladiators not only take first place, but they take it with 11 KP to their name.
Yeah, Makers putting on another great performance here in second place. They get 4 kill points along with the 9 placement points. Pioneers, though, finally rearing their head. We got to see the aggression coming out from them. So 7 placement points for them along with the 6 of 13 overall.
He's also looking all the way down at Furia with 2 placement points, but another situation where they weren't able to accumulate the KP that they need, which means that this probably has shaken up a lot. Look at the series results right now. Fury, who were sitting in that first place spot, dropping down to third with 49 points. Gaming Gladiators with a huge boost after another win with double-digit KP.
Yeah, for the simple fact that Furia were still able to put on points, though they leave themselves within reach of Gaming Gladiators. But honestly, the momentum might be getting away from them at this point. Gaming Gladiators getting both a win once again on World's Edge and now here on Storm Point is such a great sign to see. I mean, that's something that, you have to consider. Not right now because, we have a few more days until we hit match point, but the simple fact that they can win on both maps here is a really good sign.
It's the consistency and the consistency of seeing our 6th game on the other side of this break. We get to see if they can continue the action. Will they get 3? Or is it going to be a new winner? Tune in after this break.
kind of performance throughout Split 2 is why they made quick fan of me. I was super impressed by them, and of course, seeing them now really be able to live up to our expectations coming out of Split 2, it is definitely well-deserved.
And I love the chants that I'm hearing in the crowd right now, too. The energy and the vibes are up high. I also got to get a little bit of some Liquid love, and they may not be playing in the series right now, but they gave us some stickers out here, too. Shout out to Team Liquid. But it's even better to see the consistency of some of our squads. Game and Gladiators, again, have to highlight being able to take a game on World's Edge and a game on Stormpoint further shows that this is a team that has no issue taking fights, but it's about timing those fights to allow them to take the dub on top of it all.
Yeah, I mean, when we're talking about consistent teams when coming out of EMEA, of course, Alliance head over everyone else, right? But GG were always in contention for that. Despite, I think, week 1, week 2, those first hiccups, after they got over that, they were able to really smooth on sail through the rest of Split 2, and we're seeing that once again here.
Get to see if that really proceeds through a lobby like this, right? Seeing how a lot of teams that have started off so strong fall down just a little bit when Furia didn't have a single kill on the board for the last 2 games especially, does further show how some teams may play into their strengths with the POI drafts on which map they feel more comfortable.
It's a little bit scary, right? Because they started off so strong. You have to note that part of it is the thermal pulls, and they were able to pilot that extremely well when we were on World's Edge. But now this is going back to a little bit more history with Madness, where he's great at piloting his team to great end game positions, but being able to find the proper positions where he can get some actual kill points, that's haunted them for a really long time. And we're seeing that coming around just a little bit here.
Something a very similar pace, actually, is I'm thinking about C9 and the way that they were able to call, not only loving the listen-ins, but call the shots on when to back up when they saw a bad situation play out. They could have gotten pinched earlier from TSM and Complexity before they completely reversed the situation on both squads with some help from Bleed.
Yeah, shooting the last person, that's so important when it comes to finding the team rotating behind you, right? Shadowing, basically, and taking them out. And it made it that much easier for them when they came in for that third party onto TSM, like you had mentioned. So it's a lot of dominoes that you have to basically set up for that kind of play to happen. And again, we have to mention that right now our teams in that particular game played a very different tempo overall. We saw big fighting over on that Trident side early on, and then of course it slowed down just a bit. But those third parties at the end, onto TSM, onto Bleed, onto KCP, onto everyone, it came at such inopportune times that no one could really predict.
Also seeing the nice legend composition before diving into our 6th game here. And I love to highlight diversity in zones because it looks like we are going to be moving on to the southwest side of Stormpoint, something that could absolutely benefit into the likes of C9 as we were highlighting them before.
See, that's all we needed, just you and me on the mic. We broke the curse! We broke the curse!
Not
we got
another North Zone!
We got the Trident, and now we're going to the southwest side of the map.
Mixing things up just a little bit as we take a look at C9. Gonna be able to loot up Barometer, but they also have a survey beacon. Maybe want to wait just a little bit to see where everyone's going to eventually be once they start rotating.
Yeah, this one could be pulling on over towards the Note Caves. We'll see in a moment. We don't need to take the guess right now. And yeah, it is going to go ahead and pull over there, but we do have a lot of mill in. You have to imagine with how Western to pull this is, that maybe trying to play Godrock here could be extremely strong for a team like VK or SSE who have priority to try and take it, because Godrock affords you so many opportunities for kill points as teams come in for the rotate.
Especially depending on the weapon composition that you're rocking, right? If you do have a sniper, you're able to poke from so far away, but when you go for those quick rotates, you also know that you're giving up the ability to have even more loot to play off of, whether it be meds that you're expecting to use when you are trading, and even with the amount of cryptos in the lobby, or even rotating there too early being a little risky depending on how the other squads try to take position, with VK Trust trying to slide right through.
Oh, there was one member getting a little bit greedy, going for the loot on the outside of Cenote Caves. VK Gaming on the hunt to try and finish him off. Even getting the Evo Harvester there. Looks like they might have actually gotten away.
He actually stood on the other side. He actually got away. VK Gaming had the opportunity to absolutely clear the south side early on before other teams already have started to make their rotate, but they were unable to catch the stragglers. So now SSE are going to be able to reset, but so many other squads have gotten a whiff of the fight, have already started moving after getting a scan on the circles, such as C9 rotating on the south side with the Trident, and even KCP over to the north side.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of the southern teams as well making their move. So Fox, along with Complexity, who have been kind of standoffish there on the southern side over at Coastal Camp and Echo HQ, moving a lot faster this time around. Probably expecting it on their end that this is possibly going into Cenote Caves, and we understand when you get a pull like that, you want to try and secure a building early on, and so priority is important on this one. Legends Gaming getting in on that western side where we are seeing a stronger pull.
Be quite a shame, though, if the circle ends up continuously pulling over to the west side by those lone buildings by the bins.
Yeah.
Where you actually see some teams already predicting where that circle shift could be. But another Trident on the board for Complexity now to zoom right along, on the south side of Barometer.
That's what I'm surprised about, right? SSE, along with BK Gaming, they had priority on it, and they feel that this is going to be a Cenote Cave one. While for a lot of our NA squads, right, when it comes to Cloud9 along with Pioneers, they fully expect this one to be outside of Cenote. A lot of damage coming into Complexity while they were on that Trident. So they'll have a moment here. Looks like it was Fox once again. Oh, ever the thorn in their sides on their rotates.
Always waiting for them here, and now looking to see if they could get into a better angle. Complexity, though, are completely fine. They see them trying to take the evac tower. You know they're going to absolutely bite back. Hammer Drill was one.
Hammer
Drill! The last shot before he can get out of the evac tower finds him. And the rest of Fox are absolutely hasta la vista here, unless he actually committed to the banner. He dropped down. He tried to contest, and Meltstera meets him right back.
Oh boy, that's why you don't poke the dragon. Monsoon, you know he's going to try his best to grief you with that. And of course, when you're stuck on that evac tower, it's such an easy shot for someone like Monsoon.
I cannot believe that. Now Complexity have fully rotated over to that south side. All the snipers on border, even with the charged up Sentinel. Not even the Prowlers could stop them here. Aside from the ring now closing in slowly, you could see VKG, SSE, the two squads that we were highlighting who early went for that engagement. Now being able to share that building, well, knows Fox. Only Mia K left alive to see if he could make some miracles happen.
Yeah, that's going to be a hard no for me, dog.
No replicator.
They're trying their best, but yeah, they really
Unless he
can't
can?
even get there. Now, again, with that awkward, I would say, early prio from SSE getting into Cenote Caves, it really does put them at a really bad impasse here. We do have more rotates coming out, as VK Gaming, one of the other squads that early rotated here into Cenote Caves, and that's going to stop, of course, Fox from being able to secure those banners and get his team back on in.
Imagine with VK Gaming focusing on squad not only below them, but looking around. Be very difficult out here. Basically, the rest of this lobby have already made their rotate into that next zone, with the exception of TSM, SWQ, Gaming Gladiators, Olympo, and even Makers, who are going to be rotating from down B side, but they do commit to rotating from the north side of that zone. They will be met with Bleed, who have been waiting for them by mill.
I like the idea for a lot of the teams that are playing hard edge right now, especially for a team like TSM, right? They excel pretty well when it comes to getting that zone 3 information and then slamming. So I think playing off that is going to be their best bet, especially with how awkward this particular zone is, right? Some teams still think it's going to be in Cenote. You can see others like ExoClan and Furia. They were a little bit late on the rotate there, and so they're stuck inside of Cenote, but they might get gifted a really hard pull into Cenote.
Especially if it's by like the mouth point here of Cenote over by that north side. But so many other teams here, like North Epsion, who are looking around. Bleed also, with, like we saw earlier with the Crypto Drone. But TSM, or rather not Bleed, but we saw, I believe it was North Epsion with the Crypto Drone instead. And TSM getting the jump now instead with the Nemesis and the full extended energy mag on top of it all.
This is like round 3 for TSM versus Olimpo, I believe, who's on the other side of this fight. We're getting a lot of commits onto this one. Bangalore Ultimate's going down. Hold up. We've got Cloud9 versus Complexity as well. Monsoon on the outside, peeking through the window, being an absolute gremlin.
And then getting the crack on top of it, knowing that they have only white evos. Why not? Why not fully extend at this point? They have 2 knocks here. Complexity forced their way in. And by the way, Mia K has pulled it off. He is rezzing the rest of Fox's team here, going in as Complexity trying to clear this building, and the fight has not stopped for TSM. Burrows lets them blast with the Mozam, the flatline in mind, and Olimpo get eliminated.
Evan with the Mozambique has been absolutely deadly here. As we take a better look now at this fight, it's just Chaotic alive by himself. Not even able to really recover these banners. Complexity looking to finish him off here, taking over the building slowly. We saw Legends, though, just outside, peeking on this one. They were looking to possibly come in for the third party, but they have since backed away.
With that Moby, TSM are also rezzing. They got that last hit, just a little headshot here for Complexity to take out C9. 18 squads left in the lobby, with TSM being the only team to really take their time outside of zone.
This is a nice bounce back game so far for Complexity. They've already got 5 kill points. And, you know, we've got some reses coming back on in. So that does leave a lot of points still on the board for them. And getting a better look at this one. Wow. Still a good portion of Cenote Cave, especially those buildings that a lot of those teams that kind of backfilled in and kind of defaulted positioned into, they're in still.
Just by a sliver, but it is pulling over to that complete west side that I was wondering about, where it's really Legends and Complexity that are in those respective buildings. But once you're forced out of the Cenote Cave area, it's a lot of open ground between those waters here to work with.
Looks like we have an engagement. Bangalore Ultimate going down. It's going to be Makers up against Bleed. But the fight just fizzles. Everyone got into their respective buildings and said, yeah, no. A
little defensive bang bombardment, just in case, you know, they're going to get oppressed here when they are going for the approach beyond the waters into this building. But it is Bleed that have been holding on to Mill for a very long time. All knocked him now. Also on the other side of Mill, looking to see if they could try to take some shots, because they were trying to scan ahead to see if they could get involved and get some KP.
Yeah, they're a little bit separated there, though, so they're just not really going to hard engage on this one. It's just trying to play opportunistic more than anything else. And I mean, this is what I was looking at initially, right? For a lot of teams, or for some teams to do, like Noctem is right now, take the God Rock and try to use that position to gatekeep and get a lot of KP. Unfortunately, though, they got there pretty late, and so it's just more of a holding position for themselves, not anything that can really get them KP.
Not just yet here, unless the teams try to commit into moving over to the north side of Cenote, where Gaming Gladiators have been holding on to that choke. As we are going to take a quick pause for now, in the middle of the last game of the series.
Yeah, and you know, luckily for us this time around, right? There's not much action taking place on the map. No one's in the middle of a fight, really. Maybe someone's getting shot at, but everyone is relatively safe. So this is one of the better ones that we've had so far.
That's very true. And we already saw the reses already happen here. While TSM was in the middle of their rotate after getting reps in. Fox to join them here right in front of SSE on their building. They saw that they were distracted, because in the process of all that, VK Gaming had actually moved away from that same building that they were sharing with SSE when they had the rooftop, and now have decided to move over to the north side of Cenote Cave when we were able to see the map before going into that pause.
Yeah, man made a miracle happen, honestly. I was not expecting the reses. I was double checking. I was like, what does that say? He got the reses? No, there's no shot anyone lets that happen. But, you know, congratulations, you made the impossible happen.
He wants to touch Beeps' bald head. Beeps, run away.
I mean, there's plenty of bald heads right there. I mean, we got, you know, Onset as well. Like,
oh, no.
Bald men unite.
Navi is out here. They're wild, and Makers as well, seeing lots of love for Furia. Dia de Furia, looking to see if they could put on a performance. Yeah, they did start off so strong.
gotta say, love seeing the representation here.
Oh, yeah.
Again, I love the international lands, but I love it as well when we see successful Thai teams, right? You and I have a history with successful Thai teams and other titles, and they have some of the best personalities.
Yeah, they really do. And being able to see that really come out to play for Apex it's always amazing. Of course, in the global series aspect of the ALGS, being able to see high-level competition from all around the world is what brings this crowd together, as well as their love for Apex, and seeing how these different players really get to collaborate with one another when you're on the stage and feeling that pressure. Oh, getting a little cheer in the crowd here from Furia. We were highlighting the fans earlier on.
Yeah.
Still being alive and playing on that south side of zone, by the way.
Yeah, they were, about 13 points off from first place, so definitely doable for them. It is not out of reach. They started off so strong there on World's Edge. They played those thermal station endings extremely well. A lot of people will say, hey, they got gifted the zone. Well, thermal station plays out a little bit differently, right? You have to have specific discipline, especially with the fact that first position they held, right? They were on top of the tower, and I've seen so many times when it came to teams getting the prio on top of that tower, and before Ring 2 closes, they're out of ammo, right? They understood that we talked about it earlier on the desk. Sometimes you have to sit on your hands. Don't do anything and let the game play itself for a while. But here we go. We are back into the game.
Keep up the action here as Makers are going to be able to get that Evo Harvester before getting right back into the edge of the zone. Getting word. All right, we got another pause here. Welcome. Psych. Just got to tease you up, make sure you're ready for the end of this series.
Yeah. I mean, look. Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to say it. I do want to say, that was a really cool interview, by the way, that Greek and Wig had with Reject Winity. We've got a lot of teams, right, that are kind of playing in the shadow of specific reputations, right? TSM, of course, with everything happening with Hal leaving and joining Falcons, right? Left huge shoes to fill, and we are seeing them really trying to come out from behind that shadow. Reject Winity as well, understanding, hey, the last team that held this name won a LAN. And so we've got a lot to live up to ourselves, but we also want to make sure as we do it that we form our own identity. And
that's right.
I love that kind of healthy mentality when it comes to competing.
I love the support that we're getting out here. Also got to see the sign for his and hers live back at home, watching all the action. All the flyers. I want to see more of those going into the day here for next series and for tomorrow. Makers now as we come back into the game. Not a tease. This is for real this time.
I'm not going to tempt it. I am not going to tempt it.
You have to
here.
hide the caster button. You know how we get to start the game whenever we want.
Yeah, that's right. Mine's been broken for a while.
Oh, sorry about that.
I think I need to replace
fault.
the batteries.
I took it.
Yeah. Where are you supposed to find C batteries anymore, right? Does anyone even sell those?
Maybe behind the pause or something. Gonna have to see now as Gaming Gladiators already on their rotate, coming in from above to find a spot here. And there's so many other teams looking at them in the process, but they land right next to Nose Fox, engaging in a fight, and this time having the high ground advantage.
Wow. They do have, looks like, a few other squads in the area right now. Exo Clan, SWQ, and of course SSE, who are able to recover, are here. Oh, TSM pushing on in. Zap has gone down, but Reps, Verhulst living on about 10 HP. Reps will finish it all off and keep them alive. VK Gaming go down.
Verhulst jumps into Reps' arms, save me, cover me, and Reps finishing them off with the hemlock. You see, remember what I told you? It was just a little tease out here.
Yeah.
And another pause. But in that case, though, it was in the middle of a few fights breaking out on each side.
I think we did get the resets, though, right? Gaming Gladiators coming in for that dive on top of, I can't quite remember, I think it was Fox. They were able to recover. They got the reset. That was an extremely fast fight for TSM. Now, of course, they're going to be wondering, ooh, is anyone coming in for the third party? But they did it extremely fast. I believe they have everyone inside their building. They should be relatively safe. Oh, man. I miss LAN so much. And not just any LAN, right? But there have been some special venues and countries that I've visited, and, well, continents and subcontinents, right? Sydney, some of the best crowds out here. EU, some of the best crowds out there. The energy that they have is just absolutely electric, and I think it's something about the football community, right? The football culture that you get these awesome chants that we really don't have, in the States.
Being able to feel the crowd gets very contagious out here too. Just making sure you keep up on this energy here. And so we're gonna test a little something. We wanna be able to hear the crowd, especially looking at the players here that are still alive, by the way, in this lobby. I'm thinking a very loud crowd at that when it comes to EXO still being alive here. See K-Swinny shrugging just a little bit, making sure.
There
they are. There they are. Let's do it one more time. Let's do it one more time. We got EXO on the screen. All right. All right. Look how many jerseys. These are super sick.
Yeah. I hope everyone can hear that at home.
It's contagious. It's great. Getting ready and waiting before we dive into the rest of game number 6. But I did mention this before, and I would like to highlight it because it does riff off of the way that these teams are going to approach once the pause finishes off and we do see those scattered fights. Cutting off the momentum in a case like this, it is important because it also allows a lot of players to reset, see where they're at, what they want to do, maybe second guess how they want to go about the circle. There's a lot of areas in a zone like this to coexist, like we just saw from Game Gladiators on the high ground when we saw them originally right on top of Fox. When you're on top of the geyser rocks and then you have a team right below you, eventually if that circle does end up pooling in the middle of the water by Complexity and Legends like we've seen before, that spot, once you get beyond those rocks, that's where it's very open and where you could expect teams like Complexity and Legends to definitely excel. But when I'm thinking about Legends in this case, they're not as safe as Complexity when their backs are basically cleared unless a team wants to wrap around through the water behind to their building to specifically grief them. And I mean that because there's 4 to 5 other squads coming into from the north side from Legend Gaming's back. So that's something else that Legends would have to worry about when it comes to all the teams that either want to collapse and maybe third party the opportunity with the plethora of EMPs that you could expect.
Yeah. The match state that we have right now is very interesting, right? Because I would say A and B were characterized highly by a lot of teams trying to play that extremely high level, right? So many teams that were trying to play on the slow side of the zone that it ended up hindering a lot of them, right? We saw that out of LG and Alliance getting punished a little bit on that in regards to World's Edge in particular. But Alliance being Alliance, we're still able to make, a good thing out of that.
It's like they're actually just making sure who could rotate the mouse as quickly as possible. 10 out of 10 skills out here.
But here so far, that's been what is it called? Agurumi?
What?
Yeah, it's like the knitted, the Japanese knitted thing. There have been some amazing ones that I've seen all weekend long.
Concern of him choking on the
He's a full-grown.
I don't know. I mean, these 6 skills with the mouse a little bit. You got the little potato hanging out on top of the monitor. Complexity. Different breed of players out here.
Honestly, I'm not too worried because, it's EU healthcare. We're not in NA anymore. I've got a lot of faith in it. So.
I hear they built up a lot of synergy, especially being able to check out the hotel, feeling very confident. Especially when you talk about their positioning before, as we highlighted.
And Mannheim we've only been here for about 3 days, but it's been such a welcoming city too.
Oh, yeah.
One of my favorite cities so far. I mean, it's walkable. They don't need to have, lights everywhere, walking down the streets. I was walking around on 10 o'clock, I think, going to market.
Oh.
And no one was clutching a purse. I was like, wow, okay, this is different. And I was talking about it, the hostile architecture and all-American cities, right? And here it's like they want you to walk around, sit down, enjoy the sights. It's been a fantastic experience.
Yeah, Mannheim's very nice. I know Germany in general just has such ancient cities. It's absolutely beautiful. I'm a history freak myself, so being able to be in such a lovely city has just been very enjoyable. I am getting an update, by the way, that we are waiting for a player to join right back in. Everyone, again, thank you so much for your patience. Our players are waiting patiently, ready to go and play out the rest of this 6th game.
Yeah. Also, going back to that point that I was talking about, right?
Nice.
In Group A, B, we were seeing a lot of teams trying to play slow side zone. It hasn't been as much the case here so far when it comes to C, D. In our game number 4, right, where we saw Cloud9 being able to really hold on to that position on the eastern side, there wasn't that much presence, right? I feel like if we were in A, B and we had a very similar zone, there would have been 2, maybe 3 more teams in that position looking to try and take them out from there. But that's not what we're seeing here. We're seeing a lot more hard edge play coming out from teams like TSM. Olimpo, I believe, as well, has been fairly hard edge here. And so we are seeing some stylistic differences right now between our groups.
And it also really highlights, when you mention TSM in this case, the fact that they're the only team, I believe, in this lobby running the Fuse, playing into that strength, also brings up the conversation of the teams that do want to play into their strengths and not the cookie cutter, hey, this is what everybody is rocking, let's instead just stick with that because we have no other choice. But the Fuse allowing TSM to still play in their methodical way and still be aggressive at the same time, which is why I feel like when these circles end up pulling away from TSM, this is the team that definitely benefits off of the pathing of rotating far from the circle rather than having a POI advantage point.
Yeah, I would chalk up a lot of this to some very healthy changes that we made, right, with the last patch, with this latest season. Having the consistency on rings and on beacons and such has made it a lot easier, especially for the coaches to really be able to path out a lot of our teams. I don't know who that is. I don't know anyone by like name, by the way.
Like a face person.
Yeah, no, everyone's just like their gamer tag. I don't think I know anyone's actual name.
Oh, wait. Frame 1? All right, I'm getting word now that it looks like we are ready to go. I've lost the button, I'm sorry. I have to find the button again to make sure I get the game started. Already know the casters have power over that out here too, but it is starting soon, guys. It looks like we got the player in the lobby. And we also got the hand warmers to close out on your eyes.
Back on the eyes, yeah.
Just making sure everything is calm and collected.
I've been meaning to try that.
Apparently it helps with headaches.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that at the LA LAN, at the Galen Center for Split 1 playoffs. I've been meaning to try it. I mean, I've got winter coming up fairly shortly. You know, living in Portland, it gets pretty cold, so I am going to have to invest in some hand warmers myself.
Careful putting them on your eyes, though. Hold on, wait. We got a countdown here. And there we go. All right. It wasn't a fluke this time around. Everybody, again, thank you for your patience. But in the process of this, the unpause comes in, and Gaming Gladiators look like they're in some trouble. Gonna be able to get that res onto Light, but no gold knockdown as he gets re-knocked.
Yeah, and that's going to be Fuda from EXO, able to find that one. Lufka's going to have to take the time here to try and heal up himself. But you can see that passive is going to allow them to at least cover some ground. And Light makes it just behind. No! It's a double knock here. SSE and SWQ.
He's got the Newcastle wall, though. He's got the Newcastle wall. Once he gets this res, you can see the EMP, which is huge because now he has the Newcastle wall with the charge.
Oh, wait. It was also a third party. It was SWQ coming from the third party. They got knocked so many times. GG are out here in 17th place. That's no points. There was 3 teams hot on their tails here, and now they just have to watch on.
Furia being one of them with 50 points here. Still alive. By the way, Nosebox were also able to stay alive in that engagement.
Furia, Makers, all well within reach here, still alive. We are just about to hit that placement point. Furia finding another knock and a finish.
A huge here while Furia end up cleaning up shop. Let's jump into a listen with Fury to see their next rotate.
All right, we gotta play for our ledge. It's God spot. I'm looting.
Do we think it's more beneficial for us to try to zip onto the left roof? Because
No, we have God spot key on. We have God spot key on. Trust me.
We need to control all the heights.
Maybe
Controlling on you is literally insane.
I think. Oh man.
I'm putting a wall down right now, actually.
Yeah, you should. They just Bleed just died over here. I don't know where.
I'm popping an ult sauce. Popping ult sauce. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Yo, I'm gonna just drop an evac tower. Why does it show that I can hit that?
Is there a lot of energy in the boxes?
Yes, the one.
Pick up ult sauce, please. Pick up ult sauce.
I didn't see any, but you gotta Keon can look. We're good here, right? Yes.
Yes.
Bro, I'm getting sniped across the map.
Oh, there's a fresh Newcastle wall here. That's cool.
The groan after getting sniped by Complexity. We've all been there in our own Apex games where you just see a rogue charge rifle in the distance, except it's always going to be Monsoon because just strange to always want to prioritize that weapon, but he's so good with it. As Makers now, Dexter lets him blast the hammer points, the gold shotgun bolt, but he gets taken out. Only leaving one in Burrows. Big E with the clutch is going to be able to keep TSM's dream alive.
Wasn't even close. Look at their health. Able to just really play off of that corner there. Will utilize that evac tower to get on in, and that's going to be a lot of fighting that they avoid with this one. Never mind, they take a pass to the north side. Knocked him scan. I believe in a fight right now with Fennel here as TSM just bypassed them.
And this is the action that we were expecting. Looking at all those teams on the north side. Look at this from the high ground, all the way from low to high. TSM now engaging, but they lose out on Zap. Verls and Reps taking two different angles here to see if they can jump on the other side. He misses out on the ledge, but avoids the Watson fences. But I like the way that they're approaching this, still holding height and a split angle to get more KP.
They will go ahead and pick that up. We do have three more squads going down here as Fennel will fall. SSE will be the 10th team to go down, leaving us with our final 9. Hard pull once again on this zone, and it's Complexity playing slow side.
And we saw earlier that TSM had lost out on Zap, completely eliminated in this case here too. So TSM playing by the edge while Noctem play on the low ground here alongside Legends and Go Next, and SWQ looking at this fight.
TSM though, they were able to recover the banner. That drone coming in clutch for them, and they'll get zapped back into this game. Furia poke their head out, and they will be able to finish off Hammer Drill, who was trying to rat this one out.
Monsoon is a griefer. He gets another kill. He steals another kill from Furia this time around. He's able to clean up that straggler. Legends get eliminated in 7th, and Furia are going to take their time. Look at this zone pull. It is pulling all the way on top of Complexity, but even better for Furia on that rotate.
Now Noctem's gonna push forward. SWQ get finished off, but no, Atom's gone down. Mosin will be the next to fall. Remix doesn't even know where the shots are coming from, but he's got the knockdown shield to try and reset, but the shots are getting through. That's madness to finish them off.
Had the knockdown shield before they completely deleted his cover on top of it, and TSM are able to fully reset here before now engaging on Go Next.
They're going for as many kill points as possible. They need a huge game here with Furia still alive. TSM now at 51 points, just a few behind Furia, but they are closing the gap, and there it is. Reps to finish it off, Zap to get back onto his feet. Now the kill leaders with at least 11 kill points to their name. The round is closing on in, but Furia will go ahead and take over the rooftop of Complexity's building. But Vaxlon will be the first to fall here.
TSM riding on momentum. They are looking for more heads to claim, and Vax is going to get res, but you don't want your Newcastle to be the first one getting taken out here in this case. They have to now split their focus, not only between the crypto drones flying around, but Complexity know that they are weak, that they are low, that they are looking for the reset, and TSM are going to match them on the other side of the roof.
Complexity can turtle up here and allow TSM to finish off Furia. You can see Keon taking a lot of ring damage here, but he will make it down onto low. Vaxlon, though, still bleeding out on the ground. You can see Lou poking on out, but he's got to be careful of TSM on that rooftop.
The fact that he shifted his knockdown shield just ever so slightly to the right, really helping out Kimchi in that situation. Now as Lou still trying to find an angle, he's calming, letting them know that there is still that team underneath them that probably have fully reset. And meanwhile, TSM, Verls at a different angle from inside the building. Complexity, feel the pressure, and Furia can now sandwich Complexity.
Now Keon, able to get get rezzed. And it's a full 3v3. Once again, Complexity taking over the rooftop here, but they're forced down once again. Oh my goodness, Lou gets back inside that building with about 5 HP.
Madness invisible on the other side of Verls. Imagine if he gets the jump on Verls when he's isolated, in this case, by the rock. But it is Madness giving them all the information that they can here, with the rest of Furia playing right underneath the building.
TSM, they are focused hard on this one. They could have heard the drone, but I think they might have just cleared that. There we go. Verhulst getting the knock onto Keon.
And Madness is still invisible. Vax is getting the rest, but he doesn't have a gold knockdown. Keon can't fully reset just yet, but he can pop this med kit while TSM takes his fight inside. On the other side, you have to imagine Complexity by the mouth of the door, and Madness could go for the biggest brain play if he could isolate one of TSM.
He is very much there. Oh my goodness, Vaxlon will go ahead and get over to his teammate here. Keon bleeding out now. Vaxlon utilizing the walls to pick up some points.
And Furia right now are the same amount of points as Gaming Gladiators to be first in this lobby. Vax now dancing around the shield. Can he clutch? Madness still stuck in the drone, still waiting. EMP comes in right at the very end. TSM get eliminated, and Furia had gone for second with Complexity. The patience paying off the charge rifle shots, but they don't even know where Madness is. They gotta finish this game first. And all right, it was just a matter of time here. Madness cheering to the crowd, playing right into the new crypto changes that we have in Apex Legends.
Soak it all in. Monsoon will finally be able to hunt them down. What a bounce back. Complexity taking the final win of this group.
Should have just punched him out. Should have just punched out Madness after they found him. I love the mid-tier though. Complexity. The patience pays off. Those charge rifle shots pay off. I mean, I think they all had snipers, I'm not gonna lie, but Complexity taking that dub to end our series.
There were so many things to talk about here in game number 6, but Complexity really, putting it into 6th gear at the end, right? They made that for early rotation to try and get to Cenote. They got caught out, I believe, by Fox. And then, of course, tagged him right on back. You hit me, I'll hit you right on back. Getting that knock, slowing down their rotation, forcing them to go for that res. And then somehow being able to bully the team that was inside that building as soon as they got there.
You know how important it was for Furia to aim for second there when they were tied in points with Gaming Gladiators? This probably has now already set up Furia to sit in first, even after having 2 rough games on Stormpoint, having no KP, just a bit of placement points, making it enough in that final game after getting second place to take first in this lobby.
Yeah, this is a great play coming out from them, honestly. Like we said, they prioritized getting their World's Edge pick. It worked out extremely well, 46 points after 3 maps for them, and they were confident in their Stormpoint overall, and they did a great job of really being able to convert those last 3 maps to enough points for a great show in here.
Also allowed Complexity to sit down in 4th place overall too, with an outstanding last game, but also the patience. Once again, I feel like that's the theme, right? The patience at the end to determine whether to take a fight in that moment or to go for a repositioning, while also being aware of what is left for you in the lobby. It's been a fantastic pace of games thus far here in this series, and we're not even done yet. We still get some more Apex action later today. But first, before we get into all the nitty-gritty, I want to hear from the desk. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Vicky and Jamerson. Furia with a win to start things off in C versus D. What a moment for them, and a great final fight that, believe it or not, it's like now you see me, now you don't.
I feel like that was the perfect way to end the series. The crowd was enjoying that, kind of watching Complexity try to figure out where exactly Madness was hiding in the end. And we were waiting for those crypto drone invisible plays to come out and see how they would impact everything.
Yeah.
And that was a perfect example of it.
I mean, talk about increasing the safety of being in your drone. I mean, that's like safety times 10. They couldn't find him.
I kind of started panicking when Vaxlon ulted with Newcastle on top of Madness. It was just sitting in the open there. I was like, he just gave away their spot. I thought they were going to end up getting third. We saw that they were tied with GG and at the exact same points, and if they didn't get another one, they would have ended up in second place. So it was an interesting play, and Vax really, that he showed off as a very intelligent Newcastle plays right there as well.
I think it kind of felt like this was a group of guys that were used to this team composition and in the flow of playing it so well, Lauren, that they could make some decisions like that felt like that's a little risky, but they're just so confident in it right now.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw how impactful the Newcastle was getting a res right before they kind of went into the water for those final plays. And they looked like such a solid trio. We talked about them heading into it. We knew that they're a team that a lot of people are keeping their eyes on, following even just the arc of Madness alone and his entire competitive progress through the history of Apex Legends. So this is a very well-deserved top spot right now for Furia.
It was a great finish to that game, absolutely down to the wire. To get the final results, it would be Complexity who would find that hidden crypto in I'm Madness and claim the win, but Furia would do enough to just inch past Gaming Gladiators. GG going out in 17th place, and they allowed an 18-pointer to change the difference. TSM also a big 22 points at the end of it. Go Next as well, and Knocked Him Scan getting in the mix here, top 5 as we ran into it. But let's take a look at our series results. Just 4 points. Well, hey, had plenty of time to do it. 67 would put them in first. Gaming Gladiators leading after 2 games, but couldn't close it out at the end. TSM right behind them, though. They'll jump above Complexity as Complexity jumps above MKers to get a top 4. This is a great spot to be. Notably, to me, if you look on the other side, Exo Clan, a great team. We kind of talked about them. Not the performance that you want, especially with so many fans in the building. They were the ones chanting, singing, etc. as well. Some guy, you're not chanting, you're not singing, but you should at least look happy, Keon. Joining us from the winning team, Furia, his teammates Vaxlon, Coach BVP, and I'm Madness walking behind the scenes. Keon, great to have you, man. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to be here, Not going to be upset about just coming off of first place.
This is always great to see. I want you to spend some time letting people know what it is behind the scenes getting ready for this event. You guys seem like you were in a really good swing. Everyone seems in good spirits. You guys are only improving as a team. And this meta really seems to suit you. Really seems to suit you. So let us know, what's it like coming into this split? You feeling confident?
Yeah, I mean, I get to play Pathfinder, so I'm happy. Like 80,000 kills across all platforms on that character. So, and he's my height, so I can see it exactly how I see it in real life. When crypto came into meta, it was like kind of difficult because it's not an easy swap, like character-wise. And I've played with crypto mains before. Madness having to learn crypto was like. Everybody was scared, I think, but he's really like filled those shoes. And I'm pretty sure he top fragged on crypto today and top damaged on our team. If you look at those stats, I'm pretty sure, or at least he was after game 5. So he's stepping in that role amazingly. Vaxlon, dude, Bangalore and Newcastle, that's his thing. Oh my gosh. He's doing the Dougie behind the Newcastle wall, just side to side, like just moving.
Listen, I kind of want to ask you about what those comms sounded like in the final moments, because we saw you guys were in that 2-1 split with Madness hiding in the water for a decent amount of time, ended up shifting in his direction, but we saw at the end, at Madness going, come find me if you can, like how hype were you guys when you realized you were able to pull off a play like that?
Yeah, it was awesome. So our coach has been telling him, he's like, dude, you're going to pull this out in like the craziest moments at land, and it's going to be amazing. And dude, oh man, we went to the roof, and we were just trying to survive because we thought like maybe the teams would just start to beef with each other, and pretty much like Vax got knocked, and then we got into like the panic mode. He's like, dude, should I do the thing? And then like
do the thing.
And then he went quiet. He just went completely quiet, and I res Vax, and then Vax like gets up, turns around, and is like, where are you? And Matt's like, I'm doing it. And then he's like, I'm gonna slam to you, and Matt's like, no, don't slam to me. And then he slammed to him, and secured that second place with an extra kill or 2.
No, that's great. I think I actually have a question. Just from last split the tournament where you guys didn't failed to make the finals compared to this one, what do you think the biggest difference is for you and your team? Because you guys have had, it's been a noticeable difference in terms of your progress as a team, in terms of just where you were versus where you're going. And I know in the past, sometimes it's easy to kind of stabilize and level out, but you guys have shown that consistent progress leading up. I mean, leading up to this, the scrims going into it, you guys were getting better and better and better and looked like one of the best teams, which is why us on the board picked you guys kind of across to take this group.
I mean, dude, oh man. Like, it's just been a grind. I feel like coming off that last LAN, Vax and Menace played really, really good. They did. They deserved to make finals. If you watched it back, for the fans that did watch it, they knew that I underperformed heavily in the last tournament. And so really it's just been a grind. And JMO, our coach, shout out to him, he's been working with me like one-on-one a ton and just getting me like way more comfortable because those nerves, kind of set in. Like this first time playing an esport really is this. So it's just been a grind. Honestly, Madness and Vax, they're playing just as good as they did that first LAN. Really it's like I picked up my slack that they were carrying the first time. So that's really all it's been. The meta just suits us all because we've learned to love the characters that we're playing currently.
That's great accountability. You love to hear that. I mean, Vaxlon, I've been hyping him up for years now. I've always said he's one of the best MK players, and he's that as well. He's like in that fun FPS category where he can put him on any single character. And I mean, we've talked to other players, and a lot of them put him on the best Newcastle in the game right now. So being that adaptable, and then you played Horizon and Pathfinder, it just seems like you guys have your set roles, and then Madness filled his spot really well as well. So it's going to be fun to see you guys this whole weekend.
We got some final circles on the screen. No need to go too into detail if you guys want to keep talking high level, but walk us through as well when you look at this, Keon. You guys are down a little bit. You have a strong start. Gaming Gladiators kind of start to take over. 4, 5, and then obviously 6 start to make the switch for you guys. What do you do to make that adjustment mid-game? What are you guys saying to yourselves in the comms behind the scenes?
Going into game 4 and 5, when we died, especially in this building, we nuked the team that was above us. But the first 3 games, and we know, like, for some reason, game 4 and game 5, we just fell out of our identity. Where, like, after we do a 300 damage, we're usually like just in their face.
Right.
And game 4 and game 5, we died doing what I call doing nothing, which is like the most frustrating way. Most frustrating way to die. Yeah. And game 6, pretty much just going into it, we're like, dude, why are we being big babies? as his Watson would say, shout out Watson. Why are we being big babies? Like, we're in first. We're obviously like the best team in this lobby. Why are we being big babies? So then we went into the last game. We were like, we're just gonna kill people. Like in game, of course, we're just gonna kill every other team that's alive in this lobby. So really, that's the only difference. Game 4 and game 5 lost the identity for some reason, and then just picked it right back up for game 6.
I mean, I know we've had quite a few teams in this particular group matchup that we've been talking about, you guys included as one of those top contenders who at the end of the weekend can potentially be the one hoisting that trophy. And I know it's early, it's groups, obviously things get a little bit more difficult as we continue on in the competition, but you guys look so solid so early on. So how are you feeling, especially after this performance, as we get to see those final moments on screen, about your chances for that match point final?
Yeah, I think all of us are on the same page of that we should be a top 3 team pretty easily in this tournament. And so that's our goal. Right now we're, going for the Fury second. And, hoping that the match point, we can secure that. We definitely, as a team, we believe that we definitely can pull out this championship.
Yeah, that's what it is. I always wait to hear if somebody says they can win or they're going to do pretty well. I think it's honestly a big part of just that little extra step of belief. Like, this is the time. You guys got to take it. You notice your identity shifting, doing nothing, but then it's like, we got to take this game in game 6, and you make things happen. And I think we've seen historically, and I want to get your thoughts on this as well, match point is historically, in my eyes, won by a team that takes it. It's a team that somehow just decides this is going to be the moment. There's no particular moment, right? Because any team has probably 5 or 6 moments throughout that entire tournament. So I think, is that something that you guys try to cultivate as you play through your group stages? Is there somebody that you notice like kind of, man, we got to emulate that because they seem to have it locked on, and we're trying to bring that into our game heading into match point?
Yeah, I mean, Alliance and Falcons are the 2 main watchers in terms of winning match point. Those guys have done it, and obviously Falcons is the team that everybody's done it on that team
right
multiple times. So we emulate the getting the match point and how they like play the game when they hit that match point. Because some teams, and like we used to do that as well, where we'd hit that match point or like we'd get into that first place spot and then we get complacent, you know?
Right.
And it's like, oh, okay, we hit the match point. Like that was the goal, right? But it's like, no. Like with those teams, it's like you hit the match point and then it's like, okay, like we were 80% throttle, let's like floor it.
Yeah.
Like, and then you pretty much just want to play the exact same way as you did when you were getting there and just not change your gameplay. So that's pretty much what we're going to do. So.
Well, it's a great start, man. You have a lot of great energy here on desk. It's been awesome having you and chatting with this. I could tell that the vibes are good behind the scenes for Fury, and I'm sure the org very happy with the win here. And that leads us to our overall standings after 2 series so far today. Not Moist. They won the biggest in Group A versus B. 76 points puts them in first overall, but Furia, Keon and his crew right after them with 67 points. Gaming Gladiators in third. Icholo's Laser from South America in fourth, and Notispin Seer. Big start for them, big performance. Can they keep this up? SSG, TSM, Complexity, MKers, NRG, rounding out our top 10. If it ended right here, that would be our winners. And we would see these teams in the elimination bracket. Obviously, a scary place to be. Means you're fighting for your life. Guild leads that one. On the other end of it, pretty exciting, or pretty surprising. Teams like ExoClan, even Northeption, especially Liquid Alienware, not having good starts. We got so much more coming up, though. One more series to play. Keon, thank you again, and congratulations on the win, my friend. It's going to be great to see you guys continue to pull out some of those sneaky crypto plays as well. We've got more Apex Legends action as well. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will finish off our final series of the day and see where it all stands after day 1 in Mannheim. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
Genome joining us. Of course, we have Graceful, and then we have Privacy, our resident analyst here for Team Falcon. So excited to have you here joining us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having me here.
It's going to be fantastic. Genome, you're up here chatting all things about us as well. You ready to talk about some APAC?
Oh, yeah. We've got, look, Guild's back. We're going to see Legends Gaming, who, despite having 2 subs today, have started pretty well.
We've got lots to talk about here, but if you guys are just joining us, the hype is still happening. I respect this so much. Not giving up until our series are done. But if you missed our last show, we have some really exciting moments that we want to talk about before we dive into our next series, specifically Furia. I mean, they were just dominant and went out at the top, but in the most perfect way, Graceful. We finally got to see what that invisible Crypto can really do.
I'm honestly surprised we got to see it this early, and they've been talking about it, and he said they even have a calm, I'm making the play. They know what it is. It was so fun to see. But Crypto being, predominant after the meta change is great.
Yeah, we just saw that clip there from Monsoon. We took the 50 minutes break there to repair the desk after he smashed it, missing that Eva clip.
Listen, it was a little bit of a tough start for Complexity. They were able to close it out strong with that win at the end. And one thing that I think you would be proud of, Privacy, is the fact that when it came to the talent predictions for that second series, all 3 teams that the talent talked about were the 3 at the top. We had Furia, we had Gaming Gladiators, and we had TSM. Give me your thoughts.
That's true. I mean, Furia and Gaming Gladiators in this group, specifically for C versus D, they dominated in their scrims. Furia and Gaming Gladiators were like competing who scores more in these groups. So I wasn't surprised at all from them scoring good points in today. TSM picked their performance in the last week. Before that, they were not scoring really good points, but after last week they played very well and they scored a lot of points. So I'm not surprised of even seeing TSM in the 3rd place.
Yeah, we definitely see that reflected here as we also have those overall standings up on the screen right now as we get to see the second half of those standings. And there are definitely some surprises here on that second page, Genome.
Yeah, I mean, having a look here, obviously, if it was to end now, these would be the teams going to the elimination bracket. But yeah, looking especially down the bottom, Liquid Alienware.
Right?
I mean, that's the one that really makes my eyes pop.
Well, a team that I think our crowd is definitely going to be hoping is doing well here is EXO. Energy has not dropped in any way, shape, or form. They have the jerseys, they have the flags, they have the energy, the signs, they've got it all. Will that help EXO moving forward? Does that help in general, Privacy? When you're at a lane and you can hear the crowd cheering for your team, what does that do for mental?
It helps a lot. It boosts the whole confidence, boosts the whole motivation, and then everything, the vibes. The team wants to show everything they can just for the supporters, and definitely it helps them. I expect EXO to do better than what they started with.
I love that. I love that. And of course, we have quite a few recognizable teams in our final series here for the day. Let's take a look at which teams will be participating because it's now groups B and D, Graceful. Heavy hitters in this lobby.
Really heavy hitters. And I think also, like we said before, a lot of teams that we didn't expect to be at the bottom are now at the bottom, and they're hungrier than ever, I believe. I think that, like we talked about the support from your fans, honestly, when you're you just want to make everything happen just for them, and they come here, show up this energized, that's gonna give you energy nonetheless. And I'm rooting for EXO not only because it's my past team as well, but Winnie and the boys and Joe, they got this, I'm sure of it.
All right, Privacy, this is your moment. Okay, obviously Falcons in the lobby. You are expecting big things for them. We were talking about it in the green room. Give me your thoughts about your squad.
In this group, I would expect us to win the group for sure because during the scrims for this group, we averaged really high points, 12 points per game. That was a big gap to the next one, which was a Moist, and the big gap to the third one. Moist was on around 10 point something points per game, and the third one was Liquid, which we hope that they will do good in this one. Liquid were around 7.4. That's a huge gap between the first two and the third, which was a Liquid. And then after that was TSM, because as I said, they picked up their performance in the last week. Before that, they weren't really scoring a lot of points. But yeah, I would expect us to win this one. Hopefully 80 plus points.
I would not expect anything less in an answer from you, Privacy. I think they're going to do well as well. But a team that we heard Genome mention just a short while ago, a very notable team as well, is Guild, with that roster of Jesco, Legacy, and of course, MT. Well, Genome got a chance to catch up with MT before the event, so let's see what he had to say.
MT has been on the forefront and like on the cutting edge of IGLing and how to play the game since the very start.
So MT brings consistency and confidence to the team. Confidence enables us to, push every fight. Our decision making, everything's like a lot better than it used to be.
I think when someone like MT comes onto the free market, it's crazy not to, right? It's crazy not to just even look at that option. You can grab one of the most venerated IGLs in all of Apex esports. Yeah, of course you go for that.
How is it playing with MT?
Where is he? Oh, he's down there somewhere. Hit and miss sometimes, but for the most part, very good. So pretty much, I stepped down from Moist. Wasn't happy on the team at the time. I was like struggling being away from home, like pretty much moving to the US. My life became Apex. It was like all I did. I spent some time away from the game, not really knowing what I wanted to do. I think just being able to take like a step back and like reevaluate was like what I needed. And like a lot of people even said like after the 2 week break, like Waltzy especially, he was like, you're like a different person now. Why couldn't you figure this out when you're on my team?
I think if someone is going to make the change to move from your home country over to North America, it's not just the play. It's your mental health. It's you're leaving family. It's you're leaving everything that you've ever known to chase this dream and give your career the best possibility.
I think it's been the right move for him as a person, and that sometimes that's more important than Apex.
We had the LA LAN and we kind of looked back pretty objectively and decided we knew what we were missing, and that was like a disciplined structure for what we should do, because we haven't been in that situation as many times or maybe ever. So then like the option came up with grabbing MT, and it's like you'd really be stupid not to.
I know for a fact when Legacy and Jesco are like on and locked in, they're like two of the best players in the world, like without a doubt. They're both like unbelievable players, so I'm so confident. Legacy has done some of the he like 1v3'd Moist. That was like one of the craziest things I've ever seen, like straight 1v3. And then Jesco's just doesn't really make mistakes. That's like all you need from like a support player.
I'm really keen to see what MT can do with these guys. When MT came back, all of a sudden they turn into this team that's like, oh, this could be a threat.
And if anyone can do it, I think MT can.
Seems to be the general consensus, especially from you, Genome, is that obviously big things expected out of somebody like MT. So talk to us a little bit about Guild Esports.
Yeah, so this is a team that came onto that. We saw them at that LAN stage, made finals in their first appearance here. And a lot of that definitely was off the back of Legacy and Jesco and the amount of firepower they had there, bringing in MT. That kind of system discipline they were talking about and his IGLing abilities. Not to mention, I would say in the last year, he has also improved his mechanical skill quite a bit. Because at one time, his IGL abilities have never been in doubt. But once he really got on that mechanical level, all of a sudden it just felt like he really was one of the best IGLs in the world.
And we'll have to see what Guild is able to bring to the table in this next series of matches. Lots on the line for quite a few of our squads if they want to set themselves up well heading into day 2 of our competition. But another team that we had expected big things out of, a couple of our talent picked them in the last series of matches, is TSM. Well, we haven't gotten a chance to talk with Peeps too much lately, but I believe he got a chance to catch up with Verhulst, so let's see what he had to say.
What up, everybody? We are here at the Player Lounge. We got the one, the only, the human aimbot. We got Verhulst. So listen, I ran into your brothers, all right? How does it feel? And I know I ask you this a lot, all right? But we just saw them in Saudi Arabia, and now they're here in Germany to come to support you. Like, explain that to us.
I mean, man, I love it. I mean, nobody's got a family like me. No one has fans that are coming to every single event. I'm super lucky to have my family, and they're able to actually come to these events. Like, it's such a power up, such a buff for me, and yeah, no, they'll be at all the events coming up too.
Shout out the Verhulst brothers. Shout out the Verhulst family. So listen, I got to ask, you guys finished 3rd place in this group, looked amazing. Some games went, not the strongest. Other games went great. What went wrong? What went right?
I think what went wrong for the most part was our team fighting was just a little bit off. Our rhythm was a little bit off. We kind of we were just playing them a little. We were playing the fights a little bit too fast. So what would happen is like we'd fly our drone in and try and EMP a team, and our drone would get broken, and then we'd keep trying to fight them. But like without your drone, it's pretty difficult. Yeah. So that was a big mistake, and we realized that, and we fixed it pretty quickly. And we're feeling way more confident going into this next set. I think the mistakes we made were really easy to fix, and yeah, no, we should be a lot better this next set here.
I got faith. I'm pretty sure I have you guys winning the next group, man. So prove me wrong, prove me right, please. But guys, that's for a host, the human aimbot from TSM. Thank you so much, and we'll see you guys around.
Shout out to the Verholz family is right, peeps. They are always a massive support system here for Big E. Obviously, taking a look at TSM, we can hear the chants beginning in the crowd as well. Graceful. They are starting to look really solid.
The thing is I got lucky enough to be with Verholz on the cab all the way to the hotel, and we talked the entire trip. You know, I'm talking about past stuff, current stuff, future stuff, and the way he sounded like solid confidently is like, we're doing better than EWC. There was no doubt in his mind. We worked on some stuff. It's going to go better. You know, I picked them last game. They almost made it all the way up. So they got it in them to make it happen, and I'm very happy to see him happy. It's Big E.
Right? Definitely an opportunity for TSM to snowball after their performance in the last series, now heading into this one. But one thing that could potentially impact that performance is, of course, our drafts. Those drops our teams will be getting themselves into. We're going to start pulling them up here. TSM kicking things off with a very solid position at Skyhook West. But as they continue to come through, Privacy, I want to get your thoughts on some of these spots and, you know, what could work for some of these teams, who you're a little bit concerned about, etc.
I think this draft will help so much TSM by having Sky West and Trials. They performed from it well as well in the past. The same will go for, I think, Liquid in this time. They will do good. They play Harvesters all the time, but they will do good because in this time the south map a little bit less congested. There is no team in Mirage. That things will help FaZe as well.
Yeah.
That they lost Mirage in the last group, in the first group, and now they have Mirage free for them. It will be a little bit of a hassle to go into the northeast side of the map because there is team in Survey, team in Epi, team in Frag East. There is a team everywhere. The zones that will be in the northeast side, that will be a problem for multiple teams that are coming from the south side. Us as well from the middle of the zone. But everything in the south, that will be a really good. And then I think the teams like TSM will be scoring way more points from World's Edge.
And we've got a pattern that repeated from groups A and B, and that's that only 5 teams are first picked on World's Edge. Exactly the same 15 teams going for Storm Point first. And if you ask players, they'll say, yeah, because there's only 5 POIs on World's Edge, right? Which is a little bit hyperbolic, but you get the point. The mid sort of POIs in Storm Point are not quite so bad, but on World's Edge, if you miss those first few, kind of rough.
All right, well, now that we know where everyone's landing, let's take a look at those talent predictions, see if everybody is going to be as accurate as they have been so far, because I think we're going to start seeing some pretty high point totals already for some of us. I'm seeing a cool 139 near my name, not too shabby. 143 for Tiff, but we have lots of Team Falcons love on here, obviously, for this group matchup. We're going to see a lot more Moist. Me and Dia on that Liquid Alienware train. They're a team that we saw at the second half of our overall standings, very far to the bottom, but a team that's very capable of slaying out and really picking up their performance so far. Graceful, I want to hear your thoughts as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can see me, I went with Alliance this time. Most people are going Falcons. I like to hit my boys Alliance up because they did a lot better than what I assume everybody expected with Tyler. Way better. They took so many good fights, and I'm just sharing on for that.
12 points per game.
I wanted to disappoint you for your pick. Alliance is averaging 6 points only per game in this group.
Yeah, we'll see.
It might change. We will see.
Stats don't lie, and Privacy knows exactly what he is talking about, but we're moments away from finding out just how accurate those stats are because match number 1 is about ready to get underway. Tiff and Dia, let's get into it.
Hey, let's get into it. I did see a nice 143 by my name, so let it be known that me and Snipe Down were 3 for 3 on our predictions potentially, as long as Falcons, average those 12 points per game privacy.
That's pretty messed up.
I'm torching you, my guy. You're my analyst. What is happening here?
I know. I'm disappointed in myself. You can only imagine how the fans feel. Now, since we're looking at these games, there is the chance for redemption here. I know Glitter was talking about how she and I are on the same page because of the whole Liquid thing, and I am wondering how Liquid will do since you and I returned to World's Edge, and this is the second time that Liquid have prioritized picking Harvester. They're one of the very few teams to be prioritizing a World's Edge pick.
Yeah, and I'm really shocked, right? Because, that is great for them, knowing that it's a relatively central area on World's Edge, and considering our first series of the day, how many of those zones pulled directly due north? I'm talking Epicenter, Climatizer, and then, of course, the Apex gods favored us by pulling down to Monument inevitably, but I think we could potentially go back. However, we did get some thermal stones in that middle series, and, I really do miss those.
Yeah, the way that thermal zones played out was really fascinating, and getting to see that as a sharp transition from Climatizer was interesting as well. I enjoyed our central zone over by Monument, as really every time that we get to see just even a slightly different poll, it gives us a totally different idea of course, how the teams are going to play and how they're best adapting between different series. But it's time for us to kick it off. That first game on World's Edge begins right now.
Yeah, and this is what's going to be interesting, right? We did see the POI draft just ahead of this. Now think of Alliance and how powerful they performed in groups A versus B. They were actually dropping Sky West and had a large majority of that space to themselves. For this particular series, they're going to be all the way down in stacks. And unlike SSG from that first series, they're not going to be alone. SSE X-Ray launches straight into Big Mod and can be difficult for them on rotation.
Now, with Guild starting this far south, they do have actually a pretty decent beginning. One of the things that they are missing is the chance to actually hit a ring scan. So I'd like to see them rotate pretty quickly out of launch site, maybe a little further up to the north. Perhaps not as far north as Moist are, but Moist are going to be much happier in this series than the one that we covered earlier, because at least this time they're not contested up in Climatizer. We finally get to see them with a full POI.
We do, and we get to see them potentially have a really nice rotate into zone once they get geared up here. I was looking at kind of the series results and the stats for the players just off A versus B, and Moist, it reads as player stats. Moist 1, 2, 3. Waltzy walks away with like 21 eliminations, and their damage differential goes crazy. But just as we say that, I was eluding a nice rotation. Keep an eye on where we're going. Guys, we got to return to Skyhook. It wouldn't be a me cast if we weren't going to Skyhook.
It's true. As long as we don't go anywhere further south than Landslide, Tiff is on the broadcast. And that certainly staying true here. The fact that this time Skyhook East is populated as well is going to change the way that this plays out. And of course, with TSM slotted in during the west side of Skyhook, they should have priority on a lot of these zones. Keep your eyes on GHS Professional as well. Coming out of the center of the map, they've actually got good priority on rotations, and this wasn't something that we got to see nearly as much from them last couple of games because so many zones pulled over to the northeast side of the map.
It's 100% correct, right? You look at Epicenter, they have the survey beacon, they have a ring console, and that's kind of where they landed in that first initial series and kind of keep that going through. You get access to all the tunnel loot, and then you have that jump tower towards the north, which they could use to dive on into Skyhook to really leverage that. Cloud9, though, started out pretty smooth in their second series, their very first series of the day, but the second of our groups that we witnessed here on the stage. And a lot of that you have to think about. This team, Chaotic, Sauce, Naughty, if Sauce believes in his calls and the team kind of goes along with it, it makes me so happy.
And it's something that I know talking to Koljan just before the matches was fascinating to look at, was the way that Cloud9 were approaching this tournament as a whole, because this is a very different path for them than for a lot of other teams. Knowing that they're already likely qualified for champs, C9 can actually take a slightly more relaxed approach and really focus on this LAN as its own thing, whereas a lot of other teams do have to factor in qualifications for other international competitions during the whole thing. Now, they have mirrored GHS in a way, being the second to take the jump tower, but because they are still very early rotators in the grand scheme of things, they do manage to get first dibs on the train building.
Wow, times are a change, and as we look through our legend picks from this series, Crypto 17. That means we have 17 extra observers in our lobby that could potentially play hide and seek like we witnessed Madness to do. A couple Fuse in the niche Pathfinder, of course, but Catalyst, and of course,
the one lone Wraith.
The singular Wraith.
The
There's always
nasty.
one. There's always one. Team Falcons making their way up through. Guys are still pretty far north to go, and they're going to be caught up between a couple different teams. Guys are always difficult to make your way out of, whereas into Skyhook seems to be where Bleed have already found themselves.
Look, if I'm Bleed right now, I'm on an absolute revenge tour after my last series. A couple unfortunate things and still performed north of 30 points in that series, but knowing when you need to set yourself up to get into winner's bracket, that this has to be where you turn it around and go north of 50. So setting stop up in market right now, you do have to deal with FaZe, who now a duo. When you lose out on that Newcastle right off the rip, that is pretty detrimental. Sure, you can craft, but not when it's a Skyhook zone and everyone moves in with the quickness.
And we talked about how much forgiveness a pick like Newcastle gives you, so losing that early on really hurts. Synetic goes back for the banner and goes down for it, giving you even less wiggle room.
I told you, Vengeance Tour here, they're not going to let him even try to get that one off. Dropped, immediately picks up another elimination. And knowing that FaZe likely has that solo, should they decide to expend 2 players over there to just go ahead and evict this building, it looks to be so. Arctic on the run, tried to make a move towards Fennel, comes straight back into the building with Bleed. And, well, I'm sorry, but that fortress that you initially set up might be your tomb.
And there's just nowhere to go. As soon as Arctic tries to leave the building, there's no safety to be found outside. There's no other cover. And FaZe go down. That's our first squad to be eliminated, and in really detrimental fashion for their overall standings.
3 points so far. Look, we're already on the move, and as the majority of our squads have made their way here into Skyhook, there's going to be teams that are still rotating out on the edge. Team Liquid, Alienware, your prediction here, finally kind of making their move. Harvester, though, it's not too bad of a rotation from that, especially when you've got a lot of information there to go off of, and you come in relatively juiced.
Now, Liquid getting this building, actually a decent spot for the end game. We have seen Zones and Skyhook pull a little bit further down to the south and towards this surrounding area. It does, however, look like we're going to be going a little further north, and that's where you can get a lot of value out of Catalyst. We've seen quite a few teams turn towards this pick that gives you a lot of flexibility in the late game, and importantly, isolates you from a whole side of the ring if you can make it late enough, especially into Zone 6 and beyond.
And some of the things we don't talk about with our controller legends is that shield overload, right? So as soon as you play inside the zone, which is such a heavy preference of our new season patch, is that you get that extra tick on your shield. So he basically is red while appearing as purple. But for Alliance, a solid performance on World's Edge for them. Now they just need to do the same thing here in this series.
Getting a, what we'll call disengage EMP thrown at them off of Guild, I think only gives more power to Alliance, though yes, it buys Guild a little bit of time, but they haven't moved that far with it. Tyler, Rocket's on board and should be able to deal with this. There goes Jesco, and Alliance take the first bite out of the Guild sandwich.
I was gonna say, dude's got absolute ice in his veins, rolls up, drops the Rolling Thunder, and immediately, without even hammer points, that is how disgusting these Akimbo Mozambiques are. Now, I'm gonna wait to see the stats at the end of the day to see just how much damage came from all 3 group series from the Akimbo Mozambiques, but it's so many. Now, however, we can see that energy, or the zipline wasn't energized, which gives that 50% damage reduction, so I was really nervous on that rotate, but just trying to get back towards that high ground for them would be nice.
Alliance do have a rotate to focus on here, so the fact that they've picked up at least the singular kill on Guild is not a bad thing. They should be able to, in fact, stay ahead of the rest of Guild on their subsequent rotate. About a minute left until this zone closes, so yes, they have time, but what Alliance should be focusing on is putting themselves in a good position to gatekeep Guild during future end zones and set themselves up to receive the injection of loot. Find some loot pills for the next zone close, because as the minute rolls over, as Zone 2 starts closing, that's when you got to start thinking about getting gold bins, getting access to mythic bins as well.
And you got Hal here, back on Fuse, right? Kind of dabbled with the Newcastle pick in that initial series, and they're going to be one of the latest teams making it in towards the Skyhook area. And they originally were pushing to Grandma's house, and from there you can usually make evac plays, you can rotate towards the north and walk it in, but we actually double back towards Countdown and take that choke point straight into Skyhook, which is oftentimes gate kept by a lot of teams on high ground with line of sight, but so far we're okay.
Yeah, right now, Skyhook is like weirdly not that populous simply because
there's a lot of Skyhook in, and everybody's got slightly different reads on where it's going. It lets Falcons, yes, walk in, even though they are pressured a little bit, for the cost of just a tick of damage. Zero does a nice guy, clearing out the fence so that everybody else can slide in right behind him without having to worry about the Watson fence, but I wouldn't worry, because Falcons really have no teams that are actually looking to finish them off. I wouldn't say that they're the biggest threat to anyone right now, because there's nothing forcing teams into each other. It's all about finding a spot, and for right now, for Falcons, for everyone else, it's just about not making a mistake for the next 2-3 minutes.
It really is, and I think if we just kind of let Jen Burton almost just like lock it down, keep the drone up in the air, and look at where everything is going to get all of the information for the surrounding teams, you have to think TSM is the team that lands Skyhook West, and you see where they've set up, almost to where the circles are intersecting, but it looks like Guild Esports is able to get one of their members back on in, which will be nice to get those numbers back up.
And it will still mean that they're behind Alliance, which is a little bit concerning. This rotation up from the south could very well split the teams up, especially if you see Guild wanting to avoid Alliance. It's likely that they actually go through the choke that we just saw Falcons walk through that is now all the more challenging to access because there are more teams in that area.
And it's true, and I originally had thought the zone was actually going to pull down towards that kind of catwalk area outside of Countdown where you start to enter Skyhook, but that's not necessarily the case. So a lot of teams will still have that area to rotate on in. But for ExoClan, who has such a massive fan base here at Mannheim, Germany, rooting for them, you want to see them do well here in this series.
The fact that the zone continues to pull us even further north as well does suggest that high ground in Skyhook is going to be one of the most important spots. And I know that we say that quite a bit, but I'm not talking about just any random high ground. I mean ultimate height in the center of Skyhook, which typically is not that valuable as we get later on into the match. In this particular case, it's stuck around for the first two zones. It's going to be in for the third. It might even be in for the fourth. And that is, it is in for the fourth, is going to mean that a team like Legends is in a fantastic position. I'll include teams, of course, like Cloud9 and Icholos, who rotated in pretty early as well to hit the train building, as teams with some of the most longevity in this game.
Hear me out. This is going to be an absolute mess of an end game, especially with that center building being included, because there's these fences right here.
Yeah.
And anytime that circle starts to pull, depending on where it actually shifts, teams get caught up on there. And you can see no one is going to go there until they absolutely have to. But you still have the team occupying Trials that's going to have to rotate in from the west straight towards Bleed and VK Gaming.
Falcons picking a small fight with EXO. Haven't had the best series of EXO, or rather haven't had the best day so far. Defensive EMP is not a good sign either, I will say. Falcons are biding their time. There's no rush for this fight because they've already got a numbers advantage, and there's not a lot of teams looking to third-party this. Yes, we might get a few people poking their heads in here and there, but it's difficult to enter this building and even harder to identify a good time to do so when the fight's been slowed down by this much, and Falcons are under no pressure to really push the pace. They're looking for openings. They know they've got kills ahead of them.
Well, once this ring closes, they're going to get that next information, but this gets them one step closer towards that next zone. More EMPs coming through, and despite Alliance having one elimination, we go to an actual pixel of HP for Unlucky. We do get the shield bat off and can get back towards that high ground, but this is something that Hackis was telling me about coming into this LAN in particular with all of the cryptos in the lobby, north of 15 of them. That's like so much information that we have to fight against, and he was saying that IGLs in particular are going to lead their teams either very aggressively and int with that information, or else they're going to have information overload and not want to push anything.
That's certainly the case. I mean, when you realize exactly how many threats are around you, it's difficult as an IGL to intake all of the most relevant information. It's the constant challenge of the role, and now you've got access to it yourself. Legends pop their heads out, and a nice job making sure that they keep high ground to themselves. They start the fight off well. Nasky's already got a great angle, and VK Gaming really do not get to play Apex Legends. They walk up disrespectfully towards a spot that you know Legends should be holding just fine.
Nasky disrespecting anyone? Like, what do you mean? I'm calling him Legends in pajamas for real. Then Gil, despite that initial reset, they make their way over towards Skyhook, and this is the punishment that Fuse can enact on you. Once you just have these knuckle clusters stacked and you immediately get someone cracked, you just start full sending those, and this is where the mobile respawn beacons are so great.
Is a crazy mobile respawn. There is no way that Guild are going to pull that off, and I say that like sort of hoping against hope that they do it anyway. Much in the same way that I'm hoping for Tyler as he swings off to the shield swap, and he almost gets the kill. Finished off just in time. That was almost disastrous for Fennel.
And he was just so locked in and confident with, yeah, no, this is free, right?
How are we getting this?
Welcome back, Guild Esports. Let's full send a full reset inside of Skyhook. Now, you have to think about where they're positioned because the circle keeps pulling so far north. They're on that south side towards the choke. Of course, everyone is going to look at this. My question is, who's going to be the first one to maybe send 1 or 2 players over? SSE X-Ray would be the closest team to be able to do so.
X and Y, who were looking at Guild from the other side, have taken an evac tower into the ring, so there is a little bit of movement that Guild can make towards the west to get out of here alive, but they lose MT immediately. Jesco can't really put up a defense, and we're back down to this duo of Jesco and Legacy that were starting on Guild, that picked up MT, and now have to rely on just each other again.
And we have the ring at our back. We have to go forward. There's nothing we can do about MT, but for Guild Esports right now, game number 1 on World's Edge is that regain blender that sometimes you just find yourself just trying to claw out of, and it's not a healthy environment to go through. For them, you just want to play the game, and instead, you just get EMP'd.
And it's going to happen again and again and again for as long as Guild are living in this game, because they've got no cover. Everyone has scouted them. They're being shot on the side by X and Y. Legends grab the kill, and with just Jesco left, with Watson fences between him and safety, he will go down, never touching zone number 4. Exo still alive. Managed to play underneath the central building in Skyhook as Not Moist take a reset on the eastern side.
This is crazy they're able to do this, especially using that knuckle cluster to kind of isolate that area. You do not want Striders to be able to drop down on them. And let me just tell you, all of my time watching Striders and scrims, they are a very conservative, almost like a passive team. They only want to take the fights that are going to be guaranteed to not necessarily have a ton of teams immediately into them.
And that's a difficult thing for Not Moist, because their exit towards the north is going to be really heavily fence dependent, as so many rotations during the next zone close will be. Even Falcons, who are sat in relative safety now, will have to, just like GHS, just like Legends, make their way out towards the north, with the only cover being fences, and the real difficulty being who's going to coordinate how you rotate out relative to the other teams. Falcons look safe right now, but if they pick the same fence as GHS, if they pick the same fence to play as Legends, both those teams are mutually assured their own destruction.
Hear me out. We have 13 squads still up. We're about to go down to 6, maybe 7 in the next 30 or so seconds as we see this mass exodus come out of the donut building here in Survey. So this fight is vital, considering in that initial series for Falcons, they only got 9 points across the entirety of World's Edge, and we are just fragging. X and Y falls, and we're already north of 6 eliminations. Jen Burton cannot fall here. We need to make sure that Zero gets out, but the Mastiff, it connects down behind the gold knockdown. This is another brilliant reason for them. Can we do the dance around the Mastiff and round the gap?
In the smoke, oh, he was healing for just a bit, but in comes Bleed, and out they go. Team Falcons go down, as do Legends. With just Amphi left, he slides on by Exo, and we've got even more action brewing, as around these fences there is chaos. Nasky, last alive on the Wraith, has got to hold the banner up for Legends. TSM go down, Exo go down, 7 squads are left, and Fennel are picking up the pieces before being picked up themselves.
Well, we're going down to 6, top 6 as Fennel fall. We We knew that mass exodus was going to cost all of our teams trying to get out of that building. So you look towards that north, the train station. Cloud9 has been there. But something to note is that Striders, instead of fighting with Moist, decided to rotate on in. SSE X-Ray kind of clear out that southern side and will be the only one on this side of the map, but have the farthest to go on that rotation. However, something to note, look where Not Moist went. We were on top of Striders, and now we are literally on the other side.
All the way to the other side of the zone, and so importantly, with no one else to worry about. Not Moist and SSE, the only ones really outside, and Not Moist make the really fascinating move to get right up next to this building, be ready to third-party a fight, and importantly, keep all sight lines away from them. It's very difficult for SSE to mess with Not Moist, and the win condition for every team in this train station is going to be being the last of the fight, something that each solos should have in the bag with the height that they have.
Well, you just think about what happened in game 1 of A versus B. Each solos come out swinging and put up one of the most massive games we've seen thus far, and you play high ground on this. You've got the fences outlining it. This is going to be crazy, and the mobility that Kirev on the Pathfinder locks in for them. If we kick this off with another win for them, maybe we can get another second, but the fence lines, we told you, SSE X-Ray, they can take angles from here. High ground is key.
And that is really not good. It opens things up for Striders when they should never have had a shot. SSE should have controlled so much ground, but they get picked off from high ground, and it is just over for them. They are taken down with now 4 squads left. It's Striders who are in control of the lobby, now having to move out into the line of fire of Echolos, who have got high ground for so long. This could be another South American win. We're casting in our first game on World's Edge tip.
It really could. They pop over the fence, and Kirev just lets the Nemesis go. The Mozambiques from this distance at the Akimbo will be a more difficult connect, but Moist is already looking at cleaning up some of Striders, but now everyone just full sends, and you're just kind of waiting. You don't want to be the next team that starts this fight, because that means you're essentially going to go out for maybe, what, 1 or 2 eliminations, but you want more of those placement points from second and first.
It's all about who's dropping and when it's happening. Watson fences are going to be essential here, and C9 are just waiting for their chance to go down, but they cannot jump straight into Not Moist, and now it's Echolos to take matters into their own hands, jumping down with the Newcastle wall. Brutus stays alive with the mobile shield in the smoke. He's got a Mastiff and a Dream, a wall to protect him, but it ain't enough. Echolos lose 1, lose 2. It's down to Korev, and they go down. Moist come in, but they get cleaned up, and it's C9 from the middle of that train station sandwich that take game 1.
Hey, I'm feeling it. Chaotic Naughty Sauce. Look how pumped Alex is there in the back. That is what we're talking about. Trust in Sauce and let it happen. Those are some solid calls coming out. I saw a screenshot that Cloud9 tweeted out from one of our Storm Point games when it pulled out towards the east of Stormcatcher, and you just have a lone Cloud9 over here that called it immediately. They are so good when they fix some of the minor mistakes that they make.
Yeah, I mean, very fast rotate from C9, but what fascinated me, like you just mentioned, is the avoidance of mistakes in that end game. C9 were not looking for a flashy win. They were not looking for a play that could suddenly change the game for them. They were in a really tough spot. And instead of going for some sort of panic maneuver, sending it onto Moist, trying to drop down on the side of the building, they just waited. They waited for somebody else to make a move first, and in a lot of times, I think I would critique that. I would look at that and go, well, I don't think you really did anything to try and win yourself the game, so what are you expecting? And in this particular case, especially given the nerves of groups, I'm looking at this and going, that patience, that's what won you the game. That could be the thing that pushes you into winner's bracket.
That is 100% the difference that's going to make or break you advancing from that winner's bracket on over towards our grand final. So let's go ahead and pull up those match 1 results. A 16-point game, able to grab 4 eliminations from that. Not Moist, a 16-point game as well, going out in second. But something to note, that Echolos, that was a brazen play, kind of sending the Newcastle wall down to the center, because you're like, oh, wait, it's going to be the first person that jumps in. Brutus is like, all right, bet.
Yeah.
I'll take one. We're going to full send for South America. I've got my wall, I got my Mastiff, let me rip.
And it is one of those plays that, sort of like I was talking about with Cloud9, rides the duality of, if this works, suddenly you're a genius. Echolos, they made the play, and while it didn't work, still grabbing top 3 is really nice, especially in a match where the top score was 16. Not putting anyone who placed first or second in this case that far ahead of the rest of the lobby.
Hey, well, let's see if they can do it again. Cloud9 looking for a solid series. Our last one of the day from the group stages of day 1 ALGS Split 2 playoffs. We're going to cut to a quick break, and when we come back, match number 2.
Alienware, the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Guy in this corner.
Do you have Bangle?
Watch up top. I have Bangle.
Do
yes,
you
I
have
do.
Bangle?
Yes, yes,
you
yes.
You need to use it at endgame. Below us, and then a team across, and a team above us. Bangle down, Bangle down, Bangle down, Bangle down.
Yeah, Bangle good.
Trend him. I'm gonna trend. No, my drone fucking broke. I'm trolling. We need peek this. We need peek this. No, we don't. I'm batting. Okay. I'm picking it out.
I'm gonna
Right below us. I'm throwing an arc.
I can jump in.
Over here. Jump right.
Cause this one. Oh, that's.
I'm dead.
Give me knockdown, buddy.
Right above me.
You can win this. Nice.
Let's fucking go, boys.
Nice. I don't even shoot my gun.
I trolled that so bad.
I trolled so hard.
I trolled that so bad.
It's a beautiful day in Mannheim, Germany, and that's some beautiful comms right there. If you come out with a win and you end it with, I trolled this, it sounded like it was an absolute shambles. All I hear is, oh, my drone is broke. Oh my God, hit the res. Dia, that is a fun first game.
It is my comms exactly. I've got people in my ear, they're going, you got this, it's all you, and I'm going, it's not all me. It's not happening. But yet they come out on top, and that's really great for, I mean, it's a great thing for C9. Really difficult to predict when it came down to the end game because you never knew who was going to fall first within the smoke, within the castle wall. Really, it all comes down to execution and focus from each of these teams. Nobody was focusing C9, and at the end of the day, they get out with 16 points. But we did mention this, or briefly allude to it, Not Moist, right there with them. They may have placed second, but they got the same amount of points.
Yeah, I told you, they were absolutely cracked in their first series. With the amount of eliminations they were able to acquire in A versus B, I'm talking 50 across 6 games. That is so hard to deal with, but we'll go ahead and pull up that map rotation. Obviously, we're on World's Edge. We'll be there until after match number 3, and then we'll kick things on over to Stormpoint. But Cloud9 have kicked off our series despite how aggressive and how fragging all the potential that Not Moist has. And that was kind of my biggest thing when I was looking at this series. I was like, we could either go Falcons, we could go Not Moist, or someone could come out swinging for it.
Yeah, I mean, it is still very early on in the tournament, so I'm seeing plenty of opportunity for other teams to pick up wins here and there. For right now, though, what's important is that this is, for these teams, for this, specifically this round today, the second opportunity that they've had on stage. And so you've got, in some cases, expectations to uphold, and in many expectations to defy. Say a team like EXO that didn't have the greatest last series. Now that you're entering your second time on stage, yes, group stages seem long, mostly because we've been here all day, Tiff. But we're going to be here all day tomorrow, and then suddenly group stages is over. And these teams do not have that many series left to play.
They really don't, and there's something to note about group stages in particular. Not only is it about kind of figuring out how these LAN lobbies are going to play, what other teams are going to do now that we're not dealing with scrims, we're on lower ping, everyone's kind of on that same level playing field. It's the importance of that implementation of the POI draft.
Yeah.
You have to think about what your picks are going to look like for winners bracket, and that's going to be based on a large majority of your group stage performance. So being able to have a lot more points than the rest of the lobby shoots you up there.
Yeah, like you're talking about, the more points you're able to gather, the higher you're able to seed yourself, the better chance you have of making it to the finals through the winners bracket. Say a team like Not Moist, who've already started off really well, I think that in LANs previous, we'd be looking at this team and going, well, they're done. They don't really have to think about this anymore. They can just play through winners bracket and it'll be fine. But because of the POI draft, with every series that you're able to take, with every time you're able to increase your standings, you're also earning yourself better POIs when it comes to the elimination stage of the tournament, something that EXO really do need to worry about. They, as I mentioned, were a team that did not have the greatest series just moments ago, and now really need to change that storyline to be able to hit even middle of the pack and make their way into winners.
Well, I talked about a revenge story maybe for Bleed Esports coming into this series, but EXO Clan, they're kind of on a comeback season as well. I'd put them on par with kind of NRG, right, and Noct. They just need to perform well to ensure themselves getting into that finals lobby, because it's kind of weird when we don't have K-Swinny in a finals lobby.
I would even say that EXO have had a more difficult comeback story than NRG, whose major driver over the past couple of splits has been, when are they making it back? When are they becoming this Titan that we saw before? EXO, yes, they've had those days, but the biggest focus for me on this team has been the fact that they split up and are jiving again in a new meta with a, like we said, new draft, new way of playing ALGS, and they're doing all of this now on the biggest stage in Apex Legends.
I couldn't imagine a better team for this style of play, and I'll tell you why. Because not only is Slayers really adaptable and flexible, you can throw him on any legend. I don't know if you guys remember, he's won on Lifeline, he's won on Lifeline solo, which is crazy. And of course, we're not seeing Lifeline here, but I'm just talking about the ability to pick up new legends and get comfortable on them quick. K-Swinny as well, oftentimes we'll see him throw in random picks, like previous LANs where we've seen him play, like Octane. We've seen him get crazy. So knowing that you can flex on other legends and be adaptable in the group stage, considering what we have, one of the craziest metas of our time.
And Swinny as well brings an extra bonus to this meta, and that is that as one of the longest standing IGLs in EMEA, he's played with a lot of other cryptos in the lobby before. He should know how to navigate this meta. Now, Newcastle, yes, a bit of a new addition, could be throwing a wrench in things, but it is an edge that I will say K-Swinny should have in this particular case. But let's see if EXO can pick it back up. We have been talking about them quite a bit. They're going to be moving out of Monument for game number 2, as they will throughout the entirety of World's Edge, where a team like C9 dropping over at Epicenter will be hopefully finding their way to another near victory, especially if they're able to make it into a nice early rotation, as Epicenter is wont to do.
And I love that you're calling out their early rotation, right? You think in their prior series, they were landing all the way down in Tree, which if you're pulling to Skyhook West, that rotate from Tree would be, I mean, we're going on a long haul, bro. We're going from the east of the United States all the way to the west. Like, we might as well pass through the arch in between. But seriously, going and just jumping up that much further to the north, knowing that a lot of these zones have been pulling that way. And you can see Chaotic on that ring console. Look, hear me out. I was talking to Alex the other day, and I was like, do you want like to coach an overextending Watson? Talking about myself. He's like, I already have one.
Yeah.
Right there.
It has happened to so many teams, overextending Watsons, overextending Newcastles. The way that this meta has completely shifted the way that teams need to play and the roles that our players need to take on has been massive. And nobody has been hit by that more than a team like Legends, who are adapting not only to the different meta, but to vastly different players, perhaps even within this tournament.
How do we adapt to this, though?
How do we adapt to this, sir? I don't think much is needed, to be honest with you, Tiff. This looks very, very similar to last zone. But, I will say, this is different enough that you've got the option to play over by countdown and landslide now and actually have that be viable. I really like where ExoClan is, and if we're adapting, that's the way that I'm saying to do it.
All right, so hear me out. There's less playable space in the north of Skyhook West, so you're going to see TSM maybe hang closer towards that choke point. This is going to be very similar to what I was saying. I would even go so far to take the main building in countdown, so that way you have control of that choke outside of Skyhook. So that looks to be where some of our teams are flying in to make sure that they can get early access to. It might even be FaZe Clan setting themselves up for that. We saw ExoClan fly on in, and well, we saw Guild Esports getting into some early action over here at Tree. X and Y lose out on 1. Very similar to the story we saw in map number 1, right? They kind of get mixy early. You lose out on 1, you lose out on 2, and the next thing you know, you're starting that regain central that we saw prior.
XD's already on the iPad, trying to get the recovery. Fennel doing a very similar thing, although this time perhaps a little less crypto-focused, more focused on the crafter that they've got ahead of them in Landslide. A relatively empty POI for now, but one that could become heavily trafficked. Because Tiff, I'm going to go ahead and say it, I'm open to being wrong, but looking at this ring, I'd suspect that it's pulling a little bit further south, that we're not going into Skyhook proper, although there is plenty of space to do so. That's where I'd be positioning myself, especially as somebody like Liquid, who's coming from the south anyway. Try and dominate this area of the map, get as much control of the space as possible, because worst case scenario, you get to farm a lot of teams that suddenly need to rotate up to the north, and best case, you've got a ring coming straight to you.
You really do, and honestly, Harvester having that ring console, Landslide also boasting 1, and then massive EMPs going out here just on the outskirts of Lava Siphon. You have to really kind of gear up to think about how these are going to go. How many times did not only Falcons, but TSM land Skyhook West throughout our prior split? There's so much information about those zones that come through, but you've already seen where people have set themselves up. The majority of our lobby is choosing the Skyhook side.
Yeah, and it is a 50-50. I've picked a side, but I'm not gonna say that I know it all. There is plenty of opportunity for things to go Skyhook, and I will say, Tiff, that Skyhook is in many ways the safer bet. If you get into Skyhook early, yes, it hurts to get out of it, but it feels a lot better to try and make your way out when other teams are doing the same thing than to suddenly try and make your way into Skyhook when everybody's already got a spot.
Well, hear me out. Guild locking in Harvester right here, you get a replicator, you get a bat, you get to do all that, right? You also have a ring console there. And I think this is where playing for that ring 3 scan to get that extra information to know, do I need to commit to Skyhook? And if it does go to Skyhook, it's actually probably going to end along this mountainside right here, so I would want one of those southern buildings. And if it does commit to Countdown proper, then I want to make sure that I have set myself up where FaZe Clan is. But we go ahead, we get Pinota back in the lobby, and we turn our sights to the lay of the land. TSM to the left. Legends, I still want to call them Legends in Pajamas because it feels like it's right.
Legends in Pajamas.
Let's close it up, right?
I have not heard that before, but I like it. I like it a lot. And they've actually, with the first game under their belts now, done all right. I think unexpectedly, Legends have encountered some trouble today, but hasn't been nearly as bad as some teams that may not have expected that may not be jiving with new members, that are just straight up having a tough time to split 2 playoffs. It happens to the best of us, and it is certainly happening with many of the teams that are adapting through the course of these series. Alliance, however, not really having a tough time of it. They've had a really good day so far, and in their second series are set up for success already. Sitting in Lava Siphon, they are going to take a little while to rotate in, but this is where you can get the big advantage that you talked about, Tiff. If you stick around here, yes, maybe you get some kills. We know X and Y are in the area, but importantly, you can always go for a ring console scan.
It's going to be important. And honestly, you saw Hackus in the drone there. There were some players that were kind of lurking around from X and Y on their rotate. And, well, you clean up yet again another one. And that's going to make things difficult for X and Y as they're really wanting to make sure they can go all the way to Skyhook with your teammates. Kind of getting into there as a rat is tough. Now, we did see some of those plays come out from Madness over on Stormpoint as a Crypto. And if your Crypto's last alive, just send the full invis play. I'm not going to be worried about it. But Johnny is just trying to keep on moving. And honestly, Alliance is likely going to keep mirroring them, but I wouldn't be too worried about a random solo in the lobby.
No, and at this point, I mean, X and Y have plenty of ways to escape as well. Alliance have a pretty planned out rotation. They can go Harvester, they can go staging, but okay. Feeling good about myself. At least they won't have to go up towards Skyhook because we are pulling back down towards Countdown, and this is where you will have a lot of trouble moving out of Skyhook. However, as we talked about, it is the better alternative to at least have to leave here with everyone else than it is to try and play a lot of the open space that, say, teams like Noctum have been doing so far.
Hear me out. I'm going to cry. I just saw the coveted evac tower out of Grandma's house in the north for Not Moist, and they are now in the dead center of Skyhook, knowing that it's going to inevitably pull down, and we're going to have to deal with that. So teams like FaZe Clan, EXO Clan, that have set themselves up, they're going to have to jockey for their position, but it starts now. Bleed immediately putting pressure onto Legends Gaming, and you can see that Nasky, the only Wraith in the lobby, is using that portal to just get on out of there.
Now, most of our squads that are in Skyhook aren't going to know that the zone isn't coming here yet, so we do have a whole nother ring close for most people to then start adapting. There are going to be a few teams that maybe see someone else rotate, somebody that they know has ring information, and are able to start making a move off of that. But even now, hitting a ring console in Skyhook is nearly impossible with the amount of teams surrounding. It's not like before where you throw down a Gibby bubble and say, all right, you go scan. This time, you've really got bank smokes, and that is if you are feeling very confident.
No, I'm not feeling it, especially with too many Cryptos in the lobby. They're just going to throw up a drone and I'm dead. But hear me out. Guild, not only did they get the ring console from Harvester, they kind of made their way over to Landslide, where you can see Team Falcons lurking about because that ring console is over there. So I didn't imagine that we would see that many people looking for Landslide. And this is actually not a good position for them, because if you think about all the teams that are going to be looking at them from Countdown, no one's going to jump off on that low ground unless they have an item like Path.
I like where Falcons are going. It's an awkward transition into the Countdown area, but now that they're here in this specific hallway, it's a medium risk, high reward hallway. If you get sent on, obviously, never feels good. But it's a really difficult place to just fully take a fight. And Falcons should be able to, out of it, actually play relatively safely and cut their losses either way. If this pulls out of Countdown, they've got access to that. If this pulls into Countdown, they've always got the opportunity to close the vertical gap onto EXO Clan and take that fight.
I don't think EXO is going to full send this at all, though. Sure, you're going to throw up your drone and look for that information and say, I know there is a squad here. And the only reason they look kind of okay right now is because of that overloaded shield, right? Finally pops up to beat, but oh, I say it, and they prove me wrong. They decide to full jump down, and the EMP comes through. You get stunned for 1 to 2 seconds, and that is going to cost you. But as soon as Buda tries to make a play for that, he loses his shield and most of his HP, and now Slayers is on the low ground as an overextending Watson.
And yet, Falcons have lost 2 so far. Swinny tries to swing to finish this off, and it doesn't quite work, but Fuda manages to make it happen. EXO take priority in this engagement. They don't wait for Falcons to come to them. They go to the Falcons, they take the risk, and they win big here.
That's pretty massive. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't think they were gonna do it, and they full do it. They know they want to keep this side of Countdown clean, and we'll have to get them all back together. But for now, you don't have to worry about a whole lot until someone else decides they want to make a play for that area in Countdown. What are the teams that are gonna do that? Look where Alliance has positioned themselves on the south. Sure, you're gonna have to go through Noah's Fox, but knowing that EXO Clan could likely pinch that fight is going to make things more difficult. And even then, you still have to look at where Guild Guild is going to go to. And FaZe, man, they have been in that main building of Countdown since their initial rotation from Lava Fissure.
It's not going to put a lot of pressure on FaZe, but I'll tell you what, it is a nice return to form. A team that was known for these fantastic zone predictions in EMEA has returned with yet another great zone call, and it's in sharp contrast to what they were doing in earlier of today's games during the first set, where FaZe were often playing through the edge. They weren't quite able to make it into the ring. Now they've got a great spot.
Not only that, but they got 4. Is that 4 gold bins I see? These people are going to be solid gold, which is crazy. Every time I open a gold thing, I end up with like a gold helmet, a gold bag, and I am going to have full Exodia out. But for each Cholos, we saw just how tough it was to kind of move into this area for Team Falcons. But you know what? If you've got a Newcastle, you throw down the ult, a couple Watson fences, that makes for a more difficult push.
And it'll make things a little bit easier for each Cholos to hang on to this. And that Newcastle, notably, something that is big missing from the Falcons roster. Not Moist take the fight up in Skyhook, and while they lose one, they've still got the chance to claw their way back into this fight. TSM have lost some as well, and Not Moist stick the reset as TSM go down fully with Legends helping out.
A reset coming through. Got to get those bats off. Look, they're already doing really well. You look to their first series, it was Waltzy who had 21 eliminations alone, the top fragger of that lobby. And, well, they're going to play this lobby on hard mode. After that evac out of Grandma's house to the north of Skyhook, let's see where they can do. Can they get this luck off for this evac to go straight into Countdown? Because we have 18 squads left, all trying to get in. So let's go ahead and get into a listening with them.
Yeah. Slamming it, slamming that. Oh, nuts, I think.
There's no way they drop.
Brigade nader. Another nader. Yeah, I'm okay.
I'm good too. I'm good.
Are they? I'm not sure.
I'm breaking drone. Drone broken. I can get EMP. Give me ult to sell.
Chill. Here you go. They're back here in the corner. They're in the back corner. 100%?
Yes. Can we just walk up? Wait, shut up real quick. Let me drone. I think we walk up. This side.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Drone it.
Yeah. Hold on.
No, there's a guy peeking right here. And there's a team on the ramp. I don't think we can. I think we have to cross under, Timmy.
I know. It's impossible.
This office isn't in. Listen to me. This office isn't in. I think we just have to cross under here and go play under the legs.
I lost drone. I like that. Yeah, I like that.
Like 50 seconds.
I fucking love that. We need to make sure this team doesn't push us.
Yeah, I think we can do it like relatively early.
Can you hear me?
There's a guy in glass now. I think we can do it relatively early.
Hear me for a second. There's a team inside.
Moist stabilized well. Good spot for them, and actually very similar to what we saw teams like Falcons, teams like Cholos mirroring on the other side of Countdown earlier. And it is really going to be all about these small corridors, about making your way into the high ground of Countdown in some way. Guild desperately trying to do that from the eastern side. They are facing up against Noctum Scan, who have sat in this open area since the start of the game. And Guild, while they look good, have just eaten an EMP for their trouble.
I was not expecting Justice to go down like that. We've got we have the devotion, we have hammer pointed Kimbo Mozambiques, we have the ability to send out so much damage, and we just saw the MT interview and what he brings to the table. But that is going to be so difficult because you know there's going to be other teams. The moment they finish, it's Cholos. Not only they were aggressive in map number 1, but Brutus goes, I got a PK and I know how to use it.
What timing! Kurev with the zipline just full sends him in there. Cholos really learning from their first series as to when they need to take fights, how quickly it needs to happen. Alliance go down. Moist are the ones to do it to him, and Cholos serve up defeat to Guild.
Crazy that Alliance thought they were going to be able to get in from the south side like that. We also lost out on Cloud9 from the north, and now that you've secured yourself in this RV, you have to look towards Countdown because we are going to keep on pulling back in Legends Gaming, sitting north of 4 eliminations. We don't have a lot of cover here to work with. You look too far to the left, someone's going to catch an angle on you. If you've only got 2 spy bins here and just like a sheer amount of space, that's going to be tough, but you do have to keep that right side cleaned out to let no one come that way.
There is so little space for Legends to play, and I'm looking at their Wraith pick to get them out of this, because Legends lack engage in a massive way. While they do have Crypto, Crypto is very much a soft engage Legend. He's not providing utility like, say, a Horizon might in this case. And the one escape card you have, the one thing that could get you out of this is Nasky on Wraith. So you don't have to fight FaZe and Liquid and Not Moist and VK all at the same time. You've just got to get past these teams somehow, and it is going to be the Wraith, if anything, that lets them do that.
That is the one job for your Wraith.
Yeah.
It is to rely off the information from that Crypto drone to scout and put you in the best case situation for endgame. And Bleed Esports, well, they're finding some good issues here. But my question is, now that we've got the Catalyst, instead of a Watson, we don't have a Jenny. So the fused knuckle clusters that are coming through and a lot of the teams that have been naded out of these tunnels, you don't have something that can necessarily fight that. But for now, you're stable, so long as you don't draw any attention.
CK looking up top. They know Legends are here, and we've got a nice evac that could position Legends in a great spot. This is either going to go fantastically or absolutely horribly. Having lost Amphi, I think I know where it's leaning, and landing right next to Nosebox as well. This is looking rough for Legends. Nasky's got no shields, but a Catalyst wall thrown out by another team gives him some survivability. Player K is eating damage, and in comes the portal. Nasky sending it back down onto the low ground. This is temporary survival for Legends. It is not a good spot.
No, this is a reactive play instead of a proactive play. And yeah, you can pop the portal back up to the high ground, but you're just going to get picked off and Legends Gaming falls.
FaZe are the ones to pick up some of those kills as well. FaZe, who predicted this zone to a T, who are playing out of God's spot just like they did in EMEA.
Oh, FaZe. This is going to be such a stellar game for you, locking it down with all the Watson fences. But let's see where we have to move first, because we can kind of hold on to this for the majority. But Liquid Alien, we're back on the low ground. Do we get the shield swap? We do. And can the reset come through? Not Moist has fallen. We have a ton of eliminations, and we still have a member of Guild on that south side.
Team Liquid managing to reset here. Could even pick up that last member of Guild. There's not that many sight lines onto them. FaZe are unlikely to give up the high ground, and Team Liquid continue to reset. Bleed, try and make a cross towards Team Liquid, but everyone in the lobby is looking at them, and this whole low ground is devolving. It is a very difficult situation to control. The real focus has to be on height, where each solos, where FaZe, where ExoClan will fight for who actually gets to win the game, too.
Can we talk about Team Liquid and Bleed right now? We have neighboring Newcastles on the low ground, and we're basically just set up shop in our little cardboard box walls pointing at each other. FaZe Clan has to move immediately after this, so we filter out. It's each Cholos on the other side. ExoClan is going to be the detrimental thorn in the side to the teams on the low ground because they don't have to move, but we can keep kind of peeking on over and trying to take angles. But the issue is, Futa's got a loadout for up close, right? Sure, we're going to hold the bang ult, but we're running RE45 shoddy.
This comes down to Newcastle wall positioning. Exo should be in a great position to third part of the high ground, and even then, they're getting a little greedy, picking up kills on the low ground, looking for whatever points they can collect, because this is a game where Exo can go massive, where they can reverse their position in the standings.
But we have no ammo. We literally have no ammo. 26 bullets. We have to save this for an up-close fight, and there's no guarantee, but we get climbed up on, and out of the ring they go. Do enough to push them back on down, but the fence must come through, and it does
now,
from Slayers.
To make that YOLO play, each Solos did give up the high ground, so it's just Exo and FaZe left here. A Pathfinder zip behind them, still available for each Solos. Exo are playing safe, but it should be just down to Exo and FaZe as to who controls the high ground. Liquid go down, it's Bleed that take them out, and the teams drop lower and lower as ExoClan take a fight in the smoke. Each Solos go out, and it's just Exo and FaZe on high ground. Exo drop down, FaZe are the last ones on the high ground.
And Slayers is now a solo, and Nosebox comes
It's
in.
a FaZe
They
win.
tear them out. FaZe, who take that brilliant location in Countdown, they just need to clear out the rest of it. It's a solo from Guild, the remnants of Nosebox, and they just have to wait it out. And that Devo is going to shred through them.
From second seed in EMEA, FaZe have finally found their step in this land. Split 2 playoffs is looking good as they come down and they claim victory in game number 2.
A moment for the celebration. A moment for the boys. FaZe up, go Synetic. Do you know how many times I've been hearing people talk about FaZe since we got here and what they were going to bring to the ALGS Split 2 playoffs? But showing up in this series on the second map of World's Edge is so needed for them.
This is exactly what I was thinking about this morning when we were looking at FaZe and going, they aren't quite playing the same. They're not really putting up the same scores. I wondered about FaZe's adaptability. It has never been a huge strength of FaZe's to switch between play styles. Their bread and butter has always been good zone play, good predictions, and they return to that in just their second set today. This is still so early on for a newly minted team to be moving in now at their second LAN and adapting this quickly. FaZe have always impressed us, making their way out of the Challenger circuit and growing as fast as they did in Split 1. Now in Split 2, they've clearly learned from their experiences in Split 1, and they are making these playoffs so much easier for themselves.
I really think we can talk about a lot of these players in particular, but think about Nags in general. A lot of you would know him from his time spent under Nasky's leadership from a multitude of orgs, and you just have to think about what that looks like for them under the FaZe roster. I mean, look, they look cold on this walkout. They know what they just did.
Yeah, they do.
They're like, I did that.
Picked up a few points and honestly have set themselves up in a really good position because it is just the second set. You've still got, I'll say, maybe not plenty of time, but quite a bit of time to even push this further during the next couple of games. And during the next couple of series you'll play, a 20-point game is fantastic, especially when compared to our first couple. And now you move on to the next game and you go, all right, we've got a nice cushion. Let's see how high we can aim in this second series of the day.
And that's exactly what they're going to do. And honestly, 13 points for second place, Guild walking away with 15. And, you know, that's what you actually need right there, considering what that match number 1 looked like for them. But for our top 3 teams here, 3,500 damage for FaZe. Nags on the Newcastle, 1,100. Synetic went crazy there on the Bang for a bit. Mia K, Melcera, a lot of them kind of sharing the same amounts of damage. And then Guild, right? They got Mixie early on in the South, and it paid off.
And it is another time that we see Guild, who get bodied in the mid game, have a singular person survive until ridiculously late in the game. It is so single-handedly keeping them in the top couple of squads, as right now they sit top 10 in 7th place overall. That top of the leaderboard, though, still dominated by Not Moist, who have continued their rampage from earlier on. And of course, with FaZe right behind them, that has got to be the team to look at, especially as we prepare for match number 3.
You speak of match number 3, look, I want it. I want to see what our last World's Edge map of the day is going to be all about for this group series. So let's go to a quick break so we can get back here sooner, right? Let's do it.
The best part. I got power. Come get ya. And when they dropping off all that drip for free, you know you got power. And when they tryna throw the whole bag at me, oh yeah, I know I got power. Ready for this dance? I lead. I got power. Oh yeah, I know I got power.
Battle Beaver, the official controller partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Walk up. Go. 1-1. Drop. Go pink, flying below. Just chill. Evac. Yeah. Play back.
Chill, yeah, no, I'm good. Chill, I'm fine. They 18. 1 HP. Dead,
Top 3.
Chill. Don't
Team on left. Chill. Shoot them.
Yeah, put him up.
We need to be full HP. No gen, okay? No gen. One on low ground. One right below is on the left here, boys. They're fighting.
Can we go?
Push.
Yeah, can we go?
Go.
I'm in, warning.
I'm here, maybe. Crypto. Okay, nice. Let's go!
Guys, that's what we fucking needed.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Apex Legends Global Series Split 2 Playoffs. It's our last group series of day number 1. And as we watch that winning moment back, Dia, there's a lot of things that you start to pick up. Not only is Arctic constantly commenting about, hey, I don't have gen right now, which is very important because you can make a crazy play and then be like, oh, I wish I would have had that. But not only that, but did you hear how reserved they were about making sure they were jumping down at the right time? And then when Nags finally does, he gets the mobile shield down on the ground right away.
That is a team that just has a lot of experience playing out of zone, and I'm not saying that simply because of what we saw from them in the regular season, but because of what we heard from them in the comms and the way that they played that when contrasted to other teams that were on high ground. Think about Cholos, who tried to make a play onto the opposite side, onto EXO, and EXO, who took that play and had to drop down in the end, forfeiting their right to win that game. Those are two teams that, yes, while they are very good individually, also clearly are not as used to navigating a zone to a win and prioritizing what fights they need to take and waiting, like C9 did in game 1, for someone else to make a mistake. They make the play, and well, it looks good, and well, if it works, you go, that was a genius move. In this particular case, it makes so much room for a team like FaZe, who is so seasoned with these zone plays in EMEA, to move in, completely take over the high ground, and then watch the game be won for them.
Yeah, this is one that would be 100% in their books. You think of how much experience Nags in general has with landing Lava Fissure on World's Edge throughout the most recent splits that we've seen. Whatever roster he's on, that's that experience. So knowing that you just have to pop on over one of the quickest rotates, but not only that, sometimes when you rotate too early, you can set yourself up for a lot of attention from the lobby because everyone's gonna see that building and be like, we should probably fight for that. We should take that from them. And no one was able to get in there and evict them out of it because Newcastle, Watson, we're keeping the Jennies up so you can't just throw the knuckle clusters everywhere. The fences covered all of the doors and they just stayed. Now, that moment in particular that you're talking about with Cholos trying to take that high ground, thankfully they got Pathfinder, they've got the zips for movement. If Slayer single-handedly on that side doesn't pull out the shotties and force them back down, it kind of chalks both of their games because they lose a lot on that high ground. But imagine if Cholos did win against that.
That's what I'm saying, is that I actually, as much as it hasn't worked out 2 games in a row, I see where Cholos is going with these high placements and then, honestly, very unpredictable plays. They'll go for something that another team wouldn't play
Stop.
for.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. We have to take a moment for this sign here. Bench press me Waltzy.
He could do it.
He probably could.
Yeah.
I see that man back in the players' lounge. And I was just like, that's yeah.
No. Will he do it? I don't think it's his rest day, so probably
that's
not.
True. He's busy fragging out in lobbies for it. Now keep going. I do apologize.
I don't even. We were just talking about Cholos and the way that they make plays up onto high ground or rather, onto high ground in the last game onto low ground. They're playing high risk, high reward, and it's a fascinating sort of skill check for other teams. I don't think that it's a good or a bad thing, especially in the group stage. It arguably can work in your favor, but we've seen now twice the teams that are a little bit more reserved are the ones actually succeeding when it comes to the end game.
Ooh, well, I mean, we have one more map left on World's Edge for our day before we jump on over to Stormpoint. And there's a lot of things you have to look at when we look at our series results in general. More in particular, I'm going to go ahead and bring it up just because, plot armor, all the things with Hal and everything. But Falcons, notoriously bad on World's Edge. Who? Yeah, right? They're notoriously bad on World's Edge, and they get the majority of their points on Stormpoint. And they've been pretty consistent on that.
That's true. But yeah, I look forward to watching Stormpoint right now, I can't help but wonder where they're at in terms of their World's Edge. I mean, Falcons are a team that everybody always expects to dominate, and for that very reason, I'm almost always predicting other squads, because I'm going, oh, wouldn't it be interesting if this other team who has a really good chance to win actually manages to come out of the gates swinging, and we have seen that in the first 2 games. We're still waiting for Falcons to really kick into high gear, and nobody is counting them on. Even if somebody is looking at you dead in the face right now, you're sitting with your loved ones, you're watching the games, and they're going, listen, honey, I told you, Falcons aren't going to win. They don't know. Nobody knows. It's so early in the tournament. These teams have got so far to grow. It could be Falcons, it could be anyone by the time we reach the end. But what's certain to say is that right now, a lot of these teams, and I'm including Falcons in this, have a long way to go before we're seeing anyone in championship form.
Well, back over to Lava Fissure, where all things started here for FaZe Clan, and you start to look at what they've got in terms of abilities for information. Of course, they have a survey beacon. Thanks to the changes, a lot of those survey beacons covered in the POIs. You also have a support bin over on that isolated building and an assault bin for Cinetic. An Evo cache is going to spawn as that countdown area was the hot zone. But, you know, we mentioned it earlier in the day, and I'm going to go ahead and bring it up. I don't know what is wrong with me in particular when it comes to zones and when I step physically in this booth, that you're right, we do not go south of Landslide.
If it helps, I think it's something right with you.
Okay,
I think
thank you.
Really aligned
That's good for my mental
yourself in
health.
such a way, yeah, that the game is sort of recognized that it uplifts everything, literally, into the high ground, north ground of World's Edge. And for right now, it's given us a very different look, right? Because we went thermal just in the last series, and now we're getting a different look at this. We haven't gone climatizer, so I'll give you that, but we continue to move towards the north side of the map. And in this particular case, we have a zone that is going to put a lot of focus again on controlling open ground in an even more definite way than a zone like Countdown did. Over where Legends are, over where GHS are, by Grandma's house and the choke points leading between Landslide and Monument, you have got an incredible amount of open space, rocks, high ground to control, and it comes down to really good Newcastle and Watson play to be able to succeed in a zone like this.
And I'm really loving what they're putting down in terms of immediately racing towards the outside of this tunnel. Cloud9, that's immediately where they want to go. ExoClan setting up just across the train tracks, and GHS Professional, they're in Grandma's house. But just the basis of what we saw in that third game in our first World's Edge series, it kind of pulled the opposite of where we thought it was going to go to. We've already seen World's Edge zones that have neighbored the west on that mountainside. We've also seen it pull directly towards some of those main buildings. So I'm really curious to see, are we going to see one of the biggest one of the biggest Apex betrayals of all time? Are we going to Monument?
It very well could be. I mean, we saw a similar zone earlier where we did pull a little bit south into the northwestern corner of Monument. We do have at the top part of the screen right here, the kills that each team has picked up so far in the series. And that's a big part of the points, especially for teams like Moist that rely on those to get ahead of the rest of the competition. Whereas a team like FaZe, maybe sitting a little bit lower down, but not by that much as they get aggressive in the third game.
Look, they're ready to start. You throw the Newcastle wall down on top of tower and immediately take shots at VK Gaming. I'm actually really loving Nags on the Newcastle, which in my opinion is one of the most difficult legends to try to adapt to. Not only is he hard to, but so is Crypto in a way. But trying to have a really solid Newcastle to make plays like that, anchor yourself on that high ground, allow your squad as a duo to go out and get mixy. Moist immediately takes some shots here as Bleed Esports has found themselves outside of Skyhook East and now into this tunnel. But you want to control this space, deny people access not only into here to play from, but you also have to clear out the backside of yourself, because guess who lands in Climatizer and likely could rotate this way.
Yeah, I mean, it is really tough with not Moist or Moist, whatever you want to say, being certainly in the area. We know that Bleed are facing up against them now, and gatekeeping this is just not going to be effective against a team of that caliber. Yes, Bleed are scary. Not Moist in this lobby have to be scarier because they have so much less to lose being the team in first place.
You're speaking of scary about Not Moist. You saw the sign in the crowd, right? Bench press me. There's a reason they say that. Not only did Waltzy top frag at A and B, I already told y'all that, but they are looking so good already. We ran the series kills, and it's Guild this time that's carrying the brunt of the eliminations for them.
And it's looked really good so far. the entirety of the game plan for Not Moist
Destroy it,
has
please.
been really fascinating to watch.
Help.
As FaZe do control the still choke point here. That EMP isn't going to completely unseat them, but it will start to pick away at their ability to actually sustain control of the choke point. You can't be bleeding meds, especially shields like this, when Arctic only has so many Jennies in him.
Yeah, and that's going to be tough, right? Even if you pick all the right perks for Watson, think of what you have available to you. The majority of the time, you can see Arctic locks in that Falling Stars perk upgrade. So anytime it intercepts an ordnance or such, you're going to spawn that Arc Star. And that final, what you're going to do is you're going to pick the 250 HP Jenny, but we're not there yet. And of course, you get that extra tick thanks to that recent buff to Controller Legends in general, but you want to regain your resources. And well, Falcons, they need to regain some points.
Can't help but wonder how quickly they're going to pick this fight with already 2 down, make it 3. Guild get wiped out really quickly. Panic setting into them as Falcons do close the gap with extraordinary speed, something that is going to be their calling card no matter how well they're doing in the series. When they decide to pick a fight, Falcons commit like almost no other team, not just in this lobby, in this land.
I think it was smart, right? They want that building. We don't know exactly where it's going to pull just yet, and maybe the teams that got that extra ring console will know which side of the zone they want to commit to, because I said it was a betrayal, and it very well could be with some of the way our zones do pull. Bleed Esports has made their way on over, but for the teams that set up on the outskirts, that train tracks, Exo Clan and GHS in Professional in particular are going to be solid, but Not Moist, they get the tunnel from Bleed, and they had to move.
Not Moist in a really good spot. I'm going to drag this back a little bit, though, to the Falcons' thought process moving into the low ground. Since they took that fight so quickly, Falcons are taking a lot of space now, and I believe that this stems from a prediction that the zone would have pulled further south. From here, however, they've still got a lot of opportunity to move through in third-party spots in Monument. It's pretty easy to move through Monument to pick up kills. As difficult as it will be to exit it, I think that Falcons' thought process here, and I'm just projecting, is one where they're playing more for kills, more for fights in Monument, and outskilling other teams in the way we just saw them do to Guild to make up the space in the standings that they've been missing throughout today's game.
I was going to say, they need the points, right? You think of their first series, 9 points across those 3 World's Edge. We're actually already above average, sitting here at 12 in the final game, and we're not done. And you said it, right? Taking fights here in Monument is one thing, but that ultimate rotation out towards the train tracks where you go uphill by the jump tower could cost them their entire game. So maybe clean up a few more eliminations before we go down.
Instead you play for low ground, you play for quick, decisive fights, nice setups with the EMP, and Falcons right now are super patient with each solos in front of them. They could strike a double blow to the lobby, setting points up for themselves and taking out a squad that has been doing very well today. Hal already on the climb up, and in comes that EMP. It's the perfect fight setup that we talked about, but each solos do not take a lot of damage, even with the EMP, and they strike back in a big way, taking down Zero.
Yeah, but Cloud9 from the west side completely griefed this fight. If you think about it, they saw that EMP go through. They saw the rotation from Falcons immediately wanting to push, and the next thing you know, Zero gets his shield ripped off him. He has to go for the bat. That's 5 seconds, and he's out in the open, unable to get in the building, and they, in a way, just saved Icholos.
So with an ult down now, Falcons do not have nearly as easy of a time picking this engagement. Do they use another ult Excel to try and make the fight onto Icholos happen, or do they wait here for other teams to rotate into them? Because at this point, I almost favor that decision, wanting to give other teams space to move up on them as the zone gets smaller and smaller. Squads like TSM increasingly getting close to Not Moist. We're separated by a, albeit rather thick, rock wall.
Speaking of like rock walls, boulders, TSM here in the north. Now, I'm a little nervous about this position because you think about where Not Moist was inside that tunnel. Bleed has actually moved towards the other side of it. This can be one of those areas where you all just kind of run into each other, and then GHS will likely be able to take line of sight straight towards them. So using kind of these cargo bin structures around them is going to be, well, quite interesting to see how they navigate that.
TSM's decision is ultimately going to come down to, do we go for Grandma's house, or do we try and play underneath Not Moist, whatever we're going with here, inside that tunnel, and just hope that we get to share space with them. Ultimately, that's what this is going to come down to. But FaZe's game has just changed for the better. Kraber in hand now. They've got the opportunity, the singular opportunity, to pick a fight off of one bullet and find themselves so much more loot and a better position to boot.
Good thing we got a Jenny down. Hopefully it doesn't get destroyed, right? Because this allows you to focus on healing with the med kits, syringes, whatever it is, before regaining your shield. But I would love to see some nasty Kraber shots come through. And, well, for a lot of our teams that called zone based off ring 1, ring 2, now's the time to see, did we pull tunnel? Do we pull out of it? Whose rotation is going to look better? For me, I'm really loving the train tracks, and everyone might want where ExoClan is.
C9 juggling a lot of things as well. They are likely going to have some of the toughest routes up to near where ExoClan are playing, where Alliance very well could make it happen now. Sliding on in through this high ground. They've got an isolated 3v3 up against X and Y, and X and Y are not coming out on the better end of it.
Definitely not. I'm sorry. Unlucky gets behind enemy lines here and wants to do some fulls here with the Akimbo Mozambique. That's 2 eliminations right there. And, well, they evicted him straight out of tunnel. Another lone survivor of a fight makes it on out. It's only a matter of time.
Tyler already posted up as well, keeping guard, making sure that other teams don't rotate up from Monument, who might have wanted to get a piece of the action. We're not seeing anybody do that, though, because so many teams have already identified that they are going to need to leave through the north side of Monument, not wasting time towards the south side, trying to make some rotation, some weird KP play happen. It's just Alliance down here, and now Alliance are faced with a difficult choice. Will they be able to move up and maybe take this area away from FaZe, or will they be faced with the journey onto low ground? In fact, I'll go so far as to say it may not be their choice, because if FaZe smell Alliance coming, there's a Kraber here to dissuade the rotation from Alliance.
X and Y, the solo gets picked up. It looks like Imperial Hal was able to grab another KP for Team Falcons, but did we see how reserved we were with that Kraber shot? We were essentially using it to scout out what was going on over at Monument, and now we see the Dark Veil come through. It allows Liquid Alienware to rotate up with the guys of that cover. Now with the Rolling Thunder incoming, we have to focus on getting reset here before we can push, because not only that, but that Rolling Thunder gives you that stun for just a second or two, which can be a little hard to work around.
Gonna be losing the cat wall soon, but Liquid Alienware, they knew there was someone behind them, didn't know exactly where. Now see SSE drop down, and they drop 2. This does not look good for SSE, who on the low ground don't have a whole lot of ways out. There's not a lot of forgiveness here, and Liquid Alienware certainly are not the team to give it to you. Alliance do go down on the other side of the ring, so as Liquid Alienware claims some kills, that very same FaZe fight that we teased with Alliance does kick off on the east side.
That's crazy. They tried to make a move towards FaZe, and a third party's already
Another
there.
Kraber
Nax
shot.
is down, but it connects, and okay, the hipfire can't net it. Clutch it on up for FaZe, especially after you win the last game. You stick a massive. Can we keep it going? Oh, we are so close. Cloud9 falls, FaZe Clan falls, and well, Fennel, 5 HP and a dream, but your Newcastle stays alive.
What is that health? What is this? It was so close for FaZe, who held on to this for so long, but that's what it comes down to in Apex, is execution, and Fennel execute just that little bit better, now claiming high ground for themselves.
Well, this is quite interesting. I know Privacy was talking about averaging 12 points per game. We're sitting at 17. Our numbers are a little bit lower, but a win might change that. And a Kraber in Zero's hands can go, you know, either really good or kind of a miss.
I have to laugh here knowing that Falcons sent C9, who would grief them earlier. That initial Kraber shot from Arctic opened things up earlier.
Our Kraber cam?
For basically Falcons to look at that and go, oh, C9 are down a member? Well, we're going to kick that off. And we get a quick replay of exactly how FaZe met their untimely end, even with Fnatic landing some nice massive shots to try and clutch things up.
And this is like the same angle we saw FaZe taking with the Kraber of their own. Now, this is going to be difficult here, knowing that you don't have a Watson, you're not going to be able to throw a Jenny, and all of these incoming nades can prove difficult. Now, if Zero lands a Kraber shot through the smokes just by guessing, it would be wild, but to the north we go. Not Moist and Bleed meet again. The battle of the north has fallen, but Bleed Esports comes out on top.
And TSM start moving towards the bridge. We were wondering what they would do in the same corner as Not Moist, but with Not Moist not existing anymore, TSM have the unique opportunity to take control of the north side. They don't quite take it. They don't quite send Bleed, but what they do get in exchange is a lot of space towards the top side of the map. And with an EMP getting sent towards Bleed, TSM know there's a team there. You gotta look for third parties here. If TSM want to win this game, if they want to move up the leaderboards, they have got to be looking for opportunities to third party other fights.
Well, I mean, just keep an eye on what's going on. Bleed Esports over there doesn't have a whole heck of a lot of health. And then you look at Noctum, and they are getting poked by absolutely everyone. Not only is it Team Liquid Alienware, but it's also TSM and Bleed. They try to send down onto that, but we get sniped from a distance, and here comes Shubi. Around the knockdown we go. Noctum is down, but then we immediately get picked up by Zap.
And with Noct already being spotted, Bleed have signed their own death warrants. There's not a whole lot more they can do in this game. Sending it across the open ground was a one-way trip, and I think Dropped and Shubi had to know it because they've been playing Apex for long enough. Noct is unlikely to get them back in the fight, though I will acknowledge it's a remote possibility. The real focus has shifted towards the south, where Team Falcons have made their way into the next zone, ever so close to EXO. And Zero, landing the Kraber shots, has yet to open things up for a fight, but that doesn't mean you can't go fishing.
Look at Nick in the back. Like, he is about to lose it. Absolutely. This is going to be a big shift to them. So let's jump into a Falcons listening.
I'm trying to fuse out. I'm fuse out now. 191! 120 Newcastle.
Okay, nice.
I'm just gonna smoke that back so we can get spawn.
They're playing out of side. They're playing out of side. Playing out of side. We're good. They're not coming down.
Us, okay? What about left? What about left? You see left at all, John?
Yeah, look left.
They're EMPing over here. Free kills!
Fighting left side.
Free kills!
We're good.
So you track.
Yeah.
Back follow me.
One shot. No, I died. Fuck.
Anyone else? One's still there. One's still there. There's someone on flush there.
There's someone there. There's someone low ground. Here. I died. He just died. There's a team high.
Full team low ground. Like, ready at them. Behind this crate. Blue crate. Behind the crate.
BMP.
They're running forward. Look. Go. Line the low ground. Dead. Line one.
One more. Fuse. Dead. Kill him.
One more. Left side. Join left side, Jen. Right now.
I'm joining. Yeah. 1 sec. Yeah, I'm going left side.
Make sure we get jumped on.
No one.
There's a solo behind there. Yes, solo.
Yeah, there's only a solo. No one left side.
You need thirst, guys. You need thirst. Please. I don't spray gun. I don't have ammo to fucking shoot.
Yeah, I got it.
I have 20 heavy.
Save me my drone.
It's a duo. Solo.
Coming.
He's scanned too. Behind the fucking wall. 100% two.
The res.
You have a pistol?
Yeah, I do.
I just play on. We kill them. We play that. No? Yeah, we can.
Well, there's one thing you know about Imperial Hal is that he's not going to go to an end game with ammo, that's for sure. Whether it's light or it's heavy, we're going to have about 30 and 3 bullets left in the Kraber. A lot of information there, but it's E-Cholos that have the high ground, and EXO has defended the train tracks for God knows how long. Liquid Alienware made a move for it, but the res coming in from this angle because no one is going to be able to look at them.
Gold knockdown doing a lot of favors for E-Cholos, and EXO have this thorn in their side that they just can't get out. E-Cholos and EXO will fight, and it opens things up for Falcons to take on TSM. We already know TSM is weak. They lost one earlier, and the Kraber from Zero has set this up perfectly. Hal manages to round the corner with the Mozams. Zap is down. TSM have got one member left, and TSM are down. Falcons make the top 3. E-Cholos and EXO still alive and already fighting each other as Jen Burton contributes to the fight. EXO lose 1. EXO lose 2 as in come E-Cholos. Going down, Falcons swoop in. Falcons should be taking game 3 as they make a massive recovery on World's Edge.
No wins in that first series for them in A versus B. And for World's Edge, that is something to behold for Team Falcons. Notoriously not up to par on World's Edge. Come in. Now, hear me out. A wise man once said today, and I quote, "Caw-caw for the Falcons." I don't know, his name might be Peeps or something.
I'm looking at this and seeing a return to form in the same way as we drew out for FaZe last game. What are you good at? What helped you succeed regionally? Because this may be a new meta, but watching teams recognize we can still do what we were best at has led FaZe to a win in game number 2, and now it has led Falcons to a win in game number 3 because they elected not to make that, oh, let's play for the late game, the position, try and control the high ground, try and have perfect macro. They went for, you know what we do better than anyone else is be better than everyone else. Take fights, win them, and they did that through this third game, mowing their way through Monument, slowly being checked by teams like Cholos and stepping forward every single time and saying, hit me again, because I can take it. Team Falcons make their way up the hill and continue to take fights. They take that third game.
Look, you can knock them down, but you can never knock them out. And there's a lot of things to behold about that initial rotation when you're coming out of Monument towards the train tracks where EXO Clan held. The only reason they were able to make that move is because think of what was going on in Grandma's house. It was a little bit chaotic. You had GHS Professional kind of fighting all over there. So having that preoccupied area that gave them the time to move on up. Now, granted, we may be done with World's Edge, but we're not done with the series. So let's go ahead and kick things over to the desk because they got some things to break down.
Thanks, Tiffany. A phenomenal job, as always, in a great first 3 matches here in our series. I'm not going to make you wait too long to hype them up because I know Privacy is especially ecstatic about the way the Team Falcons just closed out that last match. But the crowd overall is pretty happy with how the series is going so far. We saw a nice resurgence there out of EXO, which we've got our crowd still cheering about. Really, really strong out the gate here, Privacy.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't disappoint. We said 12 points per game, right? 37. They did a little bit more. A little bit more.
So then they improved.
Last game, actually, especially, I saw how our team actually operates. This type of zone, we shouldn't be winning it from Siphon because that pulls somewhere where you have to go through monuments. You have the whole side of the chokes is actually holding you. In this game, that's why Zero is actually the best IG in the game. He took the decisions of third-partying the left side. He took the decision to take every single fight he took. He even took the risk to take the mythic pin to get the three reds. He pushed Xolos out of that building to take that one. He wanted to operate more. He wanted more loot. Third-party the left side, killed the left side, came back to the buildings on the right side. He killed everyone on the right side. He just cleaned everyone on the side. And that's actually why he is the best IG in the game. My 2 teammates as well, Jen and Hal, they were just frying. That's what they do. They just frying. That's why I'm a proud Falcon member.
It almost seems like a classic Falcons win, doesn't it? They just destroy everything in their path on the way to getting 28 points and with 16 kills. I mean, they weren't getting to that end game. They weren't getting to the dub without that absolute mountain of skulls that they built it on.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the definition of frying, Privacy. You are right, and that's just our match 3 results. So that is going to be a massive boost for Team Falcons when it comes to our series results because they needed to play a little bit of catch-up after matches 1 and 2. We get a chance to take a look at some of these top 3 stats as well, which will also make our EXO fans happy, especially Cholos. And I want to give them a little bit of love because we saw them pop off in the beginning of their first series as well here, Graceful. Now having another really strong performance, and this is just match 3, but they also did well in that first match positionally.
Yeah, so initially, you know, people were talking about whether or not they could keep their form because, you know, they had zones pretty much close to them. Now, you know, you could argue that it's not really on them in the same way because it went more towards the western side, but they showed results. And if they can keep this form, they're showing that they're a top performing team across the board rather than just, you know, oh, we got lucky with zone. They're doing really solid, and I'm looking forward to seeing them further on in the tournament.
Yeah, I think that it's a region that's constantly surprising us this year, proving that they're just getting better every single time. So we get a chance to take a look at our series results here as well. We'll see where that puts all of our teams. Right now, though, I think moving into a new map, we talked about this a lot in the green room, Privacy. That draft system is really important, whether you get your best pick in on Stormpoint, which is what we're moving towards, and then you deal with what you have here at World's Edge. And I want to talk about that here in just a little bit. Before we do, though, we'll take a look back at those final circles if anybody at home did miss some of these moments. And I just mentioned it when I was talking to you about it here, Graceful. Match number 1, it was Cloud9 in the end, but Cholos was up there. It was kind of a chaotic final circle.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason they were sharing a little bit because they let each other survive in the same building. Normally, that doesn't really happen, whether that be due to nerfs, compositions, or whatnot. You know, you could argue about it. But Cloud9 came in really early into the train station here, where they, you know, made an early rotation and just played from high ground in this building the whole game, essentially. Ended it with a huge bang because it comes down to a bang of doing like 500 damage on everybody outside and you just mop everyone, which is the best way to play as a bang. It's always fun to see all the numbers and all the cracks at once, which is kind of unfortunate because this Newcastle team down here actually popped their Newcastle ult and the bang ult just comes down behind the wall and they just get evaporated. But super solid play. I like to see Cloud9 going in between you know, wanting to prioritize early zone comparatively to always trying to get a lot of kills like most teams somehow end up doing. But seeing them being adaptive is a great sign of showing that they could make finals lobby.
Yeah, and we definitely kind of saw a little bit of those teams that we had mentioned, Genome, that need a little bit of a resurgence doing that in matches 1 and 2. Cloud9 in match number 1, but then looking at match number 2, it was FaZe Clan who had a really strong showing.
Yeah, we had that pull back to Countdown. You know, about half the teams had picked it as another Skyhook zone. Maybe all of the repetitious zones we've had sort of got in there. A little bit of a psychological play. But yeah, the ones who did make it back down to Countdown, and then we saw this sort of high ground, low ground split. And FaZe Clan here obviously got the Devo to work with. Usually I'd say the high ground is just such an easy place to win this from, but it is a little bit different in this meta. You can stun people with Crypto Drone as they're coming down. You get that information, and you can also try and play behind the Newcastle walls and whatnot as well. But look, FaZe Clan weren't going to let this one slip, as you can see, and with not too many members left down the bottom, you know, they pick exactly the right time to just fall down here, and you can see it's a pretty easy cleanup.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they were hoping for as the teams around them were kind of taking each other out. But then this is that moment, Privacy, match number 3. Falcons just mowing down everyone in their vicinity.
I mean, it came down to cleaning the whole side and the back side, and then we take a fight against the left buildings, the Grandma buildings, which was a TSM on that side. That's the SkyWest team going into there. They are stacked, they have a lot of loot. We do the same. We killed that side, but we were a little bit, let's say, a little bit lucky how we played it. And there was a team Exolos with Exo. They started the fight and was at the end was like a free win, but it wasn't really a free win because we had to clean the whole monument side. But that's how the game played. I'm surprised that the Tunnel team didn't do a good result. It was like Moist at that side. They died early too.
I mean, this was kind of what you had prepared us for when it came to these two groups matching up. Team Falcons taking a couple games to 100% get there, but they did in a dominant fashion here in match number 3, now setting themselves up well to continue a little bit of a potential snowball action as we move on over to Storm Point. We mentioned those series results. We'll take a look at them now as we've got them all figured out. Team Falcons at the top with 37 points, but we mentioned them a couple times. EXO looking very strong, Gino.
Yeah, EXO had a couple of great games. I also want to shout out Icholos there as well. I mean, I love the way that they have been rotating throughout this tournament. That first game especially, we were sort of having a chat about how it was an incredible job to rotate all the way from Geyser and get that position all the way up the top north of Skyhook to play out game number 1 and pick up some good placement points there.
Definitely an opportunity for these teams to get points on the board, but I'm happy with what we're seeing out of Liquid Alienware. They've had some tough spots, but still been able to kind of play and at least get those points on the board. Maybe able to do a little bit more now that we're heading over to Storm Point. We also see Alliance on the second half of our leaderboard, which we don't expect them to stay there for long, probably be able to work through that. But as we're starting this conversation about Storm Point, let's get those draft picks in here as well. Start talking about what our teams have chosen as far as these drops, what it could mean for their potential gameplay. First pick out the gate, Privacy, I'm sending it straight to you, Mill for Falcons.
Yep. So for Falcons here, we actually averaged way more than what we did in World's Edge. World's Edge we are a little bit lower, but we did the job. We were good. In the Mills, we prioritize the fast rotations. Surprising here for the next team that is doing good, that hopefully they will continue. It's a C9. C9 in Storm Point, they are one of the best teams in these groups. They play Beast. They are already familiar with the Beast because they played it for their entire career. and they will do good, I guess, for this one.
All right, Graceful, I
For
want to
this
hear
deal.
I want to hear your thoughts as well with some of these drops, because there's quite a few squads that still need to kind of get things moving.
Yeah, me and Genome also talked a little bit about Alliance specifically, you know, seeing their former performance on, you know, from Thermal on World's Edge, which is what we figured they would pick because it was open when they picked it, but they ended up picking Stacks, which is something they're not really used to. Could that have been affecting it? Possibly, but going into Stormpoint, however, they're back on the Ferrari and Northpad side where they're used to having their strat. And, you know, I love talking to Genome about this specifically because, you know, you could pick depending on who's in your group or specifically who's on your macro just.
Yeah, a couple of different things to consider there, right? And talking about some of the APAC teams as well here, Guild didn't have a great start to the day with their first series. They were much happier with POIs they picked in the other groups, and specifically here, Command Center is a POI they've played with and succeeded from for quite a while. Same situation essentially with Legends Gaming, who have played from Cito, and even Nasky, even the subs that they're going with this time have great familiarity with that being one of the better POIs on Stormpoint.
Absolutely. It's been a long day here for everybody, but these are our last 3 matches of day 1 in the group stage here at our Split 2 playoffs in Mannheim, Germany. We are moments away from getting into those final 3 matches. I hope everybody in the crowd still has a little bit of energy to get through these last few. Onset, Gaskin, let's close it out.
Yes, indeed. Let's do this, everybody. 3 more games today. It has been an amazing first day of action here in Germany, in Mannheim. Dan, I've been annoying you all the way up until we get to speak on camera. How you feeling, buddy?
Feeling
3 games
great.
done. Stormpoint, you ready?
I mean, finally, Falcons have woken up as well, and a lot of the crowd were happy about that one because now they are top of the table going into Stormpoint, which you heard previously talking about on the desk. This is where they should be picking up their points. This is where they have prioritized with their POI draft. So now at the top of the table, could they start to snowball here?
Got a quick story before we go into it, by the way. We were in the green room. Game number 2 previously said something like, oh, you know, the only way we get out of this position and we don't get points is if this team apes us. The team aped them, and he went very quiet very quickly. Second time around, third game, where they won it, I said to him, don't say anything. Do not say anything during this match. He sat there with his hands over his mouth, rocking
literally
backwards and forwards like a madman, trying to keep it in. And Falcons win the game. So you're welcome, Falcons fans. I'd like to take full credit for that one. Privacy has learned what the caster curse is, for sure. Never say something out loud that you think could happen, because it probably will. But as we head over to Stormpoint now, we've heard from the desk and some of their thoughts down. What are you thinking about Stormpoint here? What do you look at when we're looking at our leaderboards as teams who maybe need to step it up a little bit here as we head into our final 3 games?
I mean, some of our biggest picks here, FaZe Clan at Pylon, and you've of course got Falcons over towards Mill. Those will be 2 teams that I'll be focusing on as big point grabbers here on Stormpoint. However, you know, the zones won't necessarily play your way. We even saw Falcons, for example, move away from Skyhook on World's Edge, and then all the zones seem to go back up towards Skyhook. That's how the cookie does crumble sometimes. So it's all about those rotations and just winning those engagements when actually you do come across them, because several times we've been seeing teams on their rotations struggling a little bit because maybe they weren't expecting a team to be waiting for them, or they didn't realize a team would be waiting to get a beacon, waiting to get a ring console, and it's just catch them or caught them off guard so far this tournament.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing if TSM can resurrect their games. A little bit quiet in the first 3 on World's Edge, but Stormpoint is a different beast altogether. And it was interesting, speaking about beast and down beast, C9 kind of quietly got about their business in those first 3 games, but now it's time for business to start picking up. It's time to head over to Stormpoint, everybody. 3 more games to go today.
Are we going to see Falcons carry on in fine form here going into match number 4, or will someone take this game and really just show us what they're made of? And it could be a few teams that are down at the bottom as well, because you might have had a bad POI on World's Edge, but that can change very quickly here on Stormpoint if that's the map that you have prioritized.
So as you can see here, you're watching on the main broadcast, but if you want to watch some POVs, you can do that as well with Face It Watch, the official multi-view streaming platform for the ALGS. You can hop yourselves over to fce.gg/watch ALGS to make sure you're watching your favorite team's POV as we head into these final 3 games of the day. There's an interesting energy I feel in the arena right now. There's almost like a little bit of anticipation. Everyone's a little bit nervous. There's only 3 more games to get those points on the board before we close out our first day here in Mannheim.
And of course, we start on board with Falcons. They'll be delighted. I think this is going to take a lot of pressure off of them that they finally had that game, because they looked a little lackluster to start the day. They didn't look like the team that we had seen previously in online and the most recent LAN competition as well. So we'll have to see whether this form can now carry on through. Zone-wise, we're going to be heading a little bit further north here on Storm Point as we continue our trend of north in this series. Great news for the likes of Striders, the likes of Guild, who are already going to be up in those surrounding areas.
The Alliance are going to have some good priority to this zone as well. You can see Alliance taking the Trident POI, but they're going to get North Pad alongside that as well. So they're going to have to... They'll take a little bit of time, of course, with the amount of ground they have to cover to loot up and get towards where the wall is going to be, essentially where we end in this game. By the looks of things, Striders, like you mentioned, great spot for them. Icholo's laser, they're going to have a great rotate as well. Someone like Guild as well, it's an interesting one for them, isn't it? Because they can play outside to the western side of Command Center and work their way up to one of those buildings on the height, or they can play just outside of it and kind of command, so to speak, the space around Command Center. And it's an opportunity for them who a bit quiet in the, I would say overall today so far, Guild. It's a real chance for them to put some points on the board here.
You can see Cloud9 on that western side. They got a ring console at Down Beast. They are already moving through and past Alliance, who also have a ring console, but they're of course spread out as they take Ferrari as well. So they're going to be a little bit slower, and they're probably going to be beaten to the punch by Cloud9. So we'll have to see whether they end up engaging a little bit later as we check in on Exoclan and how they're moving through dead center of that circle that you saw a little bit earlier.
Yeah, working their way up the bunny slope for now towards the wall and outside of Command Center. I wonder if they do try and play from this position. There's a couple of teams who have already beat them on their rotate. One of those teams is going to be flying past, like you mentioned, which is C9. They jump in that Trident, they overtake a lot of the traffic, and now they will look to get into wall nice and early here. Well, they look like they might be trying to control the high ground outside of it and that tunnel for the late game. Elsewhere, you can see a couple of shots being exchanged. Exoclan do find their way inside of one of these buildings, and with the shots they're already taking here, Dan, you would expect them to realize that their priority now is not close to the zone in comparison to some of the other teams who have already managed to overtake them.
Yeah, so many teams have moved fast here, and it continues the trend that we've seen so far this tournament of zone-heavy performances, of everyone just wanting to kind of hunker down a little bit, hope to pick up some points, and hope that zone transitions towards you, to be completely honest, because we have seen some teams struggle with early moving when the zone shifts away because they don't really have that plan B, and sometimes they don't even have the composition to get them out of some of these areas. So you really are banking on your zone knowledge being absolutely perfect at times.
There's a lot of traffic in and around Pylon here, and I'm happy we jump on board with Not Moist because they're one of the teams who are in and around the vicinity of this POI for now. You also had GHS Professional, you had Fox pretty close as well, and it looks like everybody has decided actually to kind of split resources and disappear in different directions. So you can see on the top of your screen here as well, the pics of the legends that's coming in, the compositions. But it was interesting to see everyone kind of descended onto Pylon there and then just went, you know what, let's just play our game. Let's not try and fight too early.
Yeah, composition-wise, I mean, a few transitions, of course, over to Storm Point about what you're going to be playing and what might help you. Plenty of new castles into the equation here. I think that slowly, as this LAN goes on, there's going to be a few teams who maybe are playing crypto because everyone else is and may start trending towards more kind of traditional picks.
Well, Falcons, they're trying to take space inside a wall right now, but they're going to get through Legacy. And Legacy takes down Zero, takes down Hal as well, and we know that that means that Jim Burton will be on his lonesome. A huge, huge play from him. Falcons will be eliminated after their win. They will be out the lobby first.
Really shows how different it can be from one map to another as well, and from one zone to another. As Falcons go from first place to dead last, and what that does is open up the lobby. Everyone else can now start to catch them up. It is not all said and done for Falcons. There is a lot of work to do. And they will realize that more than ever, as you can just see at the moment. Fennel having a little peek towards FaZe Clan. But they are just waiting in the wings and hoping that maybe they push through.
Elsewhere in the kill feed, you can see that the fight that was looking like it was going to take place between Legends and Exoclan is kind of taking place, which was around the bottom of the lift platform where the two buildings were. It's going to be Legends who get that first knock and get the finish onto it as well, as Fennel now turn their attention away from FaZe inside a command center to a little bit of action that's going on elsewhere. This is the fight that we were talking about, though. You can see K-Swinney. Looks like he might be last alive, if I'm not mistaken, here for Exoclan, and Legends Gaming are looking to hunt him down.
He's just invisible at that point, and I don't think they can find him. It's one of those classic crypto plays, and yet there you have it. The bird's eye view of
but a drone.
Your enemies looking for you. He might actually watch his own death happen from up above.
That's some meta gaming right there.
Well, luckily for him, no crypto on the side of Legends, so they can't use an EMP, for example, to try and find where he is and take him out of that invisibility.
K-Sweaty, certified forklift driver, if you didn't know that. One of his many abilities as a man, not just a gamer. Inside a command center, though, you can see FaZe. They are the team who were being held out by Fennel a few moments ago, and for now, they're quite happy by the looks of it just to play inside of command center. Maybe playing for that third beacon as well, which is going to be available to them. You can see the ring console is going to be inside of command center here. But for now, it feels like the lobby has slowed down just a little bit. It was the early, not desperation is the wrong word to use, but the early aggressive play coming in from Falcons to try and take the God spot away, which is something that usually brings them a lot of success, but a huge amount of credit has to be given to Guild in that situation, right? Not allowing them to even get close to making that a scrappy fight.
I mean, they were full of confidence, Falcons, and they were probably happy to take the fight. Sadly, they go down in 20th, and as you said, the rest of the lobby kind of slows down, because maybe the rest of the lobby sees that Falcons go out, and they say, actually, there was a real opportunity for us to catch up now. As you can see, the zone is going to continue to move further north here. Bad news for those who had maybe hoped for a little bit of a southward pull down towards Cascade and surrounding areas, but it is going to be transitioning a little bit further.
Well, Swinny stayed alive, and not only that, he's got his two teammates back into the game, so ExoClan fans, it's time to make a little bit of noise for Swinny here as he manages to turn a 1 into a 3 once again, but a lot of damage being taken right now, and Jaguares is not going to let Fuda get away. That will be him taken down. Slayers is trying to duck and dive and survive to get behind a little bit of cover here to join his teammate K-Swinny, but what was initially a fantastic job, and still is a fantastic job from Swinny to get those banners with the drone and get his two teammates revived, now looks like a little bit of a rescue mission for them as once again, Swinny takes the bird's eye view.
Visibility cloak back on. But this is good for ExoClan, because they are only 6 points behind Falcons at the moment, so they just need to be surviving and getting a few points on the board at least, just to try and play catch up. As finally that kill is confirmed by Jaguares. But now that's just going to simmer out a little bit. I think Slayers has been able to escape. Just needs to make sure he doesn't run into any extra danger. Looking at elsewhere around the map, there are still 4 teams that are not in this next zone. XNY on the far west side, Not Moist still approaching from the southwest that you were talking about earlier, their rotation.
By the way, Team Liquid are hunting down Slayers right now. He is so separate from Swinny, who is still over making sure that forklift is well attended, and it will be, unfortunately, a similar situation for him again now with 2 banners to potentially collect a little bit later in the game. They do get that kill, and they will pick up that KP, Team Liquid Alienware, by taking him down, and as we turn our attention away from the fights that were going on, we turn our attention to the zone once again. Inside a wall, you've got Cholos Laser, who have had a really strong performance so far today.
Yeah, very impressive. I think that maybe they have been one of the dark horses of this event so far, and in 3rd place, could certainly start to cause a ruckus in this lobby. Now you can see a lot of these teams that are approaching late here are going to be struggling to get into this zone, because most that have found themselves central at the north side do have the ability to, you know, drop a Watson, drop a Newcastle, and make sure that you're going to be in a position where you can get as much coverage as possible.
Well, GHS looking for their next move. You can see the dead center of zone right now. They do not really have a huge amount of cover to play with. You look at their composition, they don't have the Newcastle. It's a leftover wall for them they're trying to use as their own. General to be down behind it, which is, of course, going to help them from any skyward projectiles that fly their way. And Swinny is still here, by the way. And let me tell you, that forklift has never been better looked after in Apex Legends. It's got well loved.
1/3 of the Deathly Hallows. Just need to get him a stone and a wand, and he will be the strongest man in the world.
You ready for my Harry Potter?
Yes.
Horcrux.
Nice.
There you go, thanks.
I mean, I am expecting that eventually, as more teams start to progress to that area, he's probably going to get EMP'd and his position will be given up. But he is getting Exo further into this game, but at the moment still 19 squads, so it could all be for nothing if they were to be eliminated, right? You don't get the extra placement point for getting into the top 15. But the zone is starting to close, and we will learn even more about where Zone 4 is going to be. As Not Moist, they've had a really long rotation, by the way, of trying to make their way through this map. They're going to now approach Cascade Falls, where they might have to take their first fight.
Very interesting story here, very different and separate from what we've seen from those teams who are already in and around that zone. The path that has to be taken here by Not Moist and Team Liquid Alienware, who are inside of Cascades, is a far more treacherous and far more dangerous one, and they're about to find that out themselves. Both teams will be safe inside of Cascades for now, and you wonder if it's going to be a case of let's just let each other survive for a little bit and see if we can plan a rotation that doesn't involve us fighting for now, as we do see a couple of gold bins popping up right now as the zone starts to close.
You get to that point now in the game where everyone's going to have, or you have to presume they're going to have, very good attachments. So if they've got the double Mozam, you know they're going to be hitting hard. You already saw Team Liquid had double P2020 as well, which is pretty scary to go up against in the right hands. As the zone is going to transition a little bit further southeast here, and that is great news for FaZe Clan, who have been holding command center for quite some time, and they had ring console information, remember. They will just about be in the zone on that side.
Great for VK Gaming as well. They have the end of the zipline building that's up furthest to the north, and that is going to be prime position for anyone to try and control in this game. Not only is it going to be a great spot that's safe for a long time, that you have the natural cover of the building, but the lines of sight you have of all the teams who have to leave wall, all of the teams who have to walk their way up the hill is an opportunity for KP as well. Alliance, though, they've got a much more treacherous route to take. Let's jump into the comms and see what the plan is.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, just keep backing back, keep backing back. We need the evac here.
They're kind of looking. I'm smoking.
Wait, yeah,
I'm
good.
I'm smoking.
Yeah, I'm gonna up here. Okay, we don't have an evac, by the way. We don't have an evac.
Yeah.
Kind of bad, really bad.
I think they're hot pressuring us now.
Yep. Are they?
I'm setting right now. Yeah. Look around.
I
don't see them. They must be low.
I'm gonna okay. Alright. I mean, we just need to slow walk this in the right side and then zip line.
This team is hard. This guy's hard get here.
Yeah. Can we go right side, just wrap right slowly?
Yeah.
We need to wrap this right around the tree slowly here.
Okay. Yep. They're crafting on my
right
red
side here,
ping
right side here. Yeah, we need to go behind these guys. Don't shoot, don't shoot, that time. Just wrap. Is he looking?
No,
no.
He left it, yeah.
Okay, walk up.
Go.
That's right.
I have, well, I can give you.
Okay, give me.
They're bang on red ping.
Okay, yeah. Listen, we need to sip deep. We need to sip deep to the fucking ring replicator, okay?
This guy's one, this guy here.
You need to deep sip here, make a deep sip.
Yes. I gotta walk a bit though. Yeah, here,
yeah, look for it.
Yep. I made it to the tree. The big tree.
It's fine, just send the corner out there.
Okay.
Might just 3B backwards here, so get ready for it.
Yeah, we'll see.
Buildings will fight hard, so we need to stabilize in this corner.
Alright.
Yep. I'm not sure.
Nah, it's not anything.
Okay, I'm in the middle.
As long as somebody's here.
Yeah, get ready. I'm standing right.
Well, Alliance once again just showing the beauty of the Pathfinder, making sure that they can find their way to zone even when it felt like they would have to go through a number of teams. But they use that zipline, they find somewhere safe for now. As Legends Gaming, well, they've got to fight.
I like that you say for now, because they certainly will be vulnerable once teams start to approach. But Legends Gaming need to be the team that forces their way out here. The Newcastle is going to begin to path their way, but now you've got to do the damage.
Damage starts to come in. Amphi will find one. Still up to a full 3 themselves. Elsewhere, you can see that those Fox have gone down themselves. 18 squads now remaining as they do get that kill confirmed themselves. Striders will also fall. And with 17 squads now in this lobby, that is going to change very, very quickly. Liquid Alienware will be eliminated as well as they try and force their way into zone. A lot of battles going in and around the front of Command Center and inside of it right now. Not Moisture on the backside of it as Alliance now. They will zip towards this fight. They will look at a third party or maybe looking just to find some KP.
I think this was clever from Alliance. I think they were too vulnerable in the previous spot, so they looked to try and actually be proactive with their positioning here, try and maybe pick up some kills, but they are being shot from elsewhere and Unlucky's gone down.
Moist is going to be the team who gets involved with this. Tyler trying to spray, and spray he will. A huge amount of damage being done, but Hackis has decided that it's survival that becomes the name of the game for Alliance. Can he get around this corner, get stunned on his way forward, and has to take the 6-7 seconds needed to pop this Phoenix kit? Always heart-to-mouth moment. Manages to get it done and will survive here for Alliance.
And now he will just want to get into zone, go invisible, try and get banners and see if he can survive. He cannot. Alliance are eliminated in 16th. By the way, K-Swinney has done the job with the invisibility cloak, and he will now get top 15. So that is at least 1 point guaranteed. But now you got to go, Swinney. You need to move.
Has to leave that forklift behind. Boy, do they have some stories to tell as they move through the rest of the Apex Legends Global Series. But for now, K-Swinney will still be alive, and now he finds himself with another placement point as well. Nasky will go down here on the rotate from Legends Gaming that we saw from the bottom of that zipline building as FaZe Clan have now moved to the outside of Command Center and are trying to pin the team that's inside. That's going to be Noctem.
Legends eliminated. SC X-Ray are eliminated as well. And now FaZe Clan, who were the team pinned earlier, are now doing the pinning. And they're in a really good spot here. They can potentially get KP and also have this side of the zone as now Guild go down as well.
11 squads remaining. Almost half the lobby has been taken care of. TSM have somehow managed to wrap their way inside of this building themselves. The Swinny story will end, as will Exo Clans. They will be eliminated, but more placement points, brilliantly, you have to say, were picked up by him on that way from what was a perilous and horrible position early on after losing that fight.
It will at least put them 1 point closer to Team Falcons, but sadly not the game that they would have wanted to try and catch up. As now, you spoke about TSM. They will have this northeast side, but they are joined by VK Gaming. XNY have a solo nearby, as do Extrola's Laser. So there are 2 teams nearby with a rat, and you'd imagine could be Cryptos.
Moist looking to move up onto the position of FaZe and Noctum, who were playing outside a command center for so long, and even though both teams have been waiting to fight, well, Waltzy just wanders in and takes care of everyone. FaZe Clan eliminated. He wants the final kill as well. One more player left inside of that building from Noctem. And Not Moist will perform the perfect third party as GHS Professional will also fall.
Yeah, just like that, 7 squads now remain. Fennel have a solo center zone. As Not Moist look to just clean up the pieces that you were mentioning, they will have the entirety of the southeast here, and actually a really good way to push into the zone because they have coverage from the mountain. All those northern teams won't be able to see Not Moist until the last second, so they should all focus each other, which should leave Not Moist open to really move in for themselves.
Attenum still alive, by the way, just inside of that building. Moist wouldn't have forgotten about him. They know that there's one player still alive from that team. As now we turn our attention to the fight that's going down elsewhere. You can see TSM now climbing up, looking to get some damage themselves. The Mozambique shots are going to be pretty good, and that will be a replay coming in from the push that they did make. So now you can see it's reps with those Mozambiques doing a huge amount of damage, and that was how GHS Professional were taken care of by TSM.
Well, now TSM have to move down this zip line, or at least the area. Maybe they could slide down if they would like as well. You see XNY and Noctum both being eliminated. Now it's down to 4 because Fennel go down as well. It's Cloud9 versus Not Moist in the center of the zone happening right now, by the way.
Echola's Laser just as a solo. The other 2 solos in this game were taken care of in those previous moments. The C9 trying to use the cover of that big rock in and around center zone to survive until they are forced to engage. TSM will be eliminated by C9 as now Not Moist moved down from the high ground. 2 squads remaining. Devo in the hands of Gilderson as well. You can see C9 still alive on that low ground. Again, evac tower down, but look at this man, he's going to work! Gil finds 1, Timmy finds 2, and Gil just needs to find the final player here. And it will be Not Moist who should take this one home. Not Moist just need 1, they find 1, and Not Moist will be your champions.
As soon as they were able to take that position off of FaZe Clan a little bit earlier and restrict Noctum from being able to push out of that building, it looked like it was a surefire win. Again, it was the ability to push into the zone without any team on that northern side being able to see them. And as soon as they had the high ground over Cloud9, it was just a matter of fact by that point. As Not Moist go top of the leaderboard, 51 points now. As they look to try to go into tomorrow at the very top of the leaderboard.
Very interesting game, that one. Even from the first moments, right? When you look at the overall leaderboard, you're looking at who's up there, who's the chasing pack. Falcons go out first. That opens everything up for the chasing pack. Exo Clan get a couple of points from placements thanks to the play from Swinny, but they still go down relatively early with a low amount of points. That opens things up for the likes of Not Moist, who weren't too far behind. And going into game number 4, going into Storm Point, we know how close it was between every single team that's been in this lobby and fought their way through those first 3 games. So for Not Moist to perform in game number 4 here, to put that amount of points on the board is a huge moment in the context of this game.
I mean, Privacy was saying backstage that if it's not Falcons taking points, it should be Not Moist. They are the 2 best performers leading up to this tournament when it comes to scrims, at these 2 groups scrimming against one another. I think that's evident here. As soon as Falcons go out, it just opened the door for Not Moist to have a game like that. But you mentioned it, long old rotation, very planned, very methodical about how they wanted to approach this game, but they were also very quick to act on weaknesses and openings, and that was FaZe Clan. They had left themselves exposed from the back, and Moist came in at just the right time.
I think it's one thing that they've done extremely well, and I think you hit the nail on the head as we take a look at our match results. 14 kills alongside the 12 points for placement for Not Moist gives them a total of 26. C9 with 16 just in behind them, and I mentioned how they've been going about their business. TSM, by the way, a good game for them as well, and each Echola's Laser just keep putting points on the board here and representing South America in a way that they certainly want to be represented. But we'll take a look at some team versus team stats from Not Moist and Cloud9 in that final game down. But I want to just go back to the point that you were making about Not Moist rotation, right? We know this is a hard zone meta. You know, a lot of teams are looking to get in the zone early, play those priority positions that they believe the end game is going to be played at. Not Moist, they rotate there right down from the southern side, all the way up the hill. You hit the nail on the head by saying it's great to plan a rotate, to think about how you want to move, but it's the ability to seize on an advantage you see in front of you and never second guess it. And I think there was a few third parties that Not Moist took, a few fights that Not Moist took that just opened their path up, and it was because they were seizing those opportunities.
Sometimes it's about being proactive rather than reactive. We even saw Alliance try it. It didn't go well for them in this scenario, but had they just stayed where they were, they probably would have had the same demise, right? But they actually tried something. You can see the series results there at the moment after 4 games, 51 points for Not Moist. This is a big gap that they've now created between themselves and Falcons, and suddenly they hand over that towards Falcons and say, all right, we're asking the question, do you have the answer in match 5?
We'll have to find out if Falcons can answer back after Not Moist. We'll close out game number 1 here on Storm Point. Match 4 is done. Match 5 just around the corner. Don't go anywhere. Take home match number 2. Falcons did answer back and put that big game on the board in match number 3. And match number 4, we just saw Not Moist. It was all about them. But match 5, are we going to have a different winner? Or are we going to see a repeat one?
Tough to say. I mean, certainly at the moment, Not Moist seem to be very well planned with how they've been moving around the map. And if they can replicate that even slightly, just mainly how they were able to pin some teams down when they did find them a little bit exposed, there is definitely points on the board. I am expecting maybe a rise from Alliance. They've struggled a little bit in this series, especially after such a hot start at the beginning of today.
Yeah, it's interesting to just look at Falcons, right? And you're looking at placement points versus kill points. And you're looking at kill points, they're second best by quite a distance in comparison to the rest of the lobby, but that's placement points. They're just letting them down a little bit. Only 13 placement points after 4 games for Team Falcons, and the opposite can be said about the team just behind them, right? Or should I say equal points with them at the moment in Echola's Laser, because they have 24 points coming from placement, and I think it was only 17 from KP. So they're playing hard zone. One team who, of course, is always going to have the support from the family is Team Falcon. Shout out Papa Jen up there. He's always one of the loudest people in the venue.
The biggest Team Falcons fan.
Even if you don't know where he is, if you just let it go silent for a second, you're like, oh, there's Papa. You can kind of find him. He's like a sonar.
He's always there.
He's got a sonar going out.
Every hotel lobby I walk through, Papa Jen's he's just around the corner, waiting to just let you know, don't predict Falcons, because you're going to curse them. That's what he told me. And sadly, I did predict Falcons today. And yeah,
you're going to have a difficult conversation later with him. That's all
Hopefully not. But certainly at the moment, I mean, going into this next matchup, there are a few teams who actually need to step it up a little bit, right? Because it's all well and good talking about who is playing well, but there are some squads who are really struggling now as we get into match 5. And we saw this happen in the previous series where, okay, TSM weren't struggling, but they weren't necessarily at the top of the leaderboard. And then suddenly they started playing for kills. They started being a little bit more aggressive. And I think a lot of teams can learn from that switch up of playstyle to say, no, now we need to actually capitalize on other people's mistakes here, go for kills. We can't play as passive because we need points on the board.
Yeah, it's such a difficult dichotomy to kind of break down, right? Because traditionally that's what we've always said. When you get to the back end of a series and you're in the bottom 10 of a leaderboard, it's like, okay, we need to be a bit more aggressive. We need to try and force the pace a little bit. With the meta the way it is, it feels like even finishing a fight within 30 seconds is a challenge in itself, right? Because you can get EMP'd, that slows you down. You get stunned, the castle wall goes down, the mobile shield, all of these things start to contribute to just a slow fight that is so difficult to get done in 30 seconds, and then all of a sudden, you know, the fight keeps going on, everybody's listening, everybody's watching, and there's a third party, all these things start to roll in together. So I'm interested to see if anyone can actually take that initiative, if they are going to be able to be aggressive, or if it's going to be the case of just legend composition and current meta making it more difficult for teams to actually do that.
I mean, I see a Mad Maggie, and that makes me happy, right? Because with the current meta being Mozambique's, having a character that gets an automatic reload on a knock is insane. So maybe X and Y can do something having Mad Maggie. Maybe they are looking for that aggression and looking to try and pick up some more kills.
Also, I see you sitting behind that castle wall. Have a wrecking ball. Always a little bit of fun to be had. We'll have to see if the wrecking ball gets us singing in game number 5 then. Back to Storm Point for our penultimate game of day number 1 here in Mannheim at the Split 2 playoffs. Still all to play for, but Not Moist to the team who are holding down that first place spot.
But will they be able to hold on to it? That is the real question. Falcons are certainly going to be gunning for that number 1 spot indeed. Zone's going to play a big part in it, as it always does. Another team I want to keep an eye on, FaZe Clan. Dropping down towards Pylon, they had a great rotation, but they maybe just didn't execute as well as they could have in the final moments. Had that moment where they really just left themselves a little bit exposed. Not Moist took full advantage of it. I think that FaZe will regret maybe how they played it. So looking into this one, they'll look to try and make up for it, certainly going into match 5 here.
Well, Not Moist have earned themselves the esteemed Luke Path cam.
Well decorated.
Well decorated. Obviously, honestly, they're going to start giving out trophies for this thing at the end of the ALGS. I'm telling you, it's becoming an idea. In fact, I need to copyright it. I need to get the royalties down. I need the money.
I can't provide that for you.
I need the money.
I'm not sure anyone can provide that for you. Right, zone-wise, we're going east. We are heading all the way over to the east of the map, and Exoclan, they're in a pretty good position. Fennel are going to be over towards Stormcatcher as well. In terms of ring consoles, TSM do have one down towards Devastated Coast. They could move very fast. Not Moist also have one available at Echo, so they might move a little bit quicker than they did previously. And then GHS Professional are going to be over towards Launchpad and have, ideally, one of the priority spots if they realize where the zone's going, because I can't quite see.
It's like a little bit of a waterfall zone to me. Like, it's just outside of Launchpad. It's going to be an interesting one. Play for Zone 3 info if I'm a little bit late to the party here. But Zone 2 is, it's a little bit difficult to judge this one.
It's one of those zones as well that, you know, if you do commit heavily to the wrong side, you can be very much punished because there's a lot of open space between it. And then you're going to be shot by those teams who have predicted correctly or luckily found themselves in that spot as well.
I would describe this as a typical Storm Point zone and one that I get excited for. because, like you say, not a huge amount of playable area when it comes to buildings and even formations, really, to play around. So if you get one of them early, there's a couple of buildings that are to be played, then you're going to be in a pretty good spot to guarantee yourself some placement points. But elsewhere, it's going to be about fighting in and around the edge and looking for KP as a way to force your way not only into points, but also up those leaderboards as well. Is not waiting for everyone else to take care of business, but taking care of business yourself. Let's take a look at Guild now. And we saw take an early fight, or were forced to take an early fight early on in the previous game, which they, of course, won against Team Falcons inside of Wall. But as it pulled away, they just struggled to find their path towards where that zone was going to be going.
We do have to give credit where it's due, though, for Legends, right? Amphi and Naski coming in last minute as substitutes, and they found themselves in a fantastic position in their first series today, and they're still in the top 10 today, doing Strafing Flame a massive justice as he was unable to get here on time, but will be here for the rest of the tournament. I think he arrives tomorrow at 6 a.m.
Hope he sleeps on the flight.
Gonna need it.
He's gonna need it. FaZe Clan, then, you mentioned a team who have been fairly consistent across the day, but have good prio to this zone, need to make the most of it. They're gonna be playing the rock formation just outside the back of Launchpad. Elsewhere, you can see that Legends are taking a little bit of damage as they try and make their rotate as well. As Player K is going to take the majority of it, gets that mobile shield down, which is going to keep him alive, but unfortunately, all it does is provide him with a front row seat to watching Amphi go down.
But is playing the Newcastle, could maybe get a res here. You can see that Guild are going to be very aggressive, though, because they recognize that's going to happen. Does turn, but as soon as you get that res, you're straight back down on the floor, and Guild Esports will clean up too.
Great job from Guild Esports to be aggressive onto that, making sure those KP do not get away. And even though two players are down, Naski is still alive for now. And we saw what K-Swinny can do. Maybe Naski's going to have to try and pull off some magic himself. You can see he's already out of there for now. VK Gaming, by the way, just coming in to steal some loot. By the way,
slightly different approach for Naski, playing on the Wraith, of course, that we've seen so far today. So it is an opportunity that he could still get banners and can still escape as a Wraith. I mean, traditionally, back in the good old days, Wraith would have been the perfect rat character. But now it has been handed over very much to Crypto, as Nocturne will be eliminated in 20th position. It's going to be Falcons getting a little bit of revenge from last time, being able to not be the first team eliminated.
The eliminated become the eliminatees?
Or eliminators.
That's the correct English. VK Gaming up in the drone right now, trying to just find a little bit of essentially a lay of the land of where everybody else is in and around them. See how quickly, by the way, the Exo Clan made their rotate, by the way. They still have two white armors, which is even in the modern day of Evo shields is quite rare to see. As Team Falcons now are going to make their rotate. They want to play somewhere different.
Yeah, they're going to maybe move just over this eastern side and over the mountain, perhaps? No, okay, they just go straight back down. They saw something they didn't like, and they aborted mission.
JHS going to have to hit the res for now. The shots were from distance by a scout, it looked like. Aruf is trying to escape. In the meantime, the drone is haunting him. Actually reminds me a little bit. Did you ever watch the Pokemon episode? The first one where you met the ghost Pokemon? And that Ghastly was chasing you around?
Thank you. Can't say it did.
Don't worry about it then. You have no frame of reference for my point, so don't worry about it.
A Pokemon
if
reference.
you did, by the way, then you'll get what I mean by the drone following them around.
By the way, all the meantime that Mark was talking about Pokemon, Legends just got the respawn, and they're going to be back up to a full 3 temporarily. We'll have to see whether they can actually stay alive, and it looks like they're going to do so. So very well played from Naski to be able to escape and get everyone back up to a full 3.
Good job from Naski. Seems like all of the players who have managed to survive those early scuffles and get out have managed to get into position to get their team back into the game. And we were having a discussion in the green room. It's like, if you get rezzed once as a team, it's like, it's going to be a bit of a rough one. If you get rezzed twice as a team, usually win the game is kind of the unwritten rule that we've established. But Bleed Esports just playing the top of center zone for now, and they're going to have good LOS on a lot of teams who are going to be rotating in and around them. You can see the Falcons are currently playing down on the low ground below them, just out of shot. Bleed just controlling the high ground. So Z inside of the building just underneath them, and that gives you the lay of the land. That's where everybody is on the map right now, and I've got to say, it's a little bit of a surprise to see so many people playing to the north, and that's going to be that third beacon info, you would imagine.
No one knows where the hell this zone's going, and you can tell just looking at this map at the moment. Maybe Fennel would be my favorites right now, but we'll see where the pool's going to go. And okay, it continues to pull east, so Fennel's still in a good position, but it has transitioned towards Launchpad again. TSM right on that eastern side. They'll be happy. Liquid Alienware, FaZe Clan also will be really happy about this one.
This is a rough zone. I've just got to say, this is a really tough zone to try and navigate. All these teams who have moved to the northern side of this zone, by the way, are probably thinking it could go towards Stormcatcher or the cannon just below it. And now they're going to have to all fight through each other to leave the POI to get anywhere near that zone. On the other side of things, Not Moist are probably thinking, even though we're all the way over in Barometer at the moment and having to take a fight, seeing that zone pull gives them an opportunity to arrive late to the party, much like they did in the previous game. But first of all, they've got to deal with this fight, and it's against X and Y.
Yep, the Mad Maggie is there. You can see the riot drill, so you know full well it is X and Y, but Not Moist seem to be the aggressors here. They are the ones who are pushing onto X and Y, but they are at a shield disadvantage. Purples versus blues, and if X and Y get a knock here, you know full well they're sending this.
Completely isolated this fight at the moment. Nobody else within a POI's worth of distance.
Near.
And it looks like Not Moist have decided this isn't the best of ideas. Timmy's going to take a little bit of damage. Guild, is going to turn around just to see if he can help his teammate get out of that situation. Timmy will be safe and will be able to pop that battery. X and Y just looking down here, and I tell you what, Timmy is a little bit separated from his team, and if he's not careful, could get cut down on the path here.
Wrecking Ball's available as well. There is a real chance that X and Y might just continue this aggression, continue to chase, and look to try and put Mad Maggie to full advantage. This is what they wanted to play for. They wanted KP, they wanted to start catching up on the leaderboard, they play an aggressive comp, and Not Moist are certainly on the back foot right now.
Great shots coming in from Waltzy though, and all of a sudden, the advantage gets flipped on its head, and Waltzy once more. More shots coming in from the Nemesis, more shields being broken. And if you're on the side of this man right now, you're just saying, keep doing what you're doing, brother, or I'll back you up.
Doesn't matter if you've got a Maggie, if you're going up against shots like that, as now Moist have the advantage. You can see Johnny's just going to be backing off to try and get close. And now X and Y might just have to retreat here. So for all the aggression, it is completely counteracted by just brilliant shots from Waltzy here.
Waltzy just anchoring the top of this egg and managing to break a couple of eggs himself to keep Moist in a great position, gets himself up to purple as well, and now Not Moist are probably thinking, hey, I remember when you were trying to push us X and Y, well, haven't got that kill, haven't got that limb, haven't got that person turned into a death box, we're going to go trace you down, we're going to find ourselves some more KP. X and Y very split inside of Barometer right now. You have to wonder if they managed to get that banner or not, but elsewhere back into the zone, back towards the action, and this is TSM's position right now, and they are in one of the best spots in the game.
TSM have had a good day so far today as well. I mean, third place they were able to find in their earlier series. They're currently in 8th place after a disappointing performance at the last LAN. This maybe is the answer that TSM fans were desperately hoping for, as they seem to be performing a lot better this time around and are finding more consistent points across these group stages. As you can see, it's Timmy's just gone down in the kill feed. X and Y answer back. This is a very delayed fight, though. Both these teams have so far to go after this fight happens.
It's a very weird fight that's going down here. Waltzy's going to fall as well. And just a reminder, this was a 2 versus 3 situation in the favor of Not Moist. Guild is now left on his own, collects one of the banners. And if I'm not mistaken, we might be finding ourselves in a one-on-one, and it's the Maggie on the other side, which means I get an opportunity to maybe warm the vocal cords up, because there might be a wrecking ball coming. No, Not Moist are gone! Not Moist are gone! It's a 2v3! X and Y go as well, sure, but, I mean, whew.
I was going to say, you said 1v1, it was more like 1v1v1, and the ring was the final player in that fight, and it will just wipe out the rest of it. It was a pointless fight to be taken, let's be honest, but they were both so deep they kind of had to. Now, Legends Gaming, speaking of deep, they are deep in trouble right now. Amphi and Player K, the last two. Nasty is down, but they do have protection from the shield here.
And much like the previous game where Falcons went out early, now we see Not Moist go out early. That is the team who's top of the leaderboards right now. That means everybody else in this lobby has an opportunity to steal away that first place. Legends Gaming at the moment not thinking about first place, they're thinking about surviving into the top 17, top 16, top 15 if they can for now. But Amphi is going to get cut down by his old teammate in Nax.
I struggle seeing Legend escaping this one, but you have the Newcastle. There's always the chance. You pick up, do you go down? You pick up, you go down. And they should be able to at least get back up to a 2 for now. But I'm really concerned about if this shield goes down shortly, they are just going to be obliterated by teams surrounding. By the way, Zone is continuing to move east. TSM are in prime position right now. 8th place in the series. And real opportunity to pick up some big points here. They've got Naski's banner though, have Legends. And what you said, right? They've already got back up once. Hey, if they can get back up again, then maybe the gods are on their side.
Striders have been eliminated, and if there's anything I've learned from recent Apex Legends tournaments, is that even if you're in the game and you're a solo in the final moments, you can still win it. Legends Gaming taking so much damage at the moment. It feels like if you're in the shoes right now of player K, it feels like the whole lobby is focusing you, and finally it will be Fennel who apply the finishing touches to eliminate them from the lobby. Alliance, who are down at the bottom of the leaderboards right now, which we hop on board with them, they might have to contend with Falcons in just a few moments' time.
Yeah, so both of them have got to move further east, but now Alliance have got ahead of them, so Falcons have to go through Alliance. They don't know that yet, because they may not have that ring console information, as Alliance don't as well. VK Gaming also kind of arriving to the party through the skies, and that might just take Alliance's attention away from Team Falcons, and they're going to have to take this.
Castle Wall goes down. That makes this fight a little bit awkward. It makes it a little bit ugly. Tyler's gone down as well. But Unlucky, he's going to even up these numbers. Unlucky will find one. He evens it up. And now tries to swing in as the Pathfinder. He gets behind another. Unlucky now has to deal with a Newcastle. Another one goes down. It's the re-knock from Unlucky. He can't quite commit to the full 3. His Hackett's close enough to finish his fight and keep Alliance in this game.
Should be. Definitely close enough, but there is knockdown shields to work with. But Hackett has the beautiful Mozambiques. No attachments on it, though. It's going to be very bland, very neutral, very vanilla. And now the res is probably going to come through because Hackett is being shot from another team.
You just wonder if that was just a bit of miscommunication, because the amount of damage that was done by Unlucky, almost expected Hackett to be able to walk in and just finish that fight off. But instead, it looks like he might be thinking about getting the res instead. So Hackett with the big brain, big picture play will keep Alliance alive.
And you saw that thought process happen very early when he dropped the respawn beacon, and he instantly was saying, actually, I can get these banners and I can make sure that I can get us back on our feet. GHS Professional have also gone down. 12 squads now remain as Alliance are back to the party.
It's the revenge tour. It's the revenge tour. That's the desktop. Back to the game. Naughty. Popping the Barry. Will keep himself alive for now. This was a fight that was going down between Falcons and C9. Looks like Falcons are getting the better of it, but here we are, finally back on the revenge tour. And it's going to be Alliance as a 3 who can take this fight once again. 0 with the Kraber, though.
You know full well that Unlucky wants to send this. He wants to make up for what he could have done previously. Was so close to 1v3ing, and now Unlucky has to make up for it right here. Pushes in yet again. The Mozams are shooting hot and does have a chance, but he's got a sliver of health.
Surely not. The res is going to deny Alliance once more, and Falcons are going to deny even more. 0 will fly in. Looking to hunt down the final player here. Cloud9 eliminated in the meantime, but Falcons pick their poison, pick their moment, as they're looking for the Crypto, who is not showing for now.
0 needs to survive. Great use of the smoke there. Recognizing where that damage was coming from, will be able to get a bat off, you'd imagine.
I don't know who's there.
There's another invisible player on the map.
Oh, Kastler is still there. They knew he was close, but they just couldn't find him. Guild been eliminated in the meantime as we finally find ourselves inside of our top 10. What a game this has been, by the way. If I'm unlucky, I'm fuming, by the way. The amount of damage that man has done in the last minute or so is nuts.
So all whilst that's been happening, TSM is still sitting pretty on the east side. FaZe and Noise are going to be on the southeast as well, probably going to fight. Now elsewhere, this is the fight I was talking about.
FaZe now trying to hold the high ground, trying to hold this staircase. Mastiff is going to break some shields, and now it's going to probably break some hearts as well. Synetic finds one, might turn 2 himself. Clean wipe for FaZe Clan. They will pick up 3 KP and keep themselves in this game.
That has opened up things for Liquid Alienware. They come flying over FaZe Clan here, as Falcons also join. TSM now sending it onto FaZe. This is getting like a deadly area right now, as TSM do send it, but now Falcons want some.
Falcons are closing in on this and pinching everyone. FaZe Clan will be eliminated. 0 thinking KP, KP, KP. More points for me. More points for Falcons. There's more damage is coming out from the IGL.
And if they win this fight, they own the southeast. Liquid Alienware are still in the vicinity. VK Gaming still have a couple of players alive as well, but now it does mean Falcons push themselves further and even closer to Not Moist. They are 4 points behind Not Moist now.
It also feels like all of a sudden Falcons are starting to find a little bit of momentum. We see a res coming in for VKG as well, and you have to wonder if Falcons were aware of that, because that was just behind them on top of that building, and that could catch them off guard. But 0 looks like he's got their back. Watch, 2 bullets with the Kraber, plenty with the Mozambique. He's in a great position to do so much damage, as he's already taken down 1 member of Team Liquid, and another will go as well. Team Liquid Alienware will be eliminated. We're down to 4.
A team that's silently going about their business, by the way. Bleed Esports, dead center of the northern side of this zone, and actually in a really good position as they can watch over the likes of VKG, the likes of Falcons. They just need to really worry about Fennel at the moment.
Well, inside of this building, looks like VKG and Falcons are going to be the first to engage with each other. Kraber still in the hands of 0 here. He wants to hit the shot. He's going to line it up. He's going to pull the trigger, but narrowly misses. A shake of the head, a flick of the fringe. And it's a feeling maybe a little bit familiar to him.
Yeah, get the Mozams out instead and just get down and dirty and involved, but he does miss a few, and that opens things up for VKG. Can we see the cleanup from Falcons?
Yes, we will. Surely we will. Yes, indeed they do, but Zero will find himself on his back and not participate in the final moments of this game unless there is a miracle res to come in. Now Fen will move up as VK Gaming will be confirmed as our 4th team overall in the placement. And this makes it interesting for Falcons because you've got Fennel and Bleed engaging, and Falcons as a 2 might be able to sweep on this.
If Falcons have a respawn beacon, they have an opportunity, but also as a 2, they can still win this fight because there's going to be a lot of damage done between Bleed and Fennel here.
Fennel taken down. Bleed stay pretty healthy.
Very healthy.
Very, very healthy, which makes this opportunity for Falcons a little bit more difficult to take. However, Gemburn will find one. How will go down as well, though. Surely this is Bleed just closing this out. And Bleed Esports will be your champions in our penultimate game here on Storm Point. And it was all about how efficient that fight against Fennel was to keep them healthy enough to deal with the 2 from Falcons.
So efficient. If they had taken too much damage, there was a real opportunity, a real window for Falcons to still win that game. They didn't even have to really worry about it as the 2 arrived. They were plenty healthy, had so much shields to work with. But they held that northern side for quite some time, did Bleed, and it was all while so much scuffles were happening elsewhere. They kind of watched and they were probably laughing, saying, actually, this is a real chance that we can clean things up here from the northern side. They pushed themselves up to 3rd place in the series standings. Falcons, however, will regain 1st position ahead of Not Moist. So it is just a back and forth. It's a ping-pong game between Not Moist and Falcons right now.
And it seems like it's a case of whoever goes out first in the lobby, the other team will take advantage of it. A lot of fans in the building at the moment. We have VKG fans, we have Falcons fans. I mean, we also have Exo Clan fans, by the way, if you hadn't noticed. They're here. Bleed fans. Everybody has fans here in the ALGS. That's what you love to see, right? I've got to give a huge amount of credit to Bleed as well, because their story of the split was like close but not great. Not closing out games, not closing out wins. Well, we've seen a couple from them today where they've managed to clutch those final moments, managed to keep their composure in those final zones, and managed to convert it into wins. It's a huge, huge moment for them, I think, in their overall belief of what they can do at this tournament.
Yeah, and of course, shout out Raven as well, a coach who is very well known for his history with TSM and his success, but now takes on this Bleed team, and he wants to find that same success. It's almost justice for him, the players trying to replicate that for him, but Bleed Esports put 21 points on the board. 9 kills to go alongside it. So even though I said, silently went about their business, they were still winning some engagements to get to that position. And then, of course, they got 6 of those kills in that final circle. 21 points for Falcons, 20 on the board. Very funny, the shake of the head after the Kraber shot as well from Zero. I think that you hit the nail on the head.
Hey, I was only joking.
Maybe some bad memories coming
anyone
through.
Gets weird about it, it's just a joke, okay? He hit about 1,000 Kraber shots earlier on today, so we'll take a look at the damage stats coming in from Team Falcons. I've opened myself up to all kinds of abuse, I can imagine, after making that comment. But 4.5k damage coming in from Team Falcons, shared across the board as well. Imperial Howl, though, leading the way. 1.8k damage for the CEO, starting to just show a little bit of form here towards the end. But if we're going to continue with the pattern that we've seen on Storm Point, right, doesn't that mean that means that Bleed go out 1st or 2nd in the next game, and then it's anyone's game? I don't know. Well, you tell me.
Well, maybe it's Not Moist to win a game again as they go back and forth with Team Falcons, but it's a 5-point lead now for Falcons going into this last game. And what was the average that Privacy was talking about? 12 points a game is what he said, and they are not far off here. They are closing in on it. They just need to have one more good game, and they might just be up there.
We have seen, though, the way that things can turn so quickly in this lobby, but as we close out match number 5, we only have one more match to go today, Dan. I'm kind of excited for this one. I've got to say, one more match to go here on day number 1 of the Split 2 playoffs, and that's coming up just after this break.
Nice. The center forward. Yep.
Do it all again, and it's been a brilliant day so far with plenty of action and also very up and down games, right? Teams that maybe expected to win haven't found that success, but then finally have that new breath of fresh air where they find themselves and they suddenly start to perform. And it has made these kind of series standings very unpredictable. And it was something you said right at the start of this tournament, that today and this entire tournament is going to be unpredictable.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
By the way, great read on the Herman Miller thing coming into that.
Thanks.
Gave me a big smile. You did a great job.
Thank you.
Why are you laughing?
Oh, no
great
reason.
job.
Cheers, mate.
You did a great job, right, on the Herman Miller read, right? No one agrees.
No one cares.
Anyway, let's talk about match number 6. Let's talk about what we've got in front of us, because when we look at the leaderboards, it's Falcons who are holding down that top spot for now. You keep smiling at me right now. Sorry if I made you uncomfortable. But just behind them, there's a chasing pack which certainly could take the game and the series away from them. Now, it's not just, of course, about that first place. It's about, of course, the placements that you can find moving forward as well and the points that you can put on the board. So everybody still with something to play and something to commit to in this match number 6. But this is the story so far of who has taken that first place. C9, match number 1. FaZe, they took it next. Falcons, they got that win in match number 3. Not Moist in 4. And then we just saw Bleed Esports taking home the win in match number 5. My question to you, Dan, is will we have a repeat winner here? Do you think one of those 5 teams can get the job done in this final game? And if they do, will it be enough to put them up the top?
Yes, I think one of these 5 teams can definitely win match 6 here, as 3 of them are in first, second, and third. Falcons, Not Moist, and Bleed now find themselves in that 3rd position after the victory. And it really does show you how much you can propel yourself up this leaderboard as soon as you have one of those games. By the way, Cloud9, with that win right at the start, they're still hovering. They're still in the top 5, and they are still in touching distance of the top 3 right now. But in terms of getting first in this series and putting points on the board, well, Falcons, Not Moist, Bleed seem like the 3 most likely here.
As we head into our final game of the day, that is how things stand. That is how things look between B and D. Of course, we've got a lot more Apex Legends action to come throughout the weekend. We're only just getting started here. It's day number 1 of 4. Come on. Don't worry. Plenty more games.
I mean, it has been interesting to see a couple of teams start to go to panic mode a little bit. I do want to touch upon the kind of XNY versus Not Moist fight that we saw on the edge of the map as well, right? XNY, they clearly went for a more aggressive composition. They wanted to fight. Did Not Moist linger a little bit too long? Were they a little bit annoyed by being chased when they probably could have just left? As soon as you get any indication of who it is you're going up against, if they are near the bottom of the leaderboard, I don't think it's worth it. They have less to lose in that. They are just going to be aggressive. They're going to look to try and pick up KP and have one of those miraculous games, and it became a fight that eventually just killed them both.
Yeah, it was a bit of an ugly one for both sides. I think it was maybe a little bit of bravado on the side of Not Moist that came back to bite them a little bit, but in the end, it was neither team who came out with any kind of success to talk about. But one team who's finding success and looking like they're finding a little bit of form, and also looking like they're finding a little bit of momentum in the way that they're playing and the way that they're team fighting, was the team we just saw of Falcons, right? We've been waiting for the moment, but it feels like at the end of day number 1 here that the 3 gentlemen that you can just see on the right-hand side of your screen right now are just starting to find that flow, and that chemistry together is starting to click.
I think Hal just threw something at 0 as well. There
was a love letter.
The kind of chemistry that we have between the boys. I do want to touch upon Hal on Newcastle as well, right? He has been playing a lot of Fuse leading up to this tournament, but then people started to realize how impressive Newcastle is as an addition, and it is a difficult transition to make from those 2 legends. The playstyle is so separate from one another that to be able to shift between World's Edge and Stormpoint playing those legends, very difficult, and I respect everyone at this tournament who is shifting and playing that kind of Phil role.
I also want to say that there's always a lot of talk about when Hal has to play a different legend. There's always this like learning period I find for him where it takes him a couple of weeks to find comfortability on that legend, but once he does, it's usually he becomes the best of X legend in the game. You know, remember the days when people were saying well, Hal was a one trick? Crazy, right? To think about that.
How times change. You know what doesn't change? Luke Cam to start off. It's Bleed Esports who are able to pick it up. They get the victory. They're on to 48 points as they climb the leaderboard. And now they have the opportunity to try and contest Falcons and Not Moist. I think that's what's changed here, right? Is because now it's going to be another team added to the equation. It's not just who's going to win out of Falcons and Moist. Instead, we have someone else who now Falcons and Moist need to be thinking about. They need to be watching that leaderboard, watching that kill board to see who's going to be eliminated early.
Well, we're going towards Launchpad here for our final game of the day. Good news for GHS Professional is they do have a ring console to let them know that it's coming towards them. Also, good news for TSM as well, because over at Devastated Coast, it looks like they don't have a ring console, but they do have a survey beacon that they might be able to hit And if they get a little bit of information, C team's starting to arrive, then they're going to have good prio to this zone. But it's a little bit of an awkward one for them, right? Because you're kind of thinking, where is this zone going? If you don't have a ring console, do you extend somewhere else to try and find that info? And then by the time you've done it, you might have lost on opportunity to pick one of those spots up. But with ExoClan arriving and taking the little building you can see them in right now, just to the west side of where that zone is going to be going, it should give TSM a good piece of information, especially with FaZe Clan also arriving pretty early, that is the direction the zone will be going in. So TSM have got the info, maybe not through the traditional means of hitting a console or a beacon, but certainly just by seeing the arrival of multiple teams in the vicinity.
Sure, quick, Falcons are moving as well. They had a ring console at Mill, so they're going to be able to move very fast. They'll probably take the south side of the map and try and rotate all the way around, maybe to devastated coast side. That's what we see a lot happening from teams who have the ability to move from Mill. They will go past X and Y on their rotation as we look towards GHS Professional, who are going to be on this far eastern side and actually in a good position as well for the late game. But it is very important they start to get these shields up because they will not have the ability to path their way into as much Evo shield as some of the late arrivals.
FaZe taking the bridge position for now. That's ExoClan underneath them. You can see they were one of the quickest teams to rotate. They do land bang center of the map at the moment with their POI draft, and even though it's not the best of POIs, it does give them access to a lot of zones to get quick rotates to. Of course, the only problem is the opportunity to get Evo on your way there is pretty limited. Now, Falcons taking a little bit of damage on their rotate, but the Catwall will keep them safe for now. And they are currently having a little bit of a poke battle with Team Liquid Alienware, but it looks like both teams will disengage as Falcons will get healthy once more.
Yeah, Falcons didn't take a southern rotate. They actually kind of forced their way through and past Liquid Alienware, but because Liquid Alienware hadn't moved yet, it meant they kind of got a little bit griefed on their arrival. There's now Cholo's Laser also looking to try and put some damage down to GHS Professional, who we saw a little bit earlier, as it's starting to get a little bit heated on this eastern side now. In fact, Launchpad and surrounding areas is very busy already. And this happens sometimes in Match 6 of a series when people start to desperately look for points. Is yes, you will have some teams who will look to be aggressive, look to find kills, but you'll also find some teams that are just desperate to try and stay where they are, and they'll play very heavy zone very fast.
EXL, they're getting swung on right now. And the Cholo's Laser, who have been so impressive today, are going to have to show something else. When it comes to a team fight, they'll deal with the drone, and they will be able to get healthy enough to at least exchange a little bit of fire here. Elsewhere, you can see in the kill feed, Fuda has gone down from ExoClan. It's going to be Hamadrill who gets that knock with the longbow. We're back on board with the POVs that we're watching right now, and Cholo's Laser, you have to say, have done a really good job here to actually hold. But now Moist are trying to make their way through, and you can see Waltzy sliding down towards his teammates. They've managed to get into a great position here ahead of all of this scuffle that's going on in front of them.
I was going to say, there's a few teams that might have a look at it. By the way, XNY versus TSM, and TSM have been able to get a knock, make it 2, and should be able to clean up the rest of this. Verhost is going to full send it, and it is job done. XNY eliminated again early on, as well as NoseFox. 2 teams are down. By the way, a few teams are playing for third zone information as well from the ring consoles. Just kind of hesitating with their rotation instead, saying, look, maybe we don't have enough info. Maybe we don't realize where this one's going just yet.
Well, GHS, they're taking a lot of damage right now. Cholo's Laser maybe looking to move up onto this because it's Fennel who are doing that damage. The charge rifle going to be the weapon of use for Momon to get that knock onto one Tappy. And they are having a little poke at this. They are having a little look at it, but we've already seen how busy this side of the map has become early on in the game, so nobody's wanting to overextend. GHS Professional will be eliminated by Fennel, so that's good KP and points already secured for them.
So again, it quietens down a little bit, because now there's a little bit more space made by those eliminations. It just allows a couple of teams to rethink their strategy. You can see at the top, by the way, the kill leaders right now. Imperial Hell 16, but closely followed by Dropped on 13. And you spoke about Dropped and what an incredible player he is.
Really good series.
Well, not only has he commanded the troops, but also picking up a lot of kills alongside it.
We'll Bleeder back into the position at the top of Stormcatcher for now. Striders were a team who they were looking at, but they've decided to disengage from this. So Bleed Esports are going to be approaching this zone from the north. A lot of teams already stacked up on the southern side, like you were talking about a little bit earlier. Those rotates seem to be favored by a lot of teams, which now opens the door for that northern rotate for Bleed Esports. They do have information as well. You can see the ring console has been hit. So an opportunity here for Bleed Esports, and I want to go back to what you were talking about at the start of this game, right? A lot of talk about Not Moist, a lot of talk about Falcons. Well, if you can be in the group with them, and you're Bleed Esports and you win that group, your name starts to get talked about a little bit differently going into the following days of action.
More respect for you as a team, more respect about your rotation and where you're going to be on that map. Suddenly teams are worrying about you as well. And teams actually respecting you sometimes leads to your advantage because they may not take that fight if they know you're going to be rotating from that area, for instance. But Bleeding is certainly going to wait for that next ring console. They are going to look for Zone 3 information. We're also going to get it on our screen shortly. It's Cloud9 at the moment. It's just playing survival. They don't really want to take this fight, as the zone is going to continue moving further east here. So I think that's what a lot of these teams expected, but the confirmation is certainly there for the likes of Bleed, who now can look to try and play a position. Next, they'll look to maybe hit a survey beacon close to this
C9 are in trouble. C9 are in big trouble here. And they're getting sent on. It's VKG who are flying in and will deal with C9. They will get absolutely bopped by the PKs coming in from 951. That's VKG picking up 3 victims in a row. But here come Falcons. They're swinging in through the skies towards the finger on the other side.
Well, Falcons, they just see there's a little bit of commotion and maybe see an opening, maybe see a gap to get involved and try and take a position here. As Alliance also in a little bit of a scrap. It's going to be Bleed as they take them down. And Bleed, who were in third, who were one of the teams to contest the likes of Falcons, the likes of Not Moist, have been taken out by our 20th place team, which isn't something you often say about Alliance.
Well, Lucky gets up to the height to just make sure no one is close enough to third party, but the pattern continues, right? The pattern continues. Falcons out early, having led. Game number 5, Not Moist out early, having led, and then the winners of the previous game, Bleed Esports, find themselves out as well. We'll take a look at an instant replay of that fight in just a few seconds, but for Alliance, this is a big moment because they have struggled so far in this group. They really have struggled to assert dominance, and I will always put an asterisk on this performance, right? Because they do have Unlucky filling in for them. They don't have Effect here, but he's been doing everything he can to try and apply the same kind of firepower that they would expect.
Tyler, yeah, coming in just to really have, you know, the opportunity to be able to actually put himself on the big stage and show what he can do, no matter what team he's on. But it is great to see Tyler and Unlucky back together. And Hackis has commanded them successfully in the previous series. They had some brilliant results. They were able to get wins on the board. However, this time, they just haven't had the same success. But now we can look back at that replay you were talking about.
You can see just the swinging behind the castle wall here. And look at the position they were in up on that height. I think Bleed Esports just had no idea that Alliance were kind of ran on the top of that roof, and they fell into the trap, essentially. And now Alliance got themselves a Rari, got themselves up to full red Evo, and this might be the game for them to put those points on the board.
Well, they need it. If they want to be able to contest with the other teams, they want to be in that winner's bracket, they need to be performing better than 20th, and they know that. But you can really change it in one game.
Yep.
This is a very tight lobby when you go down below, right, kind of 7th or 8th position at the moment in the series standing. So one big game could change everything. As we look to our first place team, Team Falcons, they've been able to find themselves within the zone here, fairly central as well. And now the real question is, how far east do they want to push? Because yes, the zone is shifting east, but it very much could transition back into the middle here.
Yeah, it's interesting this position they find themselves in underneath, playing on kind of between the fingers of Launchpad, because this is an area that was played before the Newcastle meta, right? This is an area that teams would try and lock down, try and hold for the long game, but now that you have the Newcastle, it provides you with even more cover. I feel like this position becomes even stronger, knowing that you could pretty much cover one of those openings to where you can be pushed from with that castle wall. So an opportunity for Falcons here, not just to get some good placements, they've got to be careful here though. All of a sudden, Hao has to use the Newcastle res to get Zero back on his feet. Zero was looking for an opportunity, looking for a pick, but wasn't able to get it, but it looks like they will be able to get him back on his feet.
Yeah, Zero just needs to be careful there. I mean, got caught off guard, just having a little peek to see what was going to be around, but thankfully, the Newcastle was on hand. And I think that's a lot of what this meta is, right? You can overextend a little bit in those areas because you have that fallback of the Newcastle, albeit dangerous at times. But teams are also going to be reluctant to push on the knock because they know full well you could be dropping down and Newcastle could have a gold shield, and then suddenly you are putting yourself to your death.
Well, ExoClan, who are up into 6th place, by the way, they've had a really, really solid set here. And this series is open for them to put in a big performance as well and jump their way up. And look at that zone pool, by the way, out into no man's land. Not Moist in one of the only buildings that he's going to be in this zone for the long game. So for Not Moist, the opportunity here for them is absolutely perfect to steal away a first place finish. As we see these two groups go against each other, Ichol's Laser as well. I mean, what a day, what a performance from them. South America stepping up. I'm going to stop saying it because at this point they are performing so consistently, so well. It's not a case of them stepping up, it's just consistently good play from them.
Yeah, very impressed with what they've been able to pull off. And you said no man's land. It does feel like a Cholos laser land, right? They are going to be able to hold that position for quite some time. Fennel is maybe one of their main worries. They shouldn't have to worry about it straight away because Fennel are probably going to avoid them for now. We check in with ExoClan. Not only do they have to move across to the eastern side, but they have to get past Liquid Alienware. And then if they do that, you've got FaZe Clan and TSM in the next area as well. There's going to be a lot of damage that you take here. This is not an easy rotation at all, but loot bins would have been reset. There's a chance for everyone to get attachments here, and maybe a good chance for us to jump into a listening with ExoClan and see what they're thinking about this rotation.
I'm going to 20 if we're ready.
They're still just chilling up here on ping.
Yeah, this team is gonna play slow in 3B. I think we're just gonna evac on our back and play for the spot. Don't get damaged now.
Yeah.
We're just gonna evac here.
Okay. I'm just gonna grab the shotgun bullets again.
I don't know what Spydon is doing. We lost Spydon.
I'm looking. I think that might be them there.
Okay.
Okay. Are we there?
Yeah, I'm going.
I have a second behind us.
Wait.
Ready?
3, 2, 1, go. Let's stick it. We have to now.
Yeah.
We don't have smoke anything back. Alright, let's go for the spot. Jesus.
Well, few to the last one standing as the evac tower play does not work out exactly to plan, but one player alive. We've already seen what you can do in these kind of lobbies at the moment. On the Bangalore, going to have the smokes to survive a little bit longer as well. Guild now make their rotate down to that low ground. We'll be safe for now as well, but this zone pull is going to be so devastating for a lot of these teams down. Nobody's really going to have the info of where this zone is going to be going, so when the big pull comes away from where a lot of teams find themselves right now, which is on the eastern side of Launchpad, it's going to be a shock, and it also means that there's going to be a lot of fights that occur as everybody tries to leave.
Yeah, it's not just a few teams that are going to have a fight here. There's about 10 teams that are all going to have to move from the northwest down to the southeast. And that is a real chance, by the way, not only for Not Moist, you speak about their positioning for the end game, but actually to clean up kills here. Not Moist have one of the best opportunities for KP because they can peek out of the building they are in and just clean up everything that's going to be arriving from this northwest side. I mean, look at it. There's so many teams that have to move here, and this is where you need to think fast. This is where you need a plan of action here, right? Are you going to maybe transition, try and go up the northern side here and maybe work your way in? Can you find yourself on the southern side like TSM? But even if TSM do that, they have to fight a Cholos laser as well. So there is a lot of difficult decisions to be made now that need to be made fast because this zone is going to shrink very soon.
This is the lay of the land, like we mentioned. Cholos Laser, the only team who are in zone at the moment, in and around those Prowler nests, or in the rock formations just next to them. Fennel, on the northern side of the zone, will be able to walk in. Legends Gaming now making their play to the roof of the building that Not Moist found themselves in. The portal is pretty good for now, but the shots are coming in from height. Mobile Shield will help them survive for a few moments. Looks like Legends Gaming are going to step back for a few moments and maybe take that portal a little bit later as player K has gone down. In the kill feed, though, you saw Tyler. He's picking up a knock himself on the side of Alliance.
Not Moist are pushing in onto Team Falcons here, or should I say it's the other way around. Falcons are pushing into Not Moist.
Floor.
This could be a fight that wins this series right here, right now.
Not Moist and Falcons right next to each other. The upper floor controlled by Not Moist, the lower one by Falcons. Both will be safe as the drones will fly and grab all the information that they can elsewhere. Just outside this zone, TSM trying to force their way in. Team Liquid will lose one in the meantime. Elsewhere in the kill feed, you can see a little bit of a battle going down in and around that building. Jem Burton's picking up a couple of kills for Falcons, but TSM now have to force their way forward, force their way into zone, and they've lost their host as they do so.
This kill feed's about to light up even more if it hadn't already, as TSM will survive, take down Liquid Alienware. Now they move down to the southern side, and actually TSM will survive unless Cholos Laser decide to get involved here.
This is a really smart play from Cholos. Striders have been eliminated, Legends Gaming also gone. Brutus trying to move in, trying to deal with that Devo, but he'll go down, and maybe there's a chance to clutch, but no, it's going to be TSM who are eliminated. And it will be Cholos Laser who now control the entirety of the south side of this zone. Back to the action, back inside of the building of death. Team Falcons still alive. Not Moist still alive as well.
This EMP helps Falcons, though. Falcons not playing a crypto. They had no EMP for the Watson fences that Moist had, but now with the EMP coming through from another team, suddenly this opens things up to Falcons if they would like to push up these stairs. Not Moist. They back off. They retreat. They know the push could happen, but Falcons are playing this patiently.
They try and take their way out of that bottom floor. They're trying to find an escape route, maybe trying to find a little bit of loot as well. They might be a little bit low on meds, a little bit low on the things they need to survive on this next rotation. Falcons, one thing they don't have information of, I'm pretty sure, is that the man above them, Waltzy from Not Moist, he's got a devotion in his hands, and he isn't going to miss too many bullets with that thing should this engagement take place in a close quarters fight.
Falcons do potentially have the Dark Veil to make a rotation here, by the way. That could really help them try and avoid some of these bullets, but it could then be used by the teams that are above them, as Howl's taking a lot of damage. Not Moist. If they get any sort of smell of this, they might send it, but they're not going to. But now, round 5 starts to close, and this is where it's about to get interesting. 8 squads remaining. Currently a 7-point lead for Falcons.
Not Moist just behind them. 54 points on the board for them. They know how much pressure is on this team fight. How much pressure is on this rotation. Unlucky in the kill feed, by the way, has had a stellar day of action as here comes the move from everybody, but Falcons are taking damage. Falcons are gonna fall as Fenner will also go, and that opens the door now for Not Moist, but Timmy's down. It's up to Waltzy and Guild.
How far is that door open is the real question, because now Guild and Waltzy need to survive. Somehow they need to find another 5 points here. Now it's just Waltzy. Guild's fallen as well, and FaZe, they're going to be fighting up against VKG as Not Moist get eliminated. Falcons will hold on to first place right now.
They will hold on to first place. FaZe Clan will be eliminated as we go to our final 3, and what a story this would be if Icholo's Laser can hold this position for the entirety of game number 6 and manage to pick up the win to cap their incredible day's performance.
I mean, there's a real opportunity there. Icholo's Laser could take top 2 here. And I wonder whether they even think that maybe first place is available. If they can get all the kills, they will certainly be close. Maybe Falcons are just 1 point ahead. Too far for them.
Icholo's Laser then, just looking for the KP, looking for the kills, looking for the cryptos who are hiding. There's one, VK Gaming eliminated as Icholo's Laser, who have had control of this zone for so long, will cap their day surely with a big win in game number 6. 1 player to deal with. Hit your shots, boys. Get this done. Brewis wants the moment. He wants to punch him out. And what a way to end the game it would be. What a way to end the day. For Icholo's Laser, they will be a champs of game number 6.
And they might have just done enough to take first place away from Falcons in this series, by the way. 63 points they put themselves on. 1 point over Falcons.
They've done it!
That one extra KP that they were desperately searching for, that one rat they were able to grab, wins them the series. And you said they stepped up to the plate. They finally showed us what South America's made of. But then suddenly, they have been the team here in this series.
I think they've been the team here in Mannheim so far today. Icholo's Laser, those 3 gentlemen on your screen right now demand all of the respect of the Apex Legends Global Series. First place, 11 kills, 12 assists, and converting on a zone that they read absolutely perfectly from the first moment they saw it here on Stormpoint.
I mean, that zone started to shift towards them very early, but you think about their push onto TSM, right? If they hadn't made a play like that, they leave themselves very vulnerable at getting pinched towards the latter circle there. But instead, they get aggressive at the right time. They recognize they have to command the space. They have to get into a position where they can take down teams there on the southern side. And the fact they've been able to pluck first place away from Falcons there with 63 points is huge for them. But for Falcons and Not Moist, I mean, both found themselves in the same building, both struggled to escape, both tried different means, but sadly couldn't make it.
I mean, a great moment for the 4 gentlemen, I will say on the screen right now. Coach always included in those conversations. But I mean, what a performance. We were talking about, as we went into game number 6, will it be Not Moist? Will it be Falcons? Will it be Bleed Esports? Will it be maybe a late run from C9? Well, none of them take that first place home. It's Icholo's Laser who will do it in quite some style to close our first day out here in Mannheim.
Well, what a position and what a performance it was from Icholo's Laser as well. I mean, I think it's going to hurt a little bit for both Falcons and Moist, but of course points total is going to be huge for them as well as they put big points on the board here at Storm Point and of course World's Edge for the entire series. But really it was back and forth. I mean, it was a question of would we see anyone actually replicate a win? Would anyone get 2 wins on the board? The answer was no in the end.
Yeah, the answer was certainly no in the end. And I mean, what a day of action we've had so far today, right? It's always a little bit special when you get into the building on day number 1, when we get to a playoffs, when we get to a LAN environment, and it has been no different today. A lot of surprises, a lot of maybe not some of our big teams performing in the way that we would expect, some of our big teams certainly stepping up towards the end of the day as well. But the story today for me, it's about South America, Dan. It's about South America and their performance. I think they are a team, they are a nation, they are a region that we need to be talking about a little bit more. And we're going to send it to the desk to do so because Icholos Laser, first place overall.
Fantastic performance for Icholos Laser. We were talking about them heading into the series, in the middle of the series, hyping up South America. Genome, talk about a way to make your mark on the first day.
Yeah, if there's ever a series that just makes you a fan of one team, this was it for me with Icholos. I mean, yeah, coming out on top. And not only that, they play Watson, Newcastle, and Pathfinder. So they drop the Bangalore, find a way to get into these amazing spots with just the zip lines, and then they have all of this incredible defense with the Newcastle and the Watson to help lead them to the 63-point victory here in this series.
Which is that much more impressive when you take into account the teams that they were not only facing off against, but then matching in points throughout the series. They right at the end managed to squeak above Team Falcons, above Not Moist, and they are really starting to put themselves in that contention for the discussion if they're able to pull off this type of a performance, Privacy.
I mean, I'm not surprised watching how they were rotating, how fast they rotated, how good rotation they did. They had a good macro. We saw it in a Skyhook game. They were able from Geyser to go and get spot in the north of Skyhook as well. So they were like doing fantastic rotations. I think they surprised me personally, and yeah.
We'll take a look at these match results here, see exactly what that did with those 11 kill points for Icholos. 23 points in total for the final match of the day. A nice little bow on their performance. But some other squads getting themselves up there at the end here, Graceful, trying to maybe kickstart a little points in their direction as well.
Yeah, we've definitely seen, the trend of teams we're expecting to perform a little bit worse in some cases, teams that we weren't expecting performing even better in some cases. But, Icholos at the end, they've been just flawless, I think, because they have been playing so well adaptively to on World's Edge and Storm Point. They play proactive, they play zones where they can actually close out the games. Phenomenal.
Looking at the series scoreboard here, we see something fascinating. Icholos on the top, but they lead the way with placement points, 39 there. And I can tell you, I've looked at the damage. They have the most damage in the lobby, by the way, leading Falcons by more than 2,000 damage. So, but look, it's not coming out in the kill points, right? Like they're controlling space as they make these fast rotations and then converting that into placement points instead. We've had all this discussion about whether it's an edge meta or a zone meta, and I think Icholos have just thrown, such a question mark over that with this performance.
Well, suffice to say, today has provided some seriously big storylines to kick off our weekend. Two of those we've clearly spoken about a lot, and it is the absolute juggernauts that are Team Falcons and Not Moist. And we have Peeps standing by with a dual interview from both squads.
What up, everybody? I am here with two of the best in the world. We got Guild from Moist Esports, or Not Moist Esports, and we got Hal from Team Falcons right here. Guys, you're finishing second and third place overall in this last series. What things have you guys done well in this series?
The boys recently have been really focusing on getting our comms on point and just making sure positional comms during fights are just better. And Timmy and Walty have honestly just been bouncing off of each other really well this LAN.
Absolutely. Hal, what about you?
We improved our communication a lot. We didn't really comm that much in the first block. Even though we got ninth, I feel like we got dead last. So I feel like we all played individually better to an extent. So we all stepped it up. I was kind of farming, to be honest, especially on World's Edge. So I think we all just stepped it up in some way in every category.
No, there was definitely ups and downs, but what things do you guys need to iron out and be better for the next day?
I mean, that's a good question. Honestly, I think that we just need to keep up what we're doing right now. We're doing pretty well. We've done a couple things a little bit sloppy, but other than that, I mean, I think we're playing out of our minds.
Fully agree. Hal?
I think we just need to keep the comms up, everyone communicating and, letting Zero do his thing and making sure that, we play aggressive but not too aggressive. So just a little bit of both.
Absolutely, a little bit of balance. So, Gil, this one's for you. Waltzy's sort of a brand new IGL, right? Yeah. But you've played under some of the top IGLs in the history of the game. You got Nocturnal, you got Sweet, you had MT, and now you have Waltzy. What have been some of the differences between some of those IGLs and Waltzy?
I think Waltzy has definitely been the IGL that's been the most eager to take fights out of any IGL I've ever played with. Like, that guy's like, yo, we're running at this team all the time, and it's just pure confidence from the whole team, and it works all the time.
I mean, when your IGL has confidence, you just go out there swinging, And Hal, question for you here. Historically, you guys usually always start slow. We saw it at Champs in Birmingham when you guys went from 16th place to world champions. What's the deal with that? Do you want to just keep us on our toes and go Super Saiyan at the end, or?
I think we just need to get comfortable and gain some confidence. I feel like we always start slow, even just with Falcons, not just TSM. Even on EWC, we were starting out slow a little bit, and as soon as we had that one good game, it went up from there, right? So I think it's, Zero, if he gets one good game, he gets a lot of confidence, and we just propel from that. So, yeah.
It's the snowball effect, and we've seen it so many times. Guys, I wish you guys the best. Thank you so much. Well, you heard it here from two of the best in the world. Desk, back to you.
Thank you so much, peeps. Always nice to hear from two of our top contenders right now, both sounding very confident, in my opinion. But Privacy, you have to be happy with the results that you've seen so far on day one.
I mean, I'm happy for sure, especially after the start, the A versus B. I'm happy to see the team, as already Hal said, communicating well, doing the things that they are used to do, letting everyone do his job, his role. And then they were flying. We had some bad games, like 0-point games. We should cut them out. That's what we always do. We should know why we did them. We maybe get another better little bit zone for the next sets and so on that favors us for more kills and so on. Yeah, I'm really happy with what happened, especially in this set.
Well, now that we're done with day number one, at least the group stage is 50% complete. They still have another day of group stage competition, but here's where we are at so far. Triple digits for Not Moist and Icholos Graceful. Talk to me about these overall standings. Is it what you expected? Are you surprised by any of these teams?
No, I mean, if we look at the overall top 10, I think pretty much every single heavy hitter is up there. But Icholos joining them makes me so happy, honestly. Once we get to the bottom half, however, we're seeing teams that have shown signs of life, but not really enough just yet.
And it bears repeating as we look at all of these 40 teams that whether you do go into the winners bracket or the elimination bracket, every point matters here. They're playing for POI seeding. If you get into the elimination bracket, sometimes teams by the end of group stage in previous lands were just like, oh, we're not going to make it no matter what. But this time they're like, hey, at least we can buy ourselves maybe a mil if we do well and just, don't make it get 21st, something like that. At least that is first seed when you're looking at the elimination bracket.
Absolutely. Arguably more on the line, more of a reason to be giving your best effort every single match. Like you said, every point this time around really matters. And one of the big contributing factors to that is obviously those kills. So let's take a look at some of these stats because we have our top 20 kill leaderboard right now. We were talking about this a little bit in the green room. I'll just come straight back to you here, Genome. Waltzy, 31 kills in first place.
But not just that, the 1, 2, 3. Not Moist take out the entire podium as far as the kill leaderboard. And look, when you saw how far ahead they were in points of everyone else, that's not surprising, especially when second was Icholos and they were getting them more from the placements than the kills.
Yeah. Waltzy in the first set, he was in 21 kills, and the same for Guild and Timmy. They were in the first 3 places. I'm not surprised seeing Not Moist on the top kills because they are a heavy kills team. They always accumulate their points from the kills. They have a good placement as well. That's why they are on the top on the average points per game. And yeah, hopefully we will join this 1B, maybe 1, 2, 3 after that.
I was going to say, you know that Halogen and Zero are not going to let that stand if they have anything to say about it. So we'll be keeping our eyes on how exactly that goes. But we've got a little bit of a new segment here in store for you guys. It's going to be our Alienware Ace Plays, our top 3 clips from the day here so far. Let's check these out because we had some phenomenal moments go on throughout all of our matches here, but we have to talk about what we saw. And then everybody at home, we're gonna wanna get your thoughts on social media on which you think was the best out of all of these plays. Obviously, taking a look here at the first one, Madness, who gave us some remarkable stuff all day. This was a match as Crypto with big damage from his EMP. Heading into clip number 2, we've got Arctic on phase with a Kraber no scope. And we saw lots of Kraber action here today, Graceful.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a lot of Kraber action, and people actually haven't been missing at all, I feel like. Every time I see either it's a body shot or just a heady, but not that many misses. Arctic, however, known as one of the mechanically gifted players from EMEA, showing off, you know, how he's doing it. You see a quick scope right there, cleans up that fight. He couldn't quite, you know, clutch this fight just here, but he was just on the verge. You see this mantling here as well, accidental, like, you know, it was so close. It was so great.
And then, of course, the final clip of the day. We just spoke to him, Guild on Moist, winning this match as a solo Genome. I mean, does it get any better than that?
Oh, this was a crazy clip. Of course, it's going to involve the Mozam. It feels like so many players have actually been, you know, going into the range and practicing this because Akimbo Mozam's not something we've had in the game before, and they have actually had to put in the practice to get really good with them, despite obviously how good they are, you know, just standard.
Now, like we said, everybody at home, we're going to put that on social. Give us your votes and who you think the best clip of the day was, and we will reveal the winner tomorrow on the show. But the show has come to a close here for day 1. So before we say goodbye to everybody, I want to get your final thoughts. Privacy, I'm going to start with you. Thank you so much for joining us here on the desk. It was an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me here.
Did you enjoy the competition? Give me your final thoughts on what you saw. What do you think is going to happen for Team Falcons moving forward?
I mean, for Team Falcons moving forward, hopefully we will get the same as well performance we did here, even more, because we even still farmed in that group. When we play the next group, we will farm, hopefully. I expect as well Moist to keep doing. What I want to see LG to do good again, because they started slow in the first day. So next one, hopefully they will get some points, and then they go up in the leaderboard.
All right, I love it. And like I said, thank you again, Privacy, for hanging out with us here today. Graceful, give me your thoughts. Day 1, halfway through the group stage. How are you feeling about everything?
Well, I'm really happy in general because we've seen splashes from teams that, you know, I'm supporting all of EMEA and everybody, of course. But now we're also, like, we're getting to the second day and later into the tournament. We're still seeing people that are known for being heavy hitters are pulling through more ahead. Like, in the beginning, you should have hope for absolutely everybody, but experience, consistency, and knowledge does take over at some point in the tournament. I think we're about to hit that mark now where we see everybody's expecting the teams to do well that are doing well, and they're doing well for a reason. All the other teams just playing catch-up at this rate, but warm up, I think, one more day, and then it's going to go how I expect it to go.
Yeah, we've definitely started to get a lay of the land when it comes to this competition so far. Still lots of opportunity left on the board, though, for these teams, you know.
Yeah, if I'm thinking about what I'm really looking forward to in the rest of the tournament, I mean, we're going to have the super subs coming in. You know, Nasky and Co have done well for Legends Gaming, but I'm very keen to see what Strafing Flame and, you know, the best of APAC South have to offer for the rest of the tournament. And I'd say the other thing really is just have Icholos revolutionized the meta, you know?
Yeah.
Using the Pathfinder, leaving Bang behind for now, is that something that we'll see more going into finals as generally the meta gets a little bit more consolidated towards the back end of the tournament?
Absolutely. Well, thank you to all 3 of you for joining us here on the desk. You crushed it all day, as did all of our casters. But today is just day 1 of the competition. We still have so much more in store tomorrow. Okay, like we said, today was only the halfway point for our group stage. So if you're wondering exactly what's going down, who we're going to see playing, and when it's all going to happen, here you have it. We'll be kicking off the day with groups A and C at 10 a.m., moving into groups A and D at 2:15 p.m., and then groups groups B and C at 6:30 p.m. to close it all out, and then we'll know who is where when it comes to that seeding for the next stage of the competition. But we've got so much in store outside of that. We've got lots of fun tidbits here and there, and if you want to get a little bit of a sneak peek of what we've got coming your way for content, let's check it out.
You go from this world of just sitting in your room playing games to a giant crowd of people who are screaming, you know, supporting different teams. There's so many different things going on, it's crazy. The one thing I do is I picture my room and I picture where I feel confident and safe.
Suffice to say, we have so many more storylines that we will be following tomorrow throughout the rest of our competition, and of course, all weekend long. But the action is just getting started here in Mannheim, Germany. Day number 2 of the competition kicks off tomorrow. Make sure you tune back in to see how our competition plays out. It's going to be a fantastic day, to be sure, and we'll see you then.
Thanks for watching. Subscribe to the channel.